Chapter 1. My name is Carlos Nimtara, and I'm a first-year student who has just enrolled at Hogwarts. Prior to receiving the acceptance letter delivered by an owl from Hogwarts, I can confidently say that I was utterly oblivious to the existence of the magical world, as I hail from an unremarkable Muggle family. I am an orphan, having never seen my parents since birth. Until the age of 3, I resided in an orphanage called the Phrygia Orphanage. The nurse there informed me that I was left on the steps of the orphanage on a snowy morning. Had the gatekeeper arrived just 5 minutes later, I might have perished in the December snow. Consequently, they designated my birthday as December 8th, the day I was discovered on the orphanage steps. The name Carlos was bestowed upon me by Director Mary, while the surname Nimtara was derived from the embroidery on my swaddling blanket. The staff at the orphanage unanimously believed that this surname held a special significance, which is why they refused to entertain any request for me to change my name when they sought a foster family for me. Curiously, despite their diligent efforts to trace the origins of the surname, they encountered no references to another individual bearing the name Nimtara, whether in books, newspapers, or even telephone directories, rendering it seemingly fabricated and devoid of any familial or geographical ties. In the summer of my 3.5 years, I was adopted by a Muggle family with the surname Sam, who ran a grocery store at the end of a narrow alley. Their shop, adorned with a yellowing plastic sign emblazoned with orange letters and a glass door, offered a myriad of goods, candies, newspapers, music albums, ladies' hosiery, and fresh vegetables. At least in terms of the merchandise, they fulfilled the promise written on their storefront. Sam's Grocery, your best helper in life. I became quite familiar with that slogan, as I was often tasked with promoting it and enticing customers with a wooden sign displaying the day's specials during the afternoons after school and on weekends. If my delivery occasionally seemed rather polished for a child, it was likely a result of the language skills I honed during those days of serving as a human advertisement, which proved beneficial when composing essays. The Sam family consisted of Uncle Sam, Aunt Sam, and their son Henry Sam. My relationship with them could be described as neither particularly good nor bad. It was said that they possessed some Mexican heritage, which resulted in a strong emphasis on family values, leading them to speak little and engage in few activities with me, although we occasionally pretended to be a close-knit family during weekend outings. Uncle Sam had candidly expressed that he adopted me partly for the government assistance provided to families adopting orphans. I refrained from commenting, as I could discern that their grocery business was not thriving, and they were burdened with hefty mortgage, car payments, and utility bills. However, at the very least, they did not mistreat me, nor did they cast me out like the malicious foster parents depicted on television. They even provided me with a private room and ensured that I had a warm coat and gloves during winter, albeit hand-me-downs from Henry, leaving me with little to complain about. During my time at Uncle Sam's, I often retreated to my room at the end of the second-floor hallway to engage in my own pursuits, making a conscious effort to avoid intruding upon the family's moments together. It was during this period that I began to exhibit some magical abilities, such as turning the pages of books without using my hands and floating in my sleep, only to awaken with a jolt as I crashed back onto my bed. I dared not mention these peculiarities to the Sam family, for I feared they would perceive me as a monster or an outcast, and send me back to the orphanage. On the day I left the orphanage, Mrs. Mary had advised me to behave well in my new home and to be a good child, and I was determined not to disappoint her expectations. Now, allow me to speak of my foster parents. Uncle Sam is a robust man, perhaps even portly, who is invariably clad in a brown leather jaqueta garment he purchased with his first earnings during his youth, which he still believes renders him stylish. Despite his increasing girth due to a fondness for junk food, his strength remains undiminished even today. He can effortlessly lift 2 cases of beer. Moreover, his round face is perpetually flushed with sparse, greasy brown hair. Aunt Sam claims this is a result of his excessive beer consumption in his younger days. Like many stereotypical rotund grocery store owners, Uncle Sam is also an ardent sports enthusiast, avidly watching both basketball and football. Whenever a football match is broadcast on television, he can be found munching on popcorn until the wee hours, often falling asleep on the couch amidst the raucous sounds of his snoring. In stark contrast to Uncle Sam, Aunt Sam is the quintessential delicate woman, perhaps even excessively so. She spends all 365 days of the year on a diet, And while she prepares delectable meals for Uncle Sam, her culinary skills are truly remarkable. She herself subsists on meager portions of fruits and vegetable salads, occasionally indulging in boiled chicken breast. Sometimes, she calls me over to inquire if she has gained weight, but regardless of my answer, be it positive, negative, or neutral, she will always pinch me with her sharply manicured nails, painted in the latest seasonal hues, before dismissing me like an unwanted piece of luggage to pursue her own endeavors. Like Uncle Sam, Aunt Sam has her own passions. She collects embellishment from clothing. Whenever it comes time to dispose of old clothes, she meticulously removes ribbons, buttons, embroidered lace, and zippers, which she stores in a large plastic box beneath her wardrobe. In my view, Uncle Sam and Aunt Sam are as different as night and day. Uncle Sam favors a cool aesthetic for their home, adorning the walls with posters of sports stars, while Aunt Sam is drawn to candy-colored decor, resulting in a curious juxtaposition. A table draped with a redanned white checkered tablecloth adorned with lace, set atop a basketball pattern carpet. It is indeed a marvel that they have coexisted harmoniously for so many years. Next, let me introduce my nominal brother, Henry Sam. According to their descriptions, Henry is a full 13 years my senior, having already graduated from university and proving himself to be quite the talented individual. He frequently travels abroad for work, and I hardly see him more than once a month. During his busiest times, he may go months without returning home, and even when he does, his visits are brief. My longest memory of him is 3 days, while the shortest was merely 5 minutes, during which he entrusted me with his belongings before departing. Uncle Sam and Aunt Sam dote on Henry, forbidding me from touching any of his possessions. I am not permitted to set foot in his room, which they clean at least once daily, ensuring that it remains immaculate and orderly. On one occasion, I secretly peered through the doorway to catch a glimpse inside his room, which resembled that of an ordinary teenage boy. The bed was adorned with a navy blue comforter patterned with stars, and the walls were decorated with posters of athletes and bands. A decorative painting depicted a border collie, while shelves brimmed with books and decorative models. On his desk sat a handcrafted wooden pen holder filled with ballpoint pens, alongside a red alarm clock adorned with cartoon character stickers. Henry is a mature individual, and although he sometimes appears somewhat awkward in the company of Uncle Sam and Aunt Sam, he seems to genuinely like me as his younger brother. Many of my personal belongings, items that truly belong to me and are not subject to confiscation, like the clothes and bed provided by Uncle Sam, were gifts from him. For instance, he gifted me a toy car, a leather notebook bearing a foreign trademark, a vintage record of an unknown singer, and a pair of comfortable secondhand leather boots, which I still wear to this day. Occasionally, he would slip me some incredibly sweet candies that I had never encountered in Uncle Sam's grocery store. When I inquired about them, Henry would merely wave his hand, indicating that they were foreign confections and expressing his hope that I would enjoy them. In summary, I am immensely grateful for Henry's kindness towards me. Although our encounters are fleeting, I hold him in high regard as a wonderful brother, and he even permits and encourages me to read the books on his shelf when Uncle Sam and Aunt Sam are not paying attention, provided I treat them with care and return them to their rightful place after reading. Now that I have mentioned Henry, I must inevitably touch upon the reason for my arrival at Hogwarts. Upon receiving the letter of admission delivered by the owl, Uncle Sam and Aunt Sam were in unanimous agreement that it was merely a prank. They insisted that I should not attend this so-called Hogwarts, but rather enroll in the public school they had long arranged for me. However, deep within my heart, I sensed that this was an opportunity regardless of the reasons. I was determined to believe in the existence of Hogwarts, and I felt compelled to pursue my education there. It was the first time in my life that I found myself in a fierce argument with Uncle Sam and Aunt Sam, a quarrel that escalated to such a degree that Uncle Sam ultimately kicked me into the garage and closed a rolling door, instructing me to reflect upon my actions. The following day, Henry fortuitously returned home. Upon learning of the situation from Uncle Sam, he dedicated an entire afternoon to persuading him. Henry assured Uncle Sam that he would send additional money home each month and expressed his willingness to cover my expenses for books, uniforms, and pocket money at Hogwarts. Upon hearing that there were no tuition fees, meal costs, or accommodation expenses at Hogwarts, Uncle Sam reluctantly agreed to my request to attend. However, Hogwarts has a 7-year curriculum, and Henry would not be able to support me indefinitely. Thus, He advised me to strive for a scholarship at Hogwarts to ensure the continuation of my studies. His words were sincere, and I felt a profound sense of pride and comfort in having such a brother. I accepted his advice and eagerly anticipated my journey to Hogwarts during the summer of my 11th year. Despite Henry's assurances that I could seek his help if I encountered difficulties, he had already covered my book fees and other necessary expenses for the term. I felt too embarrassed to ask for more, secretly hoping that the scholarship from Hogwarts would suffice to cover my tuition and living expenses. If it did not, I would have to find a job. However, given my limited knowledge of the wizarding world, I remained uncertain about my chances of securing scholarship. With Henry's support, I finally seized the opportunity to attend Hogwarts. Throughout the summer, I endeavored to gather the items I might need for school, yet the supply list and the admission letter left me feeling bewildered. I spent countless hours wandering through the community, visiting nearly every shop, but failed to find the items and books listed. Some shopkeepers even regarded me with disdain when I inquired, suggesting that my parents take me to the hospital to check for delusions. Truthfully, such remarks were hurtful, and the repeated frustrations of shopping led me to question my own sanity, wondering if Hogwarts was merely a figment of my imagination. Yet the admission letter I carried with me felt undeniably real in my hands. With a month remaining before the end of summer and the start of classes at Hogwarts, I walked disheartened through the streets, contemplating which stationery or bookstore I had yet to explore. Suddenly, I heard the sound of an owl, or more precisely, the flapping of its wings. Given the scarcity of large birds in the area, I distinctly recognized that unique sound. I quickly looked up to locate its source. To my astonishment, I spotted the very gray owl that had delivered my admission letter, perched haughtily atop a street lamp, gazing down at me. I hurried toward it, but as I approached, it took flight to another spot, continuing to wait for my arrival. Previously, I had never believed that animals possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Yet the owl's gaze imparted a sense of something extraordinary. Thus, driven by an inexplicable urge, I chose to follow the direction indicated by the owl. I traversed street corners and unlit lampposts, and just as I neared the outskirts of the city, I found myself enveloped in darkness, utterly alone, as though I had wandered into a ghost town. Forgive me, after all, I was still a child, and fear washed over me. I paused, desperately searching for the gray owl, only to discover it had vanished. Then, I heard a peculiar rustling from the direction of a trash bin, and a small shadow darted out a petite yet graceful tabby cat. Its green eyes glimmered in the shadows of the night, resembling magical gemstones imbued with enchantment. What transpired next was nothing short of incredible. Before my very eyes, the cat's body began to expand, as if it were made of elastic. Under my gaze, it transformed into a woman clad in a flowing green robe, her age surpassing that of my grandmother, yet exuding an aura of elegant maturity. She regarded me with her olive green eyes and inclined her head, adorned with a wide-brimmed, dark green wizard hat. I noticed she held a wand, akin to those depicted in illustrated spell books, which she lightly tapped in her palm. She disregarded my evident surprise and awkwardness, instead nodding slightly and assertively stating, "Please forgive me for only finding you at this time. This year has been exceedingly hectic. You must be Carlos Nimtara from the list. On behalf of Hogwarts, I welcome you." She paused momentarily, seemingly gauging my reaction. Upon realizing I did not exhibit any extreme responses, she continued with a weighty tone, "Given that you reside in the Muggle world, I am here to assist you in avoiding any difficulties with your enrollment. Mr. Nimtara, would you be willing to accept assistance from Hogwarts in your admission process?" Her words filled me with immense joy, for it was precisely the help I needed. I could hardly fathom the outcome had I endured until September without this support, and I had no doubt she was indeed a messenger from Hogwarts. Thus, I promptly nodded in eager agreement to her offer of assistance. Clearly, my straightforward demeanor and the admiration reflected in my gaze delighted her, as I noticed her breathe in deeply, her eyebrows animatedly shifting. The tone of her voice softened as she continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Minerva McGonagall. I will be your headmistress at Hogwarts and your transfiguration instructor." A headmistress and transfiguration teacher, surely, she must be an exceptionally powerful witch. After hearing Professor McGonagall's introduction, I felt a surge of emotion. I was grateful to have such an esteemed figure aiding my enrollment preparations, yet a wave of concern soon followed. I lowered my head and remarked, however, You must be very busy. I hope assisting someone like me from the non-magical world does not trouble you, headmistress. Trouble? Not at all. Ensuring every deserving witch or wizard has a positive enrollment experience is my educational philosophy. I believe no one wishes to be stranded in this place. Professor McGonagall quickly clarified upon noticing my slight despondency. She placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, encouragingly adding, moreover, not all Hogwarts students hail from the wizarding world. Many, like you, born in the Muggle realm, can indeed thrive in the magical world. Really? Upon hearing her encouragement, I lifted my head, feeling a rekindled sense of hope within. Of course, I once encountered a student named Hermione Granger, who, like you, also came from the Muggle world. She was exceptionally bright and diligent, eventually becoming a remarkable witch and later a distinguished minister of magic through her hard work. Professor McGonagall took my hand, guiding me down the street while speaking kindly, reminiscent of a gentle grandmother telling stories to a child on the way home from school. After sharing this, she glanced down at me. Seeing my lingering confusion, she added, "Oh, we typically use the term Muggle to refer to individuals without magical abilities or knowledge. The Muggle world is where they reside, and indeed, it is the world you currently inhabit." However, her explanation ignited another wave of confusion within me regarding the magical world. Thus, I continued to inquire, "Then, where do you typically reside? I have never seen a wizard on the streets or anywhere else." The moment the words escaped my lips, I regretted them. As many adults I had encountered often grew impatient with my multitude of questions, typically limiting their responses to one or two inquiries from a child. Yet, Professor McGonagall did not seem perturbed. She maintained her grip on my hand and smiled at me, saying, "Well, the next place I will take you, Mr. Nimtara, is where the magical world hides from Muggle sight. Despite my life being intimately connected with the magical realm, I still find it wondrous, and I sincerely hope you will come to love it." I must admit, Professor McGonagall's words resonated deeply within me, igniting a burgeoning anticipation and yearning for the magical world. Prior to this, I had felt somewhat detached from the notion of becoming a wizard and entering a world filled with magic, as I had primarily focused on leaving the Sam family and my current city. The specifics of where I was going hardly crossed my mind, and I had not even envisioned what Hogwarts might look like. However, the mere presence of Professor McGonagall instilled in me a genuine eagerness for a world brimming with enchantment. She continued to lead me onward, and I sensed the surroundings growing increasingly dim, as though we were stepping into a shadow devoid of light, where nothing was visible, and even sound seemed swallowed whole. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, a bronze key with wings flitted about, and Professor McGonagall explained, to prevent detection by Muggles. I crafted the door key to move on its own and cast a silencing charm around it. "You simply need to touch it, and it will guide you to our destination." Her words calmed my initially anxious heart, and I nodded, reaching out to touch the key. Its metallic body was cool, indistinguishable from an ordinary metal key. Yet, before long, a powerful pull emanated from it, drawing me in as if I were a speck of dust caught in a vacuum. A wave of dizziness and weightlessness enveloped me, akin to sliding down a high-speed slide within a pitch-dark tunnel. This peculiar sensation lasted only a few seconds before I landed heavily in someone's embrace. The sweet scent of syrup mixed with the aroma of explosives enveloped me, and suddenly the surroundings erupted into a cacophony of voices. The sounds of vendors calling out and boots tapping against stone floors filled the air. It felt as though I had stepped into a bustling street, accompanied by an array of indistinct sounds reminiscent of rustling or swishing, akin to the sound produced when Professor McGonagall waved her wand. The person who caught me steadied me, allowing me to find my footing on the uneven ground. I heard a boy's voice, clear and friendly, say, "Welcome to Diagon Alley, young wizard." The one who had received me was a red-haired man with a neat crew cut, dressed in a light brown suit and a peacock green tie. He appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, belonging to that age category where I could not discern his exact age, yet he exuded a warm familiarity. What struck me most was that he had only one ear. A prominent scar replaced his left ear. It seemed he had endured some harrowing experiences, yet he appeared unfazed, even chuckling and scratching his head when I stared at the scar, saying, "Just a little memento from the past." His words made me realize my behavior was rather impolite, prompting me to swiftly avert my gaze and apologize. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to stare." "Not at all." Many newcomers expressed curiosity about the scar. "It's natural for children to be inquisitive." The red-haired man waved his hand dismissively, smiling at me. He did not dwell on the matter of the scar, but instead shifted the conversation, asking, "So, you must be Carlos Nimtara, as mentioned in Professor McGonagall's list?" "Indeed, sir." I responded, his amiable and casual demeanor leaving a remarkable impression on me, which emboldened my spirit. As I observed him, I suddenly noticed that his eyes were a gentle shade of brown, exuding a soft warmth. Professor McGonagall had brought me here with the key, and I inquired, "Are you a friend of Professor McGonagall?" "Friend?" My words seemed to provoke a significant reaction from the red-haired gentleman, who exaggeratedly bent backward as if he were a comedic actor on television, emitting a hasty chuckle that resembled a duck's quack due to its abruptness and volume. He then burst into laughter, bending at the waist. At that moment, Professor McGonagall unexpectedly emerged from the shadows and playfully tapped his head with her hand. "As a temporary staff member at Hogwarts this year, please maintain some decorum in front of the new students, Mr. Weasley." With a flick of her wand, she pointed it at Mr. Weasley from a distance of about 20 centimeters, her tone lighthearted. "You wouldn't want to transform into a goblet with a mouse tail, would you?" "Certainly not, Professor McGonagall. It is an immense honor to be a friend of my former teacher." The red-haired gentleman, addressed as Mr. Weasley, bowed in a manner reminiscent of a figure from an oil painting, playfully winking at her. "And if I were to become a goblet, who would guide our dear Mr. Nimtara through Diagon Alley to procure his school supplies? I hope you will fulfill your duties well. He is the last student today, and if we delay until tomorrow, we might run out of time. Today has indeed been fraught with unexpected events, and with nightfall upon us, it may be too late to return you home, Mr. Nimtara, which would be quite exhausting." Professor McGonagall's initial sternness softened quickly, revealing a hint of apology in her expression. She turned to me, her tone gentle. "If we cannot return in time, I fear we may have to ask you to stay overnight in Diagon Alley. Mr. Weasley will take care of you." I realized that her words hinted at the possibility of my not returning home tonight. Immediately, the image of Uncle Sam's furious red face and Aunt Sam's pointed nails, raised in anger, flashed through my mind. It was clear that if I stayed out overnight, I would likely provoke their ire, leading to dire consequences. However, considering my family, I found myself in a dilemma. My palms began to sweat, and I unconsciously fidgeted with the button on the corner of my sleeve. Although I was genuinely curious about the experience of spending the night in the magical realm, the harshness of reality compelled me to express a different sentiment. If I were to stay out, they would be quite upset. So I believed it would be best for me to return home. My response elicited a simultaneous exhalation of astonishment from the two individuals beside me. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, Mr. Weasley let out a chuckle, gesturing playfully at my head with a finger. He then addressed me with a warm smile, saying, "No worries. I shall provide you with 2 forgetting firecrackers, specifically designed for those who struggle with the forgetfulness charm. The moment you return home and they open the door, you can set off the firecrackers in their direction, and they shall promptly forget about your late return. In fact, with that, you could enjoy a little more time in Diagon Alley. So, fret not, my friend. I know you are brimming with curiosity about Diagon Alley. Every newcomer feels this way. After the term begins at Hogwarts, opportunities to explore Diagon Alley leisurely may become scarce, as you will have specific purposes for each visit, such as purchasing stationery or replacing a broken cauldron, cough cough. In any case, do not worry, my child." As Mr. Weasley spoke, he seemed to drift into the memories of his student days, becoming even more animated than before, until Professor McGonagall gently tapped his back, bringing him back to the present. He cleared his throat, tapped my nose with his fingertip, and awaited my response. His words indeed stirred something within me. To be honest, since my arrival, I had been filled with curiosity about this alley, from the large-mouthed moving plant in the corner to the tiny fairies flitting by with transparent wings and the array of peculiar individuals strolling past. Just as Mr. Weasley had articulated, it would be a profound regret to rush through such a magical alley solely for the sake of purchasing stationery. Thus, I ultimately nodded, choosing to trust my instincts as well as the judgment of Professor McGonagall and Mr. Weasley. Evidently, my acquiescence brought them a sense of relief. Professor McGonagall favored me with another smile, proceeding to impart words of advice, such as adhering closely to Mr. Weasley's guidance, entrusting myself to his arrangements, and assuring me of Mr. Weasley's trustworthiness. Soon thereafter, Professor McGonagall took her leave. Contrary to my expectations of a sudden departure akin to her arrival, she did not grasp any object for transportation. Instead, as if employing a translocation ability from a digital game, her form contorted momentarily before vanishing from sight. A considerably swifter departure than that afforded by a portkey apparition, Mr. Weasley elucidated, observing my astonishment at Professor McGonagall's abrupt disappearance, a high-level enchantment capable of instantaneous translocation. However, its mastery is reserved for those who have attained their 17th year. He then pivoted the conversation, adding, "Therefore, I suggest you prioritize your preparations for, young wizard. Should you falter in your initial academic pursuits, the opportunity to learn apparition will remain elusive." I nodded in agreement with Mr. Weasley, raised my gaze to him, and signaled with my eyes that we could commence. He smiled at me, and then we departed from the quaint little cottage where the key to Diagon Alley had been kept. Upon stepping outside the ancient courtyard, encircled by walls of gray stone, I became acutely aware that the lively sounds I had heard within were merely the tip of the iceberg of Diagon Alley's vibrant atmosphere. As I traversed the cobblestone path of Diagon Alley, an overwhelming sensation of truly walking in a genuine, magical world surged through my mind, transporting me to another realm in every conceivable sense. Although my arrival in Diagon Alley occurred after nightfall, the rows of oil lamps lining the streets and the soft amber glow emanating from the shops struck a perfect balance, neither blinding like the glaring lights of a Muggle marketplace nor so dim as to obscure the path ahead. Strolling through Diagon Alley was an exceptionally pleasant experience. The ambience felt just right. The shop signs along the way were evidently handcrafted by the proprietors themselves, infused with the mingling aromas of paint, wood, and dust, each accompanied by the distinctive scent of their respective establishments. The ice cream shop exuded a delightful aroma of vanilla cream, while the entrance to the owl shop perpetually bore the unique scent of avian feathers mixed with dust. Beyond the enchanting scenery, what captivated me most were the pedestrians of this alley. Each one donned antiquated garments that had long since fallen out of fashion in the Muggle realm. Their appearances were as peculiar as those described in ancient tales, towering giants, nearly half a head taller than Mr. Weasley, dwarfs whose height barely reached my waist, witches with sharp, black talons, wizards with elongated noses, and burly men with bushy beards indulging in hearty feasts at the tavern. Mr. Weasley guided me forward, and we wove our way through the currents of magic. As we traversed the cobblestone path through the bustling crowd and the magical lights floating in the air, I beheld a uniquely styled white edifice standing prominently at the center. Constructed of pristine white marble, it starkly contrasted with the predominantly wooden structures surrounding it. At first glance, I noticed its alabaster columns and the gleaming bronze doors. Beside the entrance stood a diminutive figure clad in a scarlet uniform adorned with golden trim, a gnome unlike any I had encountered before. He possessed a pointed nose and ears, sparse hair, and an abundance of wrinkles that rendered his expression serious. His physique resembled that of a spherical creature with limbs and a head, rather than that of a shorter human. As I pondered the peculiar being, Mr. Weasley gently tapped my shoulder and explained, "That is a goblin, a remarkably astute and proud creature adept in ancient techniques. Do not underestimate them based on their appearance. This Gringotts Bank is operated by them. You must exchange your Muggle currency for wizarding currency to make purchases in Diagon Alley. However, exercise caution in your dealings, for while they are clever, they are not particularly amiable." With that, Mr. Weasley amiably guided me towards the resplendent bronze doors of Gringotts. The gnome in the crimson uniform offered a respectful nod as we passed, to which I reciprocated, catching a whiff of the strong scent of gin emanating from him. Mr. Weasley winked at me, remarking, "Most goblins have a penchant for drink." My gaze then fell upon the metallic badge on his uniform, which displayed his name and title, Griphook, Gringotts Gatekeeper. With a sense of caution upon entering this new world, I silently committed this information to memory before following Mr. Weasley into Gringotts. After traversing an inner hall and passing through a silver door, we finally arrived in the grand hall of Gringotts. The expanse of the hall was immense, with ample space, its floor adorned with intricately patterned marble tiles. The alabaster columns featured exquisite carvings, and the chandelier overhead sparkled with radiant crystals, exuding an opulent atmosphere far surpassing that of many Muggle banks. A sweet aroma reminiscent of cranberry cleaner wafted through the air, uplifting the spirit. Numerous doors, each embellished with intricate designs, lined the hall's four walls, though they all remained firmly closed, devoid of any markings to indicate their destinations. Adjacent to the doors lay a pile of items I initially presumed to be mere documents. Upon closer inspection, I discovered they were indeed gold coins and gemstones. Given the nature of the establishment, I had every reason to believe these treasures were genuine. Upon entering, I observed several goblins busily attending to high counters on either side of the hall, either counting coins or inspecting gems. They paid no heed to me or Mr. Weasley, who seemed accustomed to such scenes. He led me directly to a central counter where a goblin, exuding managerial authority, was engrossed in a thick ledger. Mr. Weasley addressed the goblin, stating, "This is young Carlos Nimtara, who wishes to open an account at Gringotts and exchange his Muggle currency for, you know, Our currency. Carlos Nimtara? The goblin set down his magnifying glass and scrutinized me, his brow deeply furrowed and his visage appearing exceedingly aged. Upon raising his gaze, I noticed his eyes were almost devoid of pupils, appearing as two pale orbs, an unsettling sight at first glance. However, what was perhaps more disconcerting than his appearance was his stern demeanor and somewhat aggressive presence. He leaned closer, his sharp, bumpy nose nearly touching my forehead. You are Carlos Nimtara? Yes, that's me. I am about to attend Hogwarts, so I need to open a bank account here. Having never conversed with a goblin before, I found his unwelcoming attitude unsettling. I could feel the warmth of his breath upon my face, prompting me to feign indifference. Turning my gaze away and clasping my hands behind my back as I mustered the courage to respond. I am certainly aware of what a bank account is. My words seemed to provoke the goblin manager, who abruptly set down his quill with a sharp snap. I sensed his frown deepen, though he quickly regained his composure and began flipping through the thick ledger, his slender fingers tracing line after line of entries. The duration of his reading felt extensive, even causing Mr. Weasley to exhibit a hint of curiosity. Fearful that we had encountered an obstacle, I worried he might request identification, which I could not provide, as all my identification was secured at the Dursleys' residence, and I had not brought any on this trip to Diagon Alley. To clarify the situation, I stepped forward and inquired, "Is there a problem?" Intriguing. The goblin manager let out a disdainful snort, finally lifting his gaze from the ledger. He removed his monocle to regard me, stating, "Gringotts already possesses an account under the name Carlos Nimtara. That surname is quite unique. I would not be mistaken." My heart raced at his pronouncement, an instinctive reaction sending shivers down my spine. I had searched in the Muggle world for someone sharing my surname, yet found none. Could this signify that I might locate my family in the wizarding realm? This thought illuminated my understanding if my kin resided in the wizarding world. It would indeed explain why I could not find them among Muggles. Just as I prepared to inquire further, Mr. Weasley placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder and posed a question to the goblin manager. Was this account created for him by Hogwarts? Certainly not. The goblin manager scoffed at Mr. Weasley's inquiry, glancing between me and Mr. Weasley, who now bore a furrowed brow and a more serious expression. The goblin continued in a leisurely manner. This account was established over 300 years ago. So, are you this Carlos Nimtara? Impossible. I am merely 11 years old. If this account dates back over 3 centuries, I would undoubtedly be deceased. As I responded, my hands trembled slightly, my voice rising in pitch. I felt deeply offended. Merely for mentioning a bank account, the goblin manager seemed intent on disparaging me with the account of a deceased individual. It was no wonder Mr. Weasley had cautioned me that goblins were not particularly friendly. The goblin manager stared at me with his pupil-less eyes, his tone shifting from leisurely to confrontational. Gringotts conducts annual reviews of every account. We do not allow an account from over 3 centuries ago to exist without reason. Perhaps you should apologize to this Mr. Nimtara, for he is still alive, and his name remains in gold. I shall ask you once more, young sir. Are you this Carlos Nimtara? I felt a surge of trepidation, and thus I lowered my gaze and said, "No, it is not so." "Very well. I shall create a new account for you, Mr. Carlos Nimtara of the 21st century. Please affix your signature to this document." I received the document, adorned with elegant calligraphy, and at the bottom was a line written in golden letters. "If you agree to the terms of Gringotts, please sign here. Gringotts promises to protect all rights pertaining to your name." This statement filled me with uncertainty. As I lifted my gaze to inquire, the manager, a sprightly goblin, began to elucidate. "A name inscribed with Gringotts golden ink possesses a unique magical quality. It will neither fade nor be erased. With this golden ink, one cannot write falsehoods. Upon the writer's demise, it will turn black, allowing us to ascertain the status of our account holders. Wizards can be quite peculiar, and we must employ certain methods to facilitate our work." As he spoke, he handed me a quill. I nodded in compliance, listening intently to his explanation, and dutifully inscribed my name at the designated spot on the document, contemplating whether to inquire about another Carlos Nimtara at an opportune moment. Upon handing the signed document back to the goblin manager, he offered me a fleeting smile, which quickly vanished, replaced by his previous serious and stern demeanor. Moreover, he did not afford me the opportunity to question him further. "Gold, silver, or bronze, which color do you prefer?" "Silver," I replied, observing him rummage through a nearby drawer, the metallic clinks resonating from within, reminiscent of a curious sonata. Soon, he produced a silver key and swiftly remarked, "Vault 624. You wish to exchange currency, correct?" "Indeed." I answered, carefully placing the silver key into my pocket. I then retrieved all the Muggle currency I possessed, reserving a small portion for my summer expenses and relinquishing the rest to the goblin manager. In truth, the sum I handed him amounted to a mere 800 pounds, nearly all of my funds, which covered my tuition and allowance for the academic year, including the cost of my school uniform. As he accepted the money, I ventured, "May I ask you some questions?" "Pertaining to another Mr. Nimtara." He replied, without lifting his gaze, as he began to count a tray overflowing with gleaming coins. "Is he possibly a relative of yours?" I inquired. "I am not at liberty to disclose client information, Mr. Nimtara, unless you can prove your connection. But you mentioned that this surname is quite unique." "I am an orphan seeking my family," I interjected, my face betraying my urgency, hoping to soften his demeanor just enough to reveal the contact information of the 300-year-old Mr. Nimtara. However, my eagerness evidently backfired. The stern goblin manager soon completed his counting. Looking up at me, "I sympathize with your plight, Mr. Nimtara, but rules are rules, and he has not graced Gringotts in at least 2 centuries. Would you like to take your 162 galleons, 7 sickles, and 15 nuts, exchanged for your 800 pounds, or shall I deposit them in the vault?" I felt a pang of discouragement, and my head drooped involuntarily. It was then that I noticed my palms were slick with perspiration, and a chilling sensation had taken hold of my extremities. A sensation akin to blood rushing in reverse coursed through my entire being, accompanied by a tingling numbness that enveloped my face like a veil, causing my head to spin and rendering me breathless. Perceiving my distress, Mr. Weasley tactfully intervened, relieving me from the manager goblin's impending prodding. He seized the money pouch and guided me out of Gringotts, back into the bustling thoroughfare of Diagon Alley. In stark contrast to the oppressive silence of Gringotts, the vibrant cacophony of Diagon Alley enveloped my senses, and even the air seemed to possess a newfound warmth. Standing amidst the throng of people, the numbing, frigid sensation began to dissipate, and I regained my composure. I lifted my gaze to meet Mr. Weasley's concerned expression, and a sudden realization of my earlier display washed over me. "I apologize, Mr. Weasley," I stammered. I just... "Nonsense, child. There's no need for explanations," Mr. Weasley interjected, gently patting my back with a tenderness reminiscent of a parent comforting their child in a play. An inexplicable wave of emotion washed over me, and I felt a lump forming in my throat. Recognizing the onset of tears, I desperately attempted to conjure joyful memories to suppress them. However, each recollection seemed to amplify the sorrow, transforming it into a blade that pierced my heart, intensifying my desire to weep. Evidently alarmed by my demeanor, Mr. Weasley offered soothing words while leading me into a cozy tavern. Before crossing the threshold, I noticed the ornate lettering on the wooden sign above the door, "The Leaky Cauldron." Upon entering the tavern, Mr. Weasley seated me beside a crackling fireplace and engaged in conversation with the landlady. The tavern's boisterous atmosphere made it difficult to discern the specifics of their exchange, though I caught snippets such as butter and salad pie. Soon, Mr. Weasley returned and took his seat across from me, placing a money pouch bearing the Gringotts insignia on the table. To conceal my tear-stained eyes, I kept my gaze fixed on the tabletop, but I could hear Mr. Weasley's reassuring words. "Rest assured, this meal is on me. I haven't touched your money. It's best you keep it safe, though the pouch itself is enchanted with anti-theft charms." "No, I've already imposed upon you enough, Mr. Weasley. Moreover, I'm relying on your hospitality for tonight, so I insist on covering the cost of the meal," I countered, shaking my head and reaching for the pouch to count out the appropriate sum. Mr. Weasley demurred, and we engaged in a brief but earnest exchange. Ultimately, my steadfast insistence prevailed, and Mr. Weasley acquiesced to a compromise. I would pay for half of the meal. With a resigned smile, he steadied himself against the table and declared, "You're as stubborn as a rhinoceros, child. Be careful, or you'll find yourself unable to get back up should you run into a tree." I shall endeavor to avoid such a predicament. The amicable dispute had significantly improved my spirits. I had never before engaged in such a light-hearted argument, and the unfamiliar sense of camaraderie filled me with a sense of giddiness. The tavern's lively ambience further emboldened me. I began to survey the wizarding establishment, and amidst the animated portraits adorning the stone walls and the animated conversations of the patrons, my attention was drawn to the magically summoned food that graced the tables. Aromatic, golden liquid, still effervescent, was poured into enormous vessels that floated effortlessly to their destinations, where patrons indulged with unreserved gusto. Roast suckling pigs, sandwiches, and honey puddings appeared to materialize endlessly, and the tantalizing aroma of the food stirred a sense of restlessness within me as I realized the extent of my hunger. At that moment, a figure in the corner captured my attention. He sat ensconced in a nook near the window, a young man in his late 20s with short, flaxen hair and gray-blue eyes, possessing a countenance that could only be described as princely. However, in stark contrast to his classical, handsome features, his attire, and indeed everything in his immediate vicinity, was strikingly unconventional. I believe, if I am not mistaken, that the object he was holding in his hand was a mobile phone, which is exceedingly common in the Muggle world, and it appeared to be of a rather contemporary design. My brother Henry often brings back posters and records of rock bands, so I recognized the red logo of an English rock band printed on the case of that individual S-phone, accompanied by a phrase in sharp, artistic red lettering. Though the distance made it impossible for me to discern the exact wording. Mirroring the style of his phone case, the young man's attire was equally fashionable and rock-inspired. He wore light blue distressed jeans and black Dr. Martens boots adorned with shiny studs. His upper body was clad in a short jacket of utilitarian design, replete with numerous pockets, and embellished with several conspicuous metallic badges. The jacket hung casually on him, reminiscent of a model in a magazine, revealing a shoulder and allowing a glimpse of a red t-shirt featuring trendy prints and patchwork cuts. To be frank, such a stylish youth seemed more suited to a modern city CAF or bar rather than a dilapidated tavern in Diagon Alley, still bearing medieval bearhead decorations. Had it not been for the tavern's landlady personally serving him a mug of butterbeer, I might have thought him a mere figment of my imagination. He sat in a corner of the tavern, engrossed in his phone, chewing on pink bubblegum without casting a glance at the other wizards around him. At that moment, our meal arrived at our table, consisting of roasted steak, fruit pudding, a small salad, and a large mug of butterbeer. Could wizards also utilize mobile phones? I inquired of Mr. Weasley while slicing my steak, my curiosity piqued. Mr. Weasley, who had been attempting to levitate pepper from a bottle to sprinkle it on his steak, looked up at my question, though he did not seem particularly surprised. Ever since Hermione became the Minister of Magic, she believed that the wizarding world should appropriately familiarize itself with certain aspects of Muggle civilization rather than remain insular. In response to the demands of the new generation, Muggle products that had been registered with the Ministry of Magic could now be utilized in the wizarding world. Mr. Weasley shrugged, placing a piece of steak, overly seasoned with pepper, into his mouth. Chewing, he remarked, "My father was absolutely thrilled to hear the news. He even applied for a license for our car from the ministry. However, most wizards expressed little opinion on this policy, as many preferred their own way of life. And a significant portion of traditionalists believed this policy would tarnish the purity of the wizarding world." As Mr. Weasley continued speaking, he choked on the pepper in his throat, hastily gulping down a generous swig of butterbeer before wiping his mouth and resuming. "In my view, Hermione is the best minister of magic I have ever seen. And her policy now allows wizarding children to explore something beyond spells, potions, herbology, Quidditch, and magical pranks. Children need novelty in their lives, do they not? An unwavering pursuit of so-called wizarding purity bears no distinction from the Dark Lord's ideology. Thus, it is likely that the individual was using a phone approved by the ministry. I have heard that the approval of electronic products is quite challenging, yet evidently not impossible. Moreover, his Muggle attire was rather stylish. I wished I could have acquired a piece like that during my school years, though I suspected my mother would have been horrified at the sight of us in such clothing." It was evident that Mr. Weasley had noticed my keen gaze fixed upon the young man in the corner, and he seamlessly appended a remedy for my unvoiced curiosity at the end of his statement. With my question resolved, I felt considerably lighter, and the remainder of dinner was thoroughly enjoyable for both Mr. Weasley and me. The stylish young man must have departed the leaky cauldron while I was distracted, for when Mr. Weasley led me out, I turned to glance at the corner, only to find it vacant. After leaving the leaky cauldron, Mr. Weasley escorted me to his Weasley-esque Wizard Wheezes. By this time, it was quite late, and as I stepped into the warmly lit shop infused with the sweet scent of candy, the foot traffic on Diagon Alley had diminished significantly, with only a few individuals in black robes hurrying along, and several shops I had seen earlier in the day had already closed their doors. Mr. Weasley explained that he had initially intended to show me around the shop, but given the circumstances, it would be best for me to rest promptly. He prepared a small room for me on the second floor, explaining that it had originally been a storage area, which he transformed into a laboratory for developing new products and a temporary resting place. Sometimes he would take a nap or spend the night there to enjoy some personal time, and now he generously offered the room to me. "To prevent you from going hungry tonight, feel free to indulge in the candies within this box. However, I do not recommend overindulging before bed, during sleep, or after sleeping, as it could affect your health and the quality of your slumber. But a little indulgence is hardly a grievous fault, is it? Mr. Weasley opened the door to the second-floor lounge, holding a box of sweets. I had expected the interior to resemble the fantastical space described in Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Yet it felt far more ordinary and cozy. In the corner lay a colorful array of miscellaneous items fitting the shop's whimsical style, along with a workbench piled high with various objects and tools against another wall, and a framed bed adorned with simple bedding. A deep green blanket nearly slipping to the floor due to its haphazard arrangement. In front of the bed stood a small wooden tea table, serving as a bedside cabinet. I noticed that one leg of the small coffee table had broken, and in its stead was a whimsically patterned syrup jar. At the center of the outward-facing wall of the room stood a window of modest dimensions, through which the moonlight gracefully streamed into the space. The ambience of this room evoked memories of a corner room on the second floor of Uncle Sam's house. The familiar surroundings lulled me into a sense of relaxation, while a sudden wave of drowsiness washed over me. Before I could fully comprehend it, my body involuntarily opened its mouth and yawned. Ha ha ha. It seems you are indeed tired. I need not worry about cavities tonight. You can save those sweets for tomorrow morning. I shall arrive here by 7 o'clock. If all goes well, Mr. Weasley remarked with a smile. He then kindly indicated the location of the restroom before bidding me farewell, insisting on seeing him off. I accompanied him to the shop's entrance. Just as Mr. Weasley's hand touched the doorknob of the establishment, he suddenly turned back, his expression shifting from joviality to something more somber and serious. His furrowed brow and slightly evasive gaze suggested uncertainty about whether he should share certain words with me. Regarding your family, the individual from Gringotts who shares your surname, Mr. Weasley said, scratching his neck. I will do my utmost to assist you in your search, after all. Family holds great significance in one's life. A peculiar ache stirred within my heart as his words lingered in the air, prompting me to bow respectfully to Mr. Weasley. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude, but I truly appreciate your willingness to help me find my family, I stammered, acutely aware of the importance of Mr. Weasley's assistance to me. Do not mention it. My mother taught me that the first principle is to cherish one's family. So, good night, child, Mr. Weasley replied, flashing me another smile before elegantly gesturing with his hand and departing through the shop door. After bidding farewell to Mr. Weasley through the glass window of the magic trick shop, as his figure gradually vanished into the profound darkness of the night, I turned and ascended to the second floor. After a brief wash in the bathroom, I climbed into bed. Though the bed was modest in size, it enveloped me in a remarkable comfort. It was perhaps the most restful slumber I had ever experienced. In my dreams, I successfully arrived at Hogwarts, where I diligently pursued my studies and formed numerous friendships. I forged bonds akin to brotherhood with several classmates, became good friends with Professor McGonagall and Mr. Weasley, and even encountered the charming rock star I had seen at the Leaky Cauldron. Ultimately, I transformed into a great wizard of whom I could be proud, reuniting with my family and living a fulfilling life. As promised, Mr. Weasley opened the doors of the magic tricks shop promptly at 7 o'clock the following morning. When he pushed the door open, he appeared somewhat drowsy, his tousled red hair a testament to his hurried arrival. Worse still, his tie was askew, and one of the buttons on his jacket sleeve was mismatched. Clearly, he had rushed over in a flurry. Upon entering, he let out a tremendous yawn and called up to me, who was tidying up on the second floor. Hey, kid, good morning, are you awake? I'm folding the blankets. I replied promptly, attempting to arrange the green blanket into neat squares, but its softness rendered my efforts futile. In the end, it was merely tidy rather than perfectly square. Feeling disheartened, I abandoned my aspirations of achieving a tofu-like fold and turned to descend the stairs instead. I'm coming down now, I shouted from the top of the staircase, peering down to see Mr. Weasley seated at a dining table, which appeared to have been relocated from somewhere unknown, voraciously chewing on a seemingly delectable sandwich. As he heard my descent, he turned to me, raising the sandwich in his right hand while gesturing to the empty chair opposite him with his left. Oh, no need to rush. We still have breakfast to enjoy. Sit down. Don't be shy. My mother made plenty. I even think we can skip lunch after this, Mr. Weasley said, shoving the last morsel of his sandwich into his mouth. He then picked up a comically large thermos adorned with a palm-sized red cloth bag, opened it, and retrieved 2 tiny teacups, no larger than a thumb. With a flourish, he produced his wand, pointing it at the diminutive cups, in large. As the incantation left his lips, the teacups swiftly expanded to a standard size. Mr. Weasley marveled at them, then poured steaming red tea from the thermos into each cup, sliding one toward me while keeping the other for himself. He took a generous sip and, as if confiding in a friend, began, "You know, my mother woke me up early this morning. You wouldn't believe her demeanor. She was wielding a feather duster and scolding me, saying, 'How can you let a child go hungry in your shop, you lazybones? How dare you leave an 11-year-old to fend for themselves?' Her strength made me feel as though I were back in childhood, when she would drag Fred and me out of bed every morning. She cared more about whether you had breakfast than I did. If I hadn't protested that I couldn't eat so much in the morning, I think she would have roasted a whole cow for me to bring along. But I suppose she was just excited. Ever since I married Angelina, I've rarely stayed home." Mr. Weasley exaggeratedly mimicked his mother's tone, and his antics were so amusing that I couldn't help but laugh. "A whole cow? Now that's an exaggeration," I chuckled, taking a seat in the chair opposite Mr. Weasley. I retrieved a sandwich from the wicker basket lined with red and white checkered napkins and took a delicate bite. The softness of the bread combined harmoniously with the savory flavors of the fried egg and bacon. Even the crusts were delightful. I had never been one to indulge in breakfast, but the exquisite taste and care evident in the sandwich quickly won me over, prompting me to take another hearty bite. Observing my sudden enthusiasm for the meal, Mr. Weasley inquired with a grin, "How is it?" "My mother's cooking is quite splendid. Isn't it? Delicious. This must be the best sandwich I've ever had," I replied, my words slightly muffled by the sandwich still in my mouth, yet my praise was sincere. "Then do have more. There are 4 in total, 2 for each of us." "I've already had 2, so finish the last one," he urged, nudging the basket in my direction. He then leaned forward on the table, beginning to outline our itinerary for the day. "This morning, we'll commence your shopping adventure. First, we'll visit Ollivanders to find your wand, or rather, let the wand choose you. A wizard cannot be without a wand, right? I suggest we buy a cauldron first. Then some books. That way, you can carry your books in the cauldron," Mr. Weasley proposed, his expression one of thoughtful recollection as he mentally mapped out our route. However, at that moment, I felt my cheeks flush and my pace of eating slowed. With a hesitant voice, I murmured, "I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley. What's the matter? I fear I cannot afford the entire set of brand new school supplies. Could you possibly recommend some places, perhaps a thrift shop?" My voice dwindled to a whisper, and I lowered my gaze, resting my hands on my knees. Before me on the table sat the cup of red tea Mr. Weasley had poured, reflecting my face, which seemed devoid of expression. I harbor some concerns that Mr. Weasley might alter his perception of me due to this. Yet in the end, he graciously embraced me with his warmth. Upon hearing my somewhat timid inquiry, Mr. Weasley emitted a gentle chuckle, devoid of sharpness, and then placed his hand upon my shoulder. "Of course, it's perfectly fine. I am quite familiar with this." Raising my gaze, I instinctively scrutinized Mr. Weasley's face, observing the gentle expression in his eyes, which clearly indicated he had no intention of mocking me. Our family was once quite impoverished as well. Acquiring second-hand books and robes was quite commonplace for us. My mother even took us all over Diagon Alley, scouring for the best deals on used goods. Therefore, fret not, my dear child. I shall direct you to the finest establishment, ensuring that even the second-hand items are nearly as good as new." Mr. Weasley seemed a tad bashful under my scrutiny, averting his gaze, scratching his head, and then added, "However, you must never purchase a second-hand wand. You understand? After all, it is a unique possession that belongs solely to you, and your wand will accompany you for a long time." "I understand, Mr. Weasley, and I am truly grateful for your assistance." I nodded to indicate my comprehension. "Good child." Mr. Weasley affectionately patted my shoulder, then glanced at the clock painted in a soft pink hue within the shop. He placed the last sandwich from the picnic basket into my hand. "Well then, we should be on our way. First, let us visit Ollivander's wand shop, and afterward, we shall head to the second-hand store." "All right." We both rose from the dining table as Mr. Weasley cast a spell, reducing the table and chairs to the size of a thumb and placing them into a cloth bag attached to the thermos. After tidying up, he stowed the items in the cupboard beside the cashier and led me out of the shop. The weather today was splendid. The rain from the previous night left the ground and air slightly damp, yet overall, it felt refreshingly invigorating, given that it was morning. The foot traffic in Diagon Alley was still sparse, though a few early risers could be seen strolling along the street. As I chewed on my sandwich, I followed Mr. Weasley, observing the passers-by. A few children around my age were entering and exiting a shop named Leaky Cauldron. One of them was clamoring for a new owl, while another child, clad in an obviously expensive long coat, expressionlessly placed a newly purchased book into his small cart. As a plump shopkeeper attempted to sell him a book titled Born Noble, The Wizarding Family Tree. Clearly, these children were also new students at Hogwarts. As I walked past, a freckled boy with orange hair whispered to a chubby girl beside him, "Gray hair, how peculiar." To which the girl promptly replied, "There are bubblegum pink hairs in this world too. What's so strange?" Just earlier, we saw someone with completely white hair. The Ollivander's wand shop was not far from the leaky cauldron we had just passed. After walking past Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and the Quidditch shop, we crossed over the stationery store to find our destination. Ollivander's appeared to be the most antiquated establishment in Diagon Alley, situated perilously close to Gringotts, which was constructed entirely of white marble. In fact, when I exited Gringotts yesterday, I hardly noticed the existence of this wand shop nearby. The store featured a wooden, dust-covered, semicircular window and walls constructed from gray rubble, which appeared somewhat mottled under the sunlight. Above the narrow wooden door, wedged between two semicircular windows, hung a brass wand insignia. Its once vibrant gold, now almost entirely obscured, transformed into a tarnished bronze laced with black impurities. As I pushed open the door to Ollivander's, a musty aroma of dust mingled with sawdust greeted me. In stark contrast to the bustling Diagon Alley, the interior of Ollivander's could almost be described as serene. Apart from the occasional creaks of aging architecture and furniture, even the sound of one's breath seemed amplified within these walls. The walls were predominantly composed of doorless cabinets filled with long boxes, making it nearly impossible to see the ceiling, which was obscured by an overwhelming array of packed cabinets. "How may I assist you?" An aged voice emerged from a room behind the counter, which was similarly cluttered, leaving only a narrow passage. Accompanied by a slow shuffle of footsteps, an elderly man with a balding head, graying hair, a serious demeanor, and piercing eyes appeared before us. I surmised this was the famed Mr. Ollivander. Despite his advanced age and somewhat sluggish movements, Mr. Ollivander exuded an aura of unwavering authority and solemnity, compelling one to carefully consider their words in his presence to avoid uttering anything inappropriate. I felt somewhat unnerved under his piercing gaze. I had never encountered an elderly man with such a sharp look. Thus, I had to muster my courage to engage him in conversation. "Sir, I wish to purchase a wand." I spoke as clearly as possible, enunciating each word, and offered a slight bow to Mr. Ollivander. "A new student at Hogwarts, I presume?" Mr. Ollivander squinted as he scrutinized me, his gaze traveling from the unruly strands of hair atop my head to the muddy laces of my worn leather boots. Were it not for my awareness of the improbability, I might have suspected he intended to examine my very insides. Fortunately, this probing gaze did not linger for long. After assessing me for approximately 2 minutes, he turned and made his way toward a shelf near the right side of the counter, skillfully ascending a ladder to rummage through the items on the second tier. I harbored a modicum of concern that he might tumble from the shelf, prompting me to move a few steps closer, positioning myself beneath the wooden ladder. This way, should an unexpected incident arise, I could swiftly support the ladder or catch Mr. Ollivander. Sensing my approach, Mr. Ollivander cast a glance down at me, emitting a non-committal grunt, its meaning ambiguous, leaving me to ponder whether it signified satisfaction or some other sentiment. He then began to narrate in a storytelling manner while perusing the shelves. "Every one we sell in our shop is unique. We never allow two wizards to possess identical wands. Do you know why? Is it because each wizard has different requirements for their wand?" I contemplated, offering what I deemed the most reasonable answer. Mr. Ollivander responded with another grunt before continuing, "You are partially correct, young wizard. Each wand, with its chosen wood, core, and length, possesses characteristics and personalities akin to humans, corresponding to different wizards. It is not merely a tool for casting spells. It is also your magical companion, friend, and peer. Throughout your wizarding journey, it will learn alongside you, sharing in your triumphs and tribulations. Thus, akin to forging friendships or entering into contracts. It is not you who chooses the wand, but rather the wand that chooses you." "The wand chooses me," I echoed Mr. Ollivander's words, a swell of unease washing over me. Yet, what sort of wand would select me? I had only recently transitioned from the Muggle world to the wizarding realm. It is less about your experiences and more about your character and choices. "Let us try this one," Mr. Ollivander interjected, descending from the ladder with a box in hand. He placed it delicately on the counter, akin to an elder presenting a family heirloom, and withdrew a wand of a soft dark brown hue, adorned with elegant waves. After retrieving the wand, Mr. Ollivander did not immediately hand it to me. Instead, He produced a silk-like handkerchief from his breast pocket, gently polishing the wand before offering it to me. As I accepted the wand, he regarded me intently, saying, "I typically refrain from allowing my customers to try wands made of acacia wood right away. It is quite discerning, demanding a master who is both meticulous and gifted. Yet perhaps you possess some latent talents that you are unaware of. This wand is 11 inches of acacia wood, with a unicorn hair core. Now, try waving it." Following my movements and recitative force, Mr. Ollivander's tone was remarkably gentle, tinged with a childlike coaxing that inspired an instinctive trust. I nodded in acknowledgement and began to wave the wand as instructed. I had anticipated that something wondrous would manifest, akin to a magic performance. However, the acacia wand in my grasp evidently resisted my commands. My movements merely conjured a small explosion of sparks, followed by a pungent aroma of singed material. As thick black smoke quickly enveloped much of the shop, I feared I had inadvertently set the shop ablaze, and that my wand might have sustained damage. In a state of great anxiety, I examined the wand, yet despite the recent spark of fire, it bore no trace of heat. Nor was the tip singed as I had envisioned. It appeared that this wand was ill-suited for me. After Mr. Weasley's spell dissipated the smoke, Mr. Ollivander accepted the wand I returned to him, his demeanor unchanged, devoid of any hint of impatience. As if the fact that a wand trial had filled half the shop with smoke was of no consequence to him. Calmly, he placed the wand back into its box and turned to search another shelf near the entrance, this time without the need for a ladder. He rummaged through the shelves for an extended period, and I found myself growing somewhat restless, gazing through the shop window at the passers-by outside. The glass of the window was speckled with dust and grime, a testament to the early hour of our visit. Clearly, Mr. Ollivander had yet to tidy the shop, or perhaps the person responsible for cleaning had yet to arrive. Fortunately, the slight blemishes did not hinder the view through the window. Across from the wand shop, I noticed a girl with pink braids, clutching a book as she stood beneath a street lamp, waiting. She appeared to be of a similar age to mine, strikingly beautiful, with amber eyes reminiscent of a cat. She wore a knee-length skirt in a brown and white check pattern, paired with a white shirt and a deep brown waistcoat. Adorning the right side of the waistcoat was a pale green bow, at its center a metallic badge, the design of which was indiscernible from my distance. As I marveled at the existence of a girl with bubblegum pink hair, I gazed through the window of Ollivander's wand shop. Throughout my observation, she remained fixated on her shoelaces, as if the surface held something of profound interest to her. After approximately 5 minutes, a young man approached and tapped her shoulder. It was the blonde youth I had seen the previous day, clad in rock attire. Suddenly, an inexplicable gasp escaped my lips. The young man greeted the girl with a smile, his right hand pressed to his ear. Only then did I realize he was engaged in a phone call. While conversing, he gestured towards a street corner in the distance, and together they turned to acknowledge it before making their way toward that very spot. A sharp cough from Mr. Ollivander abruptly yanked me back to my immediate surroundings, startling me and nearly causing me to stumble into the counter. To my astonishment, I then noticed Mr. Ollivander standing before me, cradling a box, while Mr. Weasley leaned against a shelf, grinning broadly. It was evident that they both had discerned my earlier fixation on the girl outside. In a moment of acute embarrassment, a scorching sensation enveloped my face. I hastily extended my apologies to Mr. Ollivander and accepted the wand he offered. It was a wand of nearly pure black, its surface polished to a gleaming shine. Only under the light could one discern its deep chocolate hue. The handle was adorned with exquisite engravings reminiscent of the intricate patterns found on a tree as it flourishes, while the base featured serpent-like carvings, undeniably crafted with meticulous care. These designs ensured a secure and comfortable grip. At the junction of the handle and shaft, a silver band was embedded, intricately inscribed with unfamiliar runes, yet their beauty did not detract from the wand's elegance. Rather, they enhanced its allure. I examined the wand, weighing it in my hand. It felt somewhat heavier than the previous wand made of acacia wood. It appeared longer and less pliable, though its base was not entirely rigid. As I grasped the wand, the icy wooden texture inexplicably instilled a sense of calm within me, accompanied by a unique feeling of security, as if it were guiding me to confront my innermost self. The sensation was truly extraordinary, as if this were not merely a wand, but rather an extension of my own being. I looked at Mr. Ollivander in surprise, and he returned my gaze with an encouraging smile. If one could indeed call it a smile. Summoning my courage, I directed my wand towards the empty expanse, my mind replaying the image of Mr. Ollivander demonstrating the flock of birds spell moments ago. With utmost caution, I began to wave my wand, carefully mimicking the intonation of his incantation. A surge of intuition compelled me to believe that casting a spell required a certain degree of bravery and conviction. Thus, I resolutely pronounced, "Flock of birds." Magic unfurled before me as a myriad of small birds, seemingly woven from colorful strands of light, gradually materialized in the air, accompanied by a few melodious chirps. They transformed into creatures almost indistinguishable from their real counterparts, circling around me in a delightful display, akin to a group of children playfully spinning around a focal point. I was filled with immense joy, and Mr. Weasley applauded, exclaiming, "Wow! It is rare to see someone conjure a flock of birds with their wand for the very first time. You seem to possess remarkable talent. I shall certainly inform Professor McGonagall about this, so she can assign you a bit more homework once the term commences. No, I do not desire an abundance of assignments. Yet if they contribute to my studies, I believe I would be willing to accept them." His candid praise rendered me somewhat bashful, prompting me to speak. And I turned to Mr. Ollivander, who nodded at me. From his gaze, I discerned a sense of satisfaction. He returned to the counter, cradling the box that had housed my wand, and informed me, "Black walnut, phoenix feather, 11 inches. You share a profound connection with it. For many years, I have hoped this wand would find its rightful owner." "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. I too believe it is a perfect match for me," I replied, contemplating as I stroked my chin. "It feels as though it were tailored specifically for me." Strangely, upon hearing my remark, Mr. Ollivander displayed an uncommon friendly smile. He caressed the wooden box that had once contained the wand, seemingly lost in reminiscence as he said, "In a certain sense, it indeed was custom-made. A customer once commissioned this wand, but regrettably, they never returned to claim it. This was many years ago, back when I had not a single white hair. The deadline has long since passed, and I believe that even if I sell it now, the customer would have no objections. Therefore, your total is 7 galleons and 11 sickles. Would you prefer to carry the wand with you, or shall I package it in the box?" Despite my limited proficiency in magic, I ultimately chose to carry my wand with me. On the very first day of possessing it, I felt as though I had made a new friend, one so aligned with my spirit that I was loath to part with it. I hope to grow more familiar with it in the coming days, aspiring to become an enviable magical partner. Moreover, I indeed sensed a peculiar comfort emanating from the wand. As I reflected on Mr. Ollivander's question, my hand continuously caressed the wand's shaft, relishing the unique sensations imparted by the carvings on the handle. After I provided my answer, Mr. Ollivander said nothing further. Instead, he diligently placed some complimentary wand care supplies into the packaging, along with the bill, before handing it to me. He then bid farewell as I departed the shop with Mr. Weasley. Once back on the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, I realized just how effective the soundproofing of Ollivander's wand shop had been. Within its walls, I had experienced a comforting tranquility, while the streets outside buzzed with life. Although Mr. Weasley and I had only spent 40 minutes inside, the atmosphere had transformed since our arrival. Diagon Alley had gradually become lively, with throngs of pedestrians milling about. As Mr. Weasley guided me toward the second-hand shop, I inexplicably glanced at the lamppost where I had previously seen the girl with pink hair and the young man with blonde locks, only to find that they had vanished, clearly having departed long before. The subsequent shopping expedition proceeded seamlessly. Although the wizarding robes I acquired were somewhat baggy, and the edges of the old books bore singe marks, with disorganized notes scrawled within, and the brim of the wizard hat was stained with indelible remnants of some unknown potion. All items were nonetheless in satisfactory condition and reasonably priced, rendering me quite content. The only exception was a pair of Quidditch shoes that emitted an unpleasant odor of mud. The proprietor of the second-hand shop informed me that the previous owner had been a Quidditch player who frequently wore them during rainy runs to enhance his stamina. Considering I could find no better Quidditch shoes, I ultimately decided to purchase them, placing them at the very bottom of the shopping cart that Mr. Weasley was pushing. I heeded Mr. Weasley's advice and refrained from purchasing a second-hand cauldron. Instead, I acquired a brand-new brass cauldron, fortuitously taking advantage of a discount. Consequently, I procured a new set of scales and potion ingredients at a remarkable 70% off. Once my shopping was concluded, my belongings nearly filled the entirety of the small cart, and the rather worn hat I had was nearly deformed by the pressure of the books. As I passed by the owl shop, I felt an urge to acquire an owl of my own. However, upon glimpsing the price displayed in the shop window, I ultimately opted to forego the purchase. After all, Mr. Weasley had informed me that even in the absence of a personal owl, Hogwarts provides communal owls for students' use. Yet, these owls are certainly not as loyal as one's own, and vary significantly in their abilities to deliver messages. Thus, not only is it essential to foster good relations with them, but the chance of utilizing a competent owl often hinges upon sheer luck. My final lunch on this journey took place at the Leaky Cauldron, where Mr. Weasley graciously treated me to another delightful butterbeer, humorously remarking that it was quite likely I would not have the opportunity to savor such a delectable beverage again before the summer's end. I wholeheartedly agreed, albeit with a tinge of regret. I had anticipated that at the conclusion of this journey, I would return via the door key or some form of apparition, yet Mr. Weasley simply smiled enigmatically. He led me to the outskirts of Diagon Alley, where the air was thick with moisture and a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the path ahead. Nevertheless, I could discern a dark, expansive cobblestone road hidden within the mist. Mr. Weasley gestured for me to raise my wand towards the sky and remain stationary for a moment, assuring me that a vehicle would soon arrive. Before I could inquire about the nature of this vehicle, a resounding bang echoed through the fog, startling me as if something had exploded. Following that was an unusual cacophony of creaks and clanks, and a massive, giant-like silhouette emerged unsteadily from the mist. Its eyes sparkled in the pale haze, while its feet, resembling two dark tires, were remarkably short. It became clear that this was a colossal triple-decker bus, its exterior a shade akin to overripe eggplant, adorned with a line of white paint that read, "Night Bus." The vehicle accelerated with remarkable speed, yet its brakes were impeccably timed, bringing it to a precise halt before Mr. Weasley and me. With a swift motion, the door swung open, releasing a complex melange of scents, sweat, sawdust, and jam. Almost immediately, a conductor, adorned in a purple uniform matching the bus's hue and sporting an impressive pair of protruding ears, leaned halfway out the door. His keen yet somewhat lethargic eyes were set in a face marked by unevenness and bumps. He scanned Mr. Weasley and me before rapidly inquiring, "Who wishes to board?" "It's him," Mr. Weasley replied with a smile. His residence lacks direct access to the magical train, and I was concerned about him changing trains alone. It would be quite exhausting, which is why I thought of you. "Ah, splendid choice indeed. Our bus is replete with those in need of assistance, young, old, sick, and disabled." The conductor elongated his tone, casting another glance at me before revealing an awkward yet friendly grin, though it dissipated swiftly, replaced once more by an expression of ennui. As he popped a piece of gum into his mouth, he unfastened a ticket holder from his waist. "And where might you be headed?" This inquiry was clearly directed at me, so I promptly provided the address of Uncle Sam. I harbored a slight concern about whether this bus would take me directly there, but the conductor merely took a feather quill and swiftly scribbled on a ticket before tearing it off and handing it to me, shaking my hand in the process. "The fare is 12 sickles. For an additional 3, you may enjoy a cup of hot cocoa, and for another 2, we can provide a hot water bottle and a toothbrush. Though honestly, one hardly requires a hot water bottle and toothbrush during the day. But it is my duty to recite this advertisement. My name is Stan Shunpike, the bus conductor, and I am delighted to assist you." "Thank you. But I do not require hot cocoa or a hot water bottle. This will suffice," I replied, smiling at Stan as I retrieved 12 sickles from my pocket. After he accepted the coins graciously, he politely stepped aside, allowing me to board the bus. Once again, I bid farewell to Mr. Weasley, expressing my gratitude for his care throughout the day and night, before taking my leave as previously arranged regarding the forgotten canon. As I ascended into the vehicle, I was startled to behold a dark, desiccated human head with long hair, ominously suspended at the front, swaying eerily in the air as the car progressed. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. As I stepped through the door, the head abruptly opened its eyes and began to move on its own volition, exclaiming in a heavy Scottish accent, "Another underage wizard. When was the last time we encountered such a situation, Santon? It must have been during the time of Harry Potter. Although he never disclosed his true name to us. What a pity. I should have solicited his autograph back then." At this moment, Santon reclined in a seat designated for ticket collectors adjacent to the driver's compartment, seemingly engrossed in a newspaper while chewing gum, utterly unfazed by the talking head, not even sparing it a glance when he responded. However, after a brief pause, he appeared to recall something and turned to me, saying, "The wizarding community adorns itself with enchanted heads for blessings, much like Muggle drivers might hang talismans. Ours is merely a grander version. I am not just a mere enchanted head. The operation of this vehicle depends entirely on me. Even the delight of passengers relies on my talents. I know more Scottish ballads than you have consumed cornmeal. Little passenger, would you care for a tune?" The head seemed quite displeased by Santon's remarks, its features wrinkling in annoyance. "Enough. Have you forgotten that Mrs. Mary is also aboard?" She would regurgitate at the mere sound of Scottish ballads, so kindly remain silent, Mr. Head. But you cannot stifle my passion for song. Amidst the banter between Santon and the head, I began to search for my seat. Discovering that each chair on the bus possessed a unique design, there were rustic wicker chairs, those reminiscent of school desks, wooden stools, and even a quaint embroidered sofa typically found beside the hearth in an old manor. Regrettably, this charming little sofa was occupied by a portly wizard, whose belly was as round as a balloon, snoring resoundingly and echoing throughout the confines of the vehicle. I found a cushioned European wooden chair in the corner and sat down, just as the bus began to move. The chair started to sway slightly, however, surprisingly. Despite the bus's speed rendering the scenery outside nearly indistinguishable, the seat shifted and rocked without straying far from its original position, steadfast as an impeccably balanced weeble. This unique experience of travel filled me with intrigue, prompting me to sway my body in rhythm with the bus's movements, creating an illusion that I was on a roller coaster. Meanwhile, the conversation between Stan and Mr. Head had progressed to the next stage, with Mr. Head inquiring about the latest news from the newspaper. Stan flipped through the paper and finally remarked, aside from the usual mundane family anecdotes or advertisements, the only noteworthy tidbit is that our Ministry of Magic is set to collaborate with the Nordic Ministry of Magic. Huh, the Nordic Ministry of Magic, Mr. Head exclaimed, his tone rising with a hint of disdain. They're a bunch of weaklings, and their magic is utterly nonsensical, drawing things in the air, stamping imprints on themselves, chanting spells, and relying on blacksmithing to forge magical items. Is that truly magic? It lacks any gentlemanly quality. It is said they even curse people using blood. How barbaric. But your head was once severed by a Nordic man, wasn't it? Stan replied nonchalantly, chewing gum without lifting his gaze. And their ancient magic wasn't impressive back in the day? That was in the legendary era. What they practice now pales in comparison to the magical system of my homeland. If you ask me, abandoning their discs, silverware, and heavy staves would be a boon for their magical community. Mr. Head continued to grumble about Nordic magic and their ministry, while Stan appeared entirely indifferent to Mr. Head's ramblings. Instead, he seemed determined to overshadow Mr. Head's complaints. Reading aloud from the newspaper's headline, to enhance international magical security and resolve long-standing mysteries within the magical community, our ministry has decided to collaborate with the Nordic Ministry. Wait, security? Mr. Head's complaints abruptly ceased upon hearing this, and he peered suspiciously at Stan's newspaper, straining to investigate further. Unfortunately, his short hair prevented him from reaching the paper. Yet he lowered his voice and, with an air of authority, asked, "Are they referring to that case?" "I don't know. It doesn't specify. It merely states collaboration," Stan replied swiftly. Yawning as if the newspaper had become tedious, he soon lost interest in Mr. Head's words. Stuffing the paper into a net pocket beside his seat and pulling out a crossword puzzle book from his pocket to occupy himself. However, Mr. Head's previous remarks piqued my curiosity. I rose from my seat and moved closer to Mr. Head, asking, "What case? I am quite intrigued by your conversation." "Huh. I appreciate an inquisitive wizard," Mr. Head declared, his topics always captivating. His delight was evident. Casting a boastful glance at Stan before clearing his throat, if one could consider that he had a throat, and adopting a storytelling tone, this dates back around 200 years. When I was just a child. In those days, my greatest fear was falling asleep at night due to the legends of wandering monsters. It was said that a creature, having crossed the ocean, arrived in England seeking an unknown truth, willing to resort to any means to uncover it. In the dead of night, it would torment those it believed held the truth, and each victim would be discovered the following day at their doorstep, their bodies contorted as if thrown into a blender. I must say, Mr. Head's already terrifying appearance combined with such a chilling tale could make even the strongest of hearts shudder. I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end, and the once pleasantly warm cabin now felt cold. Driven by curiosity about the story and the case, I rubbed my goose-flesh neck to alleviate the internal chill and inquired, "But this is merely a legend. Is it truly a case?" "Indeed, it is a case," Mr. Head shouted, as if struck by an epiphany, startling a plump wizard dozing on the sofa by the fireplace awake, his eyes wide with alarm. Initially, everyone believed it was merely a psychological aberration or a rumor among Muggles. But it wasn't until the 150th year after the legend emerged that a renowned wizard was murdered, accompanied by the killer's declaration of guilt. Only then did people connect all previous incidents to this one. But that merely suggests a serial killer. What connection does it have to the Nordic ministry? I inquired further. The killer's declaration was inscribed in Nordic script, yet not in any currently used form of Nordic language, but rather in the ancient script of the North, which is now a focus of study within the magical community. The previously disturbed, plump wizard interjected, straightening up on the sofa with a serious expression. Upon noticing our astonished gazes, he suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, his neck retreating into his broad shoulders, his tone softening considerably. My grandfather was an expert in ancient Nordic script and was once invited to assist in the investigation. As I was about to continue my inquiry, the bus's tires suddenly emitted a sharp screech, followed by a jarring lurch that nearly flung me from my seat. Gripping the armrests with all my might, I managed to stabilize myself, realizing that the vehicle had abruptly come to a stop. I instinctively glanced out the window and spotted the familiar sign of Sam's Grocery. It appeared that we had reached our destination, and any further developments would have to await my next journey on this bus, as Mr. Head was now cackling sharply and addressing me. Once I disembarked, the night bus vanished swiftly around the distant corner within mere seconds. Standing before the well-known entrance of Sam's Grocery, a sense of trepidation washed over me. Through the window, I could see Uncle Sam dozing at the counter, looking much the same as he did before my departure, save for a different colored shirt beneath his jacket. It was evident that he had indulged in a drink prior to his slumber, as his round face was flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. "It's all right, Nimtara. You can do this," I reassured myself internally, gripping the end of the forget-me-not wand tightly within my satchel. Yet at the same moment, my fingers brushed against another cool object, my magic wand. A wave of hesitation washed over me. Was I truly prepared to use this spell on Uncle Sam? While it might spare me from reprimands and prevent any repercussions, I pondered the morality of my actions. I had merely followed the school's directives to procure essential supplies for my studies. Surely, that was not a transgression worth concealing. Perhaps a heartfelt explanation to Uncle Sam would suffice. With that thought, I released my grip on the wand, inhaled deeply, and steeled myself to push open the grocery store's door. The chime of the bell rang out, sending a jolt through my scalp, and my palms began to sweat nervously. Uncle Sam, startled by the sound, awakened with a reflexive start, his once dazed expression transforming into one of rage upon recognizing me. He sprang to his feet, the chair beneath him clattering to the ground, and like an enraged gorilla, he advanced across the counter towards me. "You actually decided to return." Uncle Sam's voice rose sharply, its piercing tone reminiscent of a kettle boiling over. He reached me swiftly, gripping my shoulders tightly and pulling me toward the entrance, all the while shouting to a young fellow at the far end of the store who was organizing the shelves, "You watch the store while I'm gone. Don't you dare leave until I return." Thus, I was led away from the grocery store by Uncle Sam, who, perhaps finding it cumbersome to grip my shoulder, opted instead to seize my wrist, pulling me homeward. Throughout the journey, he was visibly furious, and in an attempt to placate his anger, I felt compelled to speak first. I had merely gone to procure supplies necessary for my studies at Hogwarts, not to engage in any mischief. My words caused Uncle Sam to abruptly halt. He turned around, glaring at me with eyes akin to glowing red bulbs. He advanced a step closer, and with fingers as thick as sausages, he pointed at my nose and demanded, "I care not for the nature of your endeavors. As long as you reside in my home and partake of my sustenance, your actions, be they virtuous or vile, are entirely subject to my authority. Do you understand? Do not delude yourself into thinking that attending some magical institution grants you superiority, you insignificant orphan. Understand this? It is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," I interjected, "and the distinction between right and wrong is not so simplistic. Furthermore, I may not be an orphan. In this vast world, there exists another with my surname. Perhaps that individual is my true kin," I said to myself, clenching my fists involuntarily. I took a step back and inhaled deeply. Striving to speak as calmly as possible, "I understand that you adopted me for the government subsidies. Rest assured, I have inquired, and the Ministry of Magic collaborates with the Muggle government. Even if I attend Hogwarts, the financial support will not diminish for you in the slightest." Uncle Sam was clearly enraged by my words. I saw him raise his hand, as if to strike me, but perhaps due to the public setting, he refrained. Instead, he yanked at my collar, causing me to stumble as he forcefully led me home. "You ungrateful little brat. You will not dine tonight. No, you shan't have a meal tomorrow either. Furthermore, you are forbidden from stepping out of your room for an entire week. You shall remain in confinement. But my school supplies will be delivered," I replied, unperturbed by Uncle Sam's threats. What concerned me more than confinement were other matters. Was I even forbidden from retrieving my purchased items? Those were not your funds. I could dispose of those trinkets as I pleased. Uncle Sam shot me another glare. "That is unjust. Moreover, That money isn't yours, it belongs to Henry. This statement incensed me completely, and I struggled to suppress the urge to draw my wand and jab it into his oversized nostrils. Upon hearing Henry's name, Uncle Sam's demeanor softened a tad. He angrily struck a nearby fence post, which sadly buckled under his blow. The slender man residing behind the fence, originally basking in the sun on his lawn, emitted a sharp protest upon witnessing Uncle Sam's assault on his property. However, a glare from Uncle Sam forced him to retract his head and retreat into his home. Closing the door behind him, Uncle Sam spat at the now-closed door, then turned back to me, gripping my collar with renewed ferocity. I will toss all that rubbish into your room, and you are still forbidden from leaving. Given that I had achieved such a result before Uncle Sam, I felt a sense of satisfaction and chose not to argue further. I followed him back home, and upon entering, he swiftly dragged me upstairs, hurling me into the farthest corner of my room. I could distinctly hear the sound of him locking the door, and in a fit of frustration, he kicked the doorframe with considerable force. I have ceased to concern myself with the actions of Uncle Sam. Embracing my satchel, I ascended to my bed, which in reality was merely an old mattress devoid of a frame, stripped of sheets, and furnished only with a thin quilt and a single pillow. The small bookshelf in the corner was crammed with an assortment of eclectic items, including tattered tomes, collected stones, and vinyl records of rock bands gifted to me by Henry. Furthermore, I adorned the walls with all the rock posters that Henry had bestowed upon me, driven by the desire to infuse my room with a distinct personal flair, thereby rendering this space wholly my own. I lay upon the mattress, gazing upwards at the ceiling, which was dismally low or perhaps non-existent altogether. My eyes roamed over the exposed beams and the cobwebs ensnaring their intersections, while a solitary yellow bulb dangled from a beam, casting a dim light due to its long neglect. Soon, my gaze shifted to the wall directly opposite, adorned with a myriad of vibrant rock band posters that, when pieced together, conjured an entire rebellious world. I fixated on one particular poster for an extended period, suddenly realizing that the design mirrored that of the phone case belonging to the rock enthusiast I encountered at the Broken Cauldron. Even in the realm of wizards, there are those who cherish rock music. I mused inwardly, and an impulsive surge welled within me. I swiftly retrieved my wand from my satchel, fervently recalling the incantation I had employed at Ollivander's wand shop. Flock of birds, I murmured tentatively as I waved my wand, praying fervently for the spell to work. To my immense relief, it did. A flock of small birds materialized from the air, circling gracefully above the mattress, just as before. I extended my hand to catch one, and it perched obediently upon my finger, its bright, curious black eyes studying me intently. It nuzzled its fluffy little head against my fingertip, and the warm, soft sensation ignited a comforting warmth within my heart, causing my eyes to inexplicably brim with tears. "Thank you," I whispered to the little birds. However, their chirping evidently attracted the attention of Mrs. Sam downstairs, and I heard her hurried footsteps, clattering up the stairs in her high heels. As she ascended, her familiar sharp voice echoed, "Nimtara, what mischief are you up to in there?" Before long, she reached my door, and I could hear the sound of her key fumbling in the lock. I quickly sat up, sprang to the window, and flung it open, urging the birds to escape. "Quickly, leave this place. Do not linger," I instructed them. The moment the window opened, the birds poured out, though the one on my hand seemed reluctant to depart. I gently placed it on the windowsill, encouraging it to go, but it continued to gaze at me with its innocent, curious eyes, stirring a pang of sadness within me. Nevertheless, I waved my hand twice, and it appeared to finally comprehend my intent. It chirped melodically in response before flapping its wings and soaring away. As I watched the birds disappear into the distance, Mrs. Sam finally unlocked the door. She regarded me with a look of astonishment, as if I were some kind of creature, and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Oh, nothing much," I replied. "I was merely observing the birds outside." I rubbed the corners of my eyes and then turned to Mrs. Sam to respond. Uncle Sam's assertion that he would sign for my parcel was evidently futile, for almost everything arrived via owls, which would directly fly to my bedroom window on the second floor, delivering the items to me. Some owls would even arrogantly circle twice in Uncle Sam's yard, leaving a few drops of droppings on the meticulously polished glass before taking their leave. If Uncle Sam or Mrs. Sam attempted to shoo them away or shouted at them, the owls would return the favor by leaving a malodorous gift on their foreheads. Although this might have made Uncle Sam and Mrs. Sam regard me with even more disdain, I found a rather unkind pleasure in their frustration over the owls' deliveries. Henry had returned once during the entire summer, but his visit was brief, and it was evident he was quite concerned about my Hogwarts experience. Upon arriving home, He scarcely paused before appearing at my door. At that moment, I was engrossed in my spellbook for the upcoming semester, yet I recalled Mr. Weasley's warning against using magic outside of school, so my practice consisted of either reciting incantations without wand movements or waving my wand without uttering spells. Though I was uncertain of the efficacy of such exercises for my spell learning, they at least aided my reading of the textbook. When Henry knocked on my door, I was on the page discussing the color-changing charm. Initially, I thought it was Uncle Sam seeking to berate me over some trivial matter, and I hesitated to respond. However, the next moment, I heard Henry's voice. "May I come in, Carlos?" Among all the people I knew, only Henry referred to me as Carlos, and his deep, distinctive voice made it immediately recognizable. I had no desire to miss a chance to meet Henry, so I promptly set my book aside and rushed to open the door. Henry peered in, his brown hair framing his face as he surveyed the room. He certainly noticed the various magical items scattered about, such as my cauldron and school ropes. Upon seeing them, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he stepped inside. "It seems you have acquired everything you needed. I was worried you might struggle to find those peculiar items on your list," he remarked with a shy smile, reaching up to touch his nose. "I found them in a rather extraordinary place, reminiscent of those in fantastical tales." My excitement surged at the thought, for since returning from Diagon Alley, I had yet to find anyone to share my wondrous journey through the magical world. The neighborhood children were reluctant to associate with a peculiar like me, and Uncle Sam and Mrs. Sam dismissed my descriptions as signs of a deranged mind. Yet, I knew that had they the opportunity to visit a place like Diagon Alley, they would surely be equally captivated and would align with my every word. "That place is called Diagon Alley, and my headmaster took me there. Did you know? She can transform into a cat, and with a flicker, I was transported to Diagon Alley, not through apparition, but via portkey. A portkey is an object that, upon contact, can transport you to a specific location, set by magic." The exhilaration of sharing my experience rendered me somewhat incoherent, and I animatedly described my journey, gesturing as I spoke. For around 10 minutes, Henry patiently sat on the sole wooden chair in my room, listening attentively, occasionally expressing amazement or pondering thoughtfully. When I reached the part about Ollivander's wand shop, I dashed to my bed where I had piled my textbooks, searching for my wand. I had inadvertently used it as a bookmark, but I eventually found it in my History of Magic book. I pulled it out with enthusiasm and proudly displayed it to Henry. "Mr. Weasley told me that having your own wand is essential to being a true wizard. Look, this is my wand, purchased from Ollivander S." As I spoke, a sense of pride welled within me, and I instinctively lifted my chin. It was this wand that had chosen me, and I had performed magic with it in the shop. "That sounds wonderful. I can see why you received your acceptance letter to the wizarding school. You already appear to be a diligent wizard, Carlos. I sincerely hope your time at Hogwarts is smooth sailing." Throughout my animated recounting of my Diagon Alley adventure, Henry maintained a patient gaze upon me, a warm smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing my wand, his deep gray eyes sparkled as he spoke. His words made me feel bashful, and I scratched my head, my cheeks flushing with warmth, my fingers trembling slightly. Yet, I endeavored to suppress my excitement as I replied, "No, I still have much to learn. I truly appreciate your support, Henry. I will strive to do my best at Hogwarts. And if the opportunity arises, I promise to take you to Diagon Alley as well." As I made that pledge, I felt Henry's hand rest on my shoulder, giving it a firm squeeze before a light pat. Such a gesture conveyed his trust in me, and I looked up to see him parting his lips, as if to say something more, but ultimately he chose silence. He ruffled my hair and turned to leave, glancing back just before reaching the door. "I have always believed in your strength, Carlos. Also, the care package I brought you is over there." With that, Henry pointed to a small corner beside the door. Following his gesture, I discovered several colorful boxes of sweets and a brand new brown coat resting on the shelf. The coat was exquisitely tailored, and its price was undoubtedly substantial. Approaching it, I touched the sleeve, noticing the gray lining embroidered with my name in brown thread. As I caressed the stitched name, warmth flooded my heart. Just as I turned to express my gratitude to Henry, I realized he had already closed the door behind him. Thus, the summer days slipped by, and soon the day arrived for me to embark on my journey to Hogwarts. Early in the morning, Uncle Sam reluctantly drove me and my luggage to the station. When I unloaded my last piece of luggage from the car, he departed without so much as a farewell, leaving me standing alone at the bustling station entrance. I had long anticipated such a situation, thus I felt neither embarrassment nor excessive sorrow. Instead, I simply pushed my luggage-laden cart towards the interior of the station. Since Uncle Sam's abode is not in London, I must first travel to King's Cross Station in London. from which the Hogwarts Express departs exclusively from Platform 9. Consequently, I needed to ensure my timely arrival at King's Cross before boarding the train to Hogwarts. The time was exceedingly tight. I had merely 20 minutes to make the transfer, and should the train I was about to board be delayed, the repercussions would be dire. As I stood on the platform awaiting the train to London, an unsettling anxiety gripped my heart. It felt as though each minute on the clock passed both swiftly and slowly. Swiftly, due to my apprehension of a delay, and slowly, as each agonizing moment stretched interminably. To distract myself and pass the time, I began to observe the throngs of passengers on the platform. Many individuals, men and women alike, were clustered together, accompanied by some children who were either boisterous or quiet. Suddenly, I noticed a girl not far from me, approximately my height, clad in a deep teal trench coat and wearing an oversized white plush hat. As she tilted her head slightly to avoid passing pedestrians, a strand of pink hair cascaded from her hat. Although she hastily tucked the wayward hair back, I had distinctly witnessed it. A surge of excitement coursed through me as I was reminded of the girl I had glimpsed through the window of Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley. Pink-haired individuals are a rarity, and a girl of my age with such hair is even more uncommon. If she was indeed the same girl from Diagon Alley, then she, like me, must be a wizard and a new student at Hogwarts for this academic year. I find myself in need of a travel companion, even if she is not one. I could easily dismiss this matter by weaving a story, for there are already many who regard me as an oddity, and I am not troubled by the prospect of adding one more to the list. Having come to this realization, I tentatively approached the girl. She appeared somewhat restless, glancing at the enormous clock on the station platform before checking her wristwatch, completely oblivious to my approach. When I gently tapped her shoulder, I could see she was startled, nearly gasping aloud before hastily covering her mouth and regarding me with a look of suspicion. Upon catching sight of her olive green eyes and delicately crafted features, I knew I had found the right person. My apologies for startling you. I merely wished to inquire if you were also bound for Platform 9 3/4, I said softly, offering an apology for my earlier intrusion. Her expression visibly softened at the mention of the platform, and she lowered her hand from her mouth, straightening her attire as she replied, "Hello, are you also a student at Hogwarts?" Her voice was unexpectedly melodious, reminiscent of a siren song from a fairy tale, imbued with a touch of vulnerability. I felt a surge of relief that she did not hold my previous rudeness against me, and I nodded enthusiastically, extending my hand. "Yes, I am a freshman this year. My name is Carlos Nimtara. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shibli Blarl. I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance." "What a coincidence. I am also a new student," she responded, gently shaking my hand before quickly releasing it. Her olive green eyes assessed me, and I sensed a unique wisdom nestled beneath her enchanting exterior. "How did you recognize me as a Hogwarts student?" she inquired. "Your hair, the bubblegum hue, is quite rare. And I happened to see you in Diagon Alley while purchasing books," I replied, hoping my answer would satisfy her. To dispel any lingering doubts, I retrieved my Hogwarts acceptance letter from my pocket. Her expression softened considerably upon seeing the wax seal and my name inscribed in blue-black ink. I smiled at her and carefully placed the letter back in my pocket. "You were holding this semester's textbooks at the time. While I was selecting my wand at the wand shop, I was delighted to encounter you again today at the station. I feel we are destined to meet. There is an ancient saying in China, meeting is a form of destiny." I deliberately quoted a saying from a divination book I had read, mimicking the mannerisms of those theatrical fortune-tellers on television. Evidently, my jest was successful. My peculiar tone amused her, and she burst into a fit of giggles. I found myself at a loss, standing there awkwardly, and thus joined in her laughter. Eventually, Habari delicately wiped away a tear that had escaped from the corner of her eye due to her mirth and remarked, "You are quite amusing, Nimtara. I was feeling a bit anxious today. My brother had promised to accompany me to school, but he became too preoccupied." As she spoke, a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. She grasped her left wrist with her right hand, lowering her gaze to her toes. Then, as if recalling something, she lifted her head to meet my eyes and asked, "Are you alone too, Nimtara?" "Yes," I replied, feeling a tad embarrassed as I scratched my head. I hesitated to engage with Habari's eager yet warm gaze. In truth, I sought her company for the journey ahead. When I posed this inquiry, I did not genuinely anticipate her agreement. After all, despite sharing a similar predicament, we were merely strangers who had just exchanged names on our first meeting. Furthermore, there exists a natural reticence between the sexes. Yet, to my surprise, Hibari pondered for a moment before nodding in consent. "All right. I was worried this journey might be too quiet, actually. I have very few friends my age, or rather, None at all. My brother often frets about my lack of companionship. You see, just last night, he prepared a bag of sweets for me to carry, so I could share them with my friends. As she spoke, Hibari retrieved a transparent bag adorned with a pink ribbon from her coat pocket, revealing an assortment of brightly colored candies, each one sparkling and resembling a collection of vibrant marbles. She opened the bag and offered it to me, from which I selected a green candy. Upon tasting it, a robust flavor of green apple burst forth, mingled with a sweet hint of honey, instantly uplifting my spirits. Observing my blissful expression while enjoying the candy, Hibari smiled and took a red candy for herself. This is called rainbow honey candy, a confection from America. Its colors and flavors are not artificially concocted. In fact, there are magical bees in America that produce honey in various hues and tastes. My brother sometimes travels abroad for work and brings back many such treats. As she carefully placed the candy bag back into her pocket, her brow furrowed momentarily. Oh, I think this one is pomegranate flavored. It's a bit too sweet for my liking. Mine is green apple. I chuckled, suddenly realizing that Hibari seemed to be the type who, once she lowered her guard, became quite talkative. Moreover, she held her brother in high regard, mentioning him frequently. Your brother truly cares for you, I remarked. Indeed. We grew up together. In my memories, he has always been my protector. He is intelligent, kind, and conducts himself with grace in all endeavors. Because of this, our family holds him in high esteem, while I seem to be overshadowed by my own shyness. As Hibari spoke, she suddenly lowered her head, her fingers intertwining nervously. I sensed an unspoken concern within her, and just as I pondered how to comfort her, the station's loudspeaker blared, announcing the imminent arrival of the train to London. We both jolted upright, exchanging a knowing glance before heading towards the designated boarding point. Fortunately, this city is not too distant from London, so we need not endure an extended train journey. The interior of the train carriage contrasted sharply with the bustling station. It was relatively confined, allowing us to overhear snippets of conversation from fellow passengers, concerned that discussions regarding the wizarding world might attract unwanted attention from the Muggles nearby. Hibari and I instinctively confined our chatter to mundane topics. When I mentioned that my brother Henry often brought back posters of rock bands, Hibari looked at me with surprise and said, "You mean the posters of Silverhorn and Thornberry?" In my mind, only their posters resemble what you described. Wait, Hibari, you know about them? I asked, equally astonished. I had assumed that someone like Hibari, who appeared to be an elegant young lady from a noble family, would not be familiar with Muggle rock bands. In truth, even I, having lived in the Muggle world, had a limited understanding of rock music. My room lacked a record player, and Mrs. Sam, who was rather neurotic, would certainly go mad if I sneaked into Henry's room to play rock records, likely banishing me to the yard for the night. I know because my brother adores them. Look, this cozy hat I wear is actually a band merchandise he brought back, Hibari said, leaning closer to show me a silver embroidery on the hat, roughly the thickness of a pinky finger. I immediately recognized the emblem as that of Silverhorn. Your brother has quite the sense of style, I remarked, my mind conjuring an image of Hibari standing beside a fashionable young man. Wait, a fashionable young man? The rock youth I encountered in Diagon Alley. Hold on, Hibari, I suddenly realized, leaning closer to her. Your brother, he wouldn't happen to have golden hair, blue eyes, and often dress in a rather rock-inspired fashion, would he? Do you know my brother? This time, it was Hibari who wore the astonishment I had seen on her face earlier when she had accurately named the rock bands. No, it's just that your brother was a bit too conspicuous in Diagon Alley, I explained, struggling to reconcile the rebellious youth I had seen with Hibari's description of her graceful, considerate brother, who worried about his sister making friends and prepared candies for her to share with classmates. Perhaps this was why I had failed to connect the dots earlier. I'm sorry, my brother wasn't always like that, but I don't exactly dislike who he is now, Hibari remarked softly, and I could sense a hint of concealed worry behind her seemingly composed demeanor. Though I wished to continue conversing with Hibari, the moment for further discussion had passed. The train had come to a halt at King's Cross Station, and we had approximately 20 minutes to transfer. Hibari and I nearly sprinted with our luggage as we disembarked from the train. Our eyes swiftly scanned the numbers displayed on the platform, darting from 1 to 9. Yet, between numbers 9 and 10 stood an imposing stone wall. Just as I began to ponder the significance of that stone pillar, Hibari suddenly seized my wrist and propelled us toward the wall. After experiencing a sensation akin to the sluggishness of inserting a key into a viscous substance, I opened my eyes to find that we had arrived at an entirely different platform. I gazed at Hibari with admiration, and she, feeling my gaze, proudly straightened her posture. It is always commendable to dare to try, and if no other options are present, it signifies that the previously overlooked choice is indeed the true answer. Hiburi expressed this thought, and I could sense her exhilaration stemming from her own recent wisdom and bravery. She removed her white plush hat, revealing her pink curls, smiled at me, and then swiftly led me towards the train that had long been docked at the platform. As I followed Hibuli towards the train, I meticulously observed my surroundings. The platform 9 3/4 appeared almost indistinguishable from the Muggle platforms outside, yet it possessed a certain clarity and cleanliness. Although the crowd was considerable, it did not evoke a sense of overwhelming congestion. Perhaps it was due to the commencement of the school year, as most of the wizards milling about seemed to be of our age group, their expressions reflecting the excitement of new beginnings as they surveyed the station and the steam train that seemed to have traversed from a bygone century. Among them were some older students who appeared familiar with the setting, striding past the newcomers with an air of pride. Some already donned in their school robes and others eagerly assisting the bewildered first years with their inquiries. After entrusting our luggage to the appropriate staff, Hibuli and I finally boarded the train. Due to our late arrival, few seats remained, compelling us to inquire in each compartment if they could accommodate us. Clearly, despite it being the very start of the term, the young witches and wizards had already formed clusters of companionship, each reflecting their unique personalities and fervent spirits. In the first compartment we approached, the occupants were engaged in an impromptu folk concert, and as we knocked, they cheerfully asked if we would join in the singing, inviting us to sit if we could keep up. No, thank you, Hibuli and I replied almost in unison. In the second compartment, a group of students were indulging in a chocolate cake procured from who knows where, while their cat made a delightful mess by smearing chocolate paw prints on the window. The sight was almost sacrilegious to the dessert, and Hibuli nearly charged into the compartment, but I managed to restrain her just in time. The third compartment was occupied by 3 giggling girls, animatedly discussing the contents of a wizarding magazine. Upon noticing Hibuli, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. You look lovely, but perhaps a bit Germanic? Just kidding, wizards are practically their own species. The leader of the trio, adorned with round black-framed glasses and styled in 2 brown Muggle braids, invited Hibuli to join them. However, her gaze quickly shifted to me, raising an eyebrow and displaying a playful smirk. I'll look for another spot. I awkwardly scratched my head, realizing I should graciously withdraw, and before Hibuli could respond, I departed. Alone once more, I continued my search through the compartments, encountering either full seats or unwelcoming glances. It suddenly dawned on me that, much like my previous experiences in public school, the seating arrangement on the first day could determine my social standing and friendships throughout the year. If no one accepted me, I might once again become an outcast. Yet, it was only the first day. I mused that entering school with a gloomy demeanor would not bode well. What if? I thought, giving my cheeks a light pat, and found myself at the end of the first-year carriage. To my surprise, one compartment housed only a single occupant, a boy my age. Unlike the other eager newcomers, he exuded a calmness that belied his age. His features were striking yet refined, framed by curly, sesame black hair interspersed with peculiar strands of ash gray. At first glance, he radiated an aura that suggested solitude, dressed impeccably in a gray coat with deep blue lining, tailored black trousers, and brown leather ankle boots. His coat hung open casually, revealing a neatly tucked black sweater beneath. As I approached, he rested his chin in one hand against the window, his expression somewhat weary. Perhaps it was this combination of poise and fatigue that deterred others from intruding, allowing him the luxury of solitude within the compartment. Just as I hesitated to awaken him to inquire about seating, he opened his eyes and regarded me. Unlike Hibuli's vibrant emerald gaze, his eyes were a mesmerizing olive green that evoked the essence of a cat. They were unforgettable with just a single glance. After appraising me for what felt like an eternity, he softened his expression and gestured toward the empty seat across from him. Please, take a seat, he said, his voice steady and composed, mirroring his demeanor. Thank you. I apologize for disturbing your rest. I quickly nodded in response, feeling the train shudder as it began to move. The sound of a staff member calling for safety measures echoed from a nearby carriage, urging those without seats to find one promptly. Before the voice reached our compartment, I hurriedly settled into the seat, not directly across from him, but maintaining a respectful distance in the diagonal seat. He appeared indifferent to my subtle rebellion, for as soon as he finished speaking, his gaze drifted to the scenery outside the window, ignoring my apology entirely. Clearly, I had a rather taciturn travel companion, I thought. abandoning my earlier intentions of striking up a conversation and instead retrieving my history of magic textbook from my satchel to occupy the silence during our journey to Hogwarts. With a loud whistle from the engine, the train jolted to life, prompting gasps of amazement from all passengers, followed by laughter as they began chattering about the view outside. Despite my intention to read, the infectious enthusiasm of the first years enveloped me, enhanced by the sounds of singing and laughter from various compartments, accompanied by the sweet aroma of chocolate and honey wafting through the air. It was impossible to resign myself to mere reading. The small print on the pages began to resemble animated black insects flitting through the air, each one embodying the spirited nature of a lower-grade student. Refusing to settle down or form a coherent thought, with a resigned sigh, I tucked the textbook away and pulled out my diary to jot down my musings, occasionally glancing at the boy opposite me, attempting to capture his essence in words. It was then I noticed a small tag on his backpack, embroidered with the name Sigmund in deep blue thread. Could this be his name? In a sense, it seemed to align with the impression he left upon me. I inwardly lamented as I wrote, only to suddenly discover that my fountain pen had run dry. Reluctantly, I set aside both the pen and my notebook. But just as I was about to stow everything back into my satchel, the sleek metallic pen slipped from my grasp, clattering to the ground. The cap detached and rolled away from me, ultimately coming to rest at the feet of an individual clad in brown leather shoes. I promptly picked up the fountain pen and intended to ask the individual to kindly allow me to retrieve the cap. However, before I could utter a word, he had already picked it up and graciously extended it towards me. Here you go, your pen cap. I sincerely hope that the fountain pen remains unscathed. It appears to be quite an antique, he said with a cheerful tone, his voice resonating with clarity and vibrancy. The kind that would be warmly received in a church choir. Thank you. I took the cap of my pen and lifted my gaze towards the individual, only to discover that his visage and voice were perfectly aligned. His face bore the innocence of youth, yet exuded a captivating beauty, resembling a doll. His eyes were almost larger than Hibley's, shining with remarkable clarity, adorned with long eyelashes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a warm smile. If the god of love, Cupid, possessed a visage, it would undoubtedly resemble that of the person before me. However, this individual had an extraordinarily fair complexion, so luminous under the sunlight streaming through the car window that it appeared to shimmer. His hair was nearly pure white, with the only color gracing his head being his ocean-like blue eyes. What struck me as particularly peculiar was his attire, a brown, pocketless coat paired with matching trousers, cinched at the waist with a black leather belt. A few white buttons adorned the right collar, while his boots were plain black leather, reminiscent of military uniforms. Yet, he seemed utterly unfazed by my curious scrutiny, instead gesturing towards the compartment, inquiring, "May I sit here?" Although the teacher from your side informed me that I could occupy the staff carriage, I thought that since I will be attending your school in the future, I would like to meet more people. I have no objections, I said, glancing at Sigmund across from me, and I shifted towards the window, creating space for the newcomer, who promptly settled beside me. He carried an intriguing scent, a delightful blend of herbs and acorns, a fragrance seldom encountered in England. Thank you. I shall treat you to chocolate, he said, casually draping an arm around my shoulder, retrieving a sizable piece of chocolate wrapped in violet plastic from his pocket, breaking off a generous piece and offering it to me. Upon receiving it, he flashed a radiant smile and then turned to Sigmund, asking, "Would you like some too?" "No. Thank you." Sigmund quickly glanced at the chocolate and its bearer before declining, then subtly shifted the conversation. "Are you from Durmstrang Institute?" As soon as Sigmund's words left his lips, images from my History of Magic textbook surfaced in my mind, detailing this institution reputedly located in the Nordic Scandinavian peninsula, a place where the study of dark magic was unrestrained, even to the extent that the faculty and students residing there found it challenging to ascertain its precise location. Its educational philosophy appeared to be in stark contrast to that of Hogwarts. "Well, I'm already in uniform, so it should be quite apparent," he replied. "Why don't we introduce ourselves first? My name is Xiafai, Nar, originally from Norway, and my family are farmers. Oh, by the way, the core of my wand is made from the nerve of a Norwegian ridgeback dragon. What about you?" Xiafai showed no sign of discomfort at Sigmund's sudden inquiry, nibbling on his chocolate while chuckling lightly. He then abruptly turned towards me, his blue eyes beckoning me to continue his narrative. I felt a sense of unease under his piercing gaze, despite the cheerful smile adorning his face and the clarity of his eyes. Looking into them made me perceive them as swirling blue vortexes, drawing me down into the frigid depths of the sea with their chaotic allure. Under the scrutiny of Xiaf, I sensed a chilling drop in my body temperature, prompting me to wrap my coat more tightly around myself. It was then that I abruptly noticed Sigmund was also regarding me intently. It appeared that both of them were simultaneously awaiting my response. Suddenly, I was struck by the feeling that I had been coerced into becoming a mediator between these two individuals. If circumstances permitted, I would have liked nothing more than to proclaim, "You two converse freely. I shall take my leave," and then exit with haste. However, given the situation within the compartment, it was evident that upon vacating this space, I might find it challenging to secure another seat. Thus, I cleared my throat and timidly introduced myself. "I am Carlos Nimtara, a freshman this year. There is little else to share, which feels rather unjust." With a mouthful of chocolate, Ziaf mumbled a response that was somewhat garbled. To be frank, his manner of eating was far from graceful. Chocolate smudged the corners of his mouth. I helplessly gestured towards his lips, indicating the mess, and added, "I truly have little to offer in terms of introductions. I hail from a Muggle family, and my wand is crafted from phoenix feather. It is said that wands made from phoenix feathers are rather rare." As Ziaf finished the last morsel of chocolate, he retrieved a handkerchief adorned with a vine pattern from his pocket to wipe his mouth. He then turned to Sigmund, prompting, "Now that we have all introduced ourselves, what about you?" Following the gaze of Siafii, I turned my attention towards Sigmund. I distinctly observed the slight furrow in Sigmund's brow, his tone imbued with a semblance of resignation as he responded to us. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, he seemed to sulk, deliberately avoiding Siafii's gaze. Eventually, he shifted from a slouched position against the window, with one elbow propped on the sill and chin resting upon his hand, to a more upright posture. He then directed his attention towards me and spoke. "I am Sigmund Russell. My wand is crafted from dragon heartstring, though I am uncertain of the specific dragon. Mr. Ollivander did not disclose that information. My wand was also procured from Ollivander's shop, where I learned a spell." Upon hearing Sigmund mention Mr. Ollivander, I interjected almost impulsively, my sudden vivacity evidently startling him, as his eyes widened in surprise. It dawned on me that I was conversing not with a solemn adult, but with a peer aboard a train to school. Siafii, clearly amused by Sigmund's startled expression, leaned closer and gently nudged my waist with his elbow, whispering, "Well done." Observing our reactions, Sigmund appeared to realize his momentary lapse in composure. A faint blush crept across his cheeks. Nevertheless, he cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and endeavored to maintain his earlier calm demeanor, continuing, "Ahem, you were referring to the wand testing spell? Typically, they involve simpler incantations such as flock of birds or blooming orchids. At that time, Mr. Ollivander instructed me to perform blooming orchids. My spell was flock of birds. It was the first spell I ever cast, and the experience was truly enchanting." I eagerly chimed in, excitement bubbling within me as I retrieved my wand from my satchel. "Could you teach me that blooming orchid spell?" Though I practiced with a spell book during the holidays, I lacked a demonstration to truly grasp it. At the sight of my wand, Sigmund recoiled slightly, regarding me with a peculiar expression, as if to say he had never encountered such eccentricity. In that moment, Siafii could no longer contain himself. He erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach, with one hand thumping against his thigh. At that moment, neither Sigmund nor I uttered a word. The compartment resonated solely with Siafii's unabashed laughter. It was not until approximately 2 minutes later that his mirth began to subside, yet he still clutched his belly, tears of amusement welling at the corners of his eyes. He reached out and delivered a hearty slap on my shoulder, nearly toppling me with his weight. "You two have hardly ever conversed with anyone, have you?" he remarked, his speech punctuated by intermittent pauses as he struggled to contain his laughter. "Your recent dialogue resembled that of characters in a poorly penned novel, so stilted. Moreover, Nimtara, if I may address you thus, your earlier comments were rather off the mark. What compelled you to learn spells on the very first day of school, aboard the train? There will be ample opportunities for study ahead. Surely, there is no need to rush." As Siafii spoke, he seemed to pet my back as if soothing a dog, pressing his entire being against me. By the end, my upper body was nearly pinned to the train seat, rendering me immobile. Siafii possessed considerable strength. I fancied that if there were an arm wrestling contest at school, he would likely reign supreme until his graduation from Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Sigmund appeared to completely disregard my predicament under Siafii's weight, showing no inclination to rescue me. He turned to Siafii and inquired, "So, you transferred from Durmstrang, Mr. Nar?" Upon hearing Sigmund's question, Siafii finally ceased his torment, releasing me to settle back into his seat. "To be more precise, I am an exchange student. According to the plan, I may study here for a year or two before returning to my alma mater." Once Siafii released me, I was able to sit upright and catch my breath. Curiosity piqued. I raised my gaze to observe their conversation. But generally speaking, don't exchange students typically transfer after having studied at their original school for some time? Shiafii. If you have never attended Durmstrang, what is the purpose of your exchange? As I gazed at Shiafii and then at Sigmund, the first question that surfaced in my mind emerged. During my previous years at Muggle school, we also had exchange students, yet they were seldom first-year students. The institution preferred to facilitate exchanges between students who possessed a deeper understanding of their own school, enabling them to draw comparisons and insights for potential reforms. I am different from you all. Upon hearing my inquiry, Shiafii suddenly squinted and broke into a smile, draping an arm over my shoulder and saying, "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I have actually attended Durmstrang for a year, due to certain special circumstances. I began my studies a year earlier than the typical Durmstrang student." I nodded in understanding, momentarily at a loss for words to respond to Shiafii. For as he had noted, I was not particularly adept at conversation and was unaccustomed to prying into others' matters. At that moment, a rumble of thunder resonated from outside the train window. I lifted my gaze and discovered that the train had ascended to a vast plateau, surrounded by pristine natural scenery. An unbroken expanse of coniferous forests cloaked the ground, while in the distance, diverse mountain ranges loomed. Above these vistas, the once clear and azure sky had transformed into a tapestry of ominous clouds, with sporadic flashes of lightning flickering between the gaps. "Ah, we are nearly there. Look over there," Shiafii suddenly exclaimed, lunging toward the window and pressing his face against the glass, pointing in a particular direction. "Hogwarts," I presumed. Upon hearing this, both Sigmund and I turned to follow Shiafii's gesture, and there, nestled amidst the lush woodlands and mountains, a castle with pointed turrets, imbued with a profound sense of history, gradually revealed itself on a high ridge, drawing closer and becoming clearer with every passing moment. The heavy clouds and lightning above only enhanced the castle's grandeur, while the warm glow of lights within the castle pierced through the encroaching darkness, offering a semblance of comfort. The surrounding corridors and spires, even the bricks and tiles of the immense fortress, resonated within us like a stone cast into a vast ocean, stirring ripples in our hearts. Even the usually composed Sigmund's eyes widened in astonishment. Though I had seen images of Hogwarts in books, I never anticipated its actual grandeur. "It is indeed a colossal castle," Sigmund remarked, gazing out the window with genuine admiration, but halfway through his sentence, his delicate brow furrowed. "However, given the state of the weather, it appears we may soon be met with rain." True to his words, scarcely had Sigmund finished speaking than a raindrop, as if summoned by his declaration, struck the window pane, followed swiftly by a second and a third, as the sky began to unleash a downpour, intensifying with each moment. The Hogwarts castle, shrouded by the increasingly dense curtain of rain, began to fade from our view, save for the warm lights within, which shone like beacons amidst the gloom, instilling a sense of reassurance. "I did not bring an umbrella," Shiafii stated nonchalantly, his expression and body language betraying no concern for the torrential downpour. He appeared utterly unfazed by such unexpected circumstances, reclining back in his seat and yawning. "I can cast a waterproof charm for you, so your belongings won't get wet. However, even with the charm, sprinting to the college entrance in this weather would likely result in a cold by morning. Personally, I do not mind. After all, the winters in Northern Europe can be far colder than here." It was customary for first-year students at Hogwarts to traverse the Black Lake by boat. Yet given the current rainfall, embarking on a boat seemed unwise. After Shiafii's remarks, Sigmund chimed in, observing the deluge outside. "I too feel a twinge of unease, if possible. I wish for our journey, no, the journey of all students and faculty, to proceed smoothly." As the train continued its journey, drawing ever closer to Hogwarts, a palpable restlessness enveloped the carriage. Conversations erupted around us, a cacophony of voices discussing the gloomy rain and their plans for enrollment. The buzz of conversation persisting until the train finally came to a halt at the platform. My own anxiety mounted, and I instinctively clutched the strap of my satchel, my mind racing through the various spells mentioned in the textbooks that could be employed to ward off the rain. Due to the downpour, no one disembarked immediately, and soon a voice, clear and resonant, filled the carriage, its source elusive yet unmistakably that of Professor McGonagall. "Good afternoon, students. I am your headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. I ask that you remain calm. Hogwarts will provide raincoats and arrange for you to travel by thestral-drawn carriages to the school for the welcoming feast and sorting ceremony. For the safety and health of the first years, this year's boat crossing of the Black Lake has been temporarily cancelled. But we will arrange a time for this experience at a later date. I appreciate your cooperation. Professor McGonagall's composed demeanor and authoritative tone swiftly quelled the previously restless atmosphere. The carriage doors soon swung open, and several large, seemingly ancient wooden chests floated into the compartments as if imbued with consciousness. Ours was no exception, as the chest settled. It opened wide, releasing black raincoats emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, which soared toward each student as if choreographed in advance. I, Sigmund, and Shiafii each acquired a black raincoat. Upon receiving her raincoat, Shiafii whistled and remarked, "Is this my first Hogwarts uniform since arriving in England?" I inquired as I donned my raincoat, simultaneously organizing my satchel to ensure it was securely shielded by my outerwear. In truth, my school prefers that I wear the Durmstrang uniform year-round. Though it is not a stringent requirement, the only obligatory occasion for my uniform is during the entrance ceremony. Thus, it is possible that on a day when my Hogwarts attire is unwashed and damp, you might see me in my Durmstrang uniform. Shiafii pondered for a moment before gesturing towards the open car door and said, "Shall we proceed?" I nodded, initially intending to follow Shiafii out, but at that moment, a sudden chill enveloped my nape, as if someone had brushed a piece of ice against it, rendering me momentarily frozen. I quickly turned to look back, only to find that Sigmund, too, was rooted to the spot. From his actions, it appeared that he had just donned his raincoat, preparing to follow Shiafii and me. Yet, we both sensed something amiss, causing us to halt in our movements. Our compartment was situated at the rear of the carriage, thus we were among the last to disembark. Most of the other passengers had already left, and the lights within the carriage had been extinguished, casting a dim shadow over the interior. An instinctive awareness informed me that the source of our shared astonishment lay outside the window. Sigmund and I exchanged a fleeting glance in the darkness before peering out. Beyond the window lay the concrete path of the platform, bordered by an inky, damp forest. Some first-year students, clad in black raincoats like ours, were flowing toward a common direction, while my gaze remained fixated on the silhouettes of trees and shrubs swaying in the wind. Suddenly, my vision brightened. As if intentionally adjusted to a higher luminosity, I discerned a peculiar shadow standing in the depths of the woods, facing our carriage. Its outline became sharply defined against my now illuminated sight, yet it remained a vague, dark silhouette. I could barely make out the form of a humanoid figure. Almost instantly, as if aware of my scrutiny, the shadow raised a hand and, like grains of sand scattered by the wind, vanished into the increasingly shadowy forest. What was that? A sensation of icy dread coursed through my body, as if that shadow had siphoned away all warmth. Just then, warmth radiated from my nape, pulling me back from the clutches of terror into reality. I heard Shiafii's voice behind me. "Hey, are you two all right?" "Oh, I'm fine." I started to turn to share with Shiafii what I had just witnessed, but was startled anew, for the figure behind me was not Shiafii but a stout giant, towering nearly to the ceiling of the carriage. He had disheveled black hair and a beard, a protruding belly, and was clad in worn, furry garments of animal hide that exuded a peculiar scent reminiscent of bird feathers and cinnamon. In his hands, he held a pair of animal skin gloves, and he was raising one hand near my neck, having evidently just touched me. Upon seeing my astonishment, the giant appeared somewhat sheepish. He removed his gloves and scratched his head, apologizing in a deep, resonant voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. I just couldn't think of another way to wake you up." Shiafii, smiling, then explained, "This is Hagrid, the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds, who also teaches our Care of Magical Creatures class." You two suddenly froze, as though dementors were sucking your souls. While I pondered how to assist you, Hagrid entered the carriage. In the past, I was responsible for escorting first years and guiding them across the Black Lake. Although this year has presented some unexpected challenges, my duty remains unchanged. I felt it necessary to check each carriage for any overlooked students, which is how I found you three. Hagrid cleared his throat, a sound that resonated like thunder, and scrutinized me closely, reaching out to touch my forehead to ensure I was unharmed. He then turned his attention to Sigmund. "And you? How are you feeling?" While I believe Hogwarts to be the safest place in the world, given its history of peculiar occurrences, including the presence of dementors, it's prudent to report any unusual sights you may have encountered. I shall inform Professor McGonagall. I'm all right now. I regained my composure a bit earlier than Nimtara. Sigmund replied, his expression grave as he finally spoke after being questioned by Hagrid. He glanced toward me while addressing Hagrid. Both Nimtara and I had been captivated by the same mysterious phenomenon outside the window, likely in the woods directly opposite us. I sensed something was watching us from there. prompting me to look back, but the darkness rendered it impossible to discern anything. As Sigmund spoke, he kept his gaze fixed on me, as if attempting to penetrate my very being. Initially unsettled, I shivered under his scrutiny, realizing he was not lying. Like me, he was engulfed in uncertainty about the recent events. However, our points of confusion diverged slightly. From his account, it appeared he had not experienced the brightness I had, nor had he clearly seen the shadowy figure. In that moment, his unwavering gaze undoubtedly urged me to share what I had witnessed. I cleared my throat and, following Sigmund, endeavored to articulate my thoughts. My perception diverged from Sigmund's. Initially, I felt as though something icy brushed against my neck, prompting me to glance back. After fixating on the object outside the car window for a while, my vision began to fade to white, not the kind that signals faintness, but rather everything gradually transformed into a pallid hue, leaving only that entity outside the window in stark contrast, shrouded in darkness. What did it look like? Sigmund inquired. It was entirely black. I could not discern its features, yet I could make out its silhouette against the surrounding whiteness, resembling a person. As I stared at it, it abruptly raised its hand as if beckoning me, and then it vanished instantly. As I spoke, an increasing chill enveloped me, causing me to shiver slightly. At that moment, Hagrid placed his large hand on my shoulder, his palm nearly enveloping half of it, radiating warmth that penetrated through my clothing and offered me some comfort. That sounds rather unusual. Perhaps you all need to rest now. There will be delectable chocolate at the freshman feast. I have a bit in my pocket. Though it has melted somewhat, take some to enjoy for now. I shall report this matter to Professor McGonagall. Now, let us disembark. You still have to ride the night bus to the castle. I have trained those night creatures for quite some time. They are delightful little beings, and you will surely enjoy them. As Hagrid spoke, he retrieved a soft piece of chocolate from his pocket, which felt akin to Play-Doh in its texture, easily dented by the slightest pressure against the golden foil that encased it. Hagrid urged Sigmund and me toward the exit of the carriage, while Shiafi followed us with a cheerful grin. Just as we were about to step out of the carriage, Sigmund suddenly turned to Hagrid and asked, Hagrid, what do you think are the chances that it was a Dementor? I have never truly encountered a Dementor, so I cannot say for certain. It could also be a wandering ghost or a werewolf that enjoys frightening people in the woods. You know, this is Hogwarts, where magical creatures abound. Hagrid paused for a moment, then addressed us, running his large hand across his rosy nose, his tone turning somewhat wistful. And even if there were a Dementor, it would be all right. The Ministry of Magic has assigned several Aurors to escort the new students this year. Hermione, I mean. The current Minister of Magic places great importance on the safety of first-year students. How many times have I had to adjust my phrasing today? Time flies, you know. And many identities have changed since then. Perhaps I still need time to adapt. Well, you should hurry and get into the carriage. I had initially intended to utter a few words, yet Hagrid had already led us to a black carriage, which appeared to have seen better days. This carriage, constructed from a type of ebony whose name eluded me, resembled more of a simple cart drawn by horses than the ornate carriages often depicted in films. Lacking a proper roof, it was instead fitted with a ventilated canopy made of a fabric akin to our raincoats. The carriage was stationed at a corner by the roadside, adjacent to the forest, while several similar carriages laden with passengers glided smoothly along the road ahead. However, these carriages were all devoid of horses. I discerned only a void where one would expect to find them. Well, I had nearly grown accustomed to the notion of a horseless carriage in the magical realm. As I gazed toward the front, I could not help but express my astonishment, but Hagrid promptly interrupted me. No horses? Oh no, there are certainly horses. But the Thestrals are not ordinary steeds. They are winged horses with the heads of dragons. Regrettably, only those who have witnessed death and comprehend its significance can perceive them. Hagrid spoke with a certain volume. Then, after ensuring we were all aboard, he closed the door with a decisive thud. Yet you are still children. Perhaps when you grow older, you will be able to see Thestrals. Personally, I hope one can go a lifetime without seeing them, for that would signify that their companions have never departed. Upon finishing his remarks, Hagrid waved at some invisible creature at the front of the carriage and whistled gently, calling out, "Go on, quick now, take them to Hogwarts." As soon as Hagrid's words faded, I felt the carriage shudder beneath me, and it began to move swiftly along the forest path flanked by towering trees, in a manner both brisk and smooth. It was my first experience riding in a carriage, let alone one that was seemingly drawn by invisible horses, which made me quite anxious. Sheaf, seated beside me, appeared utterly at ease, while I clutched his left arm tightly in my nervousness. He, however, was cheerfully encouraging the Thestrals we could not see as the carriage commenced its journey. Watch out for the right turn. don't crash into the trees. Now straight for 200 meters, accelerate. We need to overtake that carriage ahead. If it were up to me, I would prefer a steadier pace. I remarked to the evidently excited Sheaf, then turned my gaze to the silent Sigmund across from me. Hoping he might interject to temper Sheaf's enthusiasm, but he remained with his arms crossed, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Thus, I redirected my attention to the other occupants of the carriage. By the time we arrived at the carriage, a first-year student was already seated within. She had not spoken a word until the carriage began to move, at which point she lifted her head from beside Sigmund, revealing her striking pink hair beneath her black raincoat's hood. Her emerald eyes met mine, and she beamed with delight. "Hi, Nimtara. Heberly," I exclaimed with joy upon recognizing her face. "I didn't see you earlier. I'm glad you're on this carriage." "Oh, no worries. I saw you talking to Hagrid, so I hesitated to greet you. It's been a while, Russell. I see you've come to Hogwarts too." Heberly's gaze then shifted to Sigmund beside her, her demeanor suddenly becoming somewhat reserved, as if she were intimidated by him. Sigmund, having finally emerged from his meditative silence, opened his eyes and regarded Heberly with a demeanor akin to that of a polished public relations officer. "It's been a while, Miss Blair. I've heard about your family's situation. How have you been?" "Fairly well, though adjusting to the move has been a bit challenging. Fortunately, I haven't encountered any misfortunes yet," she replied softly, fidgeting with her fingers in her raincoat, appearing rather uncomfortable. After a brief pause, as if recollecting something urgent, she raised her gaze and asked, "What about Ima? Is she well? Has she come to Hogwarts?" Heberly's question caught Sigmund off guard, his expression shifting to one of complexity. He did not respond directly, but instead shook his head silently, eventually adding, "I tried, but she couldn't come." "I see," Heberly murmured, her spirit evidently dampened by Sigmund's response. A palpable silence enveloped the carriage, creating an atmosphere that felt subtly awkward, even causing Sheaf to fall unusually quiet. I sensed an unspoken narrative between the two individuals, a tale unbeknownst to both myself and the others in the compartment. This enigmatic story seems to entangle them to such an extent that they find it difficult to engage in a proper conversation. However, should this silence persist, it is likely that everyone's spirits will dampen by the time we arrive at Hogwarts. Thus, I cleared my throat in faint curiosity, remarking, "So, it appears that you and Sigmund are acquainted, Highbury." "Ah, Russell and I are familiar due to our families," she replied. "Both our families are venerable wizarding lineages. Thus we occasionally engage in discourse." Upon hearing my voice, Highbury promptly lifted her head and adjusted her posture, casting a glance at Sigmund as if seeking his permission to delve further into this topic. Yet, Sigmund did not meet her gaze, perhaps embodying his characteristic taciturnity. Once she discerned this unspoken approval, Highbury continued, "Russell's family is renowned in our region as a lineage of seers. They have been prophets for over 2 centuries. Russell's grandmother, Agneta, is particularly esteemed as a seer, with many wizards traversing great distances in pursuit of her prophecies. By the way," she added, "Russell himself is regarded as a once-in-a-century prodigy." "What prodigy?" Sigmund interjected, his brow furrowing under the faint glow of the old oil lamp suspended from the carriage's ceiling, his eyes betraying a hint of vexation towards some unspoken matter. "In matters of prophecy, I believe individuals ought to forge their own paths rather than rely on foretelling." Just as Highbury's words hung in the air, Sigmund swiftly responded. Despite his retort, Highbury cast her gaze downward. "Nevertheless, much like in examinations, isn't it advantageous to possess prior knowledge of the answers?" At some point, Hyef had inexplicably produced a bag of butter biscuits, munching away while conversing animatedly. With an innocent and sincere expression, he turned to Sigmund, asking, "Moreover, if you possess such mysterious abilities as prophecy, why not attempt to validate what you and Nimtara observed in the train compartment?" "Eh? Did something occur?" Hyef's earlier remarks piqued Highbury's interest, prompting her to seamlessly shift the topic of conversation. I turned my gaze towards Sheaf, only to find him looking back at me. He stuffed a piece of buttery biscuit into his mouth and then gestured towards Hiberly with his thumb, his delicate features contorting into a playful grimace, clearly indicating that I should explain the earlier incident to Hiberly. However, I hesitated, as I did not wish to alarm her. Presenting someone with an unanswered question can be quite unsettling, especially on a momentous day such as today, the day of our enrollment. I wanted to ensure that no one's spirits were dampened by this matter. Hiberly seemingly sensed my reluctance, casting a concerned glance in my direction. She softly spoke. "Though I am indeed curious, it is perfectly all right if you choose not to share. I hope you haven't encountered any dangers in the carriage." And you have reported it to the professors, I trust? Her concern eased my heart slightly, and I offered her a smile as I replied, yes. Hagrid is aware of the situation. He mentioned he would inform Professor McGonagall. The school will address it. That is good to hear. Hibuli nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. The rest of the journey was enveloped in silence, as we each sat quietly in the carriage, taking in the sights that captivated our attention. I found myself fixated on the various turrets of Hogwarts Castle that emerged from above the treetops, the grand fortress retaining its majesty even amidst the rain. The thought of spending 7 years immersed in magical studies within such an imposing castle filled me with a profound sense of excitement, a yearning to share my exhilaration with others. Yet, Sheaf seemed more preoccupied with the biscuit in his hand, while Sigmund remained taciturn, were it not for his wide-open eyes. I might have assumed he had succumbed to slumber. Only Hibuli displayed a palpable excitement as we drew nearer to the castle. She animatedly pointed out the towers, walls, and sculptures, recounting the history of Hogwarts as she understood it. We even attempted to stretch our hands out of the carriage to touch the unseen thestrals. But this was promptly curtailed by Sigmund, who had remained silent until then. He cast a serious glance at Hibuli, prompting her to sit back down, while Sigmund gently urged me back into my seat opposite him. Some thestrals dislike being touched. Such actions can be perceived as intrusive, Sigmund explained. But these are thestrals raised by Hagrid. They seem quite lively and might enjoy human interaction, Sheaf countered, adopting a tone of playful defiance. After receiving a stern look from Sigmund, he shrugged in resignation, as if to convey that he had done his best, and promptly fell silent once more. Thus, we lapsed into silence again, but at that moment, neither Hibuli nor I cared about touching the thestrals anymore. We had passed through the gates of Hogwarts, which loomed before us as a magnificent, classical iron portal, flanked by rough-hewn marble columns that exuded an air of antiquity. Above the grand entrance, the words Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were emblazoned in dark paint. Beyond this threshold lay the true domain of Hogwarts, and as we approached the castle, the carriage deftly came to a halt before the entrance. Several students had already disembarked, shedding their raincoats and stepping into the festively adorned and brightly lit Great Hall. The discarded raincoats promptly floated into the large chest positioned beside the entrance. I must admit, peering inside from the entrance truly unveiled the opulence of Hogwarts. The Great Hall, directly accessible through the door, appeared spacious enough to accommodate thousands at once. It was already bustling with students seated on the chairs, and at the far end, directly opposite the entrance, stood a long table parallel to the door, adorned with numerous high-backed chairs. Each chair was occupied by individuals of distinct character. Some donned black robes with hoods, while others appeared akin to merchants from a bygone era. Their attire, appearance, and ages varied greatly. One even appeared semi-transparent, suggesting he was of advanced years and almost levitated in his seat. I surmised these individuals were the professors of the academy, with Professor McGonagall seated at the center in an ornate golden chair. Opposite her, on a podium-like platform, sat an empty chair topped with a pointed brown wizard hat, which appeared quite wrinkled. The shadows cast by the flickering flames of the floating candles seemed to imbue the hat with a semblance of human features, evoking a curiosity regarding its age. Was it as ancient as the castle itself? Upon spotting Professor McGonagall, a wave of reassurance washed over me, and I followed Hibuli and the others as we alighted from the carriage, shedding our raincoats before entering the Great Hall. Once inside, I was struck by the sight of hundreds of white candles suspended from the ceiling. The ceiling itself appeared to be enchanted, displaying a stunningly clear night sky, almost indistinguishable from reality. Were it not for the rain outside obscuring the stars, I might have been tempted to believe the ceiling was transparent. We appeared to be among the last few newcomers arriving this year, for as soon as we settled into one of the 4 remaining vacant seats near the entrance of the hall, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and gently tapped her golden goblet with the spoon in her hand. The goblet chimed with a clear, bell-like sound, which silenced all conversation in the hall, drawing the attention of every individual towards her. Today, Professor McGonagall exuded an air of solemnity, having evidently prepared meticulously for this occasion. She donned a long black wizarding robe adorned with dark floral patterns, the sleeves nearly brushing the ground. Her ears were adorned with pearl earrings, and atop her head sat a pointed hat embellished with a golden rose. The brim appeared remarkably large, almost exceeding the width of her shoulders. As we sat in silence, she surveyed us with her bright eyes, and I sensed a hint of nervous excitement as she rubbed her hands together, though she endeavored to maintain her composure. Standing at the center of the podium, she cleared her throat and addressed us. Today, I am aware that many of you have encountered unexpected weather conditions that have made your journey to Hogwarts somewhat arduous. However, fret not, regardless of the weather. Hogwarts will always warmly welcome its students. Now, I trust you prefer to avoid lengthy proceedings, so we shall commence the sorting ceremony immediately. When your name is called, please step forward, take a seat on this chair, and once the sorting hat announces your house, you may proceed to the corresponding table. The red one signifies Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall continued to elucidate the process of the sorting ceremony. Despite the absence of any amplification device, her voice resonated clearly throughout the hall, reaching every corner where individuals sat. Sybil's eyes sparkled as she leaned towards us and said, "Which house do you hope to be sorted into?" "I would be delighted to join Gryffindor, although my brother is in Ravenclaw." Gryffindor represents bravery. Perhaps if you simply declare your intention to join Gryffindor loudly at the sorting hat, it will grant your wish. Siafa chimed in with a grin. "You shall certainly be sorted into your desired house." I echoed their sentiments, lowering my voice to join in. Noticing our hushed whispers, Sigmund cast us a disapproving glance. And indeed, the hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Such murmuring was ill-timed. Therefore, we promptly straightened our posture, readying ourselves for the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Among the 4 houses of Hogwarts, Gryffindor symbolizes courage, Slytherin embodies ambition and cunning, Ravenclaw represents wisdom, while Hufflepuff stands for integrity and kindness. Upon the announcement of the sorting ceremony's beginning, the hat, which had been positioned at the center of the hall, began to twitch as if a child were squirming in a seat. The folds of fabric formed a mouth that opened and closed, belting out a loud yet peculiar song. Despite the trials this year, wizards have arrived at the right place to learn of magic, wisdom, virtue, and fate. Hogwarts is your best choice. Perhaps you are brave and unflinching. Your best home is surely Gryffindor. Or perhaps you are shrewd, with ambition in your gaze. Then I shall place you in Slytherin. I fervently wish for the students to possess wisdom, resonating harmoniously with the calm and contemplative nature of Ravenclaw. Never should one fear the absence of talent. Integrity and nobility are the virtuous qualities that Hufflepuff seeks to impart upon you. La 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 la. Do not dismiss this year's brief little song. The wisdom of the sorting hat is unfathomable. Having arrived in the rain, I am now ravenous. Yet I can only add a few small phrases. As you take your seats, be patient and listen to what the sorting hat has to share with you. The future may very well hinge upon the choices you make today. Although fate can sometimes appear indifferent, never forget your responsibility towards yourself and others. The melody of the sorting hat is as rich and peculiar as its appearance. One cannot help but be impressed by its profound vocal artistry. When its song resonates through the hall, it evokes an illusion of being in the grandest opera house in England. Of course, considering the current ambience of Hogwarts Castle, I might question whether the Royal Opera House could truly claim the title of the most opulent theater in England, given that we possess an entire castle. After completing its song, the sorting hat coughed heavily and, with a theatrical tone, declared, "No need to applaud, students. I am well aware that my singing has always been commendable, but let us now attend to more pressing matters." As it spoke, the 2 creases on the hat, symbolizing its eyes, turned towards Professor McGonagall, who responded with a knowing smile before quickly composing herself. Adjusting her robes, she retrieved a thick scroll of parchment from her voluminous wizarding sleeves and deftly unfurled it, as though she had rehearsed this motion countless times. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. The scroll in Professor McGonagall's hands was quite lengthy, its yellowed parchment trailing to the ground. One hand held the top of the scroll aloft, while the other grasped a spotted white quill. She glanced over the text before proclaiming aloud, "Imagandi." As soon as Professor McGonagall's voice echoed, a girl with unkempt black curls, maintaining a composed demeanor, stood up and slowly approached the front. Around her, several first-year students whispered in hushed tones, speculating on which house she would be assigned to. Upon reaching the front, Professor McGonagall casually released the quill, which floated above the parchment, poised to record at a moment's notice. Gently, she placed the sorting hat atop Emma's head, and it began to wriggle slightly, as if it were savoring her thoughts. Quite intriguing. You possess the steadfast integrity of Hufflepuff, yet also a resolute determination to advance, my child. Do not be shy. Reveal your thoughts to me, the sorting hat murmured, its creases displaying a contemplative expression. Emma, seemingly encouraged by the hat's words, smiled. Do you think there might actually be a row of teeth inside that hat, gnawing at the heads of those who wear it? When she witnessed the hat's movements atop Emma's head, she feigned a dramatic expression of disgust, her shoulders rising as though she had shivered. Leaning closer to me, she whispered, "You startled me. The sorting ceremony is a long-standing tradition at Hogwarts. How could such a thing occur?" I murmured, half explaining to Shia, half reassuring myself. Though I could not suppress a nervous gulp. I certainly would not wish to don that hat. I would prefer to drink unsweetened cocoa for a month than wear it. Shia retreated to her seat, rubbing her hand where I had playfully swatted it. Just as we were bantering, the Sorting Hat suddenly exclaimed with clarity, "Gryffindor." This declaration signified the completion of Emma Gandhi's sorting. The table adorned in red banners, occupied by older students, erupted in enthusiastic cheers, beckoning Emma to join them. Embarrassed, her round face flushed as she approached them, shyly taking a seat. Having just sorted one student, the length of the scroll suggested that the ceremony would not be brief. Professor McGonagall continued to call out names and assign houses. Some students were sorted almost instantaneously, while others required considerable deliberation. One chubby student named Yas Sabiner took a full 3 minutes before being assigned to Ravenclaw. Debbie Gruber, Hufflepuff, Daniel Gust, Slytherin. The names echoed throughout the hall, and I discerned that the list was likely arranged alphabetically by initial. Thus, Sigmund, Shia, Hibley, and I found ourselves positioned towards the latter part of the list, with a wait still ahead. During this anticipation, initially, Shia and I eagerly watched as each new student was called forth. But by the time names beginning with G were announced, we had grown somewhat weary, and the pangs of hunger in our stomachs became increasingly pronounced. I turned my gaze towards the two individuals seated beside me, Sheaf and Sigmund. At that moment, Sheaf had miraculously produced a plethora of golden and orange lemon candies, engaging in a candy-themed chess match on the table. This spectacle caused the boy across from him, adorned with thick round glasses, to frequently eye Sheaf as sweets, swallowing hard in envy. Meanwhile, Sigmund was engrossed in a palm-sized poetry collection with a silver cover. Observing their antics, Heberly suggested to Sheaf that they engage in a candy duel together. Sheaf, clearly anticipating such a proposition, beamed with delight and readily agreed. Thus, the two of them commenced their confectionery battle atop the Hogwarts dining hall table. As they found their respective amusements, I let out a silent sigh and retrieved my history of magic textbook from my satchel, which I had intended to read on the train but had not managed to do so, although I had perused this book during the summer. The fact that I was now truly immersed in the enchanting realm of Hogwarts rendered its contents even more captivating. Gradually, my thoughts became entwined in the meticulously crafted magical tales within the text, to the point where the voice of the Sorting Hat began to fade from my consciousness. Ultimately, it was Professor McGonagall's resounding call of Carlos Nimtara that jolted me from my reverie. Upon hearing my full name, an involuntary shiver coursed through me. After 8 years of foster care, I had learned that when an adult invokes your full name, it often heralds impending misfortune. Instinctively, I set down my book and rose to glance nervously towards the source of the voice. The chair beneath me emitted a loud creak, and it was only after hearing the dull thud of wood scraping against the stone floor that I realized I was not in Sam's home, but rather in the Hogwarts I had longed for. A few first-year students chuckled softly at my comical reaction, while the Slytherin students regarded me with expressions akin to that of spectators at a circus. I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and lowered my gaze to my companions. Sheaf made a playful face at me, while Heberly offered an apologetic smile, clearly regretting her inability to forewarn me. Sigmund shot me a mildly reproachful look, yet ultimately gestured towards Professor McGonagall, indicating that I should hasten to don the Sorting Hat. I sighed, feeling a sudden rush of cold sweat pooling in my palms. As I turned to face Professor McGonagall, the moment our eyes met, her calm gaze meeting my anxious one, I felt my racing heart begin to settle. I took a deep breath, striving to appear composed, and addressed her. "I apologize, headmistress." "No matter, come forward, Mr. Nimtara," Professor McGonagall replied with a slight nod, retrieving the Sorting Hat from the chair. As I walked down the aisle towards that chair, locking eyes with the brown hat, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped me. "It's dark." Eye-shaped creases seemed to stare directly at me, contorting into various expressions as I approached. Although it did not erupt into laughter, I still felt an immense tension, especially with the entire hall's attention drawn to me by the sound I had just made. Passing a few students adorned in green scarves, I could overhear their hushed whispers. "He must be a Hufflepuff. Otherwise, who would make such a spectacle at the start of term?" Upon hearing this, I instinctively clenched my fists. While I bore no disdain for Hufflepuffs, such remarks stung nonetheless. Soon, I reached the chair, complying with Professor McGonagall's gesture to sit. I placed my arms upon the chair's arms, endeavoring to maintain an upright posture, as I sensed the shadow of the Sorting Hat growing larger atop my head. Fear compelled me to close my eyes. I felt a soft object settle over me. The sensation was remarkably peculiar, I could perceive every movement of the hat upon my head. The aged brown fabric brushed against my scalp, tickling yet surprisingly gentle, devoid of the aggressiveness I had anticipated. Then, something even more extraordinary occurred. I heard the voice of the Sorting Hat in my mind, not as a spoken utterance in the hall, but as a direct conversation between us. You seem to be quite a peculiar child. You remind me of wizards from a long, long time ago. Those who thrived in ancient times. However, it is not my duty to delve into your lineage. I shan't meddle unnecessarily, the Sorting Hat mused, initially perplexed, but eventually convincing itself. Thus, if I am to sort you, I must proceed with caution. You may not be an extraordinary genius, but your adventures surely set you apart. Now, let me see how you perceive what I have just conveyed, child. As the hat's words resonated in my mind, a chill coursed through me, akin to the refreshing sensation of consuming a mint followed by a sip of chilled lemonade. I shuddered, my teeth tingling. Yet I knew it was time for me to respond. I do not know what you mean, but regardless of my lineage, I wish to become a wizard through my own strength. To aspire to wizardry through one's own merit is indeed a rare choice among those who share your circumstances. Yet, I suspect your response stems not from bravery, but from a philosophical principle. The Sorting Hat chuckled, its laughter reverberating in my mind, startling me into instinctively retracting my neck, as if the sound could consume my thoughts entirely. I truly hope this sorting concludes swiftly, I mused internally, only to hear the Sorting Hat declare loudly to the entire hall, Ravenclaw. Unlike the cheers and applause that accompanied the sorting of others into different houses, the announcement of Ravenclaw was met with silence. The table adorned with deep blue banners saw its occupants merely lift their heads. Some smiled at me, while others offered subtle nods, and a rather eccentric upperclassman with chestnut red hair murmured to the inked words on her palm, scarcely glancing around. It appeared that my future colleagues were predominantly reserved and introspective, perhaps even a few mavericks among them. This might be advantageous for me, as I was not one to excel in social interactions. With the elimination of superfluous socializing, I could immerse myself in the study of magic, ultimately attaining a scholarship and graduating as a competent wizard. Perhaps I was contemplating too far ahead. Professor McGonagall lifted the Sorting Hat from my head, and I instantly felt a weight lifted. As I approached the table designated for Ravenclaw, my steps felt almost buoyant. The table was orderly, with upperclassmen seated at the front, while the newly sorted freshmen occupied the empty seats at the end. The peculiar upperclassman I had noticed earlier sat at the table's far end, her eccentric demeanor accompanied by an intense sulfurous scent that dissuaded many newcomers from sitting beside her, prompting them to take seats across from her. Consequently, I found myself seated beside her. Fortunately, having adapted to the odd scents in my room at Sam's house, I quickly acclimated to her unique aroma. I yearned to scrutinize this senior closely, yet the sorting ceremony persists. I have already arrived at my designated house, while Sigmund and the others have not yet joined me. If it were possible, I would ardently wish to be in the same house as them, as it would provide me with companions for conversation and camaraderie. A person as profound as Sigmund may very well have a significant chance of being sorted into Ravenclaw. But what of Zaev? As an exchange student, perhaps he holds the option to select which house to join, or to attend classes from each house. As for Hibari, my intuition suggests that despite her seemingly delicate exterior, she is likely to be sorted into Gryffindor, the house that symbolizes courage. As I pondered, my gaze fell upon Sigmund and the other new students belonging to the yet-to-be-sorted houses. They, too, seemed to have noticed my attention. Even Sheaf waved at me from across several tables, his gestures, combined with his dim-straying uniform, rendering him quite conspicuous. After approximately 15 minutes, Professor McGonagall's parchment scroll had diminished to 2/3 of its original length. Clearing her throat, she distinctly announced, "Sigmund Russell." At last, it was Sigmund's turn. I observed him rise calmly from his seat and stroll towards the chair at the center of the hall with an air of nonchalance. Several students around him began to murmur, perhaps intrigued by the surname Russell, while a few female students blushed and stole glances at Sigmund, captivated by his striking appearance. Yet, he appeared unaffected by their attention. Before long, he arrived at the chair and seated himself, the sorting hat being placed atop his head almost immediately. The moment the hat was donned, it opened its eyes wide and proclaimed, "Slytherin." In that instant, I noticed Sigmund furrow his brow and glance up at the hat resting upon him. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to remove the hat, it suddenly retracted, exclaiming, "Wait. I believe I may have made an error." This unexpected declaration left Professor McGonagall momentarily stunned, her round eyes wide with astonishment, while the hall erupted in whispers. for the Sorting Hat rarely reversed its decisions. "Are you certain you wish to alter your judgment, Mr. Sorting Hat?" Professor McGonagall inquired, bending slightly towards the hat. The hat, responding resolutely, declared, "Indeed, it is my duty to ensure each student is placed in their rightful house, and only I possess the capability to do so. This student belongs in Ravenclaw." The name Ravenclaw resonated loudly, drawn out more than when it had sorted other students. Professor McGonagall appeared hesitant until the hat turned its face, if it could be deemed to have one, towards her and insisted, "What are you waiting for? The Sorting Hat never errs." "Very well, I shall record it as Ravenclaw." Professor McGonagall seemed to regain her composure, letting out a small huff as she took her levitating quill and inscribed it on the scroll. After placing the quill aside, it resumed its floating. And as she lifted the hat from Sigmund's head, she remarked, "You may now proceed to your rightful seat in your house. It seems today, Mr. Sorting Hat was merely a bit muddled." "Hey, I was not muddled at all," the hat retorted in a peculiar tone, its movements becoming increasingly animated, resembling a mischievous creature flailing its arms and legs, provoking a wave of laughter from the students in the hall, even eliciting faint smiles from the professors who had been sitting stoically at the back. Sigmund, though not laughing, stood up with an easy demeanor, bowed slightly to Professor McGonagall, and made his way toward my current position. As he settled beside me, curiosity compelled me to lean closer and whisper, "What just happened? Wasn't it supposed to place you in Slytherin? Why the sudden change?" "Because I told it I didn't want to go to Slytherin," Sigmund replied with a shrug, his tone casual as if discussing the weather with a passerby. He rested his elbows on the table, supporting his chin with his hands, his gaze fixed on the deep brown wooden surface before him. "Perhaps it initially intended to place me in Slytherin owing to the Russell family's long-standing association with it. But I simply didn't wish to go there." I nodded in understanding, agreeing that choosing a house one feels more comfortable in is preferable to succumbing to his so-called fated destiny. Just as I was about to continue my conversation with Sigmund, a senior girl with auburn hair beside me suddenly exclaimed, staring at her palm, "I've deciphered it. It's a snake. It's a snake." I had originally turned to glance at Sigmund when her sudden exclamation erupted behind me like a thunderclap. The sound startled me, sending a chill racing down my spine. I hurriedly turned to face the senior, instinctively disregarding the customary decorum between juniors and seniors, and asked, "What snake? What is happening?" However, the senior showed no intention of taking responsibility for my fright. Producing a palm-sized notebook from seemingly nowhere, she began scribbling and sketching in it. Another senior with a black ponytail, seated to her left, flashed a sympathetic smile at me and said, "Don't mind her. She is always like this. This is Martha Swint, renowned in our college for her obsession with divination. Unfortunately, I am her roommate, so if she has frightened you, I apologize on her behalf." As she spoke, the senior casually flicked her ponytail with a confident smile, extending her hand toward me as she added, "By the way, I am Volva Lawn. It's a pleasure to meet you, newcomer." It seemed that Ravenclaw also had individuals of a more affable disposition. I committed the name Martha Swint to memory while reaching out to grasp Lan's outstretched hand. "Hello, Lon Sr. I too am very pleased to meet you." After our handshake, Lon sought to greet Sigmund as well, but Sigmund merely inclined her head slightly and replied, "I'll pass." Initially, I harbored some concerns that Sigmund's demeanor might incite discontent in Senior Lon. However, she merely smiled, swiftly withdrew her hand, and after a graceful toss of her hair, settled back into her seat. Upon her resumption, a timid, bespectacled boy with dark hair, seated opposite her, stammered, "Perhaps you shouldn't be so protective of March." "Martha," Lon retorted with unwavering disdain, "I shall assist whomever I choose. Attend to your own affairs, Landon." With a piercing glare directed at the boy, she turned away, choosing silence. At that moment, Sigmund prodded my arm, prompting me to lift my gaze. I met his olivine eyes, where he subtly gestured for me to glance towards the center of the auditorium. Following his cue, I turned to behold Hibuli seated in a chair, her pink-haired head adorned with an oversized brown sorting hat. The hat appeared comically large for Hibuli, its wide brim nearly obscuring most of her face, while the central portion, wrinkled and devoid of eyes, bore a perplexed and hesitant expression. Meanwhile, students from Hufflepuff at the adjacent table whispered among themselves, "How many awkward moments has this been today? She has been wearing that hat for 2 minutes now. Who can say?" Just moments ago, there was someone who had already been sorted yet sought to retract their decision. This year's newcomers seemed truly extraordinary. Oh, what does it matter to us? It's unlikely there will ever be another Harry Potter. As I listened to the murmurs of the Hufflepuff students beside me, a wave of anxiety surged within my chest. My gaze inevitably lingered upon Hibari. And though I could not discern the expression on her face, I noticed her hands, clasped tightly into fists upon her lap. After nearly 2 minutes had passed, as the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly restless and tense, the Sorting Hat suddenly opened its mouth and exclaimed, "Gryffindor." A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly, including Professor McGonagall, as the previously charged atmosphere dissipated with that resounding proclamation. Almost instantaneously, Hibari leapt joyfully from her seat upon hearing the sorting result, her hands covering her mouth in a gesture of overwhelming emotion, her expression akin to that of someone on the verge of tears. Professor McGonagall gently patted her back, and Hibari bowed graciously to her before dashing towards the Gryffindor table, which erupted in enthusiastic cheers and whistles, where she quickly took her seat amidst a warm welcome from her newfound companions. Witnessing Hibari's elation brought an involuntary smile to my face. Although I felt a twinge of regret at not being sorted into the same house as her, the reality remained that we both shared the same Hogwarts experience. And I was not entirely without familiar company, as Sigmund was in my house. Following Hibari, approximately 20 more students underwent the sorting ceremony, and the process became notably smoother, devoid of any further hiccups. In a mere 8 minutes, Professor McGonagall had reached the end of the parchment scroll she held. After meticulously reviewing the inscriptions, she nodded in satisfaction before carefully rolling the scroll and tucking it away within her robe. Straightening her attire, she placed her hands elegantly at her waist and cleared her throat, signaling for our attention. This year, all new students have been sorted with the assistance of the Sorting Hat, Professor McGonagall announced, her gaze sweeping serenely from left to right, eventually resting upon Siafa, who remained seated in the corner. However, this year we have welcomed a particularly special student, an exchange student from Durmstrang. She continued, in an effort to strengthen the ties between Hogwarts and other magical institutions, we have implemented an exchange program this year. A fact that Gryffindor students may be particularly aware of, given that your sister, Alice Mern, is the one who has exchanged here, correct? Miss Lily Mern? As she spoke, her demeanor softened, and her attention shifted to a girl with shoulder-length chestnut hair seated at the Gryffindor table, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. I am delighted that your family has embraced this exchange program. After Lily Mern nodded, Professor McGonagall inclined her head in a gesture of respect before turning back to address the assembly, her tone shifting from warm and gentle to one of commanding presence. Now, allow me to introduce to you our esteemed exchange student from Durmstrang, Mr. Siafa Nael. Over the next 6 semesters, he will join us at Hogwarts to study and share in our experiences. It is our hope that through this exchange, we may deepen our bonds and learn from one another's unique insights and virtues. Mr. Nael, might you please step forward? Upon uttering these words, Professor McGonagall inclined slightly, creating space for Siafa at the front of the hall. Having already risen when his name was called, Siafa strode confidently toward the front, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his previously nonchalant attitude. In this moment, he appeared exceedingly courteous, his Durmstrang uniform, reminiscent of military attire, seeming somewhat at odds with his youthful appearance. Nevertheless, his innocent smile rendered him the quintessential exemplary student, an ideal representative for the exchange program. He soon reached Professor McGonagall's side, bowing formally before her. With a flourish, he produced a vividly colored wand from his sleeve and waved it gently, summoning a basket larger than his own head, which floated gracefully to rest before Professor McGonagall. The basket, woven from sturdy greenish vines, was adorned with a lavish red satin ribbon, reminiscent of festive occasions. At its center lay an egg, strikingly more conspicuous than the ornate basket itself. The egg boasted a gradient of earthy tones, its surface resembling a mosaic of hard, uneven dragon scales. This peculiar sight elicited gasps of astonishment from the students in the hall, and even Professor McGonagall appeared momentarily taken aback, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed at the egg within the basket. What kind of egg is that? It appears truly extraordinary, I remarked, echoing the expressions of astonishment shared by those around me as I swallowed nervously and turned to Sigmund. His expression remained unchanged, but the slight furrow in his brow indicated he viewed the magnificent egg as anything but a mere gift. Crossing his arms, he spoke with a somber tone. That is a dragon egg, the egg of a Norwegian ridgeback. Indeed, in a world steeped in magic, the existence of dragons was hardly surprising. Yet I had not anticipated encountering a genuine dragon egg on my very first day at Hogwarts. At that moment, Siafa tucked his wand away and bowed deeply to Professor McGonagall once more. Straightening up, he spoke with a tone surprisingly mature and composed for one so youthful. This is a gift from our school to Hogwarts, a native Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg. I assure you, it is alive and has been permitted by the Ministry of Magic to be brought here. All necessary documentation is enclosed within the basket, and our headmaster hopes that this Norwegian ridgeback will symbolize the friendship between our schools. Siafa's eloquence was impressive, and upon concluding his remarks, he squinted playfully, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, reminiscent of an impish 11-year-old, the mature demeanor he had just exhibited fading away entirely. Professor McGonagall, still regaining her composure from the surprise, returned Siafa's bow and replied somewhat hurriedly, I truly did not expect such a gift from your esteemed institution. I believe we. Her voice trailed off, as if she were uncertain how to address this most unexpected arrival of a dragon egg, when suddenly Hagrid, who had been seated quietly, stepped forward. With hands larger than most faces, he cradled the Norwegian ridgeback egg, effortlessly lifting it into his embrace. Glancing quickly between Professor McGonagall and Siafa, he stammered, I assure you, we will take great care of this dragon egg. Trust me, I will raise it into a healthy and lively little dragon. Hagrid, that is splendid news, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, and as she called out Hagrid's name, Siafa chuckled, bowing once more in acknowledgement. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat awkwardly before casting a sharp glare at Hagrid, her eyes gleaming with the potential to transform into a dragon and scorch him with her fiery breath. However, she quickly regained her composure, gesturing for Hagrid to retreat with the dragon egg before lowering her gaze to Siafa. Very well, Hogwarts graciously accepts this gesture. Although we cannot yet ascertain whether the Norwegian ridgeback can thrive in the British climate, it fortuitously aligns with our institution's significant research on the species, and we may treat this as a collaborative endeavor between our schools. Furthermore, should you refuse the gift from our headmaster, I suspect he would chastise me upon his return. Siafa promptly interjected, feigning a look of indignation, while Hagrid, cradling the dragon egg, nodded vigorously in agreement, prompting several more reproachful glares from Professor McGonagall. Ultimately, the matter concluded amicably. With a resigned sigh, Professor McGonagall shook hands with Siafa, affirming her acceptance of the dragon egg. Then, Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and turned to Siafa, inquiring, Mr. Null, would you like to be sorted? After all, we wish for you to experience the authentic Hogwarts life, as is the desire of your headmaster, and this will also determine your future class schedule and dormitory. At that moment, I noticed a flicker of discomfort cross Siafa's face, and I heard Sigmund beside me emit a suppressed chuckle. Yet, Siafa quickly donned a professional smile and asked, May I choose the house I wish to join, headmaster? McGonagall replied, That would likely be against protocol. Come now, Mr. Null, let us see which house suits you. A smile crept upon Professor McGonagall's lips, and in that instant, she appeared quite formidable. As she spoke, she deftly pressed Siafa down into a chair and swiftly placed the sorting hat upon his head. Seeing Siafa's fingers twitch in surprise at the sudden donning of the hat, I could not suppress a stifled laugh, quickly covering my mouth. I turned to glance at Sigmund, who met my gaze with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, indicating that we both shared the same absurd sentiment. The sorting hat writhed atop Siafa's head, its broad, deep brown brim casting large shadows on his almost luminous face. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. But with the hat perched upon him, Siafa appeared as a quiet puppet. His former exuberance vanished without a trace. I could even sense a hint of cold menace lurking in his blue eyes beneath the brim, while his typically eloquent lips were now pressed tightly together. After a prolonged scrutiny, an unsettling chill crept down my spine. The sorting hat seemed to savor the moment, as if chewing on Siafa's thoughts, its wrinkled visage displaying a plethora of expressions while emitting somewhat ungraceful murmurs. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall stood patiently by, awaiting the verdict. After approximately 2 minutes, the hat emitted a peculiar sound akin to a trumpet, exclaiming, Ravenclaw, please remove this hat from my head. The instant the sorting hat declared the result, Siafa hastily spoke, his tone urgent, as if the hat upon his head were something he greatly feared. Once Professor McGonagall lifted the hat from his head, Siafa immediately sprang to his feet, fixing a piercing gaze upon her, his eyes betraying a hint of indignation. I am somewhat intrigued by how Professor McGonagall would respond to such a situation with Siafa. However, Professor McGonagall merely inclined her head slightly towards Siafa, then raised her hand to gesture, You may now take your seat at your table in your house. I hope you enjoy your time at Hogwarts, Mr. Narl. Thank you. Professor McGonagall, Siafa replied, his tone somewhat stiff. Almost immediately after speaking, he strode purposefully towards the table where Sigmund and I were seated, casting a glance at the scribbled words in the center of his palm as he passed by, murmuring the name of the mountain eagle, Marthasvent. He then muttered under his breath, Freak. As Shiafi settled heavily into the chair next to Sigmund, it seemed as though he nearly crashed into it. I glanced at him with concern, noticing his fury as he leaned onto the table. He then extracted an amber-colored candy from his sleeve, swiftly unwrapped the transparent paper, and popped it into his mouth before burying his face in the crook of his arm. I felt as though I could hear him mumbling something. But due to the distance between Shiafi and myself, I was unable to discern his words clearly. I cast a pleading gaze towards Sigmund, as he was closer to Sheaf and might discern what she was uttering. However, Sigmund merely looked at me and shook his head, signaling me to refrain from further inquiries. Sheaf remained silent, offering neither words nor greetings. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall provided us with a brief introduction to the newly appointed Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts for this semester. She was a figure draped in a voluminous black cloak with a hood, obscuring her features entirely. From her silhouette, one could surmise that she was a woman in her 30s. Despite her speech carrying a peculiar accent not native to England, it was remarkably melodious. Akin to a gentle song, evoking a sense of warmth and familiarity, she introduced herself as Lydia, inviting us to call her Professor Lydia. She refrained from disclosing her surname, which led me to speculate that there were likely certain matters she deemed inappropriate to share with us ordinary students. With great enthusiasm, she revealed her origins from Norway and Northern Europe, expressing her eagerness not only to teach us the intricacies of defense against the dark arts, but also to enlighten us on the distinctions between traditional Nordic magic and contemporary European magic. Her words were met with unanimous approval from the Ravenclaw house, and as she concluded her address, our applause resonated the loudest. Next came the moment I had eagerly anticipated, the welcome feast. I had envisioned a procession of waitstaff presenting us with a sumptuous array of dishes, yet to my surprise, Professor McGonagall merely returned to her chair at the head of the table and, with a gentle tap of her silver spoon against her goblet, announced, "Dinner is served." My dear students. Instantly, the table before us was magically laden with an abundance of delectable food, each dish exuding enticing aromas and emanating warmth, clearly freshly prepared. I had never before encountered such an abundance of food at the dining table, let alone dishes so plentiful and satisfying, allowing me to indulge in a delightful selection. It was too long before I was captivated by the Yorkshire pudding and roast beef before me. Eagerly, I took a portion, stuffing a piece of roast beef into the center of the Yorkshire pudding and savoring it in one bite. As I poured myself a glass of orange juice, I cast a glance at Sigmund beside me. He was meticulously slicing a perfectly cooked steak and a few carrots, deftly cutting the steak into morsels just larger than a thumb, suitable for easy consumption. At that moment, it seemed that Sheaf had also regained his spirits, drawn in by the copious spread of food on the table. His plate was laden with several roasted chicken legs and wings, accompanied by a generous bowl of mashed potatoes, which he devoured with an appetite that transformed his earlier melancholy into voracious enthusiasm. After the fulfilling experience of today's Hogwarts enrollment journey, I found myself exceedingly hungry. Thus, after devouring a second Yorkshire pudding stuffed with roast beef, I still felt unsatisfied. Pouring a substantial helping of mashed potatoes drenched in gravy for myself, I then set my sights on a large plate of syrup pie located to Sigmund's right. I gently nudged him, hoping he would pass me a slice. Sigmund had just finished his steak and was now delicately savoring a berry-hued jam pudding. Upon my gentle poke, he turned to me, and I pointed to the syrup pie adorned with a white icing depiction of a soaring eagle. He appeared quite astonished by my capacity to consume such a bounty, his sharp gaze widening momentarily in disbelief as he handed me the syrup pie, his expression tinged with incredulity. I felt a bit embarrassed as I scratched my head, weakly explaining, "I haven't really eaten anything since this morning, except for the sweets and chocolates given to me by Zaya Fay and Hibuli. That is inconsequential. I do not intend to interfere with your appetite," Sigmund replied, then lowered his head to continue indulging in his pudding. However, he soon lifted his gaze again, looking at me with my mouth stuffed full of pie, and added, "But when one is very hungry, consuming food too quickly can lead to a stomachache. I shall be cautious," I mumbled, slightly slowing down my chewing of the syrup pie. At that moment, I was drawn by the voices of several students conversing nearby. I turned to see them pointing toward a corner to the left of the main entrance, exclaiming in delight, "Look, that person sitting there eating resembles the legendary Harry Potter. Doesn't he? That lightning-shaped scar and those iconic round glasses must be Harry Potter, without a doubt. But what brings Mr. Potter here? Is he returning to visit his alma mater? Foolish. I heard that this year the Ministry of Magic has dispatched several individuals to assist with the enrollment at Hogwarts. Mr. Potter is certainly among them. How generous of the Ministry to send a bona fide order to Hogwarts. once we finish our meal. Shall we seek him out for an autograph? Ah, Harry Potter. I stuffed another bite of pie into my mouth and followed the direction of the students' chatter. There, at a table, sat several adults who were not professors. Among them was a man with dark hair and round glasses, who, like me, was heartily enjoying his syrup pie. He must surely be the Harry Potter they spoke of. Professor McGonagall, having left her designated spot in the hall, now stood beside Harry Potter, holding a small cup of wine and engaged in conversation with him. Hagrid stood alongside them, his hands empty of dragon eggs, likely having secured them away. The three of them appeared quite familiar with one another. It was evident that they were discussing the recent matter concerning the dragon eggs, resembling longtime friends. When Professor McGonagall pointed at Hagrid, who stood dejectedly as if being scolded like a 3-year-old child, Harry Potter chuckled, and both Professor McGonagall and Hagrid shared a knowing smile. My understanding of Harry Potter is rather limited, confined solely to the exaggerated accounts found in the history of magic textbooks regarding his triumph over the Dark Lord, and a few scattered remarks made by Mr. Weasley during our shopping excursion in Diagon Alley. Thus, my sentiments towards this individual are not particularly profound. I can vaguely discern that he is indeed a genuine hero. Nevertheless, as someone who has long resided in the Muggle world, I find myself somewhat indifferent to these magical anecdotes, merely regarding him as a respected elder in the wizarding community, albeit perhaps with a touch of embellishment. Are you also hoping to obtain his autograph? Sigmund inquired, having evidently noticed the glimmer of curiosity in my gaze directed at Harry Potter. No, I am not well acquainted with Mr. Potter, and I certainly do not share the same sensitivity towards his name as those of you who have grown up in the wizarding realm. I merely recognized the name from my textbook and felt a flicker of curiosity, which prompted me to glance over. I chuckled lightly before turning back to the dining table. After surveying the spread before me, I pointed to a roast chicken and a vegetable salad placed a little further away, saying, "Could you please fetch me a portion of that? I seem to still be a bit hungry." Following the conclusion of the welcoming feast, we would soon return to our assigned dormitories under the guidance of the heads of our respective houses for a well-deserved rest. The head of our college is a rather disheveled tall boy, whose lofty stature makes him resemble a black column from a distance. His hair is a tousled shade of reddish straw, and the lenses of his glasses are nearly as thick as a human finger, speckled with unclean smudges. The oversized black school robe he wears hangs loosely on him, yet the sleeves have evidently been deliberately trimmed, leaving his forearms mostly exposed. Judging by the thinness of his exposed arms, he appears almost unhealthily emaciated. I also noticed a conspicuous white bandage wrapped around his drooping left arm, standing out starkly against the black fabric of his robe. As the dinner drew to a close and the professors began to prepare to leave, he approached us with a somewhat impatient expression. The moment he came near, I was struck by the strong scent of medicinal alcohol emanating from him, not the kind one might encounter in a potion shop, but the potent aroma of hospital-grade disinfectant. The smell of alcohol on our head boy was even more intense than that of the attending physician at the municipal hospital, which surprised me to find in Hogwarts. Clearly, I was not the only one taken aback, as he merely drew closer and scanned us with his hazel eyes hidden behind thick glasses. Several other first-year Ravenclaws began to whisper amongst themselves, seemingly unable to believe that this peculiar individual would play an important role in our college life. Honestly, had it not been for the prominent head boy badge affixed to his robe, I would have doubted that this figure, seemingly plucked from the pages of a comic book, could be our head boy. However, our head boy seemed unconcerned about the bizarre impression he left on the newcomers. From the moment he appeared before us, he had been rubbing his neck with his right hand, occasionally emitting groans of discomfort. After a considerable time, he appeared to remember that he needed to address us. He suddenly lifted his head to look at us, his voice as languid and casual as his demeanor, apart from an air of aloofness. He exuded a sense of self-absorption as he spoke. "Apologies, I dozed off at the potion table yesterday and just woke up an hour ago. Perhaps I slept awkwardly. I wonder if there are any spells for that." He began rummaging through his pockets, producing a variety of odd items before our eyes, including but not limited to a green toad, 2 makeup brushes, a piece of red-brown candy wrapper, irregularly shaped pebbles, a fountain pen dripping red ink, and a pocket-sized notebook stained with that same ink. After shoving this eclectic assortment back into his robe, he reached into the hood pocket and retrieved a bright honey-colored wand. Unfazed by our presence, he waved the wand in the air a few times before casting a spell on his neck, transforming it from its earlier crooked state to a normal alignment. As he put down the wand and moved his neck, he sighed in satisfaction. At this point, Sigmund, clearly unsettled by the head boy's lackadaisical demeanor, crossed his arms, and stepped forward from the group of first years. He addressed the head boy. Perhaps you should introduce yourself, considering everyone is waiting for you. Ah, it seems the newcomers are quite bold, he replied, his attention finally shifting to us. After tucking his wand into a sleeve, he bent down to meet Sigmund's gaze, which barely reached his chest. The posture oddly reminded me of a delinquent from television, prompting me to worry for Sigmund and contemplate how to defuse the situation should the head boy become angry. Unexpectedly, the head boy did not appear angry at all. In fact, he maintained a disinterested expression, as though forced to stand before us. After staring at Sigmund for about 5 seconds, he straightened up and shifted his gaze over Sigmund to address us, one hand resting on his hip. I am Eden Kreis, your head boy for this semester. Although Hogwarts rules state that you may approach me with any difficulties or issues, I hope you will prioritize your studies while at school. Try to avoid engaging in peculiar antics like those from Gryffindor or Slytherin. What was it the professor said? Wisdom cannot be gained from others? Also, I am quite busy. So I hope you will consider whether your concerns are truly worth my time before seeking me out. That is all I have to say. What a self-indulgent speech. I thought to myself, observing as Sigmund quietly retreated back into the crowd after Eden's address, standing beside me. He shot me a glance, clearly displeased by the head boy's words, and all I could do was offer him a comforting smile. Our head boy is indeed an odd character. Or perhaps all Hogwarts students are like this. At that moment, a somewhat sinister voice suddenly broke through from behind me. I jumped in surprise, nearly letting out a yelp. And when I turned to look, I found Seoff leaning forward with a mischievous grin, clearly having intended to startle me with his words. I shot a glare at Xiaofi. Yet he merely shrugged with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the anger I displayed. Of course, I wasn't genuinely angry, after all. Opportunities for playful banter with friends were exceedingly rare for me. Before arriving at Hogwarts, such moments were beyond my wildest dreams. My gaze shifted from Xiaofi to head boy Eden, who, at that moment, produced a piece of parchment resembling the one Professor McGonagall had, albeit much shorter, about the length of my forearm. Clearing his throat in a manner reminiscent of Professor McGonagall, Eden lifted the parchment to eye level and announced, "Now, I shall read the dormitory assignments for this year. Pay attention. First-year students at Hogwarts share dormitories of 5. Once you reach your 3rd year, if you feel confident in your academic performance, you may apply for a shared room with 2 or even a single accommodation." As he spoke, his tone elongated, narrowing his eyes as he scanned our group of newcomers, finally resting his gaze on Xiaofi. Perhaps it was my imagination, but when their eyes met through the crowd, Eden's expression sharpened noticeably, his demeanor becoming markedly serious. Yet, this intensity lasted less than 2 seconds. He quickly reverted to his previous languid demeanor, this time accompanied by a barely perceptible smile, his gaze still fixed on Xiaofi behind me. However, our exchange student, Mr. Xiaofi Nar, may choose to reside in a 2-person room. This year's first-year cohort is somewhat special. After accommodating 5 to a dormitory, there will be 1 remaining single room. Therefore, Professor Flitwick specifically instructed me to remind Mr. Nar to select a roommate among the new boys whom he finds agreeable. Eden's words directed the attention of all the first years towards Xiaofi, and since I was standing so close, I felt as if I too were under scrutiny from countless eyes, which made me decidedly uncomfortable. I instinctively shrank my neck, attempting to move to a spot farther from Xiaofi. However, as I lifted my foot, a sudden force yanked my arm, sending me stumbling backward until my back collided with Xiaofi's chest. Almost immediately, I heard his slightly excited voice close to my ear. "Then I will definitely choose this guy as my roommate, Carlos Nimbula. I choose him." What? My thoughts momentarily short-circuited from the abrupt pull, and Xiaofi's declaration left me astounded. I quickly steadied myself and turned to face him. "You want to choose me?" "Of course. Do I know anyone else here at Hogwarts?" Xiaofi replied, sticking out his tongue. "Hibili is a girl, and with Sigmund, I would worry about him poisoning my cup." He said this while glancing at Sigmund, hands on his hips, betraying no sign of the supposed concern he expressed for Sigmund. "If your worry stems from doubts about my character, I assure you, you are being overly cautious," Sigmund retorted without hesitation. The exchange between them bore an air of rivalry, causing the crowd to involuntarily part, creating a small clearing around the two. This only served to amplify my embarrassment, being tightly held by Xiaofi, and I felt as if I would gladly sink into a crevice in the ground if one appeared beneath me. "It seems Mr. Nar possesses quite the social talent," Eden remarked, his gaze flitting between the 3 of us before he whistled and continued. "Now, these keys are for your dormitory. Keep them safe. Replacing them is a hassle." He then produced two slightly heavy bronze keys from his pocket and tossed them to Xiaofi and me. I will now call out names in groups of 5. Those names should come forward to claim their keys. Clearly, Eden was quite skilled in this regard. The keys he tossed arced beautifully through the air and landed perfectly in Xiaofi's hand. Meanwhile, I was still reeling from the events, and I nervously turned to say, "Wait. But you haven't asked for my opinion." Eden, who had already begun counting names from the scroll, paused, raising his head as if he had encountered an outrageous statement. Choosing a roommate as an exchange student is part of the school's arrangement. Surrender your resistance, child. Even I, your elder, cannot choose my own roommate. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I detected a hint of melancholy in his tone. However, when I looked up to observe him, he had already resumed reading the next dormitory assignments. Regrettably, Sigmund was not assigned to share a dorm with us. When his name was called, he glanced at Xiaofi and me. At that moment, I was being teased by Xiaofi, who had used a levitation charm to keep the key just out of reach, forcing me to jump to grab my dormitory key. Noticing Sigmund's gaze, Xiaofi waved cheerfully at him, while I awkwardly scratched my head, finally managing to say, "I hope you get along well with your new roommate." "You too." Although it seems unlikely, Sigmund replied tersely, expressionless, before lifting his chin and walking away towards his new roommates. Watching him introduce himself to them, I felt an undeniable sense of relief. Though I couldn't pinpoint whether it was due to Sigmund's words or simply witnessing his ability to interact normally with his new companions. Yet, in truth, we had only known each other for a single day, and I wondered why I felt such concern for their lives. As I pondered these thoughts, I suddenly felt something fall from above, lightly striking my head before landing on the stone floor of Hogwarts with a distinct clink. I looked down to see the bronze key lying quietly at my feet. I bent down to retrieve the key, and then Sharafa approached, gently patting my shoulder. "Let us go. The prefect is going to show us the common room." As I straightened up, Sharafa nudged me forward, and we joined the throng of newcomers as we made our way down the spacious yet crowded corridors of the school. The Ravenclaw common room and dormitories are considered the farthest from Hogwarts' main building. We needed to head west from the castle's main hall and traverse a lengthy open walkway. This walkway was remarkably elevated, allowing me to gaze down upon the grand doors of the Hogwarts Great Hall, where I spotted Hagrid herding several carriages towards the distant forest. Once all the carriages had entered through the imposing wrought iron gates, he extended his large hand to close the heavy doors, seemingly murmuring something to the departing carriages. After securing the doors, he hung the key at his waist and strode back towards the main castle. I attempted to wave at Hagrid, hoping to catch his attention, but it was evident that he was oblivious to my gesture. Reluctantly, I abandoned the thought and continued to follow the main group forward. At that moment, the torrential rain had ceased, and the damp Hogwarts castle appeared revitalized from the outside. The radiant moon had already emerged from behind the clouds, casting a gentle light upon the covered walkway, which imbued my spirit with tranquility and serenity. I noticed that even Professor Iden deliberately slowed his pace as we traversed this external corridor, seemingly savoring the experience as well. The entrance to the tower was rather inconspicuous from the outside, with the wooden door almost blending seamlessly into the castle's brick walls. In the darkness of night, one could easily overlook it. The door was of modest dimensions, allowing only 2 individuals to pass through simultaneously, which created a striking contrast with the towering structure itself. On this unassuming wooden door, there was a bronze circular knocker fashioned in the shape of an eagle in flight. Professor Iden approached, gently grasped the knocker, and rapped on the door 3 times. Then, I heard a calm and steady female voice emanate from within. Devoid of any discernible emotion, there exists a person in this world, born of your parents, yet not your siblings. Who is he? The mere fact that the knocker could speak was astonishing in itself, and the riddle it posed ignited an animated discussion among the newcomers. As they eagerly speculated about the answer, I, too, began to contemplate the riddle, and after eliminating all other possibilities, a single answer remained in my mind. However, upon arriving at this conclusion, I found it rather hard to believe. I raised my gaze to Professor Iden, seeking some form of confirmation. Surely, the answer couldn't be this straightforward? After all, once all other options were dismissed, the only person left could only be myself. Yet, this level of difficulty felt less like a test and more akin to a mental riddle, which left me incredulous. Professor Iden did not look at me. Instead, he stroked his chin while addressing the knocker, one hand resting on his hip as he murmured, "Is it simpler because today is the day for the new students?" He then turned to face us and called out, "Does anyone have the answer? Step forward if you do." No sooner had Professor Iden finished speaking than a confident and resonant female voice echoed from the crowd, "I know the answer. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a girl with long, straight black hair. Her features bore an East Asian resemblance, framed by a round, cherubic face, and her large, dark eyes sparkled brilliantly under the night sky. However, her expression was serious, devoid of any smile. As the attention of the crowd, including Professor Iden, fell upon her, she raised her chin defiantly and stepped forward, the crowd parting to grant her passage. She approached the knocker and, with unwavering clarity and confidence, declared, "It is I. This person is myself." With the correct answer uttered, the door creaked open. After the black-haired girl spoke, the knocker struck the door 3 times on its own, and with a soft creaking sound, the door swung wide. The girl straightened her posture, resting her hands on her hips, and turned to face the assembly. Despite being nearly 2 heads shorter than Professor Iden, her demeanor was neither submissive nor arrogant, making it difficult for anyone to belittle her. As she scanned the crowd, I felt a peculiar itch at my neck, prompting me to instinctively withdraw and avoid her gaze. In contrast, Schiefel, leaning almost entirely against me, wore a look of indifference. He even let out a soft whistle in her direction and, lowering his voice, remarked, "Look at her expression. She seems to consider herself the queen of the hive." I am acutely aware that the words spoken by Ziaf were profoundly disrespectful towards the girl with black hair. In an effort to emulate Sigmund, I sternly called out his name and swiftly shook off his arm that had been resting on my shoulder. Yet, Ziaf merely laughed and stepped back, displaying no hint of remorse. It baffles me how such a stark contrast exists between his demeanor and appearance. Fortunately, our previous conversation went unheard by the black-haired girl, who, after casting a glance at us, redirected her attention towards the head of Eden, seemingly signaling him to say something. The head of Eden silently mouthed "wow," then gestured towards the door, inviting us in. He raised his voice, addressing the assembly. "I am delighted to see someone answer the question so swiftly. While some of you may have also arrived at the answer and think little of it, bear in mind that the questions posed by this door knocker vary each time, encompassing realms from astronomy and geography to history and philosophy, not to mention your studies in magic. If you do not cultivate your intellect, you might find it difficult to return to your dormitory. Now, let us proceed into the tower." After he spoke, he stood at the entrance, watching as we entered the tower in an orderly manner. Only after confirming that the last person had stepped inside did he follow us through the door, which then closed automatically behind him. However, upon entering the seemingly unremarkable circular tower, we were all left in awe. The interior was brilliantly illuminated, with sparkling crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, each arranged in a star map formation between metal bars symbolizing celestial orbits, radiating a peculiar glow. The overall palette of the tower leaned towards white, with nearly floor-to-ceiling windows that were tall and slender, adorned with blue curtains intricately embroidered with celestial patterns and gold thread. Moreover, the walls were embellished with an array of delicate decorations and patterns, evoking a sense of solemn grandeur. A massive golden Ravenclaw emblem hung on the white wall near the staircase, the soaring eagle depicted in vivid detail, with each feather's texture distinctly visible. Near the spiraling white staircase were 5 doors crafted from ginkgo wood, alongside a mysterious side door made of an unknown blackwood. Each ginkgo door bore a golden plaque with ornate characters inscribed upon it. For instance, the plaque on the door beneath the staircase read Draco. This level's dormitory theme encompassed 5 constellations contained within the Ursa Minor constellation, with each key engraved with the name of its corresponding dormitory. Currently, Ravenclaw offers a total of 88 dormitories, each corresponding to one of the 88 constellations in astronomy. Once the tower door was securely shut, the head of Eden inhaled deeply, his demeanor appearing more relaxed. After yawning, he approached us to explain, "Do not fret. You will begin studying astronomy in your first year. From today onward, remembering the names of all the dormitories will aid your astronomical studies." I seem to have developed a peculiar habit of feeling drowsy as soon as I enter the dormitory tower. After all, dormitories are meant for rest. Unfortunately, it is not yet time to return to your rooms. The Ravenclaw common room is at the very top of this tower, and I must guide you there. As he spoke, the head of Eden nonchalantly pointed with his thumb towards the deep blue carpeted white staircase behind him. A boy wearing glasses stepped forward and said, "You can't be implying that we must ascend to the top of the tower on foot to reach our common room, can you?" What else could it be? The head of Eden shrugged, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, as if he relished the shock in the new students' voices. The common room is filled with a vast collection of books and an extensive selection of potion ingredients, not to mention the desks and chairs for studying, along with a fireplace. You will soon find it essential to visit the common room, Reading through all its tomes before graduation is a requisite for every Ravenclaw student, unless, of course, you possess an intellect that does not require extensive reading to supplement it. His words provoked a mixture of glances among the surrounding students. Some nodded in agreement, while others groaned at the sight of the long white marble staircase. I, however, lowered my gaze and retrieved the key I had just received from my pocket. Since acquiring it, I had yet to examine it closely. The key was exquisitely crafted, so much so that it could serve as a decorative piece. The metallic teeth at the bottom were engraved with a pattern of stars, while the key's head was adorned with intricate floral vines. Encircling a metal plaque inscribed with the word Corvus, presumably the name of my dormitory. As I admired my dormitory key, the head of Eden had already begun leading the way up the staircase. The bespectacled boy who had questioned him glanced at my key as he passed by, then suddenly patted my shoulder, offering me a shy smile tinged with an inexplicable sadness and resignation. He remarked, "Your dormitory name is quite nice, unlike mine, which is assigned to the flies." With exaggerated despair, he let out a low, dramatic sob before following the crowd up the stairs, earning a look of respect from Ziaf as he regarded the boy's determined back and commented, "He truly is unfortunate." After what felt like a grueling ascent, we finally arrived at the much-anticipated Ravenclaw common room. As my feet touched the soft blue carpet, I felt as though my insides were aflame. I had never engaged in such vigorous, prolonged exercise before, rendering me speechless as I leaned against a bookshelf adorned with a small astrolabe, gasping for breath. In contrast, Ziaf appeared completely unfazed by the climb, even having the energy to pat my back in a comforting manner. However, if I disregarded the slightly mocking smile on his face, my experience would have been more pleasant. The throng of exhausted first years had evidently alarmed the upperclassmen who were either resting or studying in the common room. Some of them set aside their books, kindly handing out potions to restore energy in cups to the newcomers. A senior girl with auburn hair tied with a blue bow, while passing a cup to a first year, looked up at the head of Eden, who was scratching his head in confusion, and said, "Eden, you didn't happen to neglect to inform them that the eagle emblem on the first floor is actually a key that can teleport one to the common room, did you?" Upon the utterance of this upperclassman's words, a collective lamentation echoed from the new students, resonating almost to the azure ceiling of the Ravenclaw common room. Subsequently, they all turned their ire towards the head boy, Eden, who responded with the most radiant smile we had ever witnessed on his countenance. He remarked, "I merely wished for the Ravenclaw freshmen to partake in this experience, and engaging in physical activity can only be beneficial, can it not?" At that moment, a mirthful male voice unexpectedly emerged from beside the crackling white fireplace, startling everyone. At this moment, I felt considerably better, with enough energy to lift my head and observe my surroundings. Following the source of the sound, I beheld a young man with exquisitely styled, dark wooden-hued short hair, the tips of which were delicately curled in gentle waves. The sheen of his hair indicated that he had applied a generous amount of hair oil. Although he was clad in the standard black Hogwarts robe, the leather shoes resting on the footstool gleamed with an undeniable luster, hinting at their considerable expense. In essence, he exuded a sense of fashion and refinement, resembling a figure straight out of a fashion magazine. His confident and assertive smile starkly contrasted with the disheveled and languid demeanor of Headmaster Eden, presenting a striking juxtaposition as if one belonged to the heavens and the other to the earth. As I glanced at him, I noticed he held a newspaper in his hand, the day's news printed in bold black ink. However, before I could fully comprehend the contents, particularly the mention of the Ministry of Magic, he rolled it up and set it aside on the coffee table. He then placed his feet down from the footstool, leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and brought his hands together in front of his chest, his middle finger poised delicately at the tip of his nose. Despite the smile that adorned his face, his gaze directed at Headmaster Eden was sharp and analytical. The entire common room fell into a hushed reverence due to the silent standoff between these two individuals. Even the previously lamenting first years ceased their outcries, wide-eyed and expectant of Headmaster Eden's response. However, the headmaster merely rubbed his neck, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted at the ceiling, "Ah, my stiff neck hasn't healed yet. I must return to my dormitory for a hot compress. First years, feel free to explore once you're done. Return to your dormitory and leave the rest to you, Gloria." His voice resonated powerfully, causing the crystal chandelier to tremble slightly. The upperclassmen, who had previously been engrossed in their books, now looked up in unison, their brows furrowed in confusion at the sudden interruption. The wood-hued-haired senior was evidently taken aback by Headmaster Eden's unexpected response, his eyes widening in astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. just as the atmosphere thickened with shock and uncertainty. Headmaster Eden uttered his last remark and swiftly exited the common room, vanishing around the corner of the staircase almost instantaneously. If Ravenclaw had a track event, I dare say our headmaster would likely secure first place in the sprint. The senior, known as Gloria, who had previously served us water with her blue bell, offered us an apologetic smile upon witnessing Headmaster Eden's hasty departure. He.S. always like this. I hope you won't mind. Next time you come to the common room, you won't need to climb the stairs. Just touch the gold eagle emblem key on the first floor. What could possibly be wrong with him? A split personality? He had seemed utterly listless just moments ago, yet now he could bellow so loudly. Ziaf crossed her arms at the door, peering in the direction Eden had exited, even leaning out to confirm his departure, before turning to Gloria with unrelenting sharpness. Her pointed inquiries elicited a chuckle from the wit-hued-haired senior, who laughed heartily, slapping his thigh as he repeated, "Split personality, haha." Gloria's smile faltered, becoming strained in response to Ziaf's biting questions. She awkwardly cleared her throat, gesturing toward a white marble sculpture standing in the center of the common room, as if attempting to divert the conversation. However, at that moment, Sigmund stepped forward, pressing for clarification. "So, who is this Judas you mentioned? Do we have two headmasters in our year?" Upon hearing Chudis's name, Gloria paused, and as she met our curious gazes, her expression softened, revealing a hint of nostalgia. "No. Currently, Ravenclaw indeed has only Eden as the headmaster. As for the Judas you mentioned, he was the previous headmaster before Eden took up the mantle. Judas Powell was quite a stern figure. Our year was tricked into climbing an entire tower by him. Moreover, there were numerous training sessions. Can you imagine that in addition to your regular coursework, your headmaster would assign you extra tasks?" After Gloria finished her explanation, Edward, seated by the fireplace, interjected eagerly, adjusting his previously more composed posture. He stretched languidly, propping his feet on the footstool and resting his hands behind his head. With a satisfied grin, he gestured us to look toward the other side of the common room. "Do you see that? That's the legacy left by Headmaster Judas." This message board was reportedly purchased out of his own pocket, specifically to assign various tasks according to the needs of Ravenclaw students of different years. Some students even received special attention from Judas. If a name appeared individually on the board, we would often refer to that student as the unfortunate one, as it was rather unlucky. Upon hearing Edward's words, I followed his gesture and spotted a message board in the corner of the common room near the window. It measured over 1 meter in length and around 80 centimeters in width, adorned with a silver metal frame. In the upper right corner was a 3-dimensional emblem of Ravenclaw, its eagle's eyes luxuriously embedded with a blue gemstone. The surface of the board was densely covered with various papers, obscuring the original color of the board. Yet the neatly affixed papers conveyed a sense of order, hinting at the meticulous nature of their adherent. And our esteemed Eden Chris was one of the students who received special attention from Headmaster Judas. You've likely witnessed his character, despite his current demeanor. He has improved significantly since his first year. Back then, he hardly spoke to anyone and would never return to the dormitory, often sleeping in the potions classroom. Aside from lessons he found intriguing, he never attended any others. Of course, Judas made him catch up on all of them later. It seems Judas put him through quite the ordeal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to put you all through the ringer, Edward chuckled, his gaze sweeping over us as if relishing the expressions on our faces. The atmosphere in the common room grew somewhat awkward, as no one knew how to respond. Leaving Edward alone to recline lazily on the sofa by the fireplace, humming a tune. This profound silence lingered for approximately a minute, until Gloria, the senior, chose to break it. She had initially turned to gaze at the message board left by the former class leader, but at that moment, she opted to turn back towards us, her countenance adorned with a gentle smile. She spoke warmly. Although Eden may appear eccentric, he is undoubtedly a serious and good-hearted individual. A person who can become a class leader could never be malevolent. Regarding the message board, while it no longer hosted the constantly updated tasks that were present during the tenure of class leader Judas, he had nevertheless left behind a plethora of advice concerning both academic and personal matters before his graduation. I believe those willing to peruse it would find it immensely beneficial. As for myself, I am not particularly skilled at playing the role of a tour guide, and you all must be weary by now. So feel free to explore at your own leisure. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to approach me. If you wish to return to your dormitory, simply walk to the painting outside the lounge and articulate your dormitory name while touching the artwork. With Gloria's tender and thoughtful words, the atmosphere among the newcomers significantly lightened. They began to meander around the lounge, while Sigmund and his roommates set off to inspect the bookshelves. Meanwhile, The black-haired girl and the bespectacled boy gravitated towards the prominently displayed white marble statue in the center of the lounge, where Gloria was elaborating on its history. Naturally, some newcomers attempted to engage in conversation with Senior Edward, but I had no such intention. Driven by curiosity towards the so-called former class leaders, I found myself drawn to the message board that resided in a corner of the lounge, left behind by a predecessor. From a distance, this board was already quite captivating, and upon closer inspection, one would discover that everything affixed to it was inscribed in a graceful and meticulous hand. This included, but was not limited to, precautions for brewing rare potions, a reading list that first-year students should complete before their final examinations, special library hours, and a list of elusive yet practical books. There were even guidelines on whom to approach in the castle for a quick review of a subject, along with a memorandum detailing each professor's preferences and when and where to find them. It was a comprehensive and eloquent compilation, rich in detail. As I gradually perused the stack of notes, a profound realization dawned upon me. The individual who penned these words must have sincerely wished for their insights to aid future generations. Each piece of paper concluded with a flourish, bearing either words of encouragement or thought-provoking counsel, rendering it difficult to associate the author with the autocratic figure referred to by Senior Edward. It was equally hard to fathom that Eden, the head of our year, would resort to vengeance against the newcomers because of such a person. At this juncture, my gaze involuntarily drifted towards Senior Edward, only to discover that he had departed the lounge without my notice. Occupying the single sofa by the fireplace, once his seat, was a newcomer, animatedly conversing with companions. Our lounge is simply exquisite. I feel as though I could reside here for a lifetime. Ah, let us not speak too soon. Eden mentioned that we must read all the books here. Perhaps, upon entering the lounge, we shall feel a weight of pressure from these shelves. Well, your words have made me want to return to the dormitory immediately. Let us linger a bit longer. Although I was aware that eavesdropping is an undesirable habit, their vivid exchanges relaxed me. I suddenly comprehended that I had fully embarked on my academic journey. The initial phase was behind me, and now began the tangible experience of studying magic. As a member of Hogwarts, I merely needed to explore my surroundings and return to my dormitory at an opportune moment for rest. Previously, most of our activities had been collective, allowing scant time for individual exploration. Consequently, my observations of the environment had been somewhat superficial. However, I now possessed ample time and space to scrutinize the Ravenclaw common room, which was likely to play a significant role in my forthcoming academic life at Hogwarts. Upon entering this splendid space, I immediately noticed the magnificent ceiling, adorned with intricately patterned wooden beams that formed a vaulted dome. Initially, I assumed the gaps between the beams were filled with glass, allowing glimpses of the enchanting night sky. However, upon closer inspection, I realized that it was not glass, but rather a sky crafted through magic, resembling that of the Great Hall. Ethereal nebulae swirled in the dark fabric of the night, captivating my senses, while a grand golden astrolabe suspended from the center of the dome rotated gently with the passage of time, its metallic components producing a melodious chime akin to a delicate wind chime. The overall decor of the Ravenclaw common room was dominated by hues of blue and white. The floor was adorned with a thick carpet embellished with golden stars, and even the upholstery of the sofas and chairs echoed this color scheme and pattern, creating a harmonious aesthetic. Despite the night, the numerous windows draped with blue and bronze silk curtains suggested that the room enjoyed ample daylight. The abundance of desks and chairs rendered it a perfect study space. Surrounding walls were nearly entirely composed of towering bookshelves, brimming with an array of volumes, an estimated 3,000 at least. If, as Eden had indicated during our time at the Ravenclaw Tower's first floor, we were to read every book before graduation, I might very well find myself sleepwalking through my dreams, engrossed in literature. With such a plethora of books, it seemed an insurmountable task indeed. As I murmured to myself, I approached the bookshelf, my fingers gliding over the spines of the books arranged in neat rows. The uneven texture of the covers and the faint aroma of ink emanating from them stirred within me an irresistible urge to select a volume and delve into its pages. At that moment, an old, pumpkin-colored book caught my eye. I reached out and pulled it from the shelf. Its weighty presence and thickness of approximately 3 centimeters were palpable. The title, partially obscured by the passage of time, was discernible in faded gold lettering, Ancient Marvelous Creatures. Initially, I assumed it was a treatise on wondrous beings akin to those depicted in my textbook on magical creature conservation. However, upon opening it, I discerned that it resembled more of a myth or fable inspired by these enchanting creatures, rather than a straightforward scientific account. The so-called marvelous beings within its pages seemed more like fantastical entities emerging solely from the realm of mythology. As I skimmed through the book, pressed for time to read thoroughly, one fable captivated my attention, holding my gaze firmly on the page that narrated it. This tale spoke of a primordial era when land was non-existent. The deity sought to conjure a landmass through his magic. Yet no matter how much earth and stone he cast into the turbulent sea, the elements would scatter them. Thus, the god conceived a plan. He would create the most agile, cunning, and delectable rabbit in existence to entice a colossal serpent residing in the depths of the ocean, one so large it could encircle an entire continent. The serpent, however, preferred to remain hidden within its territory and was disinclined to assist the god. Undeterred, the deity unleashed the rabbit, which indeed lured the serpent out of its lair. The rabbit led the serpent in circles across the ocean, causing its massive form to form an infinite loop. Forever unable to catch up with the elusive rabbit, the serpent continued to chase, maintaining this shape. Elated by this outcome, the god filled the two circles formed by the serpent's body with earth and stone, which remained undisturbed due to the serpent's obstruction, thus solidifying the land. The protagonists of this fable were named Jormungandr, the world's serpent, and Fafnir, the rabbit, who continue their eternal chase through the waters to this day. For reasons I could not quite fathom, this audacious tale deeply intrigued me, prompting the desire to borrow the book. I carefully closed it and cradled it in my arms, scanning the lounge until my gaze landed on Senior Gloria, who was engaged in conversation with Sigmund. She appeared apologetic, frowning slightly as she pinched her chin, gently shaking her head in response to Sigmund's inquiries. Regrettably, I may not be able to assist you. In the magical community, it is permissible for underage wizards to study at home rather than attend specialized schools. However, I can relay this matter to Eden and Principal McGonagall. If she can persuade your family, your sister may be able to enroll. Would that be acceptable? Sigmund's expression was equally somber, his brow furrowed deeper than usual, revealing his distress over the situation. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke to Gloria. Upon finishing his statement, his gaze inadvertently fell upon me, and he stepped back to afford us ample space. After nodding respectfully to Gloria, he excused himself. Gloria's face brightened at my presence, a smile of welcome gracing her features. I greeted her warmly and displayed the book I held, inquiring delicately, "May I borrow this book? What procedures must I follow? Or are the books in the lounge restricted to on-site reading?" "Not at all," Gloria replied, bending slightly and gesturing toward a bulletin board beside the lounge door. It was evident that this board was designated for school use, adorned with colorful advertisements, including one for the Quidditch team. Among the multitude of notices, there was a borrowing registry where one could inscribe their name, the title of the book, and the borrowing date. She cautioned that upon returning the book, one must cross their name off with a pin. "Thank you very much, Senior. I shall proceed to borrow this book now." I smiled back at her, bowing slightly before moving toward the bulletin board. Retrieving my trusty fountain pen from my bag, I located the list of borrowers and book titles. But as I began to write, the pen faltered, occasionally leaking ink or drying up entirely due to a mishap on the Hogwarts Express. Nevertheless, I persevered and eventually completed the task. Gazing at the unsightly scrawl on the list, I sighed, only to look up and find Shiafii standing beside me, leaning down to peer at my face from below. The dim light near the lounge entrance, combined with his pale complexion and dark attire, gave his face an ethereal quality, as if it floated in midair. He was chewing on an apple, his large eyes wide with surprise, which startled me, nearly causing my pen to slip from my grasp. This was not the first time he had startled me today. A hint of frustration welled within me as we both straightened up, and I playfully poked his face with my pen. "Could you refrain from appearing out of nowhere? It's genuinely frightening. Do you have any idea how terrifying you look just now?" I complained, having gradually learned that engaging with this peculiar individual required a blend of directness and humor. "But I merely came to ask if you would like to return to the dormitory together. Is that such a crime?" Shiafii replied, adopting a mockingly innocent tone, as if he had not intended to startle me at all. "After all, we are destined to be great roommates, Nimtara. How delightful is that? Surely you're thrilled?" "If you could amend even a quarter of your flippant demeanor, I would be most grateful," I retorted, unamused by his antics, aware that a normal person would not bend down to scrutinize another's face from below. I placed my hands on my hips, feeling an inexplicable weariness wash over me. "So, are you not returning to the dormitory tonight? Planning to stay in the lounge?" "Absolutely not. I did not answer that question at all. Will you return or not?" "If you're not coming, I shall take my leave." "Yes, I shall return." In truth, regarding the outcome, I ought to feel fortunate that I returned to the dormitory early alongside Shiafia. When we finally reached our dormitory door and unlocked it with the key, leaning against the entrance of the lounge, I was reminded of the necessity to organize our belongings upon seeing our luggage nearly piled on the floor. Fortunately, the diligent efforts of the house elves at Hogwarts proved to be entirely reliable, at the very least. Every piece of furniture in our room had been meticulously cleaned and arranged with great care. Even the fireplace across from the door was still ablaze with a warm flame as we stepped inside. Evidently, they had also received word that this dormitory was home to only 2 occupants. Thus, within our quarters, there were merely 2 elegant, vintage 4-poster beds, adorned with bed linens that harmonized perfectly with the essence of Ravenclaw. The deep blue bedspread was emblazoned with the Ravenclaw crest, while the lower edges of the curtains were embroidered with a celestial design in white thread. The blue curtains hanging from the windows were clearly freshly replaced, their satin-like sheen illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the glass. The floor was covered with a round blue carpet that mirrored the shape of the room, upon which rested 2 inviting single sofas, each adorned with soft white square cushions. Between the sofas stood a charming little coffee table, upon which lay a small celestial globe. Additionally, 2 desks, each equipped with a small bookshelf, were positioned on the left side of the beds, serving the dual purpose of bedside tables. Of course, at present, both desks and their accompanying shelves stood empty, awaiting the treasures of our academic lives to fill them. On the right side of the beds stood a tall coat rack and a wooden wardrobe, approximately 2 persons wide, with elegant floral carvings adorning its corners. Clearly designated as our closet, our luggage was neatly arranged at the foot of the beds, mine on the left side and Shiafiai's on the right. We were evidently disinclined to rearrange our sleeping quarters, so we naturally accepted this arrangement and approached our respective beds to begin organizing our belongings. I first placed my satchel atop the desk, then proceeded to open my suitcase. My belongings were rather few. Aside from the books and study materials that had been sent separately, I possessed only a single suitcase designated for clothing, which contained nearly all my garments. It seemed that during the packing process, I had subconsciously resolved to remain at Hogwarts for the entirety of the second half of the year, thus inadvertently filling the suitcase to capacity with clothes. This assortment included 3 shirts, 2 hoodies, 2 sweaters, 2 coats, 3 pairs of trousers, and 1 pair of sweatpants, along with 6 pairs of socks, a pair of trainers, a winter knitted hat, and 2 woolen gloves, each torn at a fingertip. My Hogwarts robes had been sent along with the study materials, so they were not included in the suitcase. I neatly folded these garments and placed them in the wardrobe, hanging those unsuitable for folding on the built-in hangers. However, organizing the clothing was not the most arduous task. The real challenge lay in the books and miscellaneous items. Objects such as cauldrons and scales were rather foreign to someone like me, who had long resided in the Muggle world, and thus I struggled with their storage, especially as they occupied considerable space. Ultimately, I discovered that due to my inadequate organization, some of my potion ingredients had spilled out. Fortunately, none were liquids, but returning each to its rightful place proved quite a challenge, alongside my textbooks. In contrast, Sheaf's process of tidying up was markedly more efficient than mine. Not because his luggage was less voluminous. On the contrary, it was quite abundant, nearly overflowing at the foot of his bed, but rather due to the peculiar assortment of items he possessed. I even witnessed him extracting an entire owl specimen from his suitcase. Yes, indeed, an owl specimen, rather than a living owl, adorned with white spotted feathers and golden eyes, appearing almost lifelike. It was difficult to fathom how he managed to bring such an item. Additionally, he had brought a Christmas snow globe, a plethora of framed pictures, and even a white flute that seemed to be crafted from a particularly unique material, alongside a football that appeared to possess a human face. Despite the oddity of these items, Sheaf's magical prowess surpassed mine significantly. With a mere flick of his wand and a few incantations, the items began to levitate around him, obediently soaring towards the locations he desired, transforming his side of the dormitory into a vivid reflection of his personality within mere minutes. Meanwhile, Sheaf sat on his bed, yawning as he perused a comic book inscribed in a language I could not comprehend. At one point, he excused himself, toothbrush and towel in hand, presumably to visit the restroom, for upon his return, he donned a set of pajamas that starkly contrasted with his usual carefree demeanor. These pajamas appeared remarkably neat, crafted from a soft blue fabric trimmed in white, adorned with various animal patterns. Clad in this attire, he presented a picture of a model student. Regrettably, this impression faded within mere moments. For just 3 seconds after returning to the dormitory, he reclined on his bed, legs crossed, resuming his comic reading. By the time I had finally organized my belongings, Sheaf lay sprawled across his bed, fast asleep. The comic had somehow fallen to the floor, landing softly on the carpet, thus muffling the sound. He had not covered himself with a blanket. Despite the warmth radiating from the fireplace, I sighed and approached him, gently draping a blanket over him. As I bent to retrieve the comic from the floor, I noticed that every page of the black and white adventure comic was filled with handwriting, each stroke appearing youthful yet meticulous. Alongside these inscriptions were often contrasting, more flamboyant scrawls, yet those words were not in English, leaving me bewildered. Perhaps they belonged to some foreign tongue. Just as I placed the comic back on the desk and turned to return to my own bed, I was suddenly addressed by Sheaf's voice. Nimtara. His tone bore no trace of his usual joviality, yet it lacked any sense of seriousness or intimidation, reminiscent of a spoon gliding through a glass of water, producing only a crisp sound. What is it? After enduring the day's trials, I had become accustomed to such unexpected occurrences and swiftly turned to respond. At that moment, Sheaf had propped himself up on his bed, his blue eyes fixed upon me. The dormitory window remained ajar, allowing moonlight to cascade upon him, casting a surreal, cold white glow over his pale skin and hair, making his blue eyes shimmer in the dimness like exquisite sapphires. I must admit, when Sheaf was devoid of a smile, he exuded an unsettling aura. Unconsciously, I extended my hand into my sleeve, my fingers brushing against the cool handle of my wand, the icy sensation soothing my breath. However, Sheaf merely regarded me for a moment before abruptly uttering a word of gratitude. In an agility akin to that of a civet cat, she then reclined once more, enveloping herself entirely within the confines of the blanket. I found myself in a state of bewilderment, yet before I could utter a word, I heard Xiaofiai's muffled voice from beneath the covers, instructing me to remember to close the window, as he could not sleep with it open. In that fleeting moment, I could scarcely believe that this fellow was capable of coherent speech, a realization I would come to regard as one of my greatest follies in life. That night, I slept soundly, devoid of dreams. Although I often caught the faint sounds of the night wind whispering outside the Ravenclaw tower in my slumber, it seemed that by midnight, a heavy rain had commenced, though the rain ceased by dawn, when I finally rose from my bed. The chill of the damp morning air sent a shiver down my spine, and the remnants of my drowsiness vanished without a trace. I lifted my gaze, intending to rouse Xiaofiai from his slumber, only to discover that he had risen earlier than I. He was already adorned in the Hogwarts robe, with a blue scarf representing Ravenclaw elegantly draped around his neck. As I turned to him, I noticed he was just fastening the laces of his boots. Upon realizing I was awake, he exuberantly leapt from his bed, arms outstretched in a display of pride, exclaiming, "What do you think? Doesn't the Hogwarts uniform suit me splendidly?" It was indeed fitting for Xiaofiai to possess such vigor first thing in the morning. I scrutinized him closely. Despite his typically casual demeanor, he wore his attire with remarkable meticulousness, fastening even the top button of his shirt with precision and tying his tie impeccably. However, considering the semi-military uniform of Durmstrang, it seemed that maintaining a polished appearance was likely a facet of Xiaofiai's upbringing. I candidly shared my thoughts with Sheaf, who, upon hearing them, chuckled and remarked that I had guessed quite accurately. He then expressed his intention to wait until I had changed and freshened up before we proceeded to the hall for breakfast together. To honor Sheaf's patience, I swiftly changed my attire and made my way to the washroom. As we finally descended to the first floor of the Ravenclaw tower, we encountered numerous fellow Ravenclaw students who, like us, were hurrying from the tower to the main building. As I searched among the students walking by, I discovered that Sigmund was notably absent. Initially, I had contemplated the possibility of the three of us journeying to the auditorium together. However, it now appears that such an idea must be abandoned. Unexpectedly, while Sheaf and I were seated in the auditorium, deliberating over the last piece of pumpkin pie on our plate and deciding to resolve our dispute through a game of rock, paper, scissors, Sigmund suddenly materialized and took a seat directly opposite us. To my utter dismay, he then seized that coveted piece of pie and transferred it to his own plate. "Oh, my pumpkin pie." I watched helplessly as the delectable slice, emanating a tantalizing aroma, was snatched away and bitten into. Sheaf emitted a heart-wrenching wail that pierced through the already cacophonous atmosphere of the auditorium, drawing the attention of several tables nearby, who paused their meals and regarded us with bewildered expressions. I hastily covered Xiaofiai's mouth and said, "Do not be so loud. It is merely a pumpkin pie." However, as I uttered those words, I could not help but swallow hard, a surge of insatiable hunger welling up within me. "Yet, it is indeed a pumpkin pie." Xiaofiai, in a fit of anger, struck the table. I believe that the expressions on both Xiaofei and my faces must have been quite remarkable at that moment. For Sigmund's demeanor froze momentarily upon hearing that wail and looking up at us. His face flushed crimson, seemingly infected by our presence. As he abruptly rose from his seat, slamming his hand down on the table, he thrust the half-eaten pumpkin pie toward Xiaofei, exclaiming, "It's merely a piece of pumpkin pie. You can have it back." However, perhaps due to the fervor of Sigmund's gesture, his hand trembled, causing the slice of pie to slip from his grasp. It fell onto the plate, only to bounce off and roll across the floor like a coin, gradually distancing itself from us. The three of us watched the pumpkin pie as it came to a halt at the corner of the adjacent table, only to be inadvertently squashed by a passing senior. As he gazed down at his greasy shoe, now exuding the aroma of pumpkin, he let out a thunderous wail. At that moment, we simultaneously averted our eyes. "Let us focus on enjoying our breakfast," I suggested, somewhat dazed. Replied Zayaf, his tone unusually subdued. What were we doing? Had I been ensnared by some chaotic potion? Sigmund adjusted his forehead, shielding his eyes with his palm. From his gloomy expression, I could infer that he had likely undertaken a serious reflection on his life when he uttered those words, resulting in a tinge of humorous despair. Nevertheless, the fact that the three of us had gathered on the first day of school seemed to me a promising omen for the day ahead. After a rather tumultuous breakfast, we made our way to the charms classroom, located on the 4th floor of the castle. The room was filled with numerous books, its central area left open, flanked by 3 rows of desks aligned parallel to the walls, with a massive blackboard dominating the center. Upon our arrival, several gazes suddenly shifted toward us, accompanied by hushed giggles. Clearly, the commotion we had caused that morning in the hall had made us somewhat infamous, prompting Sigmund to express his desire to sit apart from us. However, we forcibly positioned him between us, compelling him to take a seat. "No escape," Zayaf quipped mischievously, his demeanor light, yet the tension evident in the veins on his arm as he pressed Sigmund down. Given the circumstances, resistance seemed futile. After all, we were already perceived as peculiar in the eyes of others. I settled into the seat beside Sigmund, feigning a smile as I gently patted his shoulder, whispering, "Have you been corrupted by Zayaf, Nimtara?" Sigmund, flanked by us, radiated discomfort, every hair on his body seemingly in rebellion. Yet, it was too late to switch seats, for Professor Flivy had confidently strode to the center of the classroom. He adeptly climbed upon a high stack of books meant to elevate himself, then tapped the blackboard behind him with his wand. Clearing his throat with a resounding cough, the entire charms classroom fell silent, all eyes fixated on Professor Flivy. With a commanding presence, he surveyed us with his somewhat sagging eyes from left to right, emitting a satisfied grunt from his nose before declaring, "Class is in session." I am truly grateful that during the summer break, I managed to preview all the textbooks I could possibly read. Otherwise, I would likely struggle to keep pace with the courses required at Hogwarts. I had initially believed that having been exposed to Diagon Alley and the magic of Professor McGonagall would enhance my receptivity to new experiences, particularly those pertaining to the wizarding world. However, it became evident in today's lesson that my performance did not reflect this expectation. The first segment of our class on the use of magic proved to be somewhat challenging for me. Today's charms lesson, which was also my inaugural session, focused on the learning of the levitation charm. Professor Flitwick provided each of us with a white feather, explaining that it would serve as our teaching tool for the day, with the primary objective being to make the feather levitate. After confirming that each student had received a feather, Professor Flitwick commenced his explanation of the levitation charm. He raised his wand high, signaling for us all to concentrate our attention on it and observe the movement of his wand. With a deft flick through the air, he then focused on a point, giving it a gentle shake while reciting, Wingardium Leviosa. As his words faded, I beheld the feather slowly rising from the desk, hovering gracefully in midair. Despite having witnessed many such spells since my arrival at Hogwarts, such as Professor McGonagall conjuring the scroll inscribed with the names of the first-year students and Xiaofei organizing his belongings, I found myself marveling at the sight. My mouth fell agape in astonishment as I silently grappled with a twinge of insecurity, questioning my ability to successfully cast the spell. It is worth noting that aside from the summoning charm I learned at Ollivander's wand shop, I had yet to successfully perform any other spell. Subsequently, Professor Flitwick demonstrated the wand movements for the levitation charm several more times, emphasizing the necessary pauses during the incantation. When he reiterated the need to flick and then shake the wand, I noticed Xiaofei stifle a tremendous yawn. Collapsing onto his desk with his lower face buried in the crook of his arm, his eyes wandering intermittently to Professor Flitwick beside the podium. His demeanor suggested that merely keeping his eyes open in respect for the lesson was the utmost regard he could muster. I glanced once more at Sigmund, believing that he should have already mastered spells of such caliber. As expected, when I turned my gaze upon him, I discovered him engrossed in scribbling within a book. Leaning in closer to observe, I was astonished to find that he was actually preparing for his studies in the history of magic, and he had already progressed to the latter half of the textbook. Beside him, his notebook was filled with densely packed notes capturing the essential points he had recorded. A shiver involuntarily coursed through me, and the prospect of receiving a scholarship this semester seemed, regrettably, a mere figment of imagination. Yet, apart from diligent effort, I appeared to have no alternative. With this thought, I tightened my grip on my wand and recalled the incantation gestures demonstrated by Professor Flitwick. Next came the time for free practice, and the classroom resonated with the varying intonations of Wingardium Leviosa. Some voices exaggeratedly elongated certain syllables, rendering the utterance comically absurd, while others stumbled through it hesitantly. One individual even cracked his voice on the final syllable, infusing the spell with an unexpected rock and roll essence. Another mispronounced it as Wingardium Leviosa, and we witnessed his feather whirl swiftly through the air, ultimately transforming into a spider that scuttled away and vanished. Laughter erupted among his peers, while he, wand in hand, gazed in frustration at the spot where the spider had disappeared, wearing an expression of dejection. I surveyed the classroom, noting that aside from Sigmund and Sharafa, nearly no one had successfully cast the spell. Most wands remained motionless, and instances of unusual occurrences, like that of the earlier student, were quite rare. Although it may have been somewhat unethical, I felt a sense of relief wash over me, and my wand waving became more spirited. Throughout this time, Professor Flitwick diligently roamed the classroom, occasionally offering individual guidance to students. When he reached a girl adorned with a Hufflepuff yellow scarf and braided hair, he reprimanded her for having chatted incessantly with those around her since the beginning of the free practice period, all while jotting down notes in her personal notebook. As Professor Flitwick approached, she seemed to be laughing heartily at her response, leaning over her desk with her shoulders shaking, completely oblivious to his presence until she noticed the sudden change in the expressions of her companions. Only then did she turn her stiffened face toward him, caught in a moment of surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, I didn't see you standing in front of me." An immediate hush fell over the classroom, with all eyes clearly observing Professor Flitwick as he huffed and furrowed his brow, a clear sign of impending ire. He gently tapped the desk in front of the girl and addressed her, "Ms. Debbie Gruber. It appears you possess such confidence in your spellcasting that you feel no need for practice. Thus, I have ample reason to expect you to demonstrate your impressive spell work before the entire class. How about you step to the center of the classroom? We eagerly await your display." Debbie, evidently taken aback by Professor Flitwick's stern demeanor, spoke with a quiver in her voice as she quickly rose and bowed to him. Sincerely apologizing, "I'm sorry, Professor, I won't dare again. I truly cannot perform this spell yet. I will practice diligently from now on." Professor Flitwick seemed to soften at her apology, his expression easing considerably, though he still cleared his throat in an effort to maintain his serious facade. "I hope you will make improvements, Debbie Gruber. If I were you, I would never squander an opportunity to practice my spells. Mastery of spells is the foundation of a wizard's abilities. If you wish to continue your journey at Hogwarts and become a competent witch, you must temper your penchant for conversation and double your efforts." His admonition was delivered with such gravity that even the previously unflustered Debbie appeared subdued as she replied, "I will, Professor Flitwick." "Very well, take your seat," he nodded, and once she was settled, he turned back to the entire class, stating, "What I just said applies to all of you. Do not forfeit any opportunity to wield your wands. Now, continue practicing." As soon as his words echoed through the room, the classroom erupted into an even more vibrant and thunderous chorus of spell practice, the noise nearly shaking the ceiling, rendering my own incantations nearly inaudible. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick continued his rounds, and when he reached me, a spark of recognition lit up his eyes upon seeing my wand. A walnut wand is quite rare. I am fortunate to have a student who wields one. Is that so? I purchased it at Ollivander's. Mr. Ollivander said it chose me. I was somewhat taken aback by my professor and head of house suddenly engaging me, and I could feel the stiffness and awkwardness in my own tone as I responded. I harbored some concern about being perceived as impolite, yet Professor Flitwick merely smiled kindly at me before continuing. "Wands crafted from this wood are particularly favored by those with keen intuition and sharp observational skills. Their rarity is not solely due to the difficulty in finding such masters. Many wizards opt against wands of this material. Could it be a lack of confidence in one's abilities?" Professor Flitwick's words piqued my curiosity, prompting me to glance at the wand in my hand and speculate. One might say that. But a more precise assertion is that wands made of black walnut are nearly incapable of self-regulating their internal conflicts. Thus, their wielders must confront their innermost selves and current circumstances with unwavering honesty. In other words, self-deception is not permitted. As he spoke, Professor Flitwick extended his hand towards me. Upon instinctively handing him my wand, he examined it, letting out a soft click of admiration before reluctantly returning it to me. He added, "You ought to cherish your wand. It is a rarity for it to have chosen you. Moreover, fostering mutual understanding with your wand will enhance your magical abilities. When casting spells, remember to confront your inner self honestly, avoiding the incantation of spells you do not wish to cast. Everyone may encounter moments of self-deception, but always bear in mind that acceptance and struggle are far more beneficial than deceit and evasion, regardless of the challenges one faces." Professor Flitwick's gentle yet profound words greatly inspired me. As I took back the wand and grasped it firmly, I felt a surge of confidence. Under the encouraging gaze of Professor Flitwick, I inhaled deeply, silently affirming my commitment to honesty with myself and my identity as a wizard who desires to wield magic. Then, emulating Professor Flitwick's motion, I waved my wand through the air and pronounced loudly, "Wingardium Leviosa." I have accomplished it. I have truly succeeded. The white feather, which had originally rested upon my textbook, quivered violently after I recited the incantation and, just as Professor Flitwick had demonstrated, began to levitate. It floated higher and higher, ultimately suspending itself just a mere centimeter beneath the ceiling. As the feather ascended, several individuals around me involuntarily exclaimed in awe, prompting Professor Flitwick to lead the applause, exclaiming, "It appears we have a successful practitioner of the levitation charm in our classroom. Let us congratulate Mr. Nimtara. The other students should also strive to practice diligently. Remember, if you aspire to become an exceptional wizard, do not forfeit any opportunity to wield your wand." The classroom erupted in applause, and some even whistled in encouragement. Although I recognized that the levitation charm was merely a fundamental spell, the support from everyone made my cheeks flush, and I quickly lowered my gaze, feigning concentration on my textbook. Subsequently, to retrieve the feather that hovered beneath the ceiling, Professor Flitwick personally instructed me in the summoning charm. He elucidated that the essence of this spell lay in the necessity of focus, directing one's mind toward the object one wished to summon. He further explained that the difficulty of the summoning charm varied depending on the nature of the object and its distance from oneself. He believed that for a first-year student, summoning a feather from my position to the ceiling was already a commendable feat. With the experience gained from the levitation charm, my confidence soared, and my pace in mastering the summoning charm significantly accelerated. By the conclusion of the spell class, I had managed to draw the feather to within approximately half a meter of myself, although I had not yet succeeded in bringing the feather directly into my hand. This represented a considerable advancement for me. It is worth noting that the summoning charm is originally documented in the 4th level standard spellbook and is among the most ancient spells in the wizarding realm. Our next lesson is potions class. However, while I was organizing my belongings, I realized that in my morning haste, I had mistakenly taken the textbook for history of magic, which I was not supposed to use until the afternoon. Consequently, I had to send Sigmund and Shia ahead to the potions classroom while I returned alone to the Ravenclaw dormitory to retrieve my potions textbook. Fortunately, guided by a benevolent ghost I encountered along the way, I traversed a concealed passage hidden behind a tapestry on the wall of the charms corridor, leading me to the armory corridor, which allowed me to reach the Ravenclaw tower more swiftly. As I arrived, breathless and clutching my potions textbook, at the first floor of Hogwarts' main building, I was just about to enter the potions classroom when I heard a crisp, yet somewhat familiar female voice behind me. "Excuse me. Could you please wait a moment?" Having grown accustomed to unexpected conversations occurring beside me, I merely turned around in mild surprise, and there stood Debbie Gruber from Hufflepuff, whom I had seen in charms class earlier. She regarded me with her smoky violet eyes, her face initially adorned with a smile. However, upon recognizing me as Carlos Nimtara, a fellow classmate, she appeared to become somewhat awkward and bashful. After a brief moment of hesitation, she seemed to gather her resolve, clenched her fist in front of her chest for encouragement, and inquired, "May I interview you?" I certainly did not intend to underestimate her based on her performance in class. Thus, after confirming with the clock in the castle corridor that there was still considerable time before the lesson, I nodded at Debbie and replied, "Of course. But I must admit that I am also new to Hogwarts, or one might say, to the magical realm, so if you inquire about matters pertaining to that, I may not have the answers. Not at all. It's actually a delight for me that you are willing to grant me this interview, she responded. You know, I was a bit concerned that you might think I was a poor student due to my conduct in class and would hesitate to speak with me. Oh, by the way, your levitation spell was truly impressive. Upon recognizing my friendly demeanor, Debbie's eyes sparkled. Her words flowed rapidly, and her movements were brisk as she spoke while retrieving a notebook from her robe's pocket. It was the same notebook I had seen during Charms class, though it appeared somewhat different now. When I had first encountered it, it had seemed meticulously cared for, but now, in Debbie's hands, it looked crumpled, with distinct stains on the pages that resembled dried, diluted red ink. Noticing my gaze fixated on the notebook, Debbie awkwardly pulled it closer to her chest, offering me a sorrowful smile as she explained, a few Slytherin students played a prank on me and splashed red ink as I passed by. My robe had been enchanted with a waterproof charm, but the ink that seeped into my pocket left its mark on my belongings. I am sorry to hear that. Have you reported this incident to a professor? I furrowed my brow at her explanation, which evoked memories of my own days in a Muggle school, casting a shadow of sadness over me. I looked up at Debbie, but she merely shook her head. Clearly, she possessed an inner strength. She twirled the pencil in her hand and said, "Let us set that aside for now. It's time for the interview." I aspire to join the Hogwarts News Club, but their entry requirements have become exceedingly stringent this year. I must prove my qualifications by writing a legitimate article. In fact, I was attempting to do just that during class, though perhaps I got a bit carried away. As Debbie spoke, her spirits seemed to dip, evidently influenced by Professor Flitwick's strictness and her encounter with the Slytherin students, which had left a lasting impression on her. Realizing this, I endeavored to console her gently. It's perfectly all right. Everyone has moments of distraction in class. I once fell asleep and confused my arithmetic textbook with my literature book. And when the teacher called on me, I read aloud from a passage completely unrelated to the lesson. Ever since, my teacher has made it a point to verify which book I have out during arithmetic class. That must have been quite embarrassing. Your entire year must have felt quite uncomfortable, she said. In any case, thank you for comforting me, Nimatara. My words finally brought forth a genuine smile from Debbie, and after expressing her gratitude, she commenced her interview. With Halloween approaching, the news club was involved in organizing this year's Hogwarts festivities. So she wished to write an article about the Halloween customs from the memories of first-year students and their expectations for the Halloween feast. Nimatara, you mentioned you hail from the Muggle world, and I believe the Muggle Halloween traditions will be of great interest. Please, do share. As she spoke of my Muggle origins, her demeanor became exceedingly enthusiastic, and she even stepped closer to me, clearly believing this would make for an excellent news piece. Her sudden enthusiasm left me somewhat flustered, prompting me to take a subtle step back as I replied, in truth, Halloween in the Muggle world is perhaps not as captivating as in the magical realm. Each year, stores offer discounts, and my guardian, Mrs. Sam, begins crafting a shopping list for Halloween early in the morning, waiting for the stores to open in the evening. However, they rarely purchase genuine Halloween decorations. They simply take advantage of the discounts on everyday items like beer and chocolate, seizing the holiday for a shopping spree. Nevertheless, they always indulge in a chocolate ice cream cake filled with cinnamon, claiming it has been a tradition since childhood. Stores offering discounts in the cinnamon chocolate ice cream cake. Yes, I'm jotting that down, Debbie remarked, diligently recording my words while nodding. And are there any other customs? Indeed, although I have not participated myself. Children in the community dress up as characters from stories or figures they admire, going door to door to say, trick or treat. Some adults who immerse themselves in the festive spirit also don costumes to parade through the streets, embodying ghosts, zombies, or superheroes. As I struggled to recollect my thoughts, I found myself retreating further due to Debbie's persistent approach, until my back nearly pressed against the wall outside the potions classroom. Only then did Debbie finally cease her note-taking, raising her head with an expression of utmost seriousness, as if she were entirely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. With a hint of exasperation, I gestured towards the grand door of the potions classroom and cautiously inquired, "So, is your interview over since the class is about to commence? I may have some follow-up questions later, perhaps regarding that hero. Is he a celebrity in the Muggle world? And if one were to impersonate a ghost, wouldn't he the real ghost become quite irate? How did you obtain their permission? In any case, I sincerely appreciated your willingness to participate in my interview." Debbie responded with utmost seriousness, tucking her notebook and pencil back into her pocket. After rummaging for a moment, she suddenly produced a slim, berry-colored booklet and handed it to me. "This is a token of gratitude for agreeing to my interview. It contains intriguing tales and legends about Halloween that my father helped me gather. He is a news editor and knows much more than I do. I believe most students would find the contents engaging, but if it doesn't pique your interest, feel free to dispose of it as you wish. Apologies for the red ink on it. It may have gotten a bit damp. No, it's perfectly fine. Thank you for this, Debbie, I quickly replied, offering her a smile as I accepted the booklet and carefully tucked it into my potions textbook. For some reason, Debbie's face suddenly flushed, and she hugged her own textbook tightly. I noticed it was a history of magic book, suggesting that the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw schedules did not entirely overlap. Her words began to tumble out in a rapid-fire manner. In any case, do look forward to this year's Halloween banquet. It is said that Hogwarts will host a grand celebration, with even the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic in attendance. I have another class now, so I must be off. With that, Debbie dashed away, clutching her textbook like a nimble mooncalf, leaving me to watch her figure disappear down the corridor before I turned to enter the potions classroom. The potions classroom is situated in the depths of Hogwarts, believed to be placed underground to avoid any adverse effects on potion brewing due to lighting conditions. However, this choice rendered the classroom perpetually dim and oppressive, with towering shelves lining the walls, filled to the brim with glass jars containing various preserved specimens and jars of herbs. Near the lectern stood a magical materials storage cabinet, from which students could freely procure potion ingredients. As I descended the stairs and stepped into the potions classroom, I couldn't suppress a shiver, feeling the warmth from my exposed skin being steadily siphoned away. My gaze swept across the room, and finally, in a corner, I spotted Shio waving at me, while Sigmund occupied a seat one place apart from him, evidently leaving the space between them for me. I hurried over, and as I set down the potions textbook I held in my arms, the Halloween booklet that Debbie had gifted me slipped out from between the pages, revealing a cover adorned with a berry-hued illustration of a pumpkin carved with a face. Upon seeing this booklet, Sheaf approached with a mischievous glint in his eyes, eager to grasp it for a closer inspection. However, I swiftly attempted to swat his reaching hand away, though I ultimately missed my mark, and he promptly withdrew his hand. Undeterred, he reached out once more in his pursuit of the booklet. Finally, I informed him that it was unrelated to our potions class and suggested we peruse it together once we returned to the dormitory. Only then did Sheaf relent. Our potions professor is named Horace Slughorn. He presents as an amusing and exuberant elderly gentleman, adorned with a walrus-like silver beard and a rotund figure. Despite the perpetual smile that graces his face, there are moments when his pale green eyes scrutinize a particular student, transforming into a keen and piercing gaze reminiscent of a bank appraiser evaluating a mortgaged property. This intensity can send a shiver down one's spine, as if myriad tiny creatures were crawling along it. As he enters the classroom, before even reaching the podium, he booms loudly, inquiring, "Who is Chaffnarl?" referring to our brother student from Durmstrang. His voice resonates throughout the room, prompting me to hear Chaff muttering an incomprehensible curse under his breath. Though the exact words elude me, I surmise they are far from flattering. In the next instant, however, Chaff dons a compliant demeanor, standing with a beaming smile as he squints at Professor Slughorn. The professor reciprocates the squint, and for a brief moment, the two of them appear comically absurd, sharing smiles for 2 full minutes without a word spoken, while all eyes in the classroom dart between them, save for Sigmund, who remains engrossed in his potions textbook. The soft rustling of Sigmund's quill against the pages stands out against the silence. Finally, Professor Slughorn, still wearing his genial smile, breaks the quiet, addressing Chaff in a somewhat peculiar, gentle tone. "I would like to appoint you as my class representative for potions, assisting me with assignments and teaching. Would that be agreeable?" "Mr. Gnarl?" "Certainly, Professor, though it seems I have little choice in the matter," Chaff responds, his tone suggesting that perhaps they exchanged some unspoken understanding during their shared squinting moment. Yet, considering Chaff's remarkable intellect and rigorous education at Durmstrang, it seems improbable that he could have mastered silent spells at such a young age, leading me to dismiss that absurd notion. The more plausible explanation is that their personalities are simply quite similar. As I ponder this, Professor Slughorn nods for Chaff to take his seat and, just as we expect him to begin the lesson, he merely squints at a piece of paper tucked within his textbook before raising his voice again. "Sigmund Russell. Is that you?" The sudden sharp sound of Sigmund's quill catching on the page draws my attention. I turn to see him, taken aback by the force, nearly tearing his notebook. With a somewhat stiff demeanor, he raises his head and stands expressionlessly to face Professor Slughorn, almost visibly questioning why he has been called upon. Yet, Professor Slughorn's smile remains as affable as ever, and the ensuing exchange is filled with pleasantries. You are the young gentleman from the Russell family. I consulted your grandmother for a reading when I married. She foretold of a blissful union. Thank you for your support of my grandmother's work. Let us not be so formal. Her predictions are remarkably accurate, and I hold your family in high regard. If you find time, I would be delighted if you could join me for tea in my office. If I have the time, and if it would not be an imposition. But do not expect leniency in your potion studies. I suspect you would prefer me to write home, praising your achievements rather than reporting any shortcomings. I will strive to excel, but my family prefers not to be disturbed, so let us forego any letters. After this exchange, Professor Slughorn seems satisfied, his smile deepening. He gestures for Sigmund to sit down and calls out the names of several other students, engaging in further pleasantries until I grow weary of the routine and begin to peruse my potions textbook. As I turn the page to the section detailing the formula for a sleeping potion, Professor Slughorn suddenly calls out, "Carlos Nimtara." My journey at Hogwarts has been a continuous adventure filled with the peculiarities of strange individuals and events that have left me in a state of astonishment. When Professor Horace called my name, I was startled, nearly causing me to, much like Sigmund, pierce the pages of my book with the tip of my quill. I lifted my gaze to the portly figure of Professor Horace at the podium, responding briefly before promptly rising to my feet, just as he did with others. Professor Horace squinted at me. However, for reasons unknown, he wore a serious expression devoid of his usual smile, his thick yet sharply contoured lips tightly pressed together. It felt as though he was scrutinizing every inch of me, from the strands of my hair down to the buckles of my shoes, as if endeavoring to recall something while simultaneously attempting to unearth some hidden truth within me. I felt exceedingly uncomfortable under his gaze, so I turned my head aside, striving to avoid meeting his eyes. Then I inquired, "Is there something you need, Professor?" As soon as I finished speaking, Professor Horace immediately responded in a loud and elevated tone, exclaiming, "Your surname is quite unique. I suspect it is not of British origin. I am therefore most curious about this student with such an extraordinary name. Perhaps you could enlighten your classmates about yourself and the origins of your surname?" "Oh, Professor, I fear that might be impossible," I replied timidly, lowering my gaze as I truly could not muster the courage to meet Professor Horace's eyes. "Oh, why is that?" Professor Horace inquired, raising one eyebrow inquisitively at my answer. "Because I, too, am unaware of the origins of this surname," I ventured cautiously, stealing a glance at Professor Horace's expression before quickly averting my gaze once more. I could sense that everyone around me was staring, with Sheaf casting a bemused look in my direction, while Sigmund furrowed his brow, studying me intently. I pressed my toes against the ground within my shoes, my hands clasped behind my back, and tentatively uttered, "I hail from a Muggle family and was adopted. Thus I remain unaware of the origins of my surname. In truth, it is quite possible that it was merely a whimsical creation of the nurses at the orphanage. As of now, I have yet to encounter anyone who shares my surname, save for the account in Gringotts that bears my name." As these thoughts crossed my mind, I couldn't help but reminisce about my first visit to Gringotts. Although Mr. Weasley assured me that he would assist in my search, I have grown rather skeptical about the likelihood of finding my relatives. Upon hearing my words, Professor Horace's expression suddenly turned icy, as if he had abruptly lost interest in the content of our conversation. He averted his scrutinizing gaze, casually gesturing for me to sit down, and remarked, "Please take a seat, Mr. Nimtara. I believe we have already squandered considerable time. It is time to commence our lesson." Upon hearing those words, I slowly took a seat. As I settled back into my chair, Sheaf approached and gently patted my shoulder, saying, "Don't pay attention to his words. He is merely an old snob." I had anticipated this, yet I was not particularly concerned, for my purpose at Hogwarts was to learn rather than to socialize. I replied, shrugging as I opened my potions textbook. "Such a positive attitude," Sheaf remarked with a whistle. In the subsequent lesson, Professor Horace introduced us to the rules and precautions regarding various potion apparatuses, including but not limited to the necessity of thoroughly cleaning the cauldron after each use and the prohibition of substituting anything for the weights when using a balance. Towards the end of the class, he also presented several magical potions that we would need to master this semester. Although Professor Horace did not leave a favorable impression before he began teaching, it must be said that his lecturing was quite impressive. His teaching abilities were undoubtedly excellent, and the arrangement of knowledge points was both precise and compact. Thus, when he finally closed the textbook and announced the end of the class, a collective sigh of relief resonated throughout the classroom. He then assigned us some preparatory work verbally before departing. With that, our morning classes concluded. As I walked towards the common room, clutching my books alongside Sheaf and Sigmund, I found myself feeling somewhat fatigued from studying, and my stomach growled with hunger. Consequently, upon entering the great hall and finding a seat, I quickly downed a glass of pumpkin juice and devoured a chicken sandwich. The fragrant food revitalized me, and I exhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated. At that moment, Sheaf suddenly reached out and poked me. When I turned to him, I was met with his sparkling, pleading gaze, his hands resting on my shoulders. With his cherubic face, he resembled a pitiful little white kitten at first glance. I could not help but feel a sudden chill, fully aware of the reason behind Ziaf's unexpected poke. Reluctantly, I opened my potion textbook and retrieved the small berry-colored booklet, handing it to him. As soon as he received it, he let out a jubilant cheer and eagerly flipped through its pages. Meanwhile, Sigmund and I remained engrossed in our meals. It was indeed peculiar that, despite Ziaf's incessant snacking, he seemed utterly distracted during mealtime, and it was a small miracle if he managed to focus on consuming even a croissant. In the midst of Ziaf's exuberant reading, a brown, long-legged owl suddenly swooped in through the ornate window above the hall. It glided imperiously past a series of startled students below, eventually landing deftly in front of Sigmund. In its beak, it clutched a letter, remarkably smooth as if it had been specially pressed. The envelope featured elegant calligraphy in dark blue ink, exquisitely crafted, sealed with a rare deep blue wax that shimmered with golden flecks, resembling a polished sapphire affixed to the surface. Upon seeing the letter, Sigmund paused momentarily, his fork and knife suspended mid-air, as his olive green eyes widened in astonishment while locking gazes with the owl. The owl, tilting its head, emitted soft coos, seemingly urging Sigmund to take the letter from its beak. After a brief 3-second exchange, Sigmund composed himself and retrieved the letter. At that moment, the owl's expression mirrored that of a mother witnessing her child dutifully attending to chores. As it flapped its wings and departed without acknowledging the crumbs of bread I had offered, Sigmund opened the letter with an air of nonchalance. The handwriting on the parchment was equally exquisite, yet as he read, his brow furrowed. Upon reaching the final line, he rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. My father had recommended me to the Quidditch team, and this was an invitation for an interview. I had previously told him it was unnecessary before leaving the estate. Nevertheless, I had to attend, even if only to decline their offer, he remarked with a rare tone of complaint, his expression suddenly weary. He folded the letter neatly and returned it to the envelope, rising with both the letter and his textbooks in hand. You could easily remain after your flying class this afternoon. I believe it would coincide perfectly with your interview time, Ziaf interjected, having set aside the Halloween booklet he had been examining, leaning forward with a playful smile. Perhaps you are right. I plan to return to the dormitory for some rest. I shall see you both this afternoon, Sigmund replied, frowning slightly at Ziaf's abrupt interruption, though he evidently chose not to express his annoyance. After delivering this remark, he did not even glance at Ziaf's beaming smile as he exited the hall. See you this afternoon, I called out to Sigmund's retreating figure, watching as he waved goodbye without turning back, ultimately disappearing into the corridor beyond the hall. I shifted my gaze away from the grand entrance of the auditorium and sat upright in my seat. After a satisfying meal, a warm sensation coursed through my stomach, gradually radiating to my limbs, rendering me somewhat drowsy. I extended my hand to lightly pat my face, attempting to invigorate myself, and then turned to ask Ziafai, so, does this Halloween pamphlet contain anything intriguing? No, mostly it's just things I've already encountered. Tales of monsters and ghouls associated with Halloween. Such matters have become rather tiresome to me in Scandinavia, Ziafai replied, shrugging his shoulders before tossing the pamphlet back to me. As I listened to his words, I opened the booklet, confirming that the content indeed matched his description, largely revolving around Halloween's mythical creatures. For instance, it mentioned a specter known as Halloween Jack, whom the Muggle world regards as an ancient drunken prankster named Jack, who once trapped a devil in a tree with his tricks, compelling the devil to promise that he would not descend into hell after death. However, Jack's misdeeds during his life barred him from entering heaven, leaving his soul to wander the earth. Ultimately, Jack concealed himself within a carved turnip lantern, which he had fashioned to hold the coals gifted to him by the devil. This lantern eventually evolved into the modern pumpkin lanterns we see today. In the realm of wizards, Halloween Jack is considered a distinct species, akin to red-capped creatures, ghosts, and centaurs, also known as jack-o'-lantern sprites. The pamphlet indicated that these beings prefer solitude and eschew human moral standards. Once they set their minds on a course of action, they will pursue it relentlessly, often resulting in malevolent pranks that can cause significant harm to others. Consequently, following reforms within the Ministry of Magic, These jack-o'-lantern sprites have been confined to designated habitats under strict supervision. Moreover, these sprites possess a profound affinity for Halloween. For them, the holiday is akin to alcohol for an inebriate. Wherever Halloween festivities thrive, they are drawn to it, relishing in the vibrant atmosphere. It is said that on Halloween, the magical powers of the jack-o'-lantern sprites intensify. Without restraint, an unbridled sprite could wreak havoc on local order. My attention was utterly captivated by the contents recorded within this little booklet. I turned its pages with great delight, engrossed in its narrative, until, after several calls from Shiafii, he could no longer contain himself, and, with a flick of his wand, transformed the cup before me into a loudly croaking frog. The creature leapt onto my face, and I was startled by its cold, slimy skin, causing me to fall to the ground. It was only then, as I regained my senses, that I noticed Shiafii standing beside me, laughing heartily. "You could have summoned me in a different manner," I remarked, for the fall had been quite painful, nearly causing my head to collide with the sharp edge of the hearth in the still-burning hall behind me. Moreover, I have always harbored a distaste for slippery and cold things, particularly seafood, which left me genuinely irritated. My tone grew somewhat harsh as I brushed off the dust from my robes and rose to my feet, fixing my gaze on Shiafii. "I merely wish to inquire what you plan to do next. I certainly do not intend to head to the classroom so early. I shall return to my dormitory for a long slumber. What about you?" However, Shiafii once again disregarded my anger. His demeanor seemed to sharpen in response to my newfound assertiveness. Although he still wore a smile, the atmosphere between us grew tense in an instant. He patted my shoulder and pulled me closer, his hand extending to poke my cheek playfully, feigning an attempt to bite the hand that poked my cheek. I watched as he jumped back. Anticipating his evasion, I had already extended my foot to trip him in the very spot he would retreat to. Indeed, he stumbled, appearing on the verge of losing his balance. At that moment, I drew my wand and swiftly pointed its tip at the black robe adorning Hyaf, Wingardium Leviosa. A beam of pale golden light shot forth from my wand, wrapping around Hyaf's robe, lifting him effortlessly into the air. From my elevated position, I gazed down at Hyaf, hands proudly placed on my hips, and remarked, "Perhaps you should learn a modicum of respect, Hyaf. Furthermore, I intend to head directly to the History of Magic classroom. You may return to the dormitory alone." After delivering this proclamation, I emulated Sigmund's demeanor, leaving Hyaf behind without a backward glance. As he stood awkwardly in a corner of the hall, supported by his own floating robe like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the fire in the hearth was nearly extinguished. Noticing this, Ima carefully closed the well-worn storybook in her hands, its cover edges worn to a pale hue, and nimbly jumped down from her high chair. To prevent the firewood from igniting by being too close to the flames, it was neatly arranged about a meter away from the hearth, beneath a side window, held together by a black iron rack. Ima approached the firewood rack, which reached just above her knees, and instinctively gazed out the window, where a torrential downpour was underway. Thanks to the surrounding dense forest, this place was either devoid of rain or, when it did rain, the grand, ancient structure hidden within the woods resembled a gray island amidst a tempest. Outside, the mottled shadows of trees danced like a Monet impression, shifting under the cover of dark clouds, resembling an unconventional dark flame, while the relentless raindrops pounded against the window panes, creating ripples that blurred this flame's outlines, rendering it almost indistinguishable from a black specter. With a deep sigh from the depths of her soul, Ima picked up 2 pieces of firewood from the rack and tossed them into the hearth. She then returned to her previous spot and opened the pages of her fairy tale book. The room was silent. Her grandmother remained in her bedroom, lost in an almost perpetual dream on her recliner. Her adoptive parents were out shopping, and her older brother was at work. The book before her had been a gift from her brother for her 10th birthday, and she still remembered the feel of the pink wrapping paper and the scent of citrus when it was handed to her. Throughout the following year, whenever she found a moment of leisure, she would delve into this cherished fairy tale book. As a member of a renowned family of seer wizards, the household's library primarily consisted of magical tomes or books on divination and dream interpretation. For reasons unknown, her family forbade Ima from touching these books, opting instead to take her every 3 months to the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley to purchase titles such as Armando de Pet, Master or Fool, and Nosy, the Human Heart. They would not allow her to step foot in their study, nor could she learn spells or flying. It was hard to fathom that, despite belonging to a family with a rich wizarding history, she remained wandless at the age of 11, unable to memorize even a single practical spell, while her brother, Sigmund, had received his wand at the tender age of 6. Ima pondered whether her status as an adopted child contributed to her lack of magical education. But no matter how much she hinted, her family consistently conveyed their affection for her, affirming that she was indeed a part of their family. Moreover, aside from their restrictions on her magical studies, they had never exhibited any signs of rejection or indifference toward her. What could the reason be? Ima had once felt indignant about this. When her frustration boiled over, triggered by the family's overly secluded environment surrounded by dense woods, it seemed that this wizarding family, steeped in prophecy, had anticipated her reactions. Each time she acted out, her consequences were met with gentle, almost pleading punishments. On one occasion, she had thrown the eggs of her mother's adopted ashen serpent out the window, shattering them on the rocks of the forest floor. The hot ashes scorched the grass beneath, yet her punishment was merely a light reprimand with her father's wand across her palm. Such outcomes were predictably hurtful to Ima, akin to a fist that had gathered momentum only to land softly on cotton. Deep down, she was unwilling to unleash her anger on the family that treated her with kindness. Thus, whenever such situations arose, she would seek refuge in her grandmother's room, hiding beneath the red plaid blanket that exuded the scent of pine nuts, wiping her tears on her grandmother's robe. At times, Ima would place her grandmother's warm hand on her head for comfort. Though her grandmother was perpetually lost in dreams, Ima felt her gentle touch soothing her hair, providing a sense of security that dulled the pain in her heart. This struggle against the constraints of magical education persisted from the moment Ima became aware until she turned 11. Gradually, she became indifferent to the question of whether she would ever learn magic. Her disposition transformed into something as gentle as the unicorns in her fairy tale book. Other pursuits captured her attention, such as learning to weave from her mother and attempting to design her own clothes in the attic. The flowers and plants in the garden became far more pleasing to her than the dusty tomes in the study. Her father even brought home a gentle little spotted dog, which she named Chio, further brightening her life and dispelling her dissatisfaction. Yet, as Ima grew gentler, her brother Sigmund seemed to become increasingly irritable. More than once, upon returning from the forest with Chio, she found him arguing with their parents. During those exchanges, she occasionally heard her name, sending a shiver down her spine and causing her to hold her breath. Although Sigmund was merely 3 months her senior, his resolute presence before their parents resembled that of an adult. Regardless of how steadfast and sharp his demeanor was, the others involved responded with soft refusals, mirroring the treatment Ima had previously encountered. He must be suffering greatly. When Ima observed Sigmund clenching his fists in anger and bowing his head, his shoulders trembling due to the veiled hostility he displayed, she could not help but think of the tension in the air. She instinctively embraced the little ball of fur that had nestled into her arms, sensing the unease. If Ima lingered in that spot for more than 3 minutes, her elder brother Brillo would inevitably notice her presence and promptly escort her back to her room. Countless times, as she entered her own sanctuary, she would inquire of the now-adult Brillo, "Why does brother Sigmund argue with mom and dad?" At such moments, Brillo would reassuringly pat Ima's shoulder, a hesitant smile gracing his face, one that barely offered comfort, and respond, "There are complex reasons, but it's all right, Ima. You need not concern yourself with such matters. But I am only 3 months younger than brother Sigmund. I believe I deserve to know. I wish to contribute to this family," Ima would reply, her tone tinged with urgency. She had grown weary of the nebulous sense of exclusion. Why did Sigmund receive his wand at such a young age while she remained empty-handed? Why could everyone but herself learn magic? Why did it seem that everyone harbored secrets from her? Yet, her fervor seemed to leave Brillo unfazed. He merely smiled and crouched down to her level, saying, "Listen, Ima, no matter what happens, the Russell family stands united, deeply loving one another. Little Sigmund is simply confused about certain matters. After all, he is just 3 months older than you. It is entirely normal for him to feel lost. And such confusion is not easily resolved by others. We may need to allow him the time to process things on his own, to let fate reveal its course. Don't you think? You also have things that leave you perplexed, don't you?" Indeed, Ima nodded, lowering her gaze. She stared at the tips of her shoes, suddenly noticing that her once beautiful leather shoes were now marred with unsightly mud from wandering through the forest, which only deepened her sense of despondency. Thus, their conversation concluded amidst this hazy melancholy, leaving Ima with an unsettling premonition, akin to knowing that a spider's thread hung from the ceiling, so fine that its specific location eluded her, rendering it a presence felt in every breath of the room's air. Following that last conversation, Sigmund's interactions with the family grew increasingly sparse. Aside from essential meals and restroom visits, he spent almost all his time sequestered in his room. shunning the common areas and avoiding conversation with nearly everyone. Occasionally, when Ima brought him afternoon tea, she would find him furrowed in thought, as if his room had transformed from a cozy haven into a frigid prison. On occasion, Sigmund would pose peculiar questions to Ima. For instance, one afternoon, when she knocked on his door bearing cakes and tea, he opened it but did not allow her entry. Instead, he stood in the doorway, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Despite being of the same age, Sigmund towered over her, and for the first time, Ima felt a strange sense of oppression under his unwavering stare. Sensing her unease, Sigmund's expression softened, and he stepped aside to let her enter. As Ima placed the rose-patterned tray on his desk cluttered with books, stationery, and divination tools, he sat on the bed and suddenly asked, "Ima, what do you think of Hogwarts?" His question struck her like a shard of ice, instinctively causing her to shrink back. Staring blankly, she averted her eyes from his piercing gaze and replied dully, "I don't know. It's just an old school. I see it." Ima's answer was intentionally vague, as she sought to evade the sudden inquiry. She did not wish to confront her own confusion, nor did she want her response to affect her relationship with her family. Sigmund, too, responded ambiguously, offering no further words after her reply, merely watching as she exited his room. It was not until a week later that Ima learned Sigmund had received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, just as foretold. That conversation marked the last exchange between Ima and Sigmund before he departed for Hogwarts. On the eve of his departure, Sigmund had another heated argument with the family in Ima's absence. When she returned from the forest, the atmosphere in the house was heavy with unspoken tension. Instinctively, she felt anxious about the situation and cautiously asked her family, "Where has brother Sigmund gone?" The eldest son, Brullo, shook his head and guided her back to her room. As they passed Sigmund's open door, she noticed his absence from the room. The ghost princess heard the call from beyond the grave. Now, Ima sat alone in the empty house, perusing a well-loved fairy tale book, her thoughts drifting far beyond the lines, wandering to Sigmund and the Hogwarts he now inhabited. The relentless rain poured down from the heavens, intensifying with each passing moment, stirring in her a deeper concern for her family's safe return amidst the tempest. However, after turning the page of her book, a series of sharp knocks echoed from the entrance. Despite the torrential downpour, the sound was alarmingly clear, resonating in her ears and causing her spine to stiffen at the suddenness of it. Perhaps it is merely Mom and Dad returning, she thought, an instinctive sense guiding her. Clutching her book, she descended from her chair and approached the door. Outside, the rain battered the oil lamp hanging by the entrance, casting a dim light that flickered through the colored glass of the door, resembling shimmering waves. The knocking persisted, and as she swallowed hard and slowly opened the door, she anticipated the familiar faces of her family or a wizard from Hogwarts come to fetch her. Instead, she was met with a shadow and an unfamiliar voice, which rang out through the rain like that of an announcer. "Hello, dear Ima Russell. On this stormy night, I was awakened from a chilling nightmare by the frigid breath of fear and sudden thirst. In my dream, a dark shadow relentlessly pursued me, lurking in every corner of my vision, its malevolent gaze ever watchful. The sensation sent shivers down my spine, every heavy breath filled with dread that it might hear me from its hidden lair. In my dream, I spent an entire day in a relentless chase with it. However, just when I believed it had finally vanished, it unexpectedly attacked me from the bedside, awakening me from this nightmare. Even upon waking, I was still shaken. I descended from my bed and poured myself a glass of cold water, which greatly rejuvenated my mind. I scanned the dormitory, where the tall clock's hands pointed to 1:23 in the early morning. The reason I could discern the clock's hands in the darkness was that it was supposed to be Xiaofiai's turn to close the curtains today. I had even reminded him of this before going to sleep, yet it was evident he had forgotten, as both windows in our dormitory stood wide open, and the mottled night light filtered through the heavy, damp rain, casting a patchy atmosphere within the room. "Xiaofiai, how could you still forget to close the curtains? I reminded you before I went to sleep," I said with a hint of reproach as I glanced towards his bed. However, my tone faltered upon noticing the emptiness of Xiaofiai's bed, the quilt thrown aside, revealing the white lining beneath, and his slippers were absent from the bedside. Xiaofiai? At this moment, only one possibility crossed my mind. Whether by his own volition or by compulsion, he had left the dormitory. It was now undoubtedly past Hogwarts' designated lights-out time, a rule strictly enforced to prevent students from leaving their dormitories after hours. I could hardly fathom why he would choose to leave at such an hour. It would be exceedingly unwise to venture out recklessly. Considering the vastness of Hogwarts, it would be unsurprising to find Xiaofiai anywhere within its grounds. Moreover, should I be discovered by a patrolling administrator before locating him, I would likely face dire consequences myself. Of course, I could not inform the dormitory's administrator of the situation. Despite Xiaofiai's peculiar and eccentric nature, I considered him a friend, and I had no desire for him to face disciplinary action because of this incident. As I pondered the conundrum, I paced back and forth in my dormitory, the humid chill of the torrential rain seeping into my skin, causing me to shiver involuntarily. I hastily donned my coat over my pajamas, my hands instinctively diving into the pockets for warmth. There, I encountered a frigid object, the handle of my wand. In that moment of contact, a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind, recalling a spell I had encountered while previewing my charms course during the summer. This particular incantation, known as the Trace Revealer, possessed the remarkable ability to assist in uncovering clues about missing individuals. By casting the spell at locations they might have traversed, it would briefly unveil their past movements in the air, should they have indeed passed through that space. Though I lacked practical experience with this spell, having noted that its study typically commenced only in the third year, I resolved that if Xiaf were indeed in peril at Hogwarts, or if he posed any threat to the institution, I could not remain passive. With this thought, I promptly lit the oil lamp in my dormitory and retrieved my charms textbook from the shelf. Guided by memory, I swiftly turned to the page detailing the usage of the Trace Revealer. Following the instructions, I raised my wand high and traced a triangle above Xiaf's bed, softly intoning, "Trace Revealer." Perhaps my tone had been too languid, for nothing transpired. I licked my lips and resolutely repeated, "Trace Revealer." Yet still, nothing occurred. The only response was a gentle stirring of the blankets on Xiaf's bed, which clearly did not yield the desired effect. I could only surmise that it was perhaps due to the softness of my voice. Casting a furtive glance at the threshold of my dormitory, I silently prayed that the dormitory supervisor would not happen upon my vicinity at that moment. Then, with a resolve to amplify my voice, I intoned, "Reveal your presence." This time, it proved effective. A shimmering mist, reminiscent of silver dust scattering through the air, erupted from my wand. The mist swiftly drifted towards Sheaf's bed, where it coalesced into the ethereal outline of a semi-transparent figure reclining on the mattress, unmistakably resembling Sheaf. I joyfully clenched my fist and silently affirmed to myself with a resounding yes, then leaned closer to scrutinize the figure before me. The entity appeared quite peculiar. Judging by its movements, it seemed that Xiaofiai had indeed been resting soundly in bed at the outset. I extended my hand, yearning to make contact with the figure, yet, as it was composed of a swirling mist, my hand merely encountered the sensation of air when it reached out to touch the form. I could only continue to observe that figure. After approximately half a minute, Xiaofiai, who lay on the bed, seemed to suddenly sense something. I noticed his eyelids fluttering, and the hand concealed beneath the covers gradually extended towards the space below his pillow. Then, about 5 seconds later, Xiaofiai abruptly awakened, springing up from the bed with such swiftness that I could scarcely discern his movements. He retrieved his wand from beneath the pillow and aimed it towards the direction of the dormitory door, his expression grave and alert, resembling a cat in a defensive posture. Xiaofiai's mouth moved as though he were uttering something, but the spell Trace Revealed rendered his words inaudible. Therefore, I could only observe him uttering a phrase before he waved his wand, attempting to cast a spell. However, his actions were abruptly interrupted. I saw his wand suddenly fly from his grasp and land at the opposite end of the dormitory, while Xiaofiai sat on the bed, clutching his hand. I glanced towards the direction where Xiaofiai's wand had flown and approached it. There stood a corner cabinet, and I reached down to explore beneath it, ultimately encountering a cold, hard, elongated object, Xiaofiai's wand. I retrieved my wand from beneath the corner cabinet. The floor of the Ravenclaw dormitory was almost entirely covered in thick carpeting, which muffled the sound of the wand hitting the ground. I suspect this was one of the reasons I remained undisturbed by the noise. As I gazed at the reddish-brown hawthorn wand in my hand, a profound unease enveloped my heart. The chill of the night assailed me, and the surrounding darkness instilled a sense that countless perilous eyes were fixated upon me from unseen corners. "No, Nimtara, you must compose yourself and seek out Xiaofiai," I urged myself internally. After my breath steadied somewhat, I rose to my feet, stowing Xiaofiai's wand within the pocket of my coat, and turned my gaze towards the silhouette conjured by the spell, likely my sole clue in the search for Xiaofiai. It was evident that, under those circumstances, a third individual had been present in the dormitory alongside Xiaofiai and me. Indeed, an altercation had transpired. It was hard to fathom that I had remained oblivious to such commotion. Could it truly be that the rigorous demands of my daytime studies had rendered me so fatigued that I slept more soundly at night? I harbored doubts about this notion. Yet now was not the moment for such ruminations, as the effects of the tracking spell continued to unfold. Shiafia lay on his bed, cradling the hand that had been struck by the wand, seemingly engaged in dialogue with his assailant. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, his expression morphing into one of astonishment interlaced with fear as he lifted his gaze towards the figure. In an instant, it appeared as though he had relinquished any resolve to resist. He rose from the bed and approached the dormitory door. After this, the effects of the tracking spell dissipated, revealing the entirety of Shiafiai's departure from the dormitory. Shiafiai had been taken in the dead of night. This revelation struck me with astonishment, especially considering that earlier in the day, Madame Pins had assured us that Hogwarts was the safest place in all of Britain, words echoed by Hagrid as well, which we had all come to believe. Yet, that very night, Shiafiai had been abducted by a mysterious figure, and judging by the assailant's demeanor, he was likely in grave danger. Reporting to the professor and the dormitory administrator before attempting to rescue Shiafiai would surely be too late. And if even someone as familiar with spells as Shiafiai could be so easily overpowered, then my solitary venture would undoubtedly lead to my demise. I bit my right thumb's nail, pacing swiftly around the room. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon the corner cabinet where I had earlier discovered the wand of Sheaf. Amidst the clutter atop the cabinet, I spotted a small wooden carving of an owl, which instantly reminded me of the letter delivered by an owl to Sigmund during the day. If my conjecture holds true, that owl likely belonged to the Russell family, and he must possess a whistle capable of summoning it. This seemed the most expedient course of action thus far. During the Quidditch class earlier, Sigmund's roommate had sought him out, leading me to ascertain that Sigmund's dormitory is in the North Crown House, not far from our own in the Raven House, just one floor above us. I had never engaged in such audacious behavior before. As my hand rested upon the doorknob of the dormitory, I clenched my teeth and steeled myself to turn it. If the dormitory could be described as merely cool, then the Ravenclaw Tower at that moment was nothing short of bone-chilling, and with the patter of the night rain, I felt as though I had plunged into a frigid pool. Fortunately, the sound of the rain masked my footsteps, and after glancing around to ensure there were no dormitory supervisors nearby, I hastened up the stairs toward the upper level. Before long, I stood before the entrance of the North Tower dormitory. Just as I was about to grasp the doorknob, it swung open automatically, revealing Sigmund. He was not clad in pajamas, but rather dressed quite neatly. His expression remained unchanged upon seeing me, as though he had anticipated my arrival at that very moment. "Did you foresee this?" I exclaimed, my astonishment evident as I gazed into his olive-green eyes. Sigmund furrowed his brow at my words, but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. He then gestured for silence with his finger, closed the door behind us, and led me to a secluded corner near the staircase. "What has transpired?" Sigmund inquired in a hushed tone once we were securely hidden in that discreet nook. I cast a grateful glance at him for his calm demeanor and unwavering support, then succinctly recounted the events I had just encountered along with my intentions. He nodded in acknowledgement as I spoke. But when I mentioned my plan to have him notify the professor using an owl while I ventured alone to find Xiaphai, a look of skepticism crossed his face. It was far too perilous, an utterly unwise course of action, Sigmund asserted firmly, shaking his head. Yet, I felt it imperative to locate Xiaphai before the professor's arrival, so we would not squander precious time. "Trust me," I assured him, "I do not intend to confront anyone head-on. I merely need to ascertain the situation." After all, I had no idea how long he had been away from the dormitory. If he had not yet encountered danger, I was loath to waste a moment. Sensing Sigmund's reluctance, I became increasingly anxious. I met his gaze earnestly and said, "I do not wish to lose a friend I have fought so hard to gain. Sigmund, if you were in my position, I would do the same for you." Evidently moved by my expression and tone, Sigmund's stance softened, though he remained somewhat doubtful. "But even if you find Xiaphai, how will we locate you?" "That is precisely why I need your owl, Sigmund. Once I locate Xiaphai, I will immediately release the owl, and it will guide you to me," I responded, stepping closer to him and placing my hands on his shoulders. Time was of the essence, and we needed to act swiftly. Despite his lingering hesitation, after I shook his shoulders gently, he finally nodded and conceded. "All right, I understand. But you must promise to prioritize your safety. I cannot guarantee Pierre will fly swiftly in such a torrential downpour." "That is fine. I am already grateful for your willingness to assist me." I retrieved a remarkably smooth bone whistle from my coat pocket, and we moved to a window in the stairwell. As I opened the window, a gust of cold wind mixed with rain assaulted us. Sigmund blew into the bone whistle with a peculiar rhythm. As I peered outside at the sheets of rain and howling wind, my heart raced, for I knew no bird would willingly fly in such dreadful weather at night. Yet, nearly 3 minutes later, I spotted a small white dot emerging from the dense curtain of rain, growing larger until it landed gracefully on the windowsill. Its golden eyes gazing proudly at us, its chest puffed out as if inviting our admiration for its flying prowess. "Well done, Pierre," Sigmund said with satisfaction, producing his one-to-cast drying and waterproofing charms on Pierre's feathers. After ensuring Pierre was ready, he solemnly placed him on my shoulder, saying, "Now, I need you to follow this person and lead us to them once they allow you to fly away." The sensation of having an owl, larger than my own head, perched on my shoulder was indeed peculiar. Pierre's claws were somewhat sharp, and even though I wore a coat, I felt the firm grip of his talons, which would surely have injured me had I not been clad. Nevertheless, Pierre's feathers were exceedingly soft, and the warm, dusty scent of birds soothed me as they brushed against my cheek, allowing me to relax despite the perilous actions I was about to undertake. "I will first go to the Virgo dormitory to inform the prefect. Do not force yourself," Sigmund instructed, exchanging a knowing glance with me before he hurried down the stairs without waiting for my response. In the stairwell, it was just Pierre and me. I watched Sigmund's retreating figure, while Pierre let out 2 urgent hoots, seemingly urging me to proceed. I nodded, donned my hood, and hastily descended to my dormitory door, preparing for the dangerous undertaking that lay ahead. "Reveal the trail." I cast the spell at my dormitory entrance, my tone now resolute. The image of Xiaofi came into sharp focus in my mind, ensuring the spell succeeded on the first attempt. Silver mist materialized once more, coalescing into the form of Xiaofi, who was moving toward an unknown direction. "We must hurry." I inhaled deeply and followed that silhouette, whether it was a mere illusion or reality. The air around Xiaofi seemed to grow chillier, the cold seeping mercilessly into his muscles, making him regret not donning a coat before following the mysterious figure from the dormitory. Given the imposing demeanor of this individual, he likely would not have afforded Xiaofi the time to do so. How absurd it was, studying magic with the intention of improving one's life, and yet here he was, merely 12 years old, entangled in such a predicament. As Xiaofi silently lamented, he glanced at the enigmatic figure walking 2 paces ahead, who seemed intent on concealing his identity, shrouded in a thick fog spell that rendered him indistinct. To an observer, it appeared as if Xiaofi was trailing a large cloud of white mist. However, upon closer inspection of the fog enveloping the figure, one could discern the black hooded robe and the tall, slender frame that towered over Xiaofi. The two had traversed a considerable distance through the rain-soaked halls of Hogwarts, the figure leading Xiaofi through winding corridors and past darkened classrooms, moving with unwavering confidence despite the midnight darkness. Xiaofi had originally hoped to memorize the route for a swift escape, but ultimately succumbed to his unfamiliarity with the castle. Compounded by the binding charm that shackled his arms with iron chains, one end held tightly by the mysterious figure, leaving him with no option but to follow. Had he possessed his wand, perhaps he might have had a chance. Gritting his teeth, a sense of frustration at his own inadequacy briefly dispelled the chill enveloping him. Just then, the mysterious figure halted abruptly and, in a voice distorted by magic, murmured, "We have arrived." Xiaofei was initially engrossed in his own emotions, completely unprepared for the sudden halt of the mysterious figure before him. As the enigmatic individual paused, Xiaofei, still moving forward, nearly plunged into the fog that enveloped the stranger. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse several peculiar, yet familiar symbols etched upon the belt of the figure. However, before he could commit the details of those symbols to memory, he was met with a chilling gust of wind, reminiscent of the coldest winters in the Norwegian woods. Rushing toward him, the force of this icy breeze propelled him back several meters, causing him to stumble and fall onto the cold, rough stone floor of the corridor. Clad only in his pajamas, the abrupt loss of balance made him dizzy. He could have been injured from the fall. Yet the very wind that should have harmed him seemed to cushion his descent, allowing him to land gently without a scratch. This was clearly a deliberate act on the part of the stranger, who had shown no hesitation in wielding powerful weapons against him. It seemed to take care to prevent him from injury when pushed away by his own mist. What a perplexing individual. Was the impulse to protect himself merely instinctual? Xiaofei pondered this as he raised his head to face the figure, ready to speak, only to find the mysterious person advancing toward him through the darkness, their black wand poised for action. The figure, shrouded in fog and illuminated by the torrential rain outside, appeared almost like a harbinger of death. It would be no surprise if they unleashed an unforgivable curse upon him at any moment. The air was thick with tension as Xiaofei remained calm, wearing a facade of confidence in hopes of deceiving his adversary. There was no need for alarm. He would not vanish without a trace. After all, this was Hogwarts. And soon enough, someone would notice a student was missing. As he subtly scanned his surroundings for a potential hiding spot, he maintained an expression of assurance. It was evident that such simple ruses could not sway the mysterious figure, who responded with an unsettling calmness, each word heavy with suppressed emotion. As the wand pointed toward him and the figure approached, the rainwater on the ground began to freeze, forming icy spikes. But what if I refuse to answer? Xia Fei challenged, just as the stranger reached his side. The figure crouched down, and Xia Fei felt the biting cold emanating from the fog, swirling around him. The tip of the black wand was perilously close to his face, merely a couple of centimeters away. Yet, through the dense mist, he could sense the seething hatred directed at him. The mysterious figure was undeterred by Xia Fei's defiance, pressing the wand closer until its icy tip jabbed against Xia Fei's soft cheek. "Answer me," the figure demanded sharply. "Is your hair and eye color natural?" "What a bizarre question," Xia Fei replied, bewildered. But before he could finish, the wand struck sharply against his face, causing a sharp pain that prompted him to instinctively retreat. However, he found himself pressed against the wall, with no room to escape. A surge of panic enveloped Xia Fei's mind as he felt a tingling sensation on the left side of his neck, reacting instinctively to a flash of light. He ducked to the right, glancing back to see frost forming on the wall where he had just been. He could hardly fathom the consequences had that blow landed on his neck. This figure was utterly incapable of rational discourse, driven by the instinct to survive. Xia Fei continued to scan the area for any advantageous terrain. Fortunately, his earlier role had brought him closer to the corridor's exit. If he could reach the courtyard of Hogwarts and utilize the rain and various statues as cover, perhaps he could escape, provided he evaded any sudden spells before fleeing. How he wished for his wand to be at hand. As Xia Fei's thoughts raced, the mysterious figure seemed unperturbed by the earlier miss, perhaps viewing it merely as a means of intimidation. With a deliberate motion, they aimed the wand once more at Xia Fei, stating, "Answer me with a simple yes or no. Is the Ice Extremists organization behind your arrival? What is your purpose here?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," Xia Fei retorted, his eyes darting to the empty corridor behind the figure. Seizing the moment, he made a subtle shift toward the exit while concocting a desperate plan. "Professor McGonagall, you're finally here," he shouted, as if he had just spotted something. At the utterance of his final word, the mysterious figure visibly stiffened and turned to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Fei sprang to his feet and dashed past the stone railing of the corridor into the dense curtain of rain. The torrential droplets pelted against him, quickly soaking his clothes, yet his speed only increased. Like a nimble snow fox, he swiftly crossed to the other side of the courtyard just as the figure realized they had been deceived. Raising their wand, they aimed at Xia Fei. But before a spell could escape their lips, another voice called out urgently from the shadows, "Xia Fei, catch." A long object flew through the night, landing deftly in Xia Fei's grasp. He pointed the wand he now held toward the mysterious figure as another child with gray hair emerged from the shadows. Racing to Xia Fei's side, the two pairs of blue eyes fixed on the fog-enshrouded figure, each wand trained on the dark-cloaked individual. Veil of Mist, Frost and Fury. As two resolute incantations resonated, beams of light erupted simultaneously from the tips of two wands, each distinctly hued. A thick, white mist swiftly emanated from the wand of the silver-haired child, enveloping the two figures within, causing them to vanish into the fog. Meanwhile, an icy blue light pierced through the mist, cascading onto the rain-soaked ground, instantly freezing it into an exceptionally smooth ice surface. Why would you do this? The mysterious figure made no attempt to resist as the scene before them transformed into a frozen expanse, and the two children disappeared within the haze. The wand-bearing hand hung limply at their side, eyes fixated on the swirling mist, murmuring softly to themselves. Moments later, a sharp hoot echoed from above, as a white owl boldly soared through the frigid rain towards its destination. After releasing Pierre with a wave of my hand, Xia and I sprinted desperately through the corridors of Hogwarts, striving to distance ourselves from the earlier location. We traversed numerous hallways and classrooms, and finally, reassured that the mysterious figure had not pursued us, we collapsed breathlessly before a moving portrait of a king at the foot of a staircase. I found myself leaning against the staircase railing, one hand pressed against my chest, feeling the frantic rhythm of my heart as it thudded wildly, as if it might leap from my throat and wander off into the unknown. Indeed, your mastery of the fog spell has proven invaluable. I had underestimated you, Nimtara. Chief, sprawled across the staircase steps, was drenched from the rain, gripping his wand tightly as he attempted to cast a waterproof charm upon himself. However, exhaustion caused his hand to tremble, and his incantation came out in fragmented bursts. Ultimately, his wand emitted a flickering light reminiscent of a faulty bulb, before sputtering smoke that smelled distinctly of burnt wood. Oh no, child. Were I in your position, I would refrain from igniting Hogwarts. Especially not on a tempestuous night such as this. Your flame will soon be extinguished. Now is not the time for war. Our every move was evidently observed by the portrait of the king, who, upon witnessing Sheaf's wand smoking, adopted an expression of surprise tinged with a hint of theatricality, twirling the emerald ring on his left hand as he addressed us. No, he does not wish to set Hogwarts ablaze. He merely seeks to dry his clothes. By now, my strength had somewhat returned, allowing me to speak coherently. After glancing at the towering portrait of the king, I removed my trench coat and offered it to Sheaf. I longed to advise him to discard his soaked pajamas, as staying in wet clothes could easily lead to illness. However, I thought better of it, considering it might come off as impolite. Instead, I redirected the conversation, mentioning that I had sent Pierre to fetch help, and the professors should arrive shortly. Pierre? Oh, the owl that delivered a message to Sigmund earlier today. That explains his familiarity. And thank you for your coat. I feel as though I might freeze to death. Even a ghost's body could not be colder than my skin at this moment. Sheaf's face lit up with gratitude and relief as he accepted my coat, promptly shedding his pajama top, which was as damp as a rag, and wrapping himself in the trench coat. After completing this, he stomped his feet, and I suddenly realized he was barefoot, standing directly on the cold ground, where his presence had formed a small puddle. He grimaced as he tugged at his rain-soaked trousers and declared, I think it's best I don't remove my pants. I have no desire to be an exhibitionist in the middle of Hogwarts at this hour. In my day, as the greatest king in the world, nobles often took pride in their nudity, flaunting their bodies in the dead of night as a common occurrence. However, I mused, you are still children, and it is perhaps unwise to embrace such extremes. The king's portrait quickly interjected with a bashful smile, and I noticed a distinct blush on his oil-painted cheeks, indicating his embarrassment over the topic. Yet, after uttering the word extreme, his expression shifted to one of dejection, his head drooping, lamenting. And then I was executed for opposing such matters. Our kingdom's morals were far too liberal. Is this truly my fault? I merely wished to be a benevolent ruler. The atmosphere thickened with awkwardness, and the king's portrait became increasingly despondent, the faint sound of sobbing emanating from it. Sheaf and I exchanged incredulous glances, and he took a step back from the portrait, raising his chin and signaling me to say something. It's not your fault. I believe you are a good king. At the very least, you are trying to protect your people. After ruminating for a moment, I ventured cautiously, my smile undoubtedly strained. Fortunately, the king's portrait did not seem to notice the tension between Sheaf and me. Upon hearing my words, he beamed like a child who had just received candy, producing a grandiose golden scepter from somewhere within his painted realm, exclaiming with newfound vigor, you are right. I have always endeavored to safeguard my people, but those ungrateful wretches dare to. As he ranted about seeking revenge on his subjects, his voice echoed throughout the stairwell. I silently prayed that the mysterious figure had not followed us here. Otherwise, the sound of the king's outburst would surely betray our location to Sheaf and me. Wow. He seems to be getting more agitated, Sheaf remarked dryly, brandishing his wand at the king's animated portrait. Perhaps we should silence him for good. No. It's best not to do that. This portrait may be Hogwarts property, and we could not possibly afford the consequences. Let us just leave him be. Seeing Sheaf part his lips to cast a spell, I quickly reached out to restrain his wand, preventing him from casting a spell on the innocent portrait. I struggled to push him back as he attempted to advance with his wand raised. Suddenly, the king's portrait fell silent, his expression still one of indignation, and he aimed his golden scepter at Sheaf and me. You too, he exclaimed, his voice sharp and piercing, reminiscent of glass scraping against a mirror, his last word cracking slightly. I hereby appoint you as my chief advisors to aid me in exacting my revenge upon my subjects. Pardon? I had no desire to. Sheaf's face twisted in disbelief, and he raised his wand as if to confront the king's portrait again. Just then, hurried and somewhat chaotic footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor, suggesting a group of individuals was rapidly approaching. Sheaf and I exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively retreating to conceal ourselves behind the staircase, for we could not ascertain the identity of the newcomers. They might be the professors and upperclassmen responding to Pierre's message, or they could be that enigmatic figure and their accomplices. Shia and I concealed ourselves in the shadows behind the staircase, our hearts racing as the footsteps drew ever nearer. Gripping my wand tightly, I cautiously peeked out to glimpse the direction from which the sounds approached. The staircase obstructed my view, allowing me only to see the lower half of an individual. Initially, I caught sight of a figure clad in a sweeping black robe, which sent a jolt of apprehension through me. The figure halted before the portrait of the king, seemingly scrutinizing the animated image that exuded an air of arrogance. We must not reveal our presence to anyone. I felt my palms drenched in cold sweat. My hand gripping the wand was poised to conjure a mist and flee once more. Yet, at that moment, a familiar voice emerged from the other side of the cloaked figure, and a silhouette clad in a deep green robe came into my view. Lydia, have you found them? It's truly frightening that all clearly directed us to this place. I sincerely hope we have not erred, as Hogwarts cannot afford to lose 2 new students so early in the term. Professor McGonagall's slightly anxious voice resonated clearly in the corridor, and I instantly felt the tension and shivers that had coiled around my neck dissipate like wisps of smoke. I swiftly emerged from the corner at the rear of the staircase and called out towards Professor McGonagall, "Professor McGonagall, we are here." My sudden appearance and exclamation evidently startled Professor McGonagall, who flinched slightly. Upon recognizing me, a look of relief spread across her face, and she placed a hand over her heart, exclaiming, "Thank heavens you are unharmed." At that moment, I also recognized the figure clad in a black robe standing beside Professor McGonagall. It was Professor Lydia, our Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, previously introduced to us during the Hogwarts entrance ceremony. Due to her heavy hood, we could not see the upper part of her face, but I noticed she smiled briefly upon seeing me emerge from the staircase corner, though her expression quickly turned serious. She scrutinized me and then inquired, "Where's Mr. Shiaf Nal?" "I'm here," I began to respond, just as Sharafa also appeared from the corner of the stairs and approached my side, his gaze fixed intently on Professor Lydia, as if seeking something from her. However, Professor Lydia merely smiled and, with great warmth, inclined her head to us before turning to Professor McGonagall, saying, "Aside from the risk of catching a chill due to being drenched in the rain on such a night, they appear to be quite safe. We should perhaps focus on locating the individual who abducted them, Headmistress." "You are absolutely right. I cannot fathom who would dare threaten our students at Hogwarts. I will ensure they pay dearly for it. No one may harm the students of Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall replied with a hint of indignation. I observed her spit into the air in frustration and then clench her fist before turning to us, waving us over. "What are you two standing there for? Come here. Let me check for injuries." Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Sharafa and I obediently approached her. With swift, precise movements, she inspected our bodies. As if she was quite accustomed to such tasks, perhaps Hogwarts students often found themselves in precarious situations, allowing Professor McGonagall to become proficient in this regard. Upon touching Shiafa's still damp white hair, she furrowed her brow deeply and remarked, "Mr. L may need to take a hot bath and rest immediately. Of course, Mr. Nimtara. You as well. We will need to discuss the aftermath of this incident later. Come along. I shall personally escort you both to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will likely have her hands full tonight. Oh, and let me dry you off first, Mr. Nal, she added, with a flick of her wand. All the water on Sharafa vanished as if evaporated into steam, improving his complexion. He smiled gratefully at Professor McGonagall and murmured his thanks. She returned his smile, then placed a hand on one of our shoulders, intending to lead us to the infirmary. After a few steps, she suddenly seemed to remember something and instructed the still silent Professor Lydia. "Oh, almost forgot. Lydia, I need you to inform the other professors that the 2 children have been found. If we cannot uncover any leads on the intruder, gather everyone in the staff meeting room. I truly believe we need to discuss the events of this evening. It would also be wise to remind the head of Ravenclaw to inform Mr. Sigmund Russell that his companion has been located and sent to the infirmary. Actually, I will handle that myself. After all, that owl always returns to its master." "I will do so, Headmistress." Professor Lydia replied respectfully before bowing and vanishing with a disapparation charm. After she departed, I heard Professor McGonagall exhale deeply, and she gently rubbed our shoulders, straightening her posture as she declared, "Well then, let us proceed to the infirmary, my 2 unfortunate souls." After escorting us to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey attended to us with great care and efficiency. She meticulously checked our vital signs, and from her expression, it seemed I had no serious issues. But it was evident that Sharafa had caught a chill. Having wandered out in the night clad only in a thin nightgown and ultimately dashing into the rain, it was nearly impossible for him not to fall ill. In fact, during our journey to the infirmary, Sharafa had already appeared somewhat drowsy, constantly sneezing, prompting Professor McGonagall to quicken our pace. Upon our arrival, she immediately instructed Madame Pomfrey to ensure Sharafa got to bed to rest. Madame Pomfrey provided us with thick blankets to lay on our hospital beds and prepared clean hospital gowns for both Sharafa and me. Additionally, she brought us 2 steaming cups of fragrant hot cocoa on a tray, assuring us she would ensure we finished it properly. Being able to enjoy a cup of hot cocoa on such a cold night was an immense delight for me, and I quickly downed mine in a few gulps. When I returned the empty cup to Madame Pomfrey, she cast me an appreciative glance before turning to urge Sharafa to drink his cocoa. However, Sharafa sipped very slowly, only taking a couple of small sips before placing the cup on the bedside table and coughing a few times. In the warm, dimly lit hospital room, I noticed a sickly flush on Sharafa's face. He was undoubtedly running a fever. Fortunately, it is merely a fever and not a missing bone or a troublesome curse. To try to drink more hot cocoa to warm your body and have something in your stomach for the medicine to work effectively, Madame Pomfrey advised. Observing Sharafa lift his cup again, she turned and walked to a counter adorned with various potion vials, expertly preparing a potion. She added at least a dozen different potions into the test tube at hand and, finally, with a clean dropper, extracted some of the strange, vibrant blue liquid that resembled ink before returning to Sharafa's bedside. She gently lifted his chin, instructing, "Now, open your mouth and stick out your tongue. 3 drops of this potion should alleviate your discomfort. If your constitution is strong enough, you might feel lively by morning. Even if not, the soothing ingredients will ensure you sleep soundly tonight." 3 drops of the blue potion landed on Sharafa's tongue, and before long, he lay down, quickly falling asleep, as evidenced by the rhythm of his breathing. Turning to me, Madame Pomfrey, still holding the dropper, inquired, "Do you require any potion as well, sir?" "No. I feel I am not ill enough to warrant it. A cup of hot cocoa is sufficient to lull me to sleep." "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey." Upon catching sight of the sinisterly hued deep blue potion within the dropper, I swiftly smiled and graciously declined her offer. Subsequently, I feigned a yawn, pretending to be exceedingly weary, before reclining on the bed. This evening, it was indeed plausible that I was fatigued. As my body sank into the plush embrace of the thick mattress and my cheek met the softness of the feather pillow, I almost immediately felt a wave of drowsiness, akin to a tide, surging from the darkness towards me, rendering me utterly defenseless. Thus, I soon succumbed to slumber, lulled by the persistent sound of rain outside Hogwarts. After traversing through peril and finding tranquility, my dreams were remarkably serene, devoid of any peculiar narratives or characters. It felt as though I were cradled in gentle waters, merely swaying with the warm currents, free from the need for contemplation or vigilance, enveloped in a sense of security that rivaled a mother's embrace. When I awoke, it was already the following morning. The torrential rain outside had long ceased, giving way to a splendid sunny day. The clear, golden sunlight streamed through the doors and windows of the infirmary, casting a warm glow upon my bedding and enveloping my concealed form in gentle warmth. I felt invigorated, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I promptly sat up to survey my surroundings. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey was replacing the hot water in our bedside bottles. Upon noticing my awakening, she scrutinized me for a moment before setting down the kettle and saying, "I shall inform Professor McGonagall and the others that you are awake." After uttering these words, Madame Pomfrey hurried out of the room, and the atmosphere within the chamber, which held at least 5 or 6 beds adorned with white sheets, fell into a profound silence. Outside, the sounds of students passing by, filled with laughter and chatter, only served to accentuate the serene stillness of the infirmary. I glanced at the hospital bed where Sharafa lay asleep, curled beneath the covers. His condition appeared to be quite concerning. His face was slightly swollen and flushed, and his breathing was irregular. Occasionally, he emitted a snore, reminiscent of a blocked airway. A damp white towel was placed upon his forehead, though it had slipped askew onto the adjacent pillow due to his restless slumber, leaving a thumb-sized damp mark on the white pillowcase. I donned my sweater, which had evidently been retrieved from the dormitory by the Hogwarts staff, and left the bed where I had been resting to approach Sheaf. As I reached out to adjust the towel on Sheaf's forehead, the sound of hurried high heels striking the floor echoed from the doorway. Professor McGonagall, adorned in her familiar deep green robes, soon entered the infirmary, followed closely by our Ravenclaw head, Professor Flitwick, clad in a mouse-gray suit. "Thank heavens, you are awake, Mr. Nimtara, and you appear to be quite well," Professor McGonagall remarked, her expression one of relief as she offered me a warm smile. She gestured for me to come closer, stating, "We have much to discuss regarding last night's events. We need to gather more details about this intrusion. Come, Mr. Nimtara, to the corridor." "Very well, Professor, I replied. I obediently followed Professors McGonagall and Flitwick to the corridor outside the infirmary. As we stepped out of the ward, Mrs. Pomfrey, who had been waiting, retreated back inside. Consequently, the corridor was devoid of anyone but myself and the two professors, though they had yet to inquire about anything. The seriousness etched on their faces instilled a sense of unease within me. To alleviate my tension, I rubbed my hands together and tentatively ventured. Should I now disclose what transpired last night? Indeed, that is the primary reason for our visit. We hope for as detailed an account as possible, Professor Flitwick replied, swiftly shifting the conversation's direction. However, prior to that, it is our duty to inform you of our findings thus far. We searched the courtyard where you encountered the mysterious individual last night, but regrettably, we were unable to apprehend them. By the time we arrived, the area was deserted, and the intruder had been notably cautious, preventing us from tracking their trail through other spells. We examined the entire site and discovered remnants of the misty fog and freezing charms. Additionally, there were traces of the tracking charm, which I cast alongside Shiafii. The misty fog was my incantation, while the freezing charm was his. We utilized these spells to effect our escape. Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's remarks, I promptly interjected, eager to clarify any potential misunderstandings. Utilizing those spells on a rainy night was indeed a clever choice, Professor Flitwick acknowledged with a nod before continuing. Currently, we are executing a search plan throughout the castle for suspicious individuals and items, but it may take time to yield results. We have also reported this matter to the Ministry of Magic, so you may expect inquiries from their representatives in the coming days. Simply respond truthfully. I will, Professor. I added, moreover, last night, Professor Horace and I circled the outer walls of the castle. Unfortunately, we uncovered a hole created by an explosion spell. And next to the opening, we found this. As he spoke, Professor Flitwick retrieved a small metal object wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket and presented it to me. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it as an antiquated, charming lark-shaped brooch of bronze. Holding it carefully, he inquired with a solemn demeanor, "Do you recognize this item? We suspect it may have been inadvertently dropped by the mysterious person during their escape or entry into Hogwarts, given the intruder's apparent intention towards Mr. Null as his roommate. Perhaps you might have some recollection of it." Searching my memories diligently, I found no connection to the brooch and shook my head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I have no recollection of this item, nor have I seen anything similar. Perhaps it would be more fruitful to inquire with Shiafii." "Very well. I shall show it to Mr. Null once he awakens." Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat disappointed by my response, carefully rewrapping the brooch and returning it to his pocket. He then urged, "Now, please recount the events of last night, Mr. Nimtara." Clearing my throat, I began to narrate the details from my perspective, including my awakening in the dormitory, my decision to use the tracking charm, and my quest for Sigmund's assistance. When I mentioned casting the tracking charm, I noticed a proud expression on Professor Flitwick's face, his chest puffed with pride as he softly remarked, "That is the brilliance of my Ravenclaw student." The culmination of my account naturally focused on the moment I followed the tracking charm to find Shiafii. I endeavored to recall every detail relevant to the situation, stating, "The tracking charm faltered in a corridor just before I reached Shiafii, yet it was quite near to where I ultimately found him. After traversing merely 2 classrooms, I spotted him through the rain curtain of the courtyard, lying on the ground while the mysterious figure approached him. Uncertain of their intentions and capabilities, I concealed myself behind a stone pillar to observe, fortunate that the distance allowed me to remain unseen." As I recounted the events, the memories of last night grew increasingly vivid in my mind, sending a shiver down my spine as the chill of the rainy evening still seemed to envelop me. However, meeting the encouraging gazes of the 2 professors instilled a sense of safety, granting me the courage to continue. Yet, in my efforts to recall the details of the mysterious figure, I found myself grasping at shadows, unable to discern any useful information. They appeared exceedingly peculiar. I could not discern their visage nor the garments they wore, as they were shrouded in a dense fog, resembling a figure composed entirely of mist. I replied, lowering my head apologetically. Furthermore, I could scarcely make out their voice, catching only a few indistinct words, which might have been misheard, like "I speak" or something similar. "That is not your fault. It is evident that they have developed a fog charm of which we are yet unaware, obscuring your vision, Mr. Nimtara. Please, continue." Professor Flitwick comforted, patting my shoulder and offering an encouraging glance. I smiled gratefully at Professor Flitwick and continued, as the mysterious figure drew closer to Ziaf. I noticed strange frost flowers blossoming beneath his feet. It seemed he attempted to cast a spell on Ziaf, but the incantation missed its mark, for Ziaf swiftly evaded it. Seizing the moment, Zayef shouted at the mysterious figure and took flight, heading in the very direction where I was concealed. As he dashed into the curtain of rain, I tossed his wand to him and enveloped us in a misty shroud. Once Zayef had frozen the ground of the courtyard with a powerful frost spell. We made our escape. It was truly harrowing. Had the mysterious figure been swifter, I fear I would not have seen either of you today. Upon hearing that I had thrown the wand to Zayef, Professor McGonagall clutched her chest, her emotions visibly stirred. Nevertheless, she quickly nodded at me and remarked with approval. I must say, while such actions are certainly perilous, they have undoubtedly increased your chances of evading the mysterious figure. Your efforts to rescue your companion last night were also remarkably meticulous. As a newcomer, you have displayed exceptional wisdom and bravery, and Mr. Zayef has proven himself equally valiant and astute. I propose we award them both an additional 150 points, and Mr. Russell an extra 50. What do you think, Professor Flitwick? Certainly, Headmaster, such rewards are quite just, Professor Flitwick responded solemnly, momentarily taken aback before clearing his throat. I noticed his gaze sweeping over me before he continued. However, your departure from the dormitory after curfew, alongside Mr. Sigmund Russell, is an act that should not be condoned. If there are accomplices of the mysterious figure lurking outside the dormitory, your actions could prove perilous. Therefore, I must deduct 20 points from both of you for this behavior. Oh no, I thought, feeling slightly disheartened at the news of the deduction. Yet, upon reflection, I realized that the points I had contributed to the house more than compensated for the loss, and my spirits lifted once more. I raised my gaze to the esteemed professors and conceded, well, I accept that. Professor Flitwick smiled at my attitude, seemingly poised to say more, when both he and Professor McGonagall turned their attention toward the opposite end of the corridor. It appears your friend has come to visit. If we have further inquiries, we shall return to you. Rest assured, we will investigate the termite realm that you overheard. Even the smallest clues are significant. After exchanging a glance with Professor McGonagall, they departed together. Still somewhat puzzled, I followed their gaze and spotted Sigmund standing there with Pierre. Sigmund had evidently rushed over immediately after class, clutching his magical creatures textbook, while Pierre perched proudly on his shoulder. As I approached with a light jog, Pierre greeted me with an enthusiastic coo. I'm so glad you came to see me, Sigmund, I exclaimed, waving to Pierre as well. It's wonderful to see you too, Pierre, but sadly, I have nothing to feed you right now. That's all right. He consumed plenty of breadcrumbs in the Great Hall this morning. If he eats any more, I might worry he won't be able to fly, Sigmund replied, ignoring Pierre's disgruntled flapping of wings. He scrutinized me closely and inquired, how are things with you? Have you encountered any serious danger? Though it was quite thrilling. We managed to escape unscathed. I smiled and responded, then reiterated what I had just conveyed to the two esteemed professors to Sigmund, not wishing to impart any inaccuracies. I deliberately omitted the term ice pole, which rendered my narrative considerably more fluid. Regrettably, I could not recall more pertinent details of the case. But I did include the incident involving the portrait of the king that Shiafii and I encountered. Sigmund initially listened with rapt attention, but when I reached the part about the king's portrait, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Once I completed my account, and Professors McG and Lydia found us. With McG directing Lydia to inform the other professors, he interjected, are you referring to the portrait of the king at the staircase corner of the astronomical tower? Taken aback by Sigmund's question, I had expected him to pose more serious inquiries related to the mysterious individual or the perilous encounter from the previous night. However, upon observing his expression, I felt a twinge of uncertainty. During our escape, I had not paid much attention to our direction. Thus I was unsure of the exact location where I had seen the king's portrait. I am not certain, I replied vaguely, my gaze wandering. After all, we weren't consulting a map during our flight, but the portrait depicted a king adorned with a ring of emeralds, and oh, he also held a golden scepter, as I mentioned earlier. At that moment, I heard Sigmund emit an enigmatic chuckle. I looked up to meet his playful gaze. One hand rested on his hip. He remarked, that is not the portrait of a king, Nimtara. It is an image of a 17th century magical playwright, whom we refer to as Sir Molly Ree. The golden scepter you observed is, in fact, his wand, which he employed to enhance the magical effects of his performances. Due to his frequent portrayal of kings, he is depicted in royal attire in the portrait. Thus, we were all deceived by his artistry. In an instant, the vividly expressive face with a goatee flashed in my mind. Reflecting on what Sigmund had just revealed, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. I had genuinely believed it was a portrait of a king, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to one. That is not your fault, Sigmund reassured me. In the current realm of magical historical studies, it is widely accepted that Sir Molly Ree met his demise due to his obsession with his craft. While researching a new role, he ventured out alone in the early hours to immerse himself in the character's experience of being lost in the wilderness. And he was never seen again. Years have passed, and he must have perished long ago. The portrait of him in royal garb was discovered in his bedroom, and I surmise his family voluntarily donated it to Hogwarts, considering he was an alumnus of Hufflepuff House. Sigmund patted my shoulder and continued his explanation, likely intending to comfort me. His words indeed had a soothing effect, alleviating the sudden shock and frustration I had felt. I bestowed a grateful smile upon Sigmund, after which we unanimously resolved to visit the hospital ward to see the still, slumbering Shia, in order to avoid disturbing the patient's rest. Sigmund released Pierre before entering the ward. Pierre soared gracefully into the sky above the hospital, gliding in circles before eventually flying off towards the Olary. Observing Pierre's liberated flight lifted my spirits considerably. Upon our entrance into the ward, Madame Pomfrey was administering a new potion to Shia. This time, she brought forth a purple concoction contained within a small crucible, exuding the peculiar scents of foie gras, slug, mint, and white vinegar. Within the liquid, one could discern the faint outlines of some insect exoskeletons, and the entire mixture writhed in a bizarrely viscous manner, as if it possessed a life of its own. As Shia caught sight of us, he cast a desperate glance in our direction. However, before either Sigmund or I could respond, Madame Pomfrey unceremoniously pinched Shia's nose, compelling him to open his mouth, and then proceeded to spoon the purple potion into him, one mouthful after another. Honestly, had I not known that Madame Pomfrey was the healer of Hogwarts, let alone her immaculate nurse's attire, I would have sworn I was witnessing a witch administering poison to a child captured from the forest. Judging by the anguish etched on Shia's face, it was evident that the potion was far from palatable. After what felt like an eternity of 8 minutes of torment, Madame Pomfrey scraped the last remnants of the potion from the crucible and finally released Shia. She inspected the crucible's interior, emitted a satisfied hum, and then departed with it in hand. Poor Shia's nose had turned almost crimson from her relentless grasp, becoming starkly apparent against his pallid complexion. He leaned over the bed's edge, dry heaving as if attempting to expel the contents of his stomach, yet to no avail. Not even a drop of gastric fluid emerged. During this ordeal, his face visibly reddened, and a faint white vapor began to emanate from his forehead, rising and dissipating into the air. After 3 torturous minutes, Shia resigned himself to the futility of expelling the potion and collapsed onto the thick down pillow at the head of his bed, exclaiming, "This is revolting. That stuff is clinging to my stomach like a slug. Yet Madame Pomfrey is only acting in your best interest. I can see you are already feeling much better. At least you still possess the strength to utter such words." I smiled and poured a glass of cool water from the nearby table, offering it to Shia. Upon receiving the glass, he gulped it down eagerly, his complexion improving noticeably, though the vapor still lingered above him. I reached out to touch the vapor, feeling its dampness on my hand, only to be met with Shia's incredulous gaze. Sigmund, leaning against a cabinet filled with fresh white linens, rummaged through his coat pocket and produced a milk candy wrapped in bat-patterned paper, tossing it onto Shia's bed. "It seems you two have weathered the storm without significant issues." The professors appeared disinclined to escalate the matter of Mr. Nar's abduction by the mysterious figure last night, merely stating that you caught a cold and Nimtara contracted it from you. "However, I suspect the Ministry of Magic will intervene soon. Just call me Shia," he replied, unwrapping the candy and speaking in a muffled tone as he chewed. "So, should I now recount to you the specifics of my experience last night? If you wish." I replied, "The floor is yours." We exchanged brief accounts of the events that transpired last night with Shiafia. The information he relayed aligned closely with my own observations derived from the tracking spell, as well as what I discerned upon encountering him. He recounted that, while asleep, he was abruptly awakened by the sound of the dormitory door being opened. Instinctively, he reached for his wand, only to be swiftly overpowered by his assailant with a disarming charm. Judging by the assailant's demeanor, they appeared to be a proficient practitioner of silent spells. As Shiafia reported not hearing any incantations uttered, he could only deduce from the crimson light emitted by the wand that he was the target of a disarming charm. However, regarding other spells, such as the mist surrounding the mysterious figure and the ice flowers spreading beneath their feet, both Shiafia and Sigmund, experts in charms, could draw no conclusions. Yet, the inquiry posed by Shiafia about the assailant's hair and eye color piqued the interest of both Sigmund and me. It seemed rather peculiar that such a question would be the first posed. Could it hold significant importance for them? I questioned, observing Shiafia's hair. Frankly, His pure white hair was striking, and under the midday sun, it resembled a light bulb. Nonetheless, it must be said, your pure white hair is indeed quite conspicuous. While many possess light-colored hair, most tend to have a hint of golden tones. If someone bore such hair, I would surely remember, much like Hibori's pink locks. Do you think I want this? I exclaimed, my hand instinctively reaching to touch Xiaofiai's head. After a moment of my playful gestures, he grew somewhat impatient and swatted my hand away. At that moment, Sigmund seized the opportunity to contribute to our discussion. After a brief contemplation, he proposed. Perhaps the assailant was seeking someone with hair and eye colors akin to Xiaofiai's, and due to the rarity of such traits, they inquired whether it was natural? Who can say? Regardless, I assure you that my own misfortune stemmed from this very hair and eye color, and I have no acquaintance with this individual, Xiaofiai lamented, letting out a sigh as he sprawled dramatically across the sickbed, embodying a figure of despair. I offered a comforting smile. Yet my mind involuntarily drifted back to the events of the previous night. There seemed to be an elusive contradiction within the entire affair that I had yet to uncover. I felt a twinge of frustration for not awakening before Xiaofiai departed, or perhaps if I had possessed greater strength and mastery over more spells, I could have prevented this mysterious figure from escaping. Strangely enough, despite knowing it was likely just a distortion of words due to the surrounding sound of rain and the distance, the term polar ice lingered in my thoughts. Remarkably, I had heard the phrase polar ice last night, though its significance eluded me, and I might have misheard it. Cautiously, I glanced at my companions and tentatively spoke, believing it could possibly be a clue. Xiaofiai did not respond, but upon hearing the term, Sigmund suddenly raised his head, his tone becoming urgent as he fixed his gaze upon my face and inquired, "Polar ice? Are you certain that is what you heard?" "Yes. What's wrong?" I stammered, suddenly feeling anxious under his intense scrutiny. Sigmund did not reply. Instead, he promptly opened a cabinet beside him, retrieving a white sheet and swiftly laying it on the ground. Both Xiaofiai and I were startled by his actions, exchanging glances, eager to discern his next peculiar move. To make room for Sigmund's sheet, I had to sit on Xiaofiai's bed. As Sigmund spread the sheet, he muttered, "I see. The North Star signifies polar ice." His demeanor, so unlike his usual meticulous and serious self, left me astonished, reminiscent of the senior at the enrollment ceremony who had murmured to herself while gazing at her own hands. The uncanny atmosphere seemed to affect me as well, causing me to swallow hard, filled with a mix of astonishment and anticipation. However, Xiaofiai clearly remained skeptical. He leaned over the bed, squinting at the sheet on the ground, and remarked, "Isn't there nothing on it? I do not believe in prophecies or divination, especially not from a term as tasteless as polar ice." Ignoring Xiaofiai's skepticism, Sigmund, after laying the sheet, took out his wand from his pocket and uttered an incantation we could not comprehend. 3 seconds later, he pointed the wand's tip at the center of the sheet and cast the spell, Incendiary Drips. A peculiar, colored flame erupted from the tip of Sigmund's wand, cascading onto the sheet as if a searing, corrosive rain had fallen upon it. The once pristine white fabric was instantly marred by several irregularly shaped holes. Once he confirmed that the flames had extinguished, Sigmund immediately knelt beside the sheet, examining the burn patterns. "Bat spyglass, number 13, position of the North Star. Wait." Sigmund's tone suddenly faltered. I turned to him, observing his expression of shock. Upon noticing my gaze, Sigmund lifted his head to meet my eyes, continuing, "Lark?" The moment I heard him utter this word, I paused, my mind instantly recalling the lark brooch Professor Flivy had shown me. Just as I contemplated whether to share the details about the lark brooch with Sigmund, a shocked scream from Madame Pomfrey echoed from the doorway. The three of us were simultaneously startled, and with an air of disloyalty, Xia feebly remarked that this was their undertaking and had nothing to do with him. Like a cunning rabbit, he burrowed into the covers, concealing his head as if to feign a peaceful slumber. With a certain stiffness, Sigmund and I turned our gaze towards the entrance, where Mrs. Pomfrey stood, clutching a substantial stack of pristine towels. Her mouth was agape, wide enough to nearly accommodate an entire egg, while her bulging eyes fixated on the tattered sheets that Sigmund had scorched with a fiery spell. A shrill, bird-like cry escaped her lips, as though she had encountered an astonishing spectacle that she could neither comprehend nor had ever witnessed in her lifetime. I found myself questioning whether Madame Pomfrey might faint from the current predicament, yet fortunately, she did not succumb to such distress. However, the unfortunate news was that her expression swiftly transformed from sheer astonishment to profound indignation. Her brows arched dramatically as she stormed towards us with the urgency of a mythical creature, reminiscent of a unicorn from the pages of a magical creatures textbook. "How dare you?" Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her voice sharp and filled with ire. "This is the infirmary. No one is permitted to behave with such recklessness here. And yet you have the audacity to set fire to the hospital linens within the ward. Even if you are students of Hogwarts, this is utterly unacceptable. I sincerely apologize." "Madame Pomfrey, I will take full responsibility for the cleanup, and I will compensate you for the linens based on your estimate," Sigmund promptly confessed. Lowering his head in genuine contrition, bending slightly at the waist while placing one arm before him in a gesture of respect towards Madame Pomfrey. It was evident that Sigmund understood precisely how to appease an adult of Madame Pomfrey's stature. Following his apology, her demeanor softened somewhat, though her face remained flushed. She exhaled heavily, casting us both a few piercing glances, as if she could devour us with her gaze. Ultimately, her attention settled upon me. Her tone considerably more composed than before, yet still tinged with lingering anger. "It appears your condition has improved significantly, Mr. Nimtara. You even possess the energy to engage in mischief at your bedside. I am truly sorry, Madame Pomfrey, and I deeply appreciate your attentive care. My health has indeed returned to normal, and I believe I shall resume my classes this afternoon." I, too, lowered my head in earnestness, echoing Sigmund's sentiment as I addressed Madame Pomfrey. "Thus, Sigmund and I shall promptly attend to the linens. I am delighted that our apologies were effective." Madame Pomfrey was thoroughly charmed by us. She left a stern refusal to Sigmund and me regarding our request to compensate for the burnt sheets, stating that if she felt unwell again, we should return. However, her condition was that we must clean the marks left by the scorched linens and vow never to let such an incident occur again. After fulfilling Madame Pomfrey's demands, I donned my academic robe and departed from the infirmary. It was evident that Sheoff was not entirely recovered. He left a rather unsupportive remark before feigning rest and genuinely fell asleep. Consequently, I was unable to bid him farewell, leaving instead a note on his bedside to inform him of my return. Subsequently, accompanied by Sigmund, I returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. He seemed somewhat preoccupied, resulting in minimal conversation during our journey. Upon reaching the dormitory, I rested briefly before attending my afternoon herbology class. Fortunately, I had only one lesson on Tuesday afternoons. Had there been more, I would have felt overwhelmed after just returning from the infirmary. During herbology class, some delightful occurrences unfolded. My classmates warmly greeted me upon my return. Initially, I had thought that being assigned to the flycatcher dormitory was my misfortune, but it turned out you had it worse, falling ill on the first day of term. However, your swift return to class signifies a turn of fortune. The bespectacled boy who had previously spoken to me in the Ravenclaw Tower introduced himself as Son Evans and sincerely patted my shoulder, expressing his thoughts. Concurrently, I learned the name of the black-haired girl who had first solved the riddle at the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower. Her name was Elizabeth Steiner. She seemed to have been listening intently while I conversed with Thomas, leading me to believe she is quite determined. Perhaps my performance in Monday's Charms class caught her attention. After Son finished speaking, Elizabeth immediately chimed in, remarking, "At least the infirmary's willingness to release you indicates you are not suffering from a serious contagious illness. Be grateful for your health. If you need the notes from the morning classes, I can lend them to you." Though I appreciated her offer, I had already borrowed notes from Sigmund, so I politely declined Elizabeth's kind gesture. Upon my refusal, she frowned slightly and huffed, while Son quietly inquired, "Is she upset about that?" "I sincerely hope not," to which I replied. The entire afternoon passed without an opportunity to discuss the lark brooch with Sigmund. In herbology class, we were not assigned to the same group, and after the lesson, he hurried off without greeting me. I speculated that the divination results from that morning had affected him. But as I know little about divination, I had no means of discerning his worries unless he chose to share them with me. After herbology, I returned to the Ravenclaw common room, where upperclassmen were still occupied with classes, and first-year students seemed reluctant to succumb to the silence of the common room. Thus, it was rather empty, with only a few seniors diligently attending to their tasks. I had hoped to find the senior student Martha Swint, who was engrossed in divination studies. Yet regrettably, I did not see her or even her roommate, Lon. Upon entering, however, I noticed the strikingly reddish straw-colored hair of the senior Eden, whose messy locks were quite conspicuous. He sat in a peculiar forward-leaning position on the small footstool by the fireplace, appearing rather cramped due to his height. In addition, he held a thick stack of papers, each covered in frenzied handwriting and incomprehensible symbols, and he sat there tossing the sheets into the flames, watching intently as they gradually turned to ash. Today, Eden was not wearing his glasses, which were as thick as bricks, Without them, I noticed that his features were quite sharp, though usually obscured by the heavy lenses and untidy hair, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. Even without his glasses, Eden bore heavy dark circles under his eyes and a somewhat vacant expression, yawning repeatedly as he discarded the waste paper into the fireplace. I recalled that last night Sigmund mentioned he would inform the headmaster, and Professor McGonagall had also instructed Professor Lydia to consult with Headmaster Eden. Thus, the reason for Headmaster Eden's incessant yawning became abundantly clear, despite my lingering doubts about whether he truly adhered to a timely bedtime. Regarding the events of last evening, I felt it imperative to express my gratitude to Headmaster Eden. Thus, I discreetly approached the direction of the fireplace and cautiously seated myself on the small sofa opposite him. Headmaster Eden cast a glance in my direction but remained silent, soon redirecting his gaze back to the flickering flames and ashes in the hearth. As I pondered how to initiate our conversation, I was taken aback when Headmaster Eden's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Carlos Nimtara, is it?" His unexpected address surprised me, and I stared at him in astonishment, noticing that he was in the process of tossing the final piece of paper into the fireplace. After ensuring that it was reduced to ashes without a trace, he turned his head to look at me. Previously, I found his judgment to be remarkably accurate. The sharp features and piercing gaze of Headmaster Eden instilled a sense of caution in me whenever those golden brown eyes fixated on me. Presently, I too felt a similar trepidation as I cautiously ventured to respond. "May I inquire if there is something you need?" "Oh, did I startle you?" "There's no need to be so tense," he chuckled heartily. "I suppose I'm just exhausted from several sleepless nights. You can relate to that feeling, can't you? That sensation of being utterly fatigued, your eyes reluctant to open, yet your mind remains remarkably alert, as if your head and body are two disparate entities. If only I could concoct a potion or spell to painlessly extract my thoughts when it's time to rest. Alas, calming draughts and dreamless sleep potions have ceased to be effective for me. Should I then consider trying a forgetfulness potion?" The formidable aura of Headmaster Eden dissipated within a mere 3 seconds, reverting to the impression I had of him. He then spoke in an exaggerated tone reminiscent of a zombie from a theatrical cartoon, delivering an extensive monologue while retrieving his glasses from his pocket. As he tumbled off the low stool, he scrambled toward me in a rather alarming manner. Fortunately, once his eyes were concealed behind the lenses, I felt a flicker of courage and hastily declared, "I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest last night due to the incident with Siafa. I am here to express my heartfelt gratitude and remorse. Both Siafa and I are doing well, so please don't worry." This marked the first occasion I had spoken so rapidly in one breath. As I uttered those words, I kept my gaze fixed on my hands resting on my lap, compelling myself to continue. Upon finishing my statement, I heard Headmaster Eden chuckle softly before remarking, "Ah, so you can deliver such a spirited discourse. You appear to be a timid little thing, yet perhaps you are a silent tempest?" "I have no clue what you're talking about," I stammered. Noticing that Headmaster Eden was about to delve into his customary monologue, I quickly interjected, "So, did you call for me for a specific reason?" "Oh, that." He scratched his head and rummaged through the pockets of his robe, which reeked of potent potions. It was evident that he could not locate what he sought, leading him to impatiently sniffle before producing his wand from his trousers. "Documents and work identification, come forth," he intoned, as soon as his incantation concluded. A document and a work identification emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest soared from a neatly organized black leather bag, akin to those used by business professionals, located beneath a notice board in the lounge. They landed squarely in Headmaster Eden's hands. "Oh, I left my bag there," he realized, pointing to the distant satchel. After confirming the inscriptions on the document and identification, he handed them to me. "The Academy has noted your potential need for work-study opportunities. Considering our slight investigation into your current living situation with that rather mundane Muggle family. Thus, we have arranged this for you. You may earn some tuition and pocket money by assisting Hogwarts with various tasks, such as organizing the vast collection of books from Madame Pants in the library. I recommend this, as it grants you access to the restricted section. Disregard my suggestion if you wish. In any case, do accept it. The other instructions are detailed in the document. You may commence your work whenever you have the time, but do not overexert yourself." I must admit, this document felt like a lifeline to me. I had been concerned about whether my current funds would suffice during my time at Hogwarts, especially if I failed to secure a scholarship. I wished to spare my brother, Henry, any undue burden. As I accepted the document, I smiled gratefully at Headmaster Eden and carefully stowed it in the pocket of my robe. Once I had secured the document and identification, Curiosity about the papers Headmaster Eden had incinerated earlier piqued my interest. I turned to him and asked, "So, Headmaster Eden, what were you doing just now? Were you disposing of discarded documents?" "Ah, it's nothing significant. Someone commissioned me to assist in researching a new potion. The papers I just burned were merely the drafts produced during this lengthy process of trial and error. I have little interest in my unsuccessful experiments cluttering my workbench." The article begins with a description of a scene where the protagonist thanks the student council president, who shrugs and seems reluctant to discuss a particular topic further. After a few days of peace, Xiaphai remains in the school hospital, and the protagonist visits him several times, noting his recovery. However, Mrs. Pomfrey insists that he must stay for at least a week before returning to classes, seemingly enjoying caring for him. During these visits, Xiaphai often complains about the unpleasant potions he is forced to take, to which the protagonist can only smile and refrain from comment. As Professor McGonagall mentioned, the incident involving the mysterious figure encountered by the protagonist and Xiaphai was reported to the Ministry of Magic. On Thursday, several Aurors arrived, and the protagonist was taken to the broom cupboard for questioning, similar to a previous discussion outside the hospital wing with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. The Aurors provided little information and maintained serious expressions throughout the encounter, ultimately allowing the protagonist to leave without further revelations. Regarding Sigmund, since the divination with the sheets, he has been exceptionally busy, leaving the protagonist with few opportunities to see him. Sigmund seems preoccupied with tasks unknown to the protagonist, and despite several attempts to signal that he is available for discussion, there has been no response. On Friday afternoon, free from classes, the protagonist decides to assist in the library, as suggested by the student council president. Mrs. Pants greets him with a slightly cold yet polite demeanor and assigns him the task of organizing a cart full of books according to their categories and numbers on the shelves, while also checking for any psychological or physical issues with the older volumes. Indeed, some ancient books in Hogwarts possess a certain sentience due to age and previous enchantments, akin to living beings. If they are in a poor mood, they may resist being read, thus the librarians also serve as their psychological counselors. The notion of conversing with books should be intriguing, yet given past experiences at Hogwarts, such as talking portraits and humans transforming into cats, the idea of ancient books possessing consciousness and engaging with readers seems rather natural. As the protagonist navigates the shelves with the cart, dialogues with various age tomes ensue. Engaging with a book is a fascinating experience, and comforting a distressed one proves even more amusing. Each sentient book exhibits a unique personality, some shy, giggling at a gentle touch of their spine, while others are quite animated, eager to chat. For instance, in the practical book section, a volume titled Standard Cases for Magical Lectures initiates a conversation, enthusiastically detailing how to conduct a perfect lecture. The protagonist, still a first-year student far from hosting his own lecture, gently declines the book's advances, which responds by haughtily seeking another tome to converse with. In the literature section, a tender book titled Moonlight Lullaby for Good Children captures the protagonist's attention. It features a soft lavender cover adorned with hand-drawn illustrations and gilded designs. Upon spotting the protagonist, it flutters off the shelf and greets him in a gentle voice. "Hello. Would you like me to sing a lullaby for you, good child?" Drawing from the earlier encounter with the lecture book, the protagonist calmly acknowledges the lullaby book, stating, "I am indeed a good child, but I must apologize. It is my work time, not the moment for lullabies." "Oh, what a pity. It has been ages since a Hogwarts student has listened to my lullabies." Today's children seem to have little interest in them. The lullaby book sighs, settling on the protagonist's shoulder, its pages emitting a lavender scent that tickles his hair. Its voice aligns perfectly with its name, soothing and melodic, which fills the protagonist with a sense of calm. Upon hearing it sigh, the protagonist's heart softens, and he proposes. "How about this? I will organize the shelves while you sing your lullaby. I promise to listen attentively." My words elicited a delightful surprise from the lullaby, causing its pages to flutter with urgency. A gentle breeze wafted towards my hair, and in a voice tinged with excitement, it exclaimed, "Oh, really? Truly? You are such a wonderfully kind person. I must ponder which song to sing for you. Do you wish to hear Mary Had a Little Lamb or Moonlight Lake? Or perhaps your tastes are more discerning. I can also sing Deep Purple Roses. No matter, sing whatever you desire. To be honest, I have never actually heard a lullaby myself." I smiled at the lullaby, returning a novel to its rightful place on the shelf. "I shall ensure you experience the enchantment of lullabies." After uttering this, the lullaby began to sing. Despite the absence of instruments to accompany its melody, The unaccompanied voice rendered the lullaby even more soothing. As I listened to the tender tunes, it felt as though all other sounds around me faded into silence, leaving only the lullaby's gentle and heartfelt singing, akin to a kind-hearted mother serenading me. When I emerged from this melodic reverie, I suddenly perceived that the surroundings had transformed. It felt as if my body swayed with the gentle ripples of water. Enveloped in a thick, moist white mist, I sensed I was seated in a small, brown wooden boat, with 2 rows of oars moving autonomously, gliding effortlessly across the lake. This must be a lake, and I was cradled in the arms of someone, utterly immobile. Upon opening my eyes, I could only see the inky black sky above the boat, a tranquil night shrouded in mist, where a radiant full moon accompanied our journey, weaving through the fog. This must indeed be a lake, an expansive and serene expanse of water. Then, abruptly, the moon vanished from the sky, as if devoured by some dark beast. And the mist thickened around me. At some point, colossal, black, aquatic plants resembling seaweed began to emerge from the lake's surface, stretching out like the desiccated tentacles of an octopus, reaching towards the obsidian sky. Within the fog, the once tranquil surface of the lake, which had only echoed the sound of oars striking the water, suddenly resonated with the low, rumbling sound of some enormous creature. That sound was immense, reverberating through the surrounding air, while in the distance, a cacophony erupted, likely a group of people shouting, and my instincts warned me that these voices belonged to those pursuing me. My body seemed to tremble all at once. I yearned to cry out, yet my throat emitted no sound. Then, a hand was placed upon me, gently patting as if to soothe. It belonged to the one who had been holding me on the small boat. I observed that the individual was clad entirely in black, a garment that evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within me. As the person drew closer, it was only when I beheld the hood of the black cloak and the lower half of their face that I recognized who it was that held me. It was none other than my professor of dark arts defense, Lydia, who was now gently soothing my startled self. How utterly absurd, I thought to myself. Yet I remained voiceless, lying flat on my back, gazing up at the sky. Professor Lydia's touch was remarkably tender, and her gentle patting soon helped me regain my composure. Gradually, the clamor and murmurs faded away, leaving only the soft sound of oars lapping against the waves in the air, yet I found myself unable to succumb to slumber, my gaze still transfixed upon the heavens. Suddenly, the sky illuminated, and I initially believed the radiant moon had returned to its rightful place. However, it was not. Directly above me, peering through the thick mist, was a colossal golden eye, distinctly non-human, which seemed to replace the moon entirely. The mere act of locking eyes with this entity rendered me immobile, as though my body were petrified, compelling me to awaken from this nightmarish reverie. This cannot be the end. As I pondered over my thoughts, I gradually regained consciousness, gasping for breath, my forehead drenched in a cold sweat. I hastily surveyed my surroundings, realizing that I was still in the Hogwarts library, having dozed off beside a small cart laden with books. The gentle lullaby, Moonlight Lullaby for Good Children, with its soft and soothing melody, continued to play from the towering stack of books, albeit in a language unfamiliar to me this time. No, thank you very much, lullaby. Madam? Your lullaby has already lulled me to sleep once, so I shall save it for another night when I find myself unable to slumber, I said awkwardly to the lullaby. I made an effort to rise from the library floor, but my body felt as though it had been weighed down with lead, compelling me to remain seated for a moment of respite. Upon hearing my polite refusal, the lullaby ceased its melancholic song, appearing somewhat forlorn. Yet it tenderly brushed my head with its pages before retreating back to its place on the bookshelf, leaving me to rest and reflect on the absurd dream I had just experienced. This dream was utterly surreal. Throughout my life, I had never embarked on a boat journey, let alone rowed across a lake under the cover of night. Moreover, the image of Professor Lydia cradling and comforting me like a mother was indeed peculiar, perhaps merely a consequence of being lulled into slumber by the lullaby. As for the immense golden eye at the end, well, I was completely at a loss regarding its origin. Yet dreams are realms where anything can occur, are they not? Lost in contemplation of the dream's narrative, I gradually regained my strength. I rose from the floor and resumed my tasks, ultimately taking an hour to return all the books on the cart to their rightful places. During this time, I encountered no further instances of old books exhibiting psychological issues. After reporting my accomplishments to Madame Pants, I seized the opportunity to borrow a few books from the library, titles I had noted during my work that I deemed worthy of exploration. Dream Interpretation Guide. My curiosity about that dream lingered. Great Wizards of the 20th Century. Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells. The Adventures of Mad Muggle Martin Miggs. and the Tales of Beetle the Bard. The latter two were purely chosen based on my personal interests. After all, I did not wish to become a mere machine of study. I yearned to relish my life at Hogwarts. Madame Pants diligently processed my borrowing request, and as I cradled the 5 books in my arms, it was nearly 6 o'clock in the evening. The sun began its descent, casting a golden-red hue across the sky, while the castle's lights had yet to be illuminated, leaving only the soft glow of the evening twilight to illuminate the corridors. This rendered the entire Hogwarts even more tranquil and timeless, with a palpable sense of its rich history enveloping me. I wished not to miss the hour of dinner, hence I resolved to hasten directly to the auditorium. However, as I prepared to descend the staircase towards my destination, I noticed a figure at the corner of the stairs that piqued my curiosity. There stood Professor Lydia, clad in the same flowing black robe I had observed her wearing during our previous encounter, her face largely obscured by a wide hood adorned with golden patterns. As I caught sight of her at the stairway's bend, she faced the window overlooking the corridor, her hands clasped together as if in prayer. Yet, as I drew a few steps closer to observe her more intently, I discerned a faint silvery glow emanating between her fingers. When she ceased her supplications and opened her hands, I beheld a circular amulet resting in her palms, silver in hue and approximately half a centimeter thick, akin in size to a human hand. At the center of the amulet lay an unfamiliar and peculiar symbol, reminiscent of the one etched upon the handle of my wand, suggesting that they might indeed originate from the same arcane system. I had initially hesitated to approach Professor Lydia to inquire about the meaning of this symbol, as my interest in the artistic design of my wand was quite profound. However, I was reluctant to disturb her moment of prayer. Thus I found myself ensnared in a quandary. Ultimately, I thought there would be other opportunities to consult Professor Lydia. And as I turned to stealthily retreat down the staircase behind her, I was suddenly greeted by her clear and composed voice. "Mr. Nimtara, is it? You may join me here." Upon hearing her voice, my heart jolted, and I became somewhat flustered. From her tone, it was evident she had noticed my presence long before, while I had contemplated slipping away unnoticed. Embarrassed, I turned to face her and obediently approached her side, striving to sound composed as I explained, "Good afternoon, Professor Lydia. I noticed you seemed to be in prayer, and I did not wish to intrude." Prayer? Upon hearing this term, Professor Lydia turned her gaze down upon me, who had now arrived beside her. She exhaled softly, tucked away her amulet, and remarked, "Rather than prayer, it is more akin to a blessing. You might think there is little distinction, but in my homeland, prayer and blessing are 2 distinctly different rituals. Is that so?" This was the first time I had encountered such an assertion. I responded somewhat awkwardly, as I had not anticipated Professor Lydia would initiate such a conversation. It was not that I found her words unwelcome. Rather, her serene demeanor and dialogue took me by surprise, especially given her enigmatic appearance and the stern manner with which she usually addressed us in class. Indeed, prayer is a request directed towards a deity or an entity. Yet whether that entity responds is left to fate. Conversely, a blessing is a ritual wherein one offers something tangible to invoke a divine response. Professor Lydia seemed eager to elaborate, yet as she spoke, she appeared to falter, lowering her head to me and saying, "I apologize, even with this explanation. You might still find it perplexing. For me, it is inherently comprehensible, yet for you, it is an unfamiliar territory." I was taken aback for the second time by her cautious demeanor, yet I nodded and replied, "It sounds intriguing, although I am uncertain of the existence of a deity. If it brings even a modicum of comfort, I deem it not altogether futile." My words elicited a chuckle from Professor Lydia, though her smile faded within moments, giving way to a trace of melancholy. She turned her gaze toward the golden sky outside the corridor and remarked, "Perhaps it is due to your upbringing in a Muggle foster home, where they may not have treated you kindly, that you have developed such a disposition." Perhaps?" I replied ambiguously, instinctively feeling a twinge of wariness at her words. While I did not suspect any ill intentions from the professors at Hogwarts, the conversation felt somewhat intrusive. Imagine discussing one's family and character origins with a professor you had only recently met at the beginning of the term. It suddenly dawned on me why Sigmund harbored such disdain for Professor Horace, and I found myself unable to fully appreciate Horace either. Noticing my reluctance, Professor Lydia paused briefly before deftly shifting the topic. "I assume you are interested in the runes on my protective charm. Am I correct? I can sense your curiosity." "Ah. Yes, as my wand bears similar symbols. Mr. Ollivander at the wand shop informed me that my wand was originally customized for someone long ago, who never returned to collect it after payment, hence it was sold to me. I'm quite curious about the symbols. Upon hearing this, I suddenly recalled my earlier intent. Quickly retrieving my black walnut wand from my robe pocket and displaying the engraved symbols on its tip to Professor Lydia. At the sight of my wand, Professor Lydia appeared momentarily astonished. Then, as if realizing something, she took it from my hand and uttered an incantation in a language I could not comprehend, reminiscent of ancient elvish whispers. I then observed as the symbols emitted a faint, shimmering light akin to the aurora borealis. Much like the luminescence I had previously witnessed in her palm, she caressed the serpent scale carving at the wand's tip. A hint of nostalgia in her expression as she returned the wand to me, saying, "The engravings on your wand indeed correspond to the runes on my protective charm. They represent a variant of the rune script, a unique branch of ancient magic. Before the establishment of modern magical systems, various regions of the world had their own distinct ancient magical cultures, some of which persist today. For instance, students at Wagadu can perform magic without wands and excel in transfiguration." Here, Professor Lydia paused, extending a finger toward the remaining luminescent runes on my wand, continuing. "In Northern Europe, the ancient magic that has endured since the era of frost giants is rune magic. By arranging and combining different runes, one can evoke various effects. Even without the requisite magical power, one can still achieve a portion of the effect as long as the appropriate runes are inscribed." As she elucidated this, Professor Lydia regained the composed and serious demeanor I was accustomed to during her lessons. Listening to her was akin to hearing a snow-clad goddess narrate a story, and within her melodious tone, I could discern a unique sense of reverence and solitude, perhaps stemming from her references to her homeland. Thus, the inscription on my wand conveys a rune spell from Norse magic. What does this spell signify? Professor Lydia's words instilled within me a peculiar yearning for the rune magic she mentioned. I gazed down at my black wand, gently tracing the slightly indented symbols, and inquired further. "It is a proverb, meaning the passage of time is always threefold. Perhaps it also possesses magical efficacy, yet I regret to say I cannot disclose its specific effects. The profundity of ancient rune magic is vast, and alas, no one can fully comprehend its entirety today," Professor Lydia responded, retracting her finger from my wand and placing her hands on her waist. "If you are interested, I could teach you some aspects of rune magic that I am acquainted with. Perhaps this wand coming into your possession is a twist of fate, signaling your innate talent for learning it." Professor Lydia's invitation to teach filled me with delight, for I did not wish to miss any opportunity to expand my magical knowledge. I nodded in agreement, and she smiled at me with a look of satisfaction. Just then, the last vestiges of crimson twilight appeared to succumb to the encroaching darkness, and a wall lamp beside us, adorned with a white candle, suddenly flared to life, the bright flame momentarily stinging my eyes. I then heard the distant chime of a clock striking 6 times, followed by a single chime, signaling it was 6:30. Upon hearing the chimes, Professor Lydia addressed me, saying, "It seems today is not an auspicious day for teaching you rune magic. I would prefer not to encroach upon my students' evening rest. If you find time later, feel free to visit my office, located at the far right end of the 5th floor corridor in the North Tower." I specifically requested Professor McGonagall to place it in a somewhat secluded area, but I trust that should not pose a problem for you. "I understand, Professor. Thank you for your generous guidance," I replied with a nod of appreciation, and Professor Lydia offered me a farewell gesture before we parted ways. Upon entering the Great Hall, I found it sparsely populated. A few pale house elves were clearing empty plates and dirty cups from the tables. My options for dinner were limited, yet I managed to enjoy a cup of hot milk, a small bowl of Italian salad, and 2 fried jam donuts. Despite having worked part-time at the library earlier that afternoon, to my surprise, I was not particularly hungry. Thus, after savoring the last fried jam donut, I resolved to return to my dormitory with my books to rest. With Shia still in the hospital wing, I found myself alone in the dormitory. Although this was the first week of term, the professors maintained a serious demeanor, assigning us a considerable amount of homework. In potions class, the assignment was to memorize the appearance, uses, and origins of 7 potion ingredients beginning with the letter L. The charms homework involved practicing the levitation charm and the clear water charm, while transfiguration required us to transcribe Gamp's basic principles of transformation. Herbology dictated that we select a plant available at Hogwarts and write a 200-word observational report. However, the most daunting task was set by our history of magic professor. Professor Binns, a rather old-fashioned ghost, known for his strictness. He mandated that we read the entire history of magic textbook, select a historical segment of personal interest, and pen a reflective essay. Furthermore, During Monday's History of Magic class, he would scrutinize the notes we had taken in our textbooks. It is worth noting that our History of Magic textbook is at least as thick as two pinky fingers, making it a considerable undertaking to read in its entirety. Reflecting on this, I lay back in bed, feeling an inexplicable fatigue wash over me, and thus decided to indulge in a bit of rebellion by reading the book I had borrowed from the Hogwarts library earlier that day. Then I resolved to close my eyes and, with my wand directed towards the 5 books, cast the levitation charm, whichever book floated upwards. That would be the one I would read. Wingardium Leviosa. My floating spell has reached a commendable level of proficiency. Upon uttering the incantation, I opened my eyes, expecting to find myself levitating a lighter tome, perhaps the whimsical stories of the Feathered Bean or the adventurous Mad Muggle Martin Mix. However, to my astonishment, the book that floated before me was an ancient tome bound in pure black leather, entitled Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells. As I grasped the volume, the heavy scent of ink mingled with dust enveloped me, prompting a sigh as I resigned myself to fate and settled onto my bed with this weighty volume. At least 3 centimeters thick. Clearly, this tome was of considerable antiquity. Its script bore no resemblance to modern typography, resembling instead the meticulous strokes of a long-gone hand. Each letter was inscribed in a diminutive size, with scant spacing between sentences and paragraphs, creating an appearance akin to a swarm of neatly arranged black insects upon the yellowed pages. Lacking the inclination to delve into its contents, I leafed through the pages with little care, the minuscule text failing to penetrate my weary mind. Moreover, as I turned the pages, an odd sensation washed over me, as if this book, potentially as old as my mother, possessed some indescribable enchantment, a bottomless black vortex intent on consuming me whole. When I first acquired this volume, Miss Plains had introduced it as the work of a certain Eli Moss, a prophet and columnist for a daily journal. If indeed this book was authored by this individual, I surmised that limos must have lived for no less than 2 centuries. Such a work could not possibly be crafted by someone of mere decades. As I turned to a particular page, I suddenly noticed a line of deep crimson ink inscribed in elegant cursive upon a blank section of the page. Time's footsteps always count to 3. The future flies like an arrow, the present remains eternally still, while the past arrives tardily. This phrase, akin to poetry, was rendered in exquisite red script, arranged with remarkable precision, resembling blossoming red roses. The strokes of the letter suggested that the author possessed a unique blend of madness and wisdom not found in ordinary souls. This was a proverb. Gazing at the familiar words, I was abruptly reminded of Professor Lydia S. earlier remarks. To me, a proverb should serve as a guiding beacon, imparting wisdom to its readers. Yet, as I observed the sentences penned in English rather than runes or Norse script, an inexplicable sense of conspiracy began to stir within me. I am certain that these lines were not inscribed when Miss Plains lent me this book after inspecting its pages at the library. Since then, I have not shown this book to anyone, nor could I have possibly written them myself. However, judging by the dried and faded ink, those lines have evidently remained on this page for quite some time. Although I do not fully comprehend the exact meaning of this passage, its presence on this page suggests a significance that eludes my current understanding. Thus, driven by curiosity, I began to meticulously read the words on this page. The primary content narrates an ancient incantation known as the Truth Curse, which, as I anticipated, originates from a long-forgotten Nordic land. The text explains that when one wishes to unveil the conspiracies and truths surrounding them, they may utter this incantation into the air. This spell is said to cause a fragment of truth to manifest in one's vicinity, thereby allowing one to dispel the curses of deceit that plague their life. It bears a striking resemblance to divinatory rituals intended to avert calamity. As I traced my fingers across the lines of text on the pages of the book, I could not help but voice my thoughts. For some inexplicable reason, the descriptions of this spell's specific effects were exceedingly vague, lacking any illustrative examples. Merely relying on the phrase "the truth will manifest around you" left one to ponder what might actually transpire upon the spell's release. Furthermore, at the conclusion of the passage, the author candidly admitted that he had only heard of this ancient incantation from the mouths of elders in remote Scandinavian regions, who had silently demonstrated the spell to him yet were reticent to divulge its precise wording, expressing a preference for the troublesome incantation to fade entirely from cultural memory. Upon reaching this point, my gaze instinctively returned to the 4 lines of poetry inscribed in the upper corner of the page. And a sudden thought struck me: perhaps these verses constituted the very incantation of the truth spell. The first line had appeared on my wand, already deciphered by Professor Lydia. And now the initial line coincided perfectly with the subsequent 3 lines found on the page describing the truth spell. Regardless, it seemed worthwhile for me to attempt it. If indeed this truth spell could unveil the realities surrounding an individual, then perhaps locating the mysterious assailant who had invaded Hogwarts and attacked Slytherin would be a matter of little difficulty, even if my endeavor proved futile. The book made no mention of any adverse effects resulting from a failed casting of the spell, so since it posed no harm to me, I felt compelled to try. Although the book did not specify the exact wording of the incantation, it did recount the manner in which the elders had demonstrated the spell. First, they would twirl their wands to the left in the air, followed by tracing a pentagram. Thus, I retrieved my wand and stood upon the thick blue carpet of my dormitory, directing the tip of the wand towards the surrounding atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, I recited, "Time's footsteps always equal 3, the future flies like an arrow, the present is eternally still, and the past arrives tardily." As I uttered this incantation, a thrill coursed through me. I had only just begun to grasp the essence of ancient magic today, and now I was striving to unleash it, albeit uncertain whether the words pinned in red ink truly constituted a spell or merely a short poem transcribed by someone. However, the incantation initially failed to meet my expectations. Silence enveloped me, broken only by the howling night wind outside the tower and the crackling of the fire in my room. Nothing occurred. No radiant light emanated from the wand, no peculiar scent wafted through the air, and no ethereal manifestations appeared. I began to doubt whether my interpretation of the words inscribed in red ink as a spell was perhaps overly presumptuous. Maybe they shared the same phrases as the inscription on my wand simply because they were both drawn from the same romantic poetry collection. With this thought in mind, I placed my wand on the desk, scratched my head, and intended to return to my bed to continue reading that long-forgotten tome of ancient magic and spells. Yet, as I picked up the book, an abrupt chill enveloped me. Despite the fire still burning in the fireplace, I felt as though I were surrounded by glacial cold. Simultaneously, my vision darkened instantaneously, as though a black veil had been draped over my head. I could only make out the objects immediately surrounding me, the fireplace, the adornments of the dormitory, the Slytherin bed. Everything else vanished from view, and my surroundings, in essence, became an impenetrable blackness. I sat upon my bed, shivering slightly from the cold, yet my mind remained alert. It dawned upon me that this might indeed be the effect of the truth spell, which had obscured my vision and dulled my senses. As I lamented my own recklessness and hesitated over whether to seek assistance, white shadows began to materialize in the surrounding darkness. Initially sparse, they multiplied rapidly, filling the space until it was nearly consumed by a sinister fog. I gazed upward at the spectral mist swirling around me, only to discover that it comprised a multitude of contorted human visages, though each face was unfamiliar. All were contorted in a ferocious scowl, as if regarding a mortal enemy. Their mouths agape, a chorus of piercing shrieks, akin to the escalating crescendo of boiling water escaping a kettle, erupted from their pallid throats. These faces then began to morph, their forms twisting and writhing as necks, shoulders, torsos, and arms materialized. As if emerging from the very fog itself, the figures extended their gnarled limbs in an attempt to seize me. I sensed that not only the air surrounding me, but also the bed beneath me, was giving rise to emaciated, ghostly arms, reaching out to grasp any part of my being they could ensnare. I found myself utterly immobilized, as though bound to the bed by iron chains. A pallid hand now gripped my face, coercing me to gaze directly ahead. As these apparitions drew nearer, so close that I could discern the vacant, eyeless sockets of their countenances, I began to discern a dense tapestry of words interwoven within their cacophonous shrieks. These utterances were of a language unknown to me, gradually coalescing amidst the mournful din. They seemed to converge into an ancient ballad, intoned by a multitude of voices, each term woven from the very fabric of the aurora borealis, possessing an inviolable grandeur akin to snow-capped mountains and the polar night. I recall the rivers of giants. As I was born into my past, I recall there are 9 tall branches at home, delicately growing from the peat-rich soil below. I cannot recall when I succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, the pale apparitions and the bone-chilling cold had vanished. Everything around me was as it had been, and the clock on the wall indicated that approximately an hour and a half had elapsed since my return to the dormitory. Had it not been for the sight of the ancient tome on the bed, its black cover spread open, forgotten amidst the spells and incantations. Alongside the wand I had placed upon the bedside table after casting my enchantment, I might have believed I had merely experienced an extraordinarily vivid nightmare. It seemed that the spell had wrought some peculiar after-effects. My body and head felt inexplicably heavy, as if my very limbs were estranged from my own being. With great effort, I compelled myself to sit upright, pulling the book close and flipping to the page that had once borne the incantation of truth. To my astonishment, the 4 lines of the spell, inscribed in deep crimson ink, had vanished entirely, as though they had never existed at all. The page was now a blank canvas. A sense of disarray, akin to a heavy blow to the head, washed over me. I hastily examined the text on that page. Fortunately, the introduction to the incantation of truth remained intact, with only the peculiar spell having disappeared. Yet, this revelation did not alleviate my concerns. Rather, it deepened the sense of strangeness surrounding my predicament. I found myself reflecting upon my recent reckless behavior with a tinge of remorse, resolving inwardly never to experiment with incantations of uncertain efficacy again. I harbored doubts about the book as well. Perhaps I should seek out Ms. Pants tomorrow for clarification, as she has spent years in the library, and I suspect she has perused every tome within its confines. Consulting her would be most appropriate. As for today, I lacked the energy to engage in further endeavors, so I decided to rest. Fortunately, that peculiar truth spell seemed to have no effect on dreams. I slept soundly that night, and the following day was Saturday, allowing me the luxury of a leisurely morning rather than hastily devouring breakfast to rush to early classes. When I awoke around 9, the leaden heaviness that had weighed upon my body the previous night had vanished. Sitting up in bed, I was greeted by the warm, radiant sunlight streaming through the curtain's gap, and a few birds perched on my dormitory windowsill serenaded me with their melodies. This delightful scene lifted my spirits considerably. I hurriedly washed and dressed, then gathered the items I would take with me for the day, stuffing my satchel with the homework I intended to complete. However, as my fingers brushed against the forgotten tome of ancient magic and spells, the ghastly visages formed from white mist that had haunted me the night before resurfaced in my mind, instilling a moment of hesitation regarding my decision to touch the book. Ultimately, I gritted my teeth, closed my eyes, and resolutely thrust the book into my satchel before stepping out of the dormitory, wand in hand. In my eagerness to inquire with Ms. Pants about the book and the truth spell, I found myself disinclined to savor breakfast in the great hall. After hastily downing a glass of orange juice, I grabbed a chicken sandwich and made my way towards the library, nibbling as I walked. The Hogwarts castle on a Saturday felt far emptier and quieter than during the weekdays. Perhaps this was due to the absence of classes, which meant that students did not flock to various locations at designated times. I had heard whispers of a nearby village called Hogsmeade, inhabited entirely by wizards, the only all-wizarding magical village in England. It was said to boast delightful establishments such as Honeydukes, beloved by wizarding children, and the famed butterbeer. My curiosity about this place was piqued, yet as a mere first-year student who had recently begun my journey at Hogwarts, I was unlikely to secure permission to venture there. As I envisioned the charming scenes of Hogsmeade, I had already arrived at the library. Unlike other areas of the castle, the library was bustling on weekends. Upon entering, I was greeted by the soft rustle of pages turning and the sound of pens scratching against parchment. No voices were raised. Instead, an atmosphere of solemnity and earnest study enveloped the space, prompting me to instinctively soften my footsteps. I approached Miss Pants with a certain trepidation, as she sat at the center of the library's front desk, perched behind an imposing table. I found myself gazing up at her face, which was perpetually shrouded beneath a wide-brimmed black hat, revealing a countenance that was stern yet tinged with a hint of acerbity. Upon noticing my approach, she arched an eyebrow slightly, seemingly assessing my intent, and inquired, "How may I assist you?" Indeed, I sought to discuss a matter regarding a book I had borrowed yesterday. I replied, cautiously extracting the forgotten tome, the forgotten ancient magic and spells, from my bag and placing it upon the table before Miss Pants. I opened to the page I had deliberately marked with a bookmark, which bore the truth spell, and pointed to the blank space where the incantation was originally inscribed in red. This was supposed to be. Wait, are you referring to the book titled The Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells? Miss Pants interrupted before I could finish. She swiftly seized the book, confirming its cover, and then turned to me, stating emphatically, "No, this book is not The Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells at all." What? It's not The Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells? Could there have been a mix-up with the title? I was taken aback, my eyes widening in disbelief. Leaning closer to examine the book I had placed on the table, I observed Ms. Pants furrowing her sharp brows as she scrutinized the volume from various angles, her expression growing increasingly grave. Finally, she slammed the book shut and regarded me with a peculiar look. This is a book from the restricted section. Its title page bears the golden seal I had previously marked to denote it as forbidden. Such a seal cannot be forged. The restricted section has been warded with a protective spell since someone trespassed at midnight. How did you manage to obtain this book? How is it that I lent it to you yesterday? A book from the restricted section? Ms. Pants' words rang in my mind like a clarion call. In an effort to be forthright, I recounted the events of the previous day, detailing how I had encountered the book on the popular science shelf and borrowed it from her. We both distinctly remembered that it was titled The Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells, MS. Pants even provided me with a brief overview of the author, a correspondent for the Prophet. After hearing my account, Ms. Pants consulted the borrowing ledger, which indeed confirmed that the book I had checked out was The Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells. Perhaps some form of cognitive-altering transmutation or confusion spell had been cast upon the book's cover, obscuring our perception of its true identity. If such a spellcaster could elude my notice, extracting this book from the restricted section would hardly pose a challenge. Hence, I felt compelled to report this matter to the headmaster. After contemplating the book and her ledger for a couple of minutes, Ms. Pants reached a decision. She placed the forbidden tome into a drawer beneath the counter and secured it with a locking charm. Then, her gaze fixed upon me once more. Her eyebrow arched in that characteristic manner. She asked, "It seems you had more to say, and what, pray tell, compelled you to return to the library the day after borrowing this forbidden book?" Her probing stare sent a shiver down my spine. She appeared convinced that I was somehow involved in the matter of the book's misplacement, and I felt an unsettling sensation akin to being interrogated. The very notion of a forbidden book was somewhat daunting, especially considering my reckless attempt to invoke one of its unknown spells the previous night. Thus, I averted my gaze, focusing instead on a crystal orb on Ms. Pants' desk, showcasing a small white owl sculpture, and explained, "While reading the book last night, I came across a phrase that resembled a spell. I cannot be certain that it was indeed a spell, but it was inscribed in red ink on a blank page. However, when I looked again after some time, the ink had vanished." As I spoke, a sense of dejection washed over me. I recognized how implausible my explanation sounded. If the red ink had indeed disappeared, how could I possibly prove it had existed? "So, you found this odd and returned with the book to consult me?" Ms. Pants responded with a huff, quickly interjecting as she jotted down notes on a blank sheet of paper, occasionally glancing up at me. "I will accurately document your statements in the report for the headmaster, Mr. Nimtara. Now, what exactly was the content of that incantation?" The specific wording was, "Time's footsteps always tread in threes. The future flies like an arrow. The present remains eternally still, while the past lingers reluctantly." Oh yes. I wrote that down as well. Here. Despite having used the incantation only once, the phrase remained remarkably vivid in my mind, allowing me to recite it fluently before Ms. Pants. When I finished reciting the incantation and raised my gaze to meet hers, I suddenly remembered that I had pinned the phrase in my notepad. I promptly retrieved it from my pocket, tearing out the page containing the incantation and offering it to Miss Pants. "I hope this is not some form of jest, Mr. Nimtara. If it is, I shall certainly request that Professor McGonagall issue a reprimand," Miss Pants remarked, her expression contemplative as she accepted the note printed with candy and star motifs from the Muggle stationery shop. As she scrutinized its contents, her brow furrowed deeper, and I could discern that she was evidently familiar with the material inscribed upon it. I stood anxiously in place, awaiting her response. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, Miss Pants set down the note she had been reading, her fingers striking the desk with a sharp sound. In a tone laden with gravity, she addressed me. "I have encountered this phrase before. It is a line of poetry, or perhaps a maxim, originating from the realm of Muggles. The words belong to a poet named Schiller, and you have maliciously altered the content of this saying. The original text reads, 'Time marches on in threes, the future lingers, the present flies like an arrow, and the past remains eternally still.' You breached the restricted section during your visit to the library yesterday and absconded with this book. I have also heard about another incident involving your grade, in which you were similarly implicated, Mr. Nimtara. Perhaps you harbor some dark traits that you conceal from everyone. At least in this matter, I perceive you as a thief, driven by curiosity towards forbidden texts, attempting to return it the next day under a veil of deception. The dark circles beneath your eyes bear witness to your sleepless night spent reading, do they not? I believe it is necessary for you to accompany me to the principal's office." Ms. Pants articulated each word with such precision that they felt like a guillotine descending from above, chilling my blood as it coursed through me like an ice river swept by a tempest. No, but I truly did not lie. I opened my mouth to protest. Yet it seemed that other students studying in the library had begun to notice the unusual scene between Ms. Pants and me. Curious glances pierced through the library's previously serene atmosphere, and some students began to whisper amongst themselves. The weight of those stares and the murmur of hushed conversations instilled a sense of discomfort within me. Miss Pants, clearly believing that we ought not to disrupt the library's order any further, glanced at me, retrieved the book from her drawer, and cradled it along with her notebook. As she placed a temporary sign on the counter, she instructed, "Follow me, Mr. Nimtara." Without waiting for my reply, she strode ahead, the sound of her high heels echoing through the library aisle like the footsteps of an imperious dancer. Thanks to her innate air of superiority, students lowered their heads and ceased their commotion in her presence, returning to their studies. I followed Madame Pants out of the Hogwarts library in silence, fervently hoping to encounter either Sheaf, Sigmund, or any other familiar student, even if it were merely Elizabeth, who might regard me with the same subtle disdain exhibited by Madame Pants, or San, who would vocally proclaim my misfortune. I would welcome their presence. I, Carlos Nimtara, had been at Hogwarts for merely a week and was already at risk of facing a significant disciplinary action due to a misunderstanding. The sight of my friends would indeed offer me considerable solace. However, as I traversed the corridors, I encountered no one. In fact, there were scarcely any students about, as it seemed that everyone preferred to be away from the school on this day of respite, particularly during the first week of term. Madame Pants guided me through a labyrinth of hallways until we arrived at a tower I had never visited before. This tower was remarkably sparse, devoid of long staircases, portraits, or any embellishments. Before us loomed a colossal stone beast, exquisitely ancient in design, reminiscent of a Chinese qilin yet more robust in form. Madame Pants halted before the stone creature, and just as I was pondering whether this was the headmaster's office, she cleared her throat and intoned to the statue, "Eagle head formation." My initial reaction to the sudden emergence of this esoteric term from Ms. Pins was one of bewilderment. I pondered whether the distress of the stolen forbidden book had frayed her serious nerves, leading her to a state of mental disarray. Yet, it was evident that I might be the more disoriented of the two, for no sooner had Miss Pins finished speaking than a thunderous sound of massive mechanisms engaging and whirring resonated from the stone beast. Simultaneously, the beast itself began to rotate along with the wall behind it. Finally, with a resounding thud, the stone creature was moved aside, revealing before us a somewhat narrow spiral staircase, clearly the passageway to the headmaster's office. Ms. Pins cast a glance in my direction, signaling me to follow, and then she ascended the steep staircase, which was slightly daunting for me. Fortunately, this tower was not as lofty as the Ravenclaw Tower, and we soon reached the top, where we encountered an oak door that appeared to be exquisitely maintained, gleaming under the glow of the surrounding oil lamps. Like the Ravenclaw Tower, it featured a brass door knocker, though instead of an eagle, it was shaped like a griffin, reminiscent of the creature depicted in my Care of Magical Creatures textbook. After knocking twice on the door knocker, a faint voice beckoned us to enter, which sounded less like Professor McGonagall and more akin to that of an elderly gentleman. Nevertheless, Miss Pins led me into the headmaster's office. The headmaster's office was a beautifully antiquated circular room, despite being filled with an array of items, such as shelves and cabinets brimming with various collectibles, trophies, and books, an ancient yet splendid globe, and an unusually large desk cluttered with documents and stationery. Yet, the space remained remarkably spacious. The most captivating feature was the multitude of animated portraits adorning the walls as we entered the office. Nearly all of them turned to gaze at us, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. However, as I scanned the room, I noticed Professor McGonagall was absent, and apart from Miss Pins and myself, there was no one else present. Could that earlier invitation to enter have originated from the portraits? It seemed rather inappropriate to heed the invitation only to find myself in an empty office. As I contemplated these questions, a voice, reminiscent of the previous one, yet imbued with calmness and wisdom, spoke from my side. Ah, another student, trailing behind a teacher, forlornly summoned to the headmaster's office. Miss Pins, you do not often visit the headmaster's office. What misfortune has befallen this poor child? The voice was so near that it felt as though there was less than half a meter separating me from the speaker. Despite the warmth in his tone, I instinctively took a step back in surprise. When I turned to locate the source of the voice, I discovered a venerable gentleman with a long, silver-white beard, reminiscent of sheep's wool. His hair matched the color of his beard, and he donned a loose, pale purple robe that appeared exceptionally comfortable. Atop his head rested a black satin hat adorned with intricate golden patterns and deep brown tassels, beneath which cascaded long hair of the same hue as his beard. Although his elongated nose bore a slight tilt, the moment he regarded others with his striking blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles perched on his nose. An indescribable sense of calm enveloped me, as if my every thought and action were laid bare before this venerable figure. I was utterly captivated by the profound aura emanating from the elderly figure in the portrait. My mouth agape, I found myself rendered speechless. Yet, simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of grievance surged from my heart to the depths of my eyes, compelling me with an overwhelming urge to confide in this amiable and wise elder about all the injustices I had endured since birth. If the mere image could evoke such feelings, how extraordinary would it be to encounter the actual person before me? As I gazed upon the portrait, such thoughts involuntarily crossed my mind, accompanied by a yearning emotion. Professor Dumbledore. This student has pilfered a tome from the restricted section and deceitfully claimed that the book contained handwritten spells in red ink, which, in truth, were merely a mangled saying from a Muggle poet. Furthermore, he has likely employed a confundus charm or some form of deception to procure this book from me, only to return it the following day after feigning completion of his reading. In contrast to my own demeanor, Mrs. Pants appeared much more familiar with the portrait and its subject. Although her attitude had grown respectful, she maintained a composure far superior to mine. She presented the book that we had mistakenly identified as an ancient text of forgotten spells to the portrait. I had examined it and confirmed the presence of enchantment traces. Yet there were no words inscribed in red ink as the student had alleged. This situation was utterly absurd. Professor Dumbledore. Never has a student dared to behave in such a manner within my library. Mrs. Pants's agitation grew, her lips trembling as she spoke, clearly perceiving my alleged transgression as a grave affront to her serious work. This marked the second occasion today that a chill coursed through my veins. My hands and feet felt icy, and my legs had stiffened, rendering me as though I were nailed to the ground. Unable to do anything but stand there with my head bowed, I was acutely aware that I had committed none of the actions Mrs. Pants accused me of, nor did I wish for the first impression that the elderly figure in the portrait had of me to be that of a lying thief. Such a slander was truly dreadful. However, without evidence, how could I possibly vindicate myself? I made an effort to lift my head and gazed upon the portrait of the venerable Albus Dumbledore. I had anticipated that, after perusing that book, he too would cast a skeptical glance in my direction. However, he did not. I observed that his gaze remained unchanged from before, even emanating a certain aura of trust. You must frighten him, Professor Flitwick. Why can we not sit down and discuss this matter thoroughly? It is not urgent, is it? Dumbledore playfully winked at me before turning to Professor Flitwick. You truly are too soft-hearted, Professor Dumbledore. Having served at Hogwarts for many years, I understood that some students are simply born troublemakers, engaging in absurd antics for the most ludicrous of reasons. Professor Flitwick's shoulders trembled with indignation and in Dumbledore's presence. She seemed to transform into a petulant child, her suppressed emotions spilling forth all at once. Throughout her outburst, Dumbledore remained silent, patiently awaiting the conclusion of her remarks. Once her emotions appeared to stabilize, her trembling ceased, and he replied, "There exists a first Harry Potter, and it is entirely possible there may be a second. There are numerous uncertainties surrounding this matter, and with Minerva absent, should you insist on this child's accusation, you must await her return for a verdict. So why not engage in a thoughtful discussion before then? I believe it would benefit both of you in clarifying your thoughts. Now, please, fetch 2 chairs and let us converse." The calm and soothing words of the portrait's Dumbledore evidently had an effect, as Professor Flitwick's demeanor finally softened. She summoned 2 chairs with her wand from the corner of the headmaster's office and placed them before the portrait. However, upon sitting down, she did not forget to cast a pointed glare in my direction. "You had best disclose everything you know and refrain from deceit, Mr. Nimtara. Should you choose to be entirely forthcoming, perhaps Hogwarts would consider leniency regarding your transgressions." No, it truly was not me. I did not even know this was a forbidden book. The unyielding words of Professor Flitwick left me feeling both aggrieved and enraged. Eager to clarify the situation, I fervently defended myself, stating, "I have only just arrived at Hogwarts a week ago. How could I possibly breach the barriers of the restricted section of the library and cast a confundus charm upon the book?" My spontaneous words evidently caused a moment of hesitation for Miss Peens. Her previously imposing demeanor diminished, and she hesitantly remarked, "Perhaps you learned some incantation from a certain place in your textbook." The portrait of Professor Dumbledore smiled at me, seemingly in admiration of my swift identification of the matter's discrepancies. He then interjected, "See, Peens, you have already recognized the issue at hand. If this young gentleman truly managed to breach the magical barrier set by Minerva in the restricted section during his first year, and unleashed a confundus charm so subtle that even you could not perceive it. We might be on the brink of witnessing the emergence of a new minister of magic or an extraordinary auror from our school. Who's to say he isn't another Harry Potter or Hermione Granger? Yet, if it isn't him, then who could it possibly be? Miss Peens pinched the bridge of her nose, and from her expression, I could discern her genuine frustration with the situation. Thus, the inquiry fell upon our young wizard before us. Professor Dumbledore smiled gently, turning his gaze toward me. His warm countenance soothed the anxiety and impatience that had coursed through my veins moments ago. He addressed me in a wonderfully encouraging tone. You would not lie to us, would you, Mr. Nimtara? No, never, Professor Dumbledore, I replied promptly, having resolved to disclose the truth about the revelation spell I had cast before them. Regardless of my innocence, they had the right to know. Under the scrutiny of one person and one portrait, I recounted in detail the events of the previous night. This time, diverging from my account in the library where I had deliberately omitted the part about casting the truth spell, I provided an exhaustive description of what transpired after I invoked it. I noted every detail, even the peculiar fog-like figure nearest to me, and I distinctly articulated the content of the ancient song I heard amidst their shrill cries. Though sung in a language unfamiliar to me, its meaning resonated deeply within me, indelibly etched upon my heart, much like the odd incantation itself. After my vivid narration, both Professor Dumbledore and Ms. Peens fell into a prolonged silence. Ms. Peens regarded me with a serious expression, arms crossed, and after a moment, she finally managed to utter, "It seems you were indeed lying earlier. Yet I find myself somewhat inclined to believe you now. The content you shared does not seem plausible for a first-year student to concoct merely to evade a charge of book theft." She paused, and Professor Dumbledore promptly took over. Moreover, an 11-year-old newcomer could not possibly have read the Poetic Edda. You know where those verses originated, Peens? Yes, it is quite an ancient tome, Miss Peens acknowledged, adjusting her posture. When she noticed my curious gaze upon her, she hesitated before continuing. The Poetic Edda, also known as the Elder Edda, was first discovered in 1643 by a Muggle bishop. It is a collection of poems detailing Norse mythology and tales of heroism from the Viking Age. In fact, the poems likely date back to that ancient era, and the song you recounted comes from the first poem, The Prophecy of the Sibyl. I had never heard of this book before. I was entirely unfamiliar with the Viking Age. I had no knowledge of this book. I interjected quickly, hoping this would clear my name. Indeed, this may be somewhat beyond your current understanding, but I am beginning to doubt your complete detachment from this matter, Mr. Nimtara, Professor Dumbledore remarked. Upon noticing the redness in my eyes at his words, he gently hushed me, adding in a comforting tone, "Do not fret, Mr. Nimtara. I do not assert that you are the one who stole the book and cast the spell upon it. But I personally lean towards believing that the truth spell you invoked was genuine, and what you witnessed was, to some extent, your own truth, akin to a prophecy or divination. But those ghostly figures in the poetry have never appeared in my life before," I hesitantly replied, feeling the sting of tears in my eyes. To prevent myself from crying, I curled up in my chair and lowered my gaze to my fingers. All I had wished for was to attend Hogwarts, to study diligently and become a wizard, to escape my Muggle foster family. Yet within my first week, my roommate had been attacked by a mysterious intruder at Hogwarts, and now I found myself entangled in this predicament while merely seeking a book in the library. Sometimes, the trials you endure serve as hints and lessons from destiny, urging you to become a stronger, more reliable individual, and I believe you will indeed rise to that challenge. Professor Dumbledore answered gently. Were he not merely a portrait, I would have felt he might extend a warm hand to rest upon my shoulder, offering me the essential strength to overcome my trials. He did not compel me to respond or to regain my composure, but instead took the initiative to continue the conversation, adopting a tone akin to that of a lecture before students. The incantation of the truth spell combined with the verses from the Edda reminds me of a significant aspect of Norse mythology, which is why I assert that Mr. Nimtara is not entirely disconnected from this affair. In Norse mythology, there are three powerful goddesses of fate, referred to as Ord for dandy, and Skuld in the prophecies of the seeress. Quite difficult to remember, isn't it? Yet, we can refer to them by the more familiar names of past, present, and future. Time marches in threes. Upon hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, the first part of the truth spell suddenly surfaced in my mind, and I involuntarily recited it. However, after speaking, I felt something was amiss and recalled Ms. Peens's earlier remark that the incantation was a twisted version of a Muggle proverb. The original phrase should be, "The future arrives late, the present flies like an arrow, and the past remains eternally still. What could this possibly mean? Professor Dumbledore nodded approvingly at me and continued. I believe the issue lies therein. This phrase describes our fates and the nature of time as ordinary beings. The past, present, and future possess their own order, which cannot be reversed. However, for other existences, it is a different matter altogether. And it is this inversion that yields the effect of seeking the truth. This sounds exceedingly difficult to comprehend, Professor Dumbledore. Perhaps you could simply divulge the answer to us. Ms. Pants began to speak, evidently captivated by the mysterious subject matter. Her demeanor noticeably softened compared to before. The portrait of Professor Dumbledore, depicted in the image, began to stroke his beard in contemplation. I could discern his hesitance, as indicated by his furrowed brow, revealing his confusion. He murmured something under his breath, but the words were too faint for Miss Pants and me to catch clearly. Nevertheless, we patiently awaited the profound insights that this erudite wizard could provide. Just as we were anticipating Professor Dumbledore's response, a familiar clicking sound and the rumble of mechanisms echoed from the door of the office. Within moments, we beheld Professor McGonagall breezily swinging open the elegant oak door, brandishing a photograph high in her hand. As she entered, she exclaimed, "Dumbledore. Hagrid insisted that I show you the pictures of his newly bred blast-ended Scruts. He also mentioned that you should name each of the four, Miss Pants and Mr. Nimtara. You should name them as well. Oh, but what are you doing here?" The atmosphere turned awkward, as Professor McGonagall halted abruptly upon noticing us seated before the portrait of Professor Dumbledore. Her brown eyes, sharp as a cat's, darted around, seemingly contemplating how to mitigate the unfavorable impression her earlier blunder might have imparted. Both Miss Pants and I simultaneously deemed it prudent to maintain silence at that moment, and thus we turned our gaze toward Professor McGonagall. Fortunately, she caught our unspoken understanding. After a brief pause, she cleared her throat as if swallowing a small blast-ended Scrut, adjusted her posture, interlaced her fingers before her, and kindly inquired, "What brings you here? Is there a matter of concern?" "We are discussing the theft of a book from the restricted section of the library," Miss Pants replied calmly. "The book was, in fact, borrowed by me, and I attempted one of its unpredictable spells, which is why I returned it to Miss Pants the very next day," I added, glancing at Professor McGonagall and tentatively offering my explanation. "This poor young wizard was accused of theft, but it has been proven otherwise. We are now deliberating the riddles pertaining to the spell he encountered, as well as its connections to the past, present, and future," concluded Professor Dumbledore's portrait in a composed tone, addressing Professor McGonagall. Her mouth widened in astonishment as our synchronized narrative unfolded, and once Professor Dumbledore finished, she instinctively exclaimed, "It seems that during my absence, you three have cultivated quite the rapport." "That is not the crux of the matter, Minerva," Professor Dumbledore replied slowly, enunciating each word distinctly as he regarded Professor McGonagall. "Very well, I believe I comprehend the situation, but I require a more detailed account. This time, I asked that one person recount the events," she said, reluctantly conceding as she passed the photograph of the blast-ended Scrut to me and made her way towards a chair behind the central desk in the office. "I shall take the lead," I offered, positioning the photograph towards Professor Dumbledore's portrait and rising from my seat. "I believe these four delightful creatures should be named Heculman, Hot, Skirfin, and Hennecoot." Professor Dumbledore pondered the names before him. "These names bear no distinction whatsoever." "Dumbledore!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed from her seat, much like Professor Dumbledore had concluded. Professor McGonagall, after hearing my entire account, also believed that I was not the culprit who had taken the restricted book. When she learned of the content of the truth spell, she gazed at me in astonishment, resting her chin on her hands. "A first-year student daring to experiment with an unknown spell from a book. I am truly surprised you were not sorted into Gryffindor, Mr. Nimtara. Perhaps the sorting had deemed Ravenclaw more suitable for me. So, do you now believe me?" "I merely borrowed that book," I replied, looking at Professor McGonagall. "Of course, I believe you. However, considering the peculiar events that have transpired over the past week, it appears that the situation at Hogwarts is quite dire. We must heighten our vigilance," Professor McGonagall remarked. Her expression momentarily choked as she glanced at Professor Dumbledore's portrait, seemingly seeking his counsel. "Let the Aurors be stationed here. You have been preoccupied with this matter for days, Minerva. Times have changed. I believe that under Hermione's leadership, the Ministry's Aurors are no longer what they once were. Besides, we have not seen Harry in quite some time, have we?" Professor Dumbledore's portrait spoke with a tone and demeanor far more relaxed than Professor McGonagall's. He stroked his beard while casting her an encouraging glance. After all, I do not wish for them to frighten our students. The presence of Aurors at Hogwarts is a conspicuous affair, especially considering that school has only just commenced. Yet even the restricted section has been compromised. Albus, I believe you are right. I shall write to them. Professor McGonagall finally swallowed the intangible thought lodged in her throat, and as soon as she finished speaking, she began rummaging through the drawer beneath her desk, retrieving a blank sheet of parchment and hastily scribbling with a quill. Watching Professor McGonagall intently penning the letter, I found myself momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to request permission to leave the office. I certainly did not wish to spend my entire Saturday here. Meanwhile, Miss Pants, sitting beside me, was far more direct. She rose from her chair, bowed to Professor McGonagall, and said, "It seems my presence is no longer required. May I request to return to the library? The children need their librarian." "Oh, yes, Pants, you may return. However, upon your return, I would like you to re-examine the barriers of the restricted section, but please do not disturb the scene. Wait for us to arrive, if you would." Professor McGonagall continued writing swiftly, her quill moving so rapidly that the once blank parchment was now filled with a substantial amount of text, as she simultaneously acknowledged Miss Pants's words. "At your service, headmistress," Miss Pants replied calmly, nodding her head before bowing once more to Professor McGonagall. When she turned to me, she offered a respectful bow and, with utmost seriousness, said, "I must also extend my apologies to you, for my hasty judgment once unjustly caused you to suffer. However, I now understand that you were merely entangled in this affair, and thus I humbly seek your forgiveness." It was my first experience of being addressed in such a tone by someone significantly older than myself, leaving me momentarily astonished and perplexed. With a forced smile, I responded, "It's quite all right, Miss Pants. From your perspective, it is understandable that I appeared to be the most dubious individual at that time." Even I found it hard to believe those words. Of course, if this could somehow alleviate my workload during my upcoming library duties, I would be most grateful, as managing an entire cart of books alone poses quite a challenge for me. Miss Pants nodded earnestly in acknowledgement before departing. After watching her leave, I turned my gaze towards Professor McGonagall, who had evidently completed her letter. She was in the process of carefully inserting the folded stationery into an envelope. As she employed a small metal spoon to melt the crimson sealing wax, I cautiously inquired, "May I take my leave now, Professor McGonagall? Or is there something further you require of me?" "Indeed, Mr. Nimtara, you are correct. There is indeed a task for you," she replied. After a brief pause of contemplation, she seemed to recall a wooden box situated on the upper left corner of the headmaster's desk, filled with an assortment of envelopes and documents. She rummaged through it, ultimately retrieving an envelope adorned with the green shield emblem. Presenting it to me, she explained, "This arrived alongside the response from Durmstrang yesterday. I believe it is a letter intended specifically for Mr. Gnarl, hence I refrained from opening it. As for the matter at hand, Durmstrang has expressed their confidence that Hogwarts will take excellent care of Mr. Gnarl, and thus the exchange program persists. I trust you will deliver this letter along with the news to Mr. Gnarl." "I shall do so, Professor McGonagall." I stepped forward to receive the letter from Professor McGonagall's hand. As I grasped the envelope, I noticed its substantial thickness, suggesting that it contained a considerable amount of content. The seal was affixed with green wax, and the recipient's name, Cfin AR, was inscribed with a remarkably sharp penmanship. After taking the letter, I exited the headmaster's office, pausing to express my gratitude to the portrait of Professor Dumbledore, who kindly responded with a reassuring smile. Upon leaving the tower adjacent to the headmaster's office and returning to the main building of Hogwarts, I decided to make my way to the hospital wing located on the first floor, the letter clutched in my hand. Along the way, my mind was preoccupied with the riddle embedded within the incantation. Regardless of my contemplation, I was unable to decipher it. Initially, I suspected that the answer might pertain to ghosts, as they exist in a state devoid of a future, perpetually suspended in the moment of their demise. However, this interpretation failed to elucidate the notion of the past arriving belatedly. If the spell I cast last night summoned ghosts from the past, the sudden appearance of numerous new specters within the castle should have incited chaos, which contradicted the essence of truth. Would it not be more appropriate to refer to it simply as the necromancy or ghost summoning spell? Moreover, it seemed implausible that all summoned spirits would have read Ida and be capable of reciting its verses. The more I pondered these questions, the more befuddled I became, to the point where I felt my mind might implode from the relentless whirl of thoughts since morning. Upon entering the ward where Sif currently resided, my expression startled him, leading him to believe I had been expelled from school and had come to bid him farewell in a state of despair. Perhaps I truly had skirted the edge of expulsion. I accepted a box of chocolate frogs that Sif offered, unwrapping it while somewhat dejectedly commenting on my predicament. As I opened the box, a chocolate frog leaped out, landing squarely on my face. Its chocolatey limbs clinging to my nose and filling my nostrils with the sweet aroma of cocoa. Sif erupted into laughter at the sight of the chocolate frog clinging to my face, yet it seemed that his week-long hospitalization had softened his demeanor somewhat. In the past, he might have taken the opportunity to open more chocolate frogs and watch them cling to me, or seize the chance to stuff a handful of Birdie Bot's every flavor beans into my mouth. However, this time, he merely chuckled while helping me remove the chocolate frog from my face and promptly shoved the entire confection into my mouth. Well, he remained unchanged. I had simply underestimated him. What has transpired to render you so glum and seeking me out? Sif inquired with a smile, as he opened a box of chocolate frogs for himself, deftly capturing one before it could leap free. From this action, I gathered that he had made considerable progress in his recovery. I could no longer sense the remnants of his previous ailment. After consuming the chocolate frog, he casually extracted the wizard card within, revealing a look of dismay upon seeing it was yet another nickel lame. Throughout this week, I have yet to uncover any other character's card. Seeing Sif's reaction reminded me of the existence of wizard cards within the chocolate frogs. As I contemplated how to recount my prior experiences to Sif, I fished out the wizard card from my own box. It was a depiction of Mr. Dumbledore, whose likeness adorned the portrait in the headmaster's office. Here, take my card. After all, this box of chocolate frogs was a gift from you. I gazed at the card in my hand, which vividly portrayed Dumbledore's amiable countenance, his gentle blue eyes evoking memories of my recent time in the headmaster's office. No. Keep it for yourself. I prefer the cards I uncover on my own, Sif replied, shrugging off my offer. He tossed his nickel lame card onto the bedside table and leaned closer to embrace me from behind, so close that I could detect the faint scent of herbs and antiseptic emanating from him. He held me tightly and whispered in my ear, "So, do tell. What has occurred?" "Very well, I shall divulge," I responded, but before doing so, I retrieved the letter from my pocket. The one Professor McGonagall had entrusted to me from Durmstrang Institute, and smiled as I handed it to Sif. "This is a letter for you from Professor McGonagall, said to be of a personal nature. It appears your family is quite concerned for you, having sent such a bulging letter." For a fleeting moment, as I placed the letter in Sif's hands, I noticed a brief flicker of emotion cross his face, neither the relief nor joy I had anticipated, but rather an expression tinged with fear, akin to a person walking tranquilly down the street only to suddenly encounter a bomb around the corner. However, this momentary shift was short-lived, or perhaps merely an illusion I had conjured, as Sif quickly accepted the letter with a smile, saying, "Thank you. My family can be rather chatty, wanting to share every little detail with me, which can be quite overwhelming in a way. But after this letter, you must now regale me with the latest gossip from Nimtara." With that, Sif tucked the letter beneath his pillow and fixed me with an eager, expectant gaze. A familiar expression of endearment that evoked a sense of resigned familiarity, reminiscent of our interactions prior to his hospitalization. Yet, I found I did not dislike that feeling. I know, I replied, rubbing my temples. "Let me gather my thoughts. I have felt as though I have been narrating past events to others throughout the day. First, I recounted last night's occurrences to Mrs. Pants, followed by sharing the same with the portrait of Professor Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. Finally, I had to relay the story once more to Professor McGonagall, making this the fourth time I have discussed these matters today. If only I could master a spell that would allow an object to speak on my behalf. Perhaps a Muggle recording device would serve me better. Simply speak once, record it, and then press play when encountering someone who wishes to listen. As I finally articulated the entire sequence of events, I was overwhelmed by a profound sense of exhaustion, which I began to transform into self-deprecating humor, reminiscent of the lessons on emotional processing found in a book titled How to Laugh at the Magic of Life on my brother Henry's bookshelf. I consider myself quite adept in this area. I initially believed that Shiafii would respond with laughter, mocking my reckless attempts at spells unknown to me, or perhaps my recent misfortunes. However, to my surprise, he displayed an unusual seriousness, even shock. He leaned in closer, so near that I could distinctly see his white eyelashes. And with a somber tone, he inquired, "Wait, did you truly manage to cast the truth charm?" And indeed. "Did you retrieve a book from the restricted section that had been concealed by a confundus charm and carelessly left in the general reading area?" "Yes. I have no reason to deceive you, Shiafii," I replied, meeting his gaze, before voicing the perplexity that had been plaguing me since my arrival at the hospital wing. I recognized the strangeness of my thoughts as I pondered why someone would venture into the restricted section. Do you think he intended to target students? Could he be the same individual who attacked you before? I believe this is aimed at you, Nimtara. He does not wish to harm other students. His intentions are solely directed at you. Before I could finish my thought, Shiafia interrupted, his expression more severe than I had ever witnessed. Noticing my silence, he repeated emphatically, "This is directed at you. But how could that be? What possible advantage would it confer upon them?" I stammered, slightly unnerved by Shiafia's intensity. That book was merely sitting on the shelf. Anyone could have taken it, couldn't they? Yet it appeared there on the very afternoon you were scheduled to work in the library. No one borrowed it before that. Indeed, no one attempted the spells inscribed within. Otherwise, we would surely have known, and you would not have been able to borrow that book. Do you recall what compelled you to impulsively try that obscure spell? Shiafia interjected, his tone somewhat aggressive. I could sense the urgency in his grip on my shoulders, revealing a deep-seated concern that seemed to surpass my own. Looking into Shiafia's eager eyes, I endeavored to recollect the moment as I responded, because the first line of that spell bore the same meaning as the runes etched on my wand. Thus, when I encountered the identical words in that book, I believed it to be the truth charm. Precisely, Shiafia exclaimed, snapping his fingers before extending his hand toward me. I was unaware that your wand bore inscriptions. May I see it? I nodded and extracted my wand from my pocket, offering it to Zayef. He nearly snatched it from my grasp, then began to scrutinize my ebony wand with great intensity. His gaze ultimately settled on the silver ring at the base, intricately engraved with ancient runes. Suddenly, his movements froze, as if time itself had been paused, and an expression of astonishment flickered across his face. He turned to me and inquired, "These are ancient runes. How do you comprehend their meanings? I had assumed the inscriptions on your wand were in English, which is why you attempted the spells from the book." To understand this, I must recount the events of that afternoon when I encountered Professor Lydia. I found myself answering somewhat haltingly, unsure of why I was reluctant to discuss my encounter with Professor Lydia with others. In fact, I had intentionally omitted the detail of having met her in the castle corridor and how she had interpreted the symbols on my wand to mean the passage of time always comes in threes. Initially, I genuinely believed that Professor Lydia had no connection to this matter, as it was I who had approached her to inquire about my wand, and she merely provided answers to my questions. However, after a prompt from Zayef, I suddenly recognized that the situation might not be as straightforward as I had presumed. After a brief moment of contemplation, I resolved to share this matter with Zayef. On the afternoon of the day I borrowed that book, I encountered Professor Lydia in the castle corridor. She was engaged in prayer, holding a talisman strikingly similar to the symbols on my wand. Thus, I inquired about these symbols. I recounted the events of the previous afternoon to Zayef in detail, and he listened intently, occasionally displaying a profound expression that was uncharacteristic of him. As I reached the conclusion of my narrative, I recalled the dream I had about Professor Lydia after dozing off in the library. Although I did not truly believe that vague dream held any relevance to the current situation, I felt it prudent to mention it to Zayef. Upon hearing that I dreamed of Professor Lydia cradling me in a small boat, evoking the illusion of my mother holding me, Zayef was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening like a small, white-haired creature startled in the wild. The next moment, he erupted in a loud outcry, retreating in the opposite direction as if fleeing from a contagion, tossing a pillow at me. "You dreamt of Professor Lydia holding you? Do you often fantasize about your professor like this? To think of her as a mother? I misjudged you, Nimtara. No, that's not it. How did you even arrive at that conclusion? I merely mentioned it out of caution," I protested, feeling my cheeks flush with heat, as if blood rushed to my face. As I tossed the pillow back at Zayef, we engaged in a playful scuffle, our laughter echoing throughout the infirmary. "Silence. The infirmary prohibits noise. And pillow fights. Mrs. Pomfrey's irritated voice rang out from the direction of the cabinet. "Apologies, Mrs. Pomfrey," both Zayef and I murmured, lowering our voices in unison. "So, the passage of time always comes in threes. Was that what she conveyed to you?" Zayef cleared his throat, his tone noticeably more composed as he inquired further, his gaze shifting between the runes on my wand and my face. I sensed his demeanor was not as relaxed as his words suggested. "Why did you not inform me of this earlier? This is quite crucial information." "Yes, at least that is how she expressed it to me. Initially, I thought Professor Lydia had no connection to this matter." "I apologized, Zayef. I did not realize its significance," I replied, lowering my head in remorse, feeling guilty for not recognizing my friend's concern. "All right then, what else did she tell you? Or any other encounters you've had with her? Share everything." "You truly are an oblivious fool," Zayef sighed in exasperation, tossing my wand back to me. He raised a finger solemnly, fixing his gaze on my face as he analyzed. Listen closely, Nimtara. To me, she seems incredibly suspicious. How coincidental that she was praying just as you returned from borrowing the book. And to tell you, the passage of time always comes in threes. Moreover, she is the defense against the dark arts instructor. Breaching the restricted section's barriers is likely trivial for her. Having only just joined the castle this term raises too many red flags. Nimtara, I believe she is utterly untrustworthy. And wearing that large hood, my past experiences tell me that anyone unwilling to reveal their true face is certainly not to be trusted. As Zayef spoke, he leaned closer, nearly pressing his face against mine, his tone becoming somewhat tedious. His serious expression reminded me of Mrs. Sam's stern warnings to Uncle Sam about not storing leftovers in the freezer. All right, I understand. You make valid points, Zayef. I hadn't considered these aspects. Although, technically, I might not have had the time to contemplate them. So much has transpired in just this week, I replied, gently pushing Zayef back to allow him to lean comfortably against the headboard of the infirmary bed. Besides, we currently lack evidence to definitively implicate her, don't we? What we discussed was merely conjecture. Regardless, it's wise to remain cautious. If anything were to happen to you, it would pose a significant problem for me, I remarked. And Zayef seemed to deflate momentarily, mumbling in response while gazing at the infirmary ceiling, one hand stroking his chin as he murmured to himself. Clearly, he was not inclined to continue discussing the thoughts swirling in his mind, and thus we settled into a comfortable silence, sharing an unspoken understanding. I have been seated beside Shiafiai's hospital bed, utilizing his bedside table to complete this week's class assignments, while he diligently transcribes his notes onto the small desk attached to his bed. If one were to consider condensing the original 3 lines of notes into a singular phrase akin to a riddle as a valid form of note-taking, then perhaps it qualifies. I had initially assumed that when a moment of respite arrived, Shiafiai would opt to open the letter sent from Durmstrang. However, he remained utterly unmoved, not even shifting the envelope tucked beneath his pillow, instead yawning incessantly as he copied the class notes I had brought him. Perhaps he does not wish to read correspondence from his family in the presence of others, I mused to myself. As the clock in the school infirmary struck 12, heralding the arrival of midday, I had just completed my transfiguration homework. I slipped the assignment into my transfiguration textbook and rose to my feet. Addressing Shiafiai, I shall head to the dining hall for lunch. Shall I return to see you this afternoon? In truth, I intended to pack my belongings and return to the dormitory, as my health had long since returned to normal. Yet, Madame Pomfrey insisted on administering medication for a minimum of 5 days. If you are inclined, please prepare some pumpkin juice for me in the dormitory. I am finally able to consume something proper. Observing me rise, Shiafiai, seated on his hospital bed, responded with a yawn. I nodded to Shia and assured her that I would endeavor to bring some chilled pumpkin juice back to the dormitory before turning to leave the infirmary. As I stepped out, I was greeted by an extraordinary sight. Debbie was hastily dragging Shiburi's hand as they sprinted down the corridor. If my memory serves me correctly, these two should not have been acquainted with one another. I had not yet had the chance to greet the two of them when Hibari, originally holding hands with Debbie, abruptly halted upon seeing me. Her flushed face, a result of exertion, turned towards me, and after catching her breath, she finally spoke. Good afternoon, Nimtara. Beside her, Debbie nearly stumbled because of Hibari's sudden stop, but since she still held Hibari's hand, the scene that unfolded was one of Debbie rubbing her shoulder, which had been pulled, and grinning at me, saying, "Oh, so you two know each other, Nimtara." Indeed, we traveled together at the beginning of the school year. But I must ask you, I had no idea you two were acquainted. So what event compelled you to risk being spotted by Filch while dashing through the corridors? I inquired in as casual a tone as I could muster, fervently hoping it wasn't yet another misadventure, given the tumultuous week I had already endured. It's related to my brother, Hibari began to respond, but was swiftly interrupted by Debbie, who, with eyes aglow, lifted an object she was holding. It was only then that I noticed she was clutching an old-fashioned camera with a built-in flash. Its body adorned with a yellow sticker in the bottom right corner that read in bold red letters, Hogwarts News Department. My senior in the news department informed me that an Auror is visiting Hogwarts today. An actual Auror, exclaimed Debbie with uncontainable excitement. I never expected to see a living Auror during my very first week at Hogwarts. Though I suppose that sounds a bit odd, it's still thrilling. We might even have a chance to encounter the legendary Harry Potter, especially since I missed the opportunity to speak with him at the welcome feast. Debbie's words flowed as rapidly as when I first met her, her tone infused with exuberance. I speculated that, were it not for the proximity of the hospital wing, her exuberance might have drawn the ire of Madame Pomfrey. In her excitement, she nearly burst into a fit of joyful screams, and I just met Hibari by the herbology greenhouse, and she told me her brother is also an Auror. Aha! Now I can consider myself a reporter with connections. This piece on Aurors will serve as a perfect starting point for my tenure in the news department. But even if my brother is an Auror, it doesn't necessarily mean he will visit Hogwarts, and I certainly don't want to interrupt his work. Debbie. Hibari's expression wavered in response to Debbie's enthusiasm. In contrast to her usual resilient and optimistic demeanor, she seemed momentarily despondent. Moreover, the presence of Aurors at Hogwarts might not be entirely fortuitous. It could imply that the school was facing some troubles, necessitating their arrival. However, it is the duty of the news department to convey accurate information to the students of Hogwarts. Regardless, Hibari, surely you would also like to go see? I hear the Aurors are gathering in the Great Hall. Debbie tugged at Hibari's hand and leaned closer, her excitement palpable. All right, let us go take a look. It would be wonderful if I could see my brother, Hibari conceded with a reluctant nod. She then turned to me and asked, what about you, Nimtara? Will you join us? This was undoubtedly an opportunity one could not miss, especially since I had initially intended to head to the Great Hall for lunch. Thus, I nodded in agreement with Hibari and Debbie, following them into the Great Hall. I immediately spotted several unfamiliar figures clad in trench coats and suits deep in serious discussion in a corner. Regrettably, the fabled Harry Potter was not among them. It appeared that legendary Aurors do not make appearances easily. For some unknown reason, the hall seemed particularly crowded today. Most seats were occupied by students dining or studying. Yet a circle had formed around the Aurors, as students instinctively kept their distance. The chatter was subdued, as countless curious and doubtful eyes discreetly scrutinized the Aurors. It seemed the news of their presence had spread swiftly, for despite it being a day of rest, the Great Hall was bustling with students. Upon noticing the Aurors, Debbie first took a photograph and then turned to Hibari, asking, so, is your brother among them? No, I don't know any of them, Hibari replied. Her voice a mix of relief and disappointment, suggesting that Hogwarts matters were likely outside her brother's purview. What a pity. I thought I might be introduced to the Aurors, especially those who have earned at least 5 N.E.W.T. certificates. Debbie sighed, somewhat disheartened. Yet she quickly regained her enthusiasm, clutching her camera tightly. Nevertheless, I shall interview them. Debbie Gruber 1T back down now. Come on, Hibari and Nimtara, you should join me. Perhaps one of these Aurors knows your brother. With that, Debbie took hold of Hibari's hand, attempting to lead her forward. Just then, a melodious male voice rang out from behind us. I don't know those people at all. Well, a ghost. It was the voice of Hibari's brother. Both Debbie and Hibari gasped in unison, and I instinctively turned around. Debbie's reaction was particularly vivid. She clutched her camera, nearly dropping it in her fright, and scurried behind me like a startled hamster. Meanwhile, Hibari turned in surprise towards the source of the voice. To our astonishment, standing behind us was the blond young man I had previously encountered in Diagon Alley, Hibari's brother. However, he was dressed more casually than when I last saw him, though he still wore gray work trousers and black leather boots. His upper attire consisted of a light yellow t-shirt adorned with a quirky illustration proclaiming "Don't put ducks in the water," paired with a denim coat embellished with shiny silver buttons. Additionally, a silver horn-shaped pin adorned the chest of his jacket, signifying his identity as a member of the rock community. Upon witnessing our astonished expressions, particularly that of the startled Debbie hiding behind me, he wore an innocent look, as if he were not the cause of our fright. Suddenly, he flashed us a bright, radiant smile that, combined with his almost fairy-tale prince-like features, caused Debbie's face to flush crimson. With one hand on his hip, he spoke with a light-hearted tone. I thought such an entrance would appeal to today's youth. Apparently, I misjudged the matter. So, I apologize for startling you. Unfortunately, I've changed into a new jacket today, and my candy is still in my old one. But I should be able to get some from my partner later. After he finished speaking, he cast a sweeping glance at both Debbie and me, his smile unwavering. Finally, he extended a hand towards us, introducing himself. My name is Arthur Wadsworth. You may already know that I am an Auror and the brother of Hibli. It seems my sister has been under your kind care, and for that, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Arthur's words left me somewhat astonished. On one hand, his postmodern appearance contrasted strikingly with the classical nobility implied by the name Arthur Wadsworth, perhaps suggesting a lineage of true aristocracy. On the other hand, his tone was earnest and cheerful, reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale, embodying both ambition and grace. It was hard to reconcile such a persona with a penchant for rebellious rock bands. Perhaps my assumptions were too rigid. Debbie, evidently taken by Arthur's charm, quickly seized his outstretched hand, shaking it energetically and exclaiming, "I'm Debbie Gruber, but you can call me Debbie. It's perfectly all right. In fact, Hibbley should be the one taking care of me. She is such a gentle girl, like a goddess among the crowd. She tells me stories, and Mr. Wadsworth, you are remarkably handsome. Your family possesses such striking features." Her exuberant praise left her flushed, prompting Hibbley to interject, "Debbie, that is too much." Meanwhile, Arthur maintained his cheerful demeanor, gently patting Debbie's shoulder. As she straightened up, he discreetly withdrew his hand from hers, saying, "It seems I have made a splendid impression on Miss Debbie, which is delightful. I have never encountered such an enthusiastic young lady before." Subsequently, Arthur turned his gaze towards me. Like Professor Dumbledore, he possessed blue eyes, yet unlike Dumbledore's deep, starry gaze, his eyes radiated a refreshing brightness. Looking into them felt akin to gazing upon the serene sky reflected on the ocean's surface, soft and warm, shimmering like a sapphire under the sun. Such eyes seemed more befitting of an artist or a prince than an auror from the Ministry of Magic, but was there not a certain charm in Arthur's contrasts? As I pondered this, I found myself somewhat bashful, being that it was my inaugural conversation with an auror. Striving to maintain my composure, I introduced myself, saying, "Carlos Nimtara. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Wadsworth. You may call me Arthur, of course. Ms. Debbie may refer to me in the same manner." Arthur smiled warmly at me and responded in kind, only to suddenly lean closer, resting a hand on his chin as he scrutinized me. He appeared to be a remarkably honest and well-mannered lad. Yet, it would be preferable if he displayed a touch more cleverness. After all, one need not always be excessively honest in life, would they? Arthur's words momentarily caught me off guard, and as I contemplated the deeper meaning behind his statement, I heard Debbie exclaim from the far side of the auditorium corridor, "Look over there. The armor is moving on its own." We followed Debbie's gaze to the other side of the corridor, where a tall figure clad in a black trench coat approached us. His attire left little skin exposed, as he wore brown leather gloves and a matching scarf at the collar. The hem of his coat fell below the knees of his gray suit trousers. What elicited a gasp from Debbie was the helmet he donned, reminiscent of a knight's, its vintage style well-maintained, gleaming under the midday sun, almost blindingly so. The figure advanced towards us with a resolute stride, and as he came to a halt, Arthur erupted into laughter, playfully striking the armored man's chest with his fist. Gasping for breath amidst his mirth, he placed a hand on the armored man's shoulder, exclaiming, "This is quite the spectacle. I never thought you'd actually wear that helmet. I can't believe Professor McGonagall let you out of her office." "Such is the way of things," the helmeted figure replied, his voice somewhat distorted due to the nearly airtight helmet, which only permitted a narrow slit for his eyes. Despite this, he emanated a serious demeanor, as rigid as his helmet suggested. A photograph of him would surely grace the cover of a superhero magazine. "Brother, who is this?" Despite Arthur's jovial attitude towards the helmeted man easing our suspicions, Sybil tugged gently at Arthur's sleeve, her brow furrowed with concern. Arthur turned to his sensitive sister, ruffling her hair with one hand, while the other remained draped over the armored man's shoulder. He explained to us, "There's no need for worry or fear. This is also an auror and my partner. His name is..." He glanced at the helmeted figure, forming words with his lips, then pointed at him. The armored man responded with a muffled grunt before succinctly stating, "Elliot." "Yes, Elliot, my esteemed partner. Do extend your greetings to them, partner. And by the way, the protagonist of this incident, Carlos Nimtara, is also here. Had he not encountered two peculiar events in succession, you would not be having this meeting at Hogwarts." Arthur squinted, chuckling as he heartily patted Elliot's chest, thankfully without a metallic clang. He then regarded us with a proud expression, as if displaying a rare collectible. "Wow, an auror in a helmet. How extraordinary. May I take a picture to publish in the Hogwarts Gazette?" Debbie raised her camera towards Elliot. "No, thank you. My partner declines the offer for photographs," came the response. For a moment, Sybil, Debbie, and I stood in stunned silence, gazing at the peculiar duo. Unsure of what to say, Elliot remained quiet, seemingly disinterested in initiating any friendly exchange. Although he faced us, his heavy helmet obscured any expression or glance he might cast our way. I couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze, penetrating through the narrow slit of his helmet, lingered on me, making me uncomfortable. I instinctively shrank back and distanced myself from Elliot. An awkward atmosphere enveloped us until Arthur finally released Elliot and spoke up. "All right. It seems I must handle the conversation. So, Elliot, having just left Professor McGonagall's office, what did she say regarding this operation? She stated that we are permitted to investigate freely, provided we do not disturb the students' regular learning and living activities, Elliot replied concisely. Then that settles it. As you have heard, I will have Elliot relay Professor McGonagall's decision to my colleagues. Now, how about we have lunch together? It has been quite some time since I shared a meal with my sister, Sybil, and I have matters to discuss with Nimtara. Oh, must I recount this again? Including this time, I've mentioned it 4 times this morning. I sulked at Arthur's intention to engage me in conversation. At that moment, I felt Elliot's gloved hand resting on my shoulder, perhaps a gesture of comfort, which I chose not to question. Would you be willing to accept an interview from me? Mr. Wordsworth? The students would undoubtedly be fascinated by your life as an Auror and this mission, Debbie eagerly proposed. Regrettably, Arthur declined Debbie's request. But upon seeing her disappointed expression, he agreed to meet her during his break for an interview. This news brightened Debbie's spirits. And after cheerfully inviting her to find him in the Hufflepuff common room, she dashed off with her camera, seemingly undeterred in her quest to interview other Aurors. Afterward, Arthur and Elliot exchanged a few brief words, and Elliot nodded, making his way toward the gathering of Aurors in the Great Hall. His unusual appearance drew the attention of several students as we, thanks to Elliot's eye-catching presence, managed to slip into a secluded corner of the hall to enjoy our lunch unnoticed. Nimtara felt a chill. Since leaving home, her hands and feet had remained ice-cold, almost devoid of sensation. Despite it not being the snowy season and Hogwarts enjoying relatively warm weather, the coldness had enveloped her since the moment she stepped outside. More than the cold, fear gnawed at her. She had never ventured so far from home, and the only companion accompanying her was, in her eyes, not even human, but merely a talking specter. With that thought, Nimtara set aside her peeler, carefully stowing it in her pocket, and turned to the pumpkin head she had placed across from her. It was as large as 1.5 basketballs, hollowed out, with the remnants of its flesh stored in a metal bucket in the broom cupboard. She had carved a classic jack-o'-lantern face onto its surface, reminiscent of her memories of Halloween decorations. However, as it was her first attempt using a knife, and with her small childlike strength, the features appeared somewhat crooked and rough around the edges, clearly revealing the novice craftsmanship. This pumpkin had been borrowed from the Hogwarts kitchen at the suggestion of the ghostly figure, who had somehow provided her with a green scarf belonging to a Slytherin student. Wearing that scarf, she had blended into the Hogwarts kitchen unnoticed. When she approached the enthusiastic house elves with a request for a fresh pumpkin to adorn her dormitory for Halloween, they readily acquiesced and selected the largest, most flawless, and aesthetically pleasing pumpkin for Emma. After vehemently declining their offer to assist her in relocating to the dormitory, Emma concealed the pumpkin in the deepest corner of the broom cupboard within Hogwarts Castle, a sanctuary she had occupied since her arrival. For several anxious days, Emma remained in the broom cupboard, minimizing her excursions, venturing out only during times of sparse foot traffic. Her sustenance was provided by Mr. Ghost, who diligently brought her meals. Since Emma's arrival at Hogwarts, Mr. Ghost had been exceedingly preoccupied, often absent, as he traversed the castle with his ephemeral form, perpetually declaring he had a mission to fulfill. Emma had, on numerous occasions, expressed her desire to explore the school or seek out her brother, Sigmund, but each time, her requests were firmly rebuffed. Mr. Ghost, unexpectedly adopting a grave tone with an undercurrent of threat, admonished her. Do you wish to be regarded as a timid girl who, unable to even cast a single spell, has run away from home with a stranger? Such a reputation would lead the British wizards to discover you and send you back home, where your parents would never again permit you to leave. You would ruin our plans, young lady. Do you not wish to prove yourself? To demonstrate your independence and brilliance in magic? If you aspire to continue your studies here and stand alongside your brother, it is imperative that you heed my counsel. Emma vividly recalled the expression on Mr. Ghost's face as he spoke. If a visage formed from swirling black smoke and shades of orange and brown could indeed be considered a face, and if the emotions portrayed could be deemed expressions. In short, she was frightened, yet undeniably captivated by the conditions he set forth. If she could endure this period and assist Mr. Ghost in achieving his objectives, her circumstances would transform entirely. Within the confines of the broom cupboard, Emma mused on this notion, hoping that the pumpkin head would satisfy Mr. Ghost. Gazing into the hollow eyes of the pumpkin, she murmured to herself. At that moment, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from outside the broom cupboard, reminiscent of thick-soled boots striking the floor, accompanied by the voices of 2 individuals conversing. Are you truly going to wear that to meet him? Honestly, it seems excessive. Why not just meet him openly? And where on earth did you acquire this? You didn't pilfer it from the armor in the corridor, did you? I found it at the antique market a few days ago, at a 60% discount. Only you would consider price reductions in such places. You bought an antique helmet for that reason? Initially, I intended to collect it, but I'm rather pleased to have a reason to wear it. Emma's curiosity was piqued by the conversation outside, prompting her to stealthily approach the door and peer through the keyhole. She observed a blonde youth clad in a denim jacket conversing with another individual who was bundled up tightly, clutching a metal helmet under his arm. Their expressions indicated a deep trust and camaraderie, culminating in the helmeted individual nodding to the blonde before departing, albeit unsteadily, as he adjusted to the weight of the helmet, almost colliding with a pillar in the corridor. The blonde, concerned, called after him, "If you can't manage, don't force it. I can always explain for you." Regrettably, the blonde's words did not sway his companion's resolve. For the next instant, a loud clang reverberated from the corridor as the helmeted man collided with the pillar, prompting Emma to wonder if the entire Hogwarts could hear it. Unable to suppress a laugh, she nearly toppled a nearby broom, but managed to catch it just in time. However, the cluttered broom cupboard still emitted a sound, which the blonde immediately detected, causing him to turn his gaze towards the cupboard, startling Emma. Despite her quick reflexes to cover her mouth and nose and retreat to a shadowy corner of the broom cupboard, footsteps approached, and the sound of the doorknob rattling ensued. The cupboard was locked from within, rendering it impervious to outside intrusion. "How peculiar. Let me take a look through the keyhole," the blonde murmured. Emma's mind raced to the pumpkin positioned opposite her. If he peered through the keyhole, he would undoubtedly spot it. True to her apprehension, the blonde remarked, "There's even a pumpkin head in here. How curious. Is it a student hiding away? We must not." Emma's heart raced as she overheard the blonde's words, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Just as he was about to enchant the door open, another voice, laden with age and a quintessential British accent, interjected, "Ah, Arthur, is that you? It has been quite a while. I see you are among the Aurors dispatched from the Ministry of Magic. I must say, this eases my mind considerably. You have always been a clever and composed child. But what else with your attire? As the youth would say, it's rather rock and roll. I had no idea you had such an affinity. The child you used to spend time with seemed to enjoy this style. Were you about to cast a spell on the broom cupboard door? I would advise against it. Since your graduation, Filch has only grown more irritable. He has locked nearly every broom cupboard he can access. I suspect he harbors some peculiarities within, and it is best we respect his privacy. Professor Flitwick, it has indeed been a long time. I've recently decided to explore some new interests recommended by friends, and listening to rock music helps me unwind amidst the many considerations an Auror must contemplate. I must try that as well. I have some related items I wish to show you. Shall we walk and chat? I recently acquired some fine tea for my office. Of course, Professor." Listening to the footsteps of the other person gradually recede, the timid Ima finally exhaled a sigh of relief, one hand pressed against her chest, acutely aware of her youthful heart racing within her small ribcage. At that moment, however, a faint rustling sound emanated from the corner of the ceiling vent above her. Sharp and hurried, akin to a brisk wind rushing through the narrow duct or the incessant squeaking of countless mice nestled within. The noise escalated, becoming increasingly frantic and chaotic, as if it had transformed into a tangible entity. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the vent burst open, releasing a plume of dark brown smoke that swirled forth like fireworks, seemingly with a will of its own, making its way toward a pumpkin head that had been resting in the corner of the broom closet. The interior of the pumpkin swiftly filled with the inky smoke, transforming its once vibrant orange into an abyssal black, as if all light had been devoured by an unfathomable void. Then, the pumpkin head began to levitate, emitting a cylindrical cloud of smoke from the hollowed-out base. As the pumpkin emitted sounds, fine particles of light flickered within the smoke. For a novice carving a pumpkin for the first time, your craftsmanship is commendable, little girl. The pumpkin head hovered in midair, gradually forming arms resembling slender twigs, with fingers elongated and delicate like spider legs, which gently adjusted the pumpkin atop its head. Upon hearing a familiar voice emanating from the pumpkin, Ima cautiously spoke, "Mr. Ghost?" Clearly, her address did not satisfy the pumpkin-headed creature before her. It swatted away her hand, which had ventured curiously into the black mist, while gesturing dramatically as if on a theatrical stage. "I told you not to call me Mr. Ghost, you silly little sparrow. I am the original Jack from Halloween, the greatest of all, though I now have many companions, most of whom proudly met their end at the gambling table. We remain confined, labeled as jack-o'-lantern spirits, a ludicrous title. Yet that does not diminish my status as the greatest Jack of Halloween. The greatest ghost, but you just referred to yourself as a ghost, Mr. Jack. Ima interjected, rubbing her reddened hand and lowering her voice. And speaking so loudly might attract attention from outside. I couldn't care less if a few witches find their way here, Jack retorted. Upon hearing Ima's offhand remark, the light within the pumpkin suddenly erupted, and thick smoke, imbued with a burnt aroma, spewed forth from its carved features. He leaned closer to Ima's face, and she felt the cool, rough texture of the pumpkin in the air. That's not quite right, little girl. And I have yet to finish my sentence. The greatest ghostly creature. That is the full phrase. God does not welcome me, so I have transformed into a creature, understand? He resembled a fluff-tailed kitten in his indignation. Faced with Jack's unexpectedly close visage, Ima did not react as he had anticipated, screaming and crying, but instead tilted her head, gazing at him with her innocent purple eyes. After gently pushing him away, she looked up with a tone of nonchalance and asked, "All right, I understand. So what is the greatest Jack doing back this time? May I leave?" Upon hearing Ima's words, Jack's previously irate demeanor shifted, although his pumpkin expression remained fixed. The flickering light from within his hollow eyes betrayed his excitement. He extended a hand towards Ima, performing a courteous bow. "Preparations are complete, little girl. We must proceed to our new stronghold." Sigmund arrived while we were dining. Prior to his arrival, we were engaged in a discussion with Arthur regarding an old portrait of his ancestral home. Arthur animatedly recounted how, in her childhood, Hibari believed the strange sounds emanating from the painting were ghosts, causing her to avoid passing by it at night. Ultimately, it was Arthur who moved the portrait, discovering that the so-called eerie noises were merely a raccoon from the nearby forest that had burrowed behind it and made itself at home. As Arthur shared these tales, his tone was jubilant, and despite having no intention of ridiculing Hibari, her cheeks flushed slightly. She shot him a side glance before feigning anger and playfully swatting her brother's shoulder, saying, "But those sounds truly frightened me, and if it weren't for me, that raccoon would have likely hollowed out an entire floor. Indeed, my lady, and Roland even penned a thank you note for you," claiming it was his negligence as a steward that allowed the matter to go unnoticed for so long. Upon hearing Hibari's remark, Arthur chuckled, pouring orange juice for his sister before turning to me with a smile, adding, "Old Chestnut is the name little Hibari gave it, as she initially thought raccoons only ate chestnuts. However, as Arthur continued, his jovial expression suddenly vanished, and he grew serious, glancing past me towards another direction in the hall. Hibari followed her brother's gaze, her face momentarily registering surprise mixed with a hint of unease. Taking a deep breath and covering her mouth, she spoke in a trembling voice, "What has happened to Russell?" Initially, I was at a loss, trying to comprehend what had transpired. However, upon hearing the name Sigmund, I abruptly lifted my head and turned in that direction. There, through a row of dining tables and chairs, I spotted Sigmund approaching us with hurried strides. His demeanor appeared exceedingly anxious and haggard. The deep shadows beneath his eyes suggested he had not slept in quite some time. The last instance I had witnessed such pronounced dark circles was on the face of Headmaster Eden, and if I were to use Eden's mental state as a reference, it was likely that Sigmund was faring little better at present. As Sigmund drew nearer, I could distinctly detect a pungent, acrid odor emanating from him, reminiscent of herbs that had been burned. He practically collapsed into the chair beside me, and I quickly reached out to steady him, placing a glass of orange juice on the table in front of him with my other hand. Yet, Sigmund did not touch the juice. His lips trembled as he stared at the drink for an extended moment, before shaking his head as if to dispel a troubling thought, and then raised his gaze to meet Arthur's. Despite the resolve reflected in Sigmund's expression, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt welling up within me. It was evident that my friend had been grappling with intense anxiety over the past few days, and yet I had been completely oblivious to his plight, offering no assistance whatsoever. Arthur regarded Sigmund with a calm yet gentle demeanor, seemingly infusing him with a semblance of strength through his gaze. He then inquired, "What has happened?" Sig. Upon hearing this, Sigmund swallowed hard, as though summoning an immense amount of resolve to articulate his thoughts. His tone fluctuated, wavering between rapid and slow, causing me great concern that he might collapse from the dual strain of physical and mental exhaustion at any moment. "Have you returned to the Skugman Valley recently? Or have you been in contact with my family?" Sigmund stammered. "No, I haven't. I've been occupied with missions for the past 2 weeks and haven't had the opportunity to return home for rest." Upon hearing Sigmund's words, Arthur's brow furrowed deeply, and his expression turned more severe. Leaning slightly forward, he fixed his gaze on Sigmund and asked, "What is wrong? Tell me, Sig. I will do my utmost to assist you." I previously divined the lark, Sigmund said in a hurried tone, after meeting our expressions filled with confusion and unease. He rubbed his temples and continued to explain. The lark symbolizes my sister, Ima Russell. My grandmother once mentioned that Ima's totem was the lark, and my brother Henry even gifted her a lark brooch. But you had also divined the lark on the bedsheets previously, I interjected, immediately recalling the scene of our divination in the school infirmary, where the image that ultimately appeared on the sheets was undoubtedly that of a lark. If the lark represents Sigmund's sister, then its manifestation in the divination concerning the intruder at the school is entirely understandable, and I could now grasp why Sigmund's expression had changed so drastically at that time. However, I glanced back at Sigmund, who nodded in acknowledgement of my earlier words before continuing. Therefore, I assume you have come regarding the divination about the intruders at Hogwarts, Arthur. Upon seeing the lark as a symbol in the reading, I immediately sought to contact my family to confirm Emma's safety. However, despite sending numerous letters home these past few days, I have received no response. I even dispatched Pierre, but he has not returned since he flew out on Wednesday, which is entirely uncharacteristic given his usual speed. Today is Saturday. It has been 3 days. Hibari spoke softly, her face etched with concern. Indeed, I have previously borrowed Pierre. He is a remarkably intelligent owl, capable of making the round trip from the valley to Hogwarts in no more than a day and a half at most. Arthur pondered, cradling his chin in thought. Continue, Sig, and share everything you know with us, in as much detail as possible. I performed another divination near the Forbidden Forest. This time, I employed the burning method with tarot cards. Arthur, you must be familiar with this technique. It is only used when we believe the subject of the divination is facing a significant crisis or upheaval. Hence, the burning scent emanates from you. I looked at Sigmund in disbelief, fully aware that the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits for students. Some herbs used in divination require resources from the Forbidden Forest, and its positioning is indeed more favorable. In any case, this time, not only Emma but everyone in my family appeared in the upright tower position, with the devil to the left and judgment to the right. Alarmingly, the card representing my grandmother, the white dove, had completely vanished from the reading, which is highly unusual. She is the most spiritually potent among us, and many of the Russell family's divination techniques were standardized and refined through her expertise in her youth. The white dove should never disappear from the Russell tarot spread. As Sigmund's urgency escalated, his head hung low, his shoulders trembling slightly. Unsure of what to say, I gently patted his back. Yet, another concern nagged at me, prompting me to turn to Arthur. He quickly met my gaze and shook his head, indicating that we were likely thinking of the same troubling matter. I had hesitated to disclose this issue to Sigmund, but it now seemed evident that what he truly needed was rest, rather than knowledge of this predicament. We must find a way to alleviate his crisis. Aside from sending letters, have you attempted to reach your uncle and aunt through other means? Arthur inquired, pulling out his phone and tapping a few buttons before placing the receiver to his ear. After half a minute, he sighed softly, hanging up the call. No one had answered, and the line was busy. I've made calls, utilizing Professor McGonagall's office phone several times, but none have connected. I even tried to persuade Professor McGonagall to grant me permission to leave Hogwarts. That would be too perilous. Professor McGonagall is right. If there is a situation your uncle and aunt cannot handle, your presence would only place you in danger, Arthur replied, pressing a few more buttons on his phone before looking at Sigmund. Regardless, I will assist you in any way possible, Sig, rest assured. I will bring back all the Russells. You need to rest. This is not a burden a 12-year-old should bear. Sigmund remained silent, his head still bowed, his long bangs obscuring most of his face, rendering his expression unreadable. Nevertheless, the oppressive aura surrounding him suggested he was in distress. Arthur sighed, observing Sigmund before turning to me. Nimtara, I had intended to speak with you, but it seems now is not the time. Could you please accompany Sig back to the dormitory and offer him some comfort? You are peers, and I believe you are acquainted. So this task is best entrusted to you. I will do my utmost to assist. I nodded at Arthur, affirming my resolve. His expression softened slightly at my words as he stood up, smiling at me. If you wish to find me later, you can visit the abandoned classroom on the 5th floor of the castle. Even if I am not present, my colleagues will be there, eager to engage with you. They will share what I can tell you. I will remember. I exchanged a glance with Arthur before helping Sigmund to his feet. Hibari attempted to rise to accompany us back to the dormitory, but Sigmund halted her with a gesture. I understood his intent. He believed Hibari was uninvolved in this matter and did not wish to burden her family further. After being rebuffed, Hibari displayed a somewhat hurt expression, her eyes clearly conveying her desire to help. Yet Sigmund averted his gaze, creating an awkward atmosphere. I turned to Hibari and suggested, "Hibari, could you please inform Professor McGonagall of what Sigmund has just shared? I believe she needs to be informed." And your brother appears unable to relay the news to her immediately. Upon hearing my words, Hibari perked up, affirmatively responding with a hearty before dashing out of the hall. Now, only Sigmund and I remained, moving silently side by side. I sensed his reluctance to accept his need for rest. Perhaps his strong-willed nature compelled him to want to do more in this situation rather than depend on others to resolve his current crisis. I empathized deeply with Sigmund's feelings. I often pondered that if I were not a novice wizard struggling with the most basic spells but rather a powerful sorcerer like Arthur or Mr. Fred, perhaps I could locate my family or even uncover the identity of the mysterious intruder at Hogwarts, thus resolving all crises. How regrettable it is. I could not help but express my sentiments as I strolled alongside Sigmund towards the Ravenclaw Tower. The day was resplendently clear, the sky a pristine blue, devoid of even the softest white clouds. A gentle, warm breeze caressed us as we walked across the corridor bridge. If one were to focus solely on the present vista, it would be all too easy to overlook the fact that Sigmund's family, now missing, resided in the distant Scummon Valley, while Hogwarts, reputed to be the safest place in the world, had recently suffered an incursion by a mysterious figure, resulting in the theft of tomes from the restricted section. How I wished I could do more. What a pity. Unexpectedly, Sigmund responded to my thoughts, trailing a step or two behind me. His voice, somewhat muffled, could have been attributed to his own emotions or perhaps the surrounding breeze. If only I had been able to do more, perhaps by apprehending that enigmatic individual. Things might be different, I replied, striving to infuse my tone with lightness, since Sigmund had perceived the symbol of Ima in the divination concerning this matter. Regardless of whether the threat to your family stemmed from it, capturing him might yield further insights, though that was merely a possibility. Sigmund interrupted my musings, and I sensed him stepping forward to walk alongside me. Given that even that Durmstrang lad could not contend with the mysterious figure, it is quite remarkable that you, having only recently embarked on your magical journey, managed to retreat unscathed. I cannot even assure you that I would be able to locate someone with the disillusionment charm with precision, hence I believe you should not be too hard on yourself. However, as he spoke, his voice gradually diminished, and I turned to see him with his head bowed, fist clenched tightly, the skin near his nails beginning to redden from the pressure. Our footsteps halted before the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower, where the eagle-shaped brass knocker on the wooden door shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, almost dazzling to the eyes. Sigmund suddenly lifted his gaze to meet mine and inquired, "Do you believe in prophecies, Nimtara?" His unexpected question took me aback. I had assumed he was merely seeking my validation of his prophetic abilities. However, the earnestness in his eyes indicated he was genuinely seeking my thoughts on the matter. Thus, I could not dismiss this inquiry lightly. "Well," I pondered, "I am uncertain if I can truly claim to believe. In the Muggle world I once inhabited, disbelief in prophecies was widespread. There had even been a popular prediction that the world would end in 2012, which turned out to be nothing more than baseless nonsense. As that date has long since passed." As I spoke, I cautiously glanced at Sigmund's expression and noted that he did not display any displeasure at my contrary remarks regarding prophecies. He leaned against the railing of the bridge connecting the castle's main tower, arms crossed over his chest, observing me with an intrigued gaze, as if encouraging me to continue. He appeared considerably more animated, suggesting he indeed sought someone with whom to converse and share his thoughts. Clearing my throat, I leaned against the railing beside Sigmund and remarked, "In truth, I believe that most prophecies, or those that can be validated, are merely signs." "Signs, you may ask. Why do I propose this?" Sigmund raised an eyebrow, prompting me to elaborate. "For instance, consider the predictions of rain. Why are we able to foresee an impending downpour? It undoubtedly stems from observable signs, such as thickening clouds, rising barometric pressure, dragonflies flying low, and ants preparing to relocate. Upon witnessing these indicators, one can certainly deduce that rain is forthcoming." As I spoke, my gaze drifted to the sun-warmed stone surface of the bridge, relieved to find no ants scurrying about, assuring me that today would remain clear and bright. Thus, if an event is destined to occur, there must be precursory signs. Perhaps prophecies merely encapsulate those subtle indicators and extrapolate the outcomes accordingly. After I finished speaking, Sigmund fell into contemplation for a moment, his silence punctuated only by the gaze he fixed upon the ground beneath him, yet it bore an unfocused quality, as though he were staring at an imaginary point in the air. I, too, did not remain silent. My eyes wandered to the sky, while a gentle breeze, heralding the impending autumn, softly swept between Sigmund and me. After approximately 5 minutes, Sigmund finally broke the silence. What if, instead of prophecies concerning the natural elements, we spoke of those pertaining to human affairs? For instance, a prediction that your sister might one day take your life. At this moment, Sigmund's voice had shed the earlier turmoil and anxiety he displayed at the dining table. It had returned to its usual calm and profound resonance, akin to the harmonious sound of jade striking against jade, pleasing to the ear. The tone was sparse and unassuming, as though he were discussing the mundane topic of today's lunch, were it not for the unsettling nature of the content. A sudden shiver overtook me, prompting me to turn and glance at Sigmund, who was also looking at me. His olive-green eyes, partially obscured by long, deep purple bangs, appeared somewhat dazed, as if the emotions within them were a trembling abyss threatening to swallow one whole. It seemed he sensed my unease, stirred by the intensity of his gaze, for he hastily averted his eyes and spoke. Amara was adopted in the autumn of the year I turned 1. That morning, my mother had a dream in which the ghost of our ancestor inscribed the number 5 onto our family portrait. She interpreted this as an omen signifying the arrival of another family member. Consequently, she took my brother, Brurol, for a stroll into town and returned cradling a baby, Amara. Amara had been abandoned by her parents on a small path outside the town, a path that was seldom traversed except by my family when heading to the outskirts. Had my mother not been inspired to walk into town due to that dream, Amara would likely have perished from the autumn chill on that rural path. I apologize. I did not mean to speak so thoughtlessly. Upon hearing Sigmund's narrative, an ineffable guilt welled up within me, compelling me to bow my head and offer my apologies. If his sister had indeed survived due to that prophecy and become part of his family, my previous words must have seemed utterly absurd to him. No, I do not intend to suggest that prophecies are inherently credible. The crux of the matter lies in what occurred after we adopted Amara. Sigmund shook his head, eyes closed, his expression suddenly tinged with sorrow. One day, after we had taken Amara in, my grandmother, who was already quite elderly, at least 80 years old and lacking vitality, uttered a prophecy. She typically would not make more than 4 prophecies in a month. Yet in the autumn of the 6th year following Amara's adoption, she inexplicably delivered a 5th. I was aware that my grandmother's prophecies were often remarkably accurate, but that particular one was one I could never accept. As Sigmund spoke, his brow furrowed, revealing a flicker of rage in his eyes. He bit his lip, ultimately releasing it with resignation. Before speaking in a voice laced with a mixture of sighs and sobs, my grandmother, Agnes Russell, prophesied that Amara would bring forth the arch-nemesis of my allegiance before me when I turned 12, and then choose to kill me. How ludicrous! I gasped upon hearing Sigmund's words. She is your sister, raised alongside you, and by the calculations, Amara is even a year younger than you. How could she possibly? Right, you two find it absurd. The original text reads, "Blood shall be shed amongst kin. The darkest demise shall inevitably arrive." Sigmund let out a scoff tinged with mockery. Leaning against the railing, he appeared sturdy, yet the expression concealed beneath his long bangs was profoundly sorrowful. I had always harbored the belief that this prophecy was merely the product of my grandmother's fading mind, mistaking a nonsensical dream for reality. However, my family held a different perspective. In light of this ambiguous prophecy, they relocated our family to the remote Skugman Valley, far removed from both the magical and Muggle worlds, the former homeland of the Russell family, and forbade Amara from learning any magic or spells, not even allowing her to read related books. This was grossly unjust to Amara. Even this year, they rejected the acceptance letter from Hogwarts that was sent to her. Yet now, everything has changed. Initially, I felt a sense of sympathy and sorrow for Ima's plight, as recounted by Sigmund. However, upon hearing his final words, a sudden connection sparked in my mind. I stepped forward, grasping both of Sigmund's shoulders to interrupt him, and urgently inquired, "Wait, did you say your family rejected Ima's acceptance letter?" Sigmund, taken aback by my unexpected boldness, widened his eyes and stammered, "Yes. They declined Hogwarts on the grounds that Ima would be self-studying at home. What I previously asked Senior Gloria was whether Ima could still enroll." "What is the matter, Nimtara? What have you thought of?" "Perhaps this is indeed a portent, Sigmund," I exclaimed, shaking his shoulders, my voice rising uncontrollably. "It may be that your family's apprehension regarding this prophecy has led to a profound imbalance within Ima. After your arrival at Hogwarts, this psychological turmoil may have intensified, perhaps leading her to take drastic actions. Although I cannot ascertain the specifics of what she may have done, I can relate to her feelings." having faced similar prohibitions from my foster family regarding my own magical education at Hogwarts. But Ima has never practiced magic. Even opening a tin can prove to be a challenge for her. My brother, Brullo, excels at magic and is a master duelist. It is inconceivable for Ima to overpower my entire family. Sigmund shook his head, his brow furrowed deeply, revealing his profound disagreement with my conclusion. What I mean, Sigmund, is that someone must have assisted Ima in achieving her desires, or at the very least, that individual has already taken her away from the Skugman Valley. I shook Sigmund's shoulders once more, striving to meet his gaze in an attempt to instill belief in my words. At this juncture, I resolved to lay bare all I knew without reservation. After the mysterious attack by the stranger at Xiafei, Professor Flivy had shown me a lark brooch he discovered at a breach in Hogwarts walls, created by an explosive curse. The brooch you gifted to Ima is of a bronze hue, devoid of any embellishments or distinguishing marks, is it not? My conjecture was not amiss. The moment I uttered the description of the brooch, Sigmund's expression shifted. He gazed at me in disbelief, seizing my hand that rested upon his shoulder with such force that I felt as though my wrist might dislocate. So, you mean to say that Ima is very likely at Hogwarts now? His tone quivered slightly, and as he posed the question, his eyes oscillated between anticipation and anxiety, rendering his already pallid complexion even more ashen. I nodded at Sigmund and said, "It is quite possible. Perhaps we should seek out Professor Freevey once more to examine that brooch. Let us go now. I must find Ima." Sigmund abruptly interrupted my words, almost shouting. He wrenched himself free from my grasp on his shoulder and swiftly turned to dash towards the castle. However, after only a few strides, his legs suddenly buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, emitting a groan of agony. I hurriedly rushed over to assist Sigmund, but at that moment, I was suddenly struck by a series of piercing, mocking laughs that seemed capable of penetrating the very membranes of my ears. My previous experience rescuing Sheaf instilled in me an instinctive sense of foreboding about my surroundings, prompting me to halt in my tracks. Swiftly, I retrieved my wand from my pocket and surveyed the area. The sky remained a brilliant azure, and aside from Sigmund and myself, the corridor was devoid of any other presence. Yet, that cacophonous laughter, sharp enough to induce a throbbing headache, persisted unabated. "Who is there? Show yourself. I am aware of your presence," I shouted defiantly into the air, while cautiously advancing towards the spot where Sigmund had collapsed. As I uttered those words, the laughter abruptly ceased, and the unseen entity made no further move. It wasn't until I reached Sigmund's side and cradled him in my arms that I realized his complexion was alarming. A sense of panic enveloped me as I reached out, attempting to brush away the frost flowers that clung to him. Yet, no matter how many I dispelled, new ones swiftly emerged to claim his skin, as if they sought to consume him entirely. Realizing that I could not resolve this predicament alone, I gritted my teeth and hoisted one of Sigmund's arms, striving to lift him from the ground and guide him toward the infirmary. However, as I took my first step, a thick, dark mist suddenly billowed up from beneath my feet, forming an impenetrable sphere around Sigmund and me, trapping us within its confines. The mist appeared to shift and swirl, seemingly devoid of substance. Yet no matter how fiercely I fought against it, I could not break free. My body met the fog as if it were a solid wall, and exerting too much force could even inflict harm upon myself. Enclosed within such an extraordinary barrier, the prospect of escorting Sigmund to the infirmary seemed nearly impossible. I instinctively sensed that if the frost flowers were allowed to envelop him completely, the consequences would be irrevocable. Frustrated, I wondered if there existed any incantation capable of dispelling this enchantment. Clenching my wand tightly, my mind raced, vigilant against the possibility that other entities or spells might emerge from the swirling mist to attack us. If escape were unattainable, I resolved that at the very least, others must be made aware of our location. In that moment, I recalled the fire spell Sigmund had previously cast, and just a short distance away stood the wooden door of the Ravenclaw Tower. Although such an act would undoubtedly damage the school's property, this was, after all, a matter of utmost urgency. I took a deep breath, aimed my wand towards the wooden door of the tower, and then spoke the incantation, Scorch. My incantation remained unfinished. As I uttered the first syllable, a hand, dark as night and almost skeletal, emerged from behind me to cover my mouth. The icy fingers felt as though several slender black serpents were writhing upon my lips. Then, a voice resonated from behind. "You should have employed a more astute method of escape. This frantic desperation hardly befits your identity. Nimtara, or should I call you Jormungand?" Shuki found his fingers, which clutched the quill, somewhat unresponsive, He surmised it was due to the dwindling fire before him. Thus, he relinquished the pin and reached for a log from the nearby woodpile, inserting it into the hearth. Yet, the flames did not surge. The meager flicker was suffocated beneath the dust-laden firewood, on the verge of extinguishment. His instincts urged him to retrieve his wand and unleash the flame spell mister Fafnir had demonstrated just yesterday onto the unkind lead logs. However, upon drawing his newly acquired chestnut wand from his boot, the incantation eluded him, remaining unuttered upon his tongue. He was acutely aware of his own ineptitude. Yet, he was also a remarkably earnest individual, to the point of foolishness, as described by those outside the forest, stubborn, indeed. Thus, he sat there, comically brandishing his wand, engaged in a silent standoff with the logs in the hearth. Eventually, Fafnir, seated by the window observing the world outside, noticed Shookie's plight. With a resigned sigh, he set down his teacup and approached. He gently took hold of the hand that wielded the wand, guiding the young but calloused fingers in a slow, deliberate motion. Together, they pointed the wand's tip into the air with the precision of a drawn sword, and simultaneously recited the incantation, "Flames, arise." A searing orange glow erupted from the wand's tip, striking the logs with unerring accuracy. The once feeble light flared into a raging inferno, akin to a voracious beast that had just feasted and was ready to unleash its fury. Fafnir gazed with satisfaction at the roaring flames, and then addressed Shookie, who was crouched before the hearth like a small dog basking in the warmth. "It appears you have indeed remembered the incantation. I am pleased." Shookie, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered his gaze, scratching his head as he confessed, "But I still find it too difficult to articulate my thoughts." "Do not fret, dear child. At the very least, you have learned to express your intentions simply, have you not?" Fafnir replied with a smile, reaching out to tousle Shookie's fluffy, ash-colored hair. As they stood close together, Fafnir noticed a telephone directory resting on Shookie's lap, originally placed at the entrance of the house. Shookie had grown fond of it due to its genuine leather cover, claiming it held the scent of the forest. After attending to other matters, Fafnir had casually gifted it to Shookie, who promptly expressed a desire to inscribe his name within its pages. However, given Shookie's illiteracy, it was Fafnir who ultimately pinned Shookie's name in the blank space, Shookie Salray. Fafnir's own name was Fafnir Salray, while the surname held no significance for him. It was a title he had devised with considerable effort. Initially, Fafnir presumed Shookie remained by the hearth merely out of curiosity for the peculiar characters in the directory. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered the blank pages were densely populated with crooked, worm-like script. The handwriting varied in size and exhibited pronounced distortions. Yet, upon careful scrutiny, it was evident that these were English letters, merely contorted due to the writer's unfamiliarity with the language. Nevertheless, the depth of ink on the pages indicated the writer's earnestness. Noticing Fafnir's gaze upon the directory, Shookie's cheeks flushed. His golden eyes darted about, but he ultimately presented the directory to Fafnir, stammering, "I am practicing writing my name. I aspire to be as adept as Mr. Fafnir." Heaven knows how deeply Fafnir was moved by Shookie's words. He dramatically tilted his head back, covering his eyes with a hand, stifling a sob that echoed throughout the forest villa. He then swept Shookie into his embrace, ruffling the boy's hair affectionately. "Good child. Good child," Fafnir murmured, nearly enveloping Shookie entirely in his arms. Just then, a muffled thud resonated from a nearby room, interrupting their tender moment. Fafnir clicked his tongue in irritation, rising to investigate the source of the noise while casually fixing his slightly disheveled chestnut hair. Shookie looked up at Fafnir, his brow furrowing slightly. "Is Mr. Jack back?" he inquired. "No, Jack has gone to Hogwarts. I suspect those eccentric seers are once again engaged in futile struggles." "I must go and see," Fafnir replied, turning toward the room from whence the sound had emanated. At that moment, Shookie rose from beside the hearth, seemingly intent on following Fafnir, but was halted by a gentle barrier of Fafnir's arm. "No, you need not accompany me. Remain here. I can manage alone." "But, Mr. Fafnir, you wield magic but cannot tie knots. Perhaps they have come undone." Shookie protested. "Those people are bad and do not heed Mr. Fafnir's words." Shioji gazed at the hand of Fafnir blocking his path, his brow furrowing deeper, his nose crinkling in distaste, a low growl escaping his throat reminiscent of a wild beast. Due to his inherent lack of eyebrows, this expression, coupled with his golden eyes that shone brighter than both amber and champagne, gave the unsettling impression that he was being scrutinized by a lurking wolf of the forest. Witnessing Shioji's expression, Fafnir let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Reaching out to smooth the furrowed brow of Shioji, Ignoring Shoji's protests, he produced a large wood wand from his cloak, drawing a line on the ground before Shoji. As Shoji attempted to step over the line, he felt a searing sensation as if his body had brushed against molten lava, prompting a startled howl and an instinctive leap back from the line. Satisfied, Fafnir nodded at the line before turning towards the room situated at the innermost part of the three-story cottage, secluded in a valley of trees, where an ancient study, over a century old, awaited him. He recalled his first entry into this room, where he encountered an elderly woman seated in a wooden wheelchair, draped in a goosefeather blanket. Upon spotting her and the pendant she concealed deep within her garments, a wide smile of joy spread across his face. He had found the right person. It was a scale, or more accurately, a fragment of a scale, as Fafnir knew the enormity of such a scale was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. The scale gleamed with a labradorite-like sheen, refracting an array of colors under the light, exuding an ethereal translucence, yet its surface bore rough, uneven textures that seemed capable of slicing through skin upon exertion. Despite the pendant's softened appearance from years of the elder's careful preservation, Fafnir still felt a familiar, tingling pain as he caressed it. Subduing the family residing here was an effortless task for Fafnir. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, he ensnared them within the depths of the study using illusions and runic formations, alongside the elderly woman who had steadfastly refused to meet his gaze since his entrance. This was all made possible thanks to the shrewd decision he made 2 centuries ago to rescue the jack-o'-lantern spirit from human captivity. As Fafnir's hand reached for the doorknob of the study, he thought of this, then nonchalantly adjusted his breathing before swinging the door open. The elderly woman, her hair entirely white and her complexion ashen, remained seated in her wheelchair with her back turned to him. While the other 3 occupants, the male and female heads of the household and their son, instinctively recoiled into a corner of the room upon his entrance, their eyes wide with terror. Yet, the patriarch stood valiantly in front of his family, embodying a courage that contrasted sharply with the palpable fear in their expressions. Observing this dramatic tableau, Fafnir could not help but emit a bemused click of his tongue. Unlike the straightforward 12-year-old Shoji, Fafnir was more complex, adept at discerning the appropriate demeanor for every situation. With a playful demeanor, he deliberately approached the family, his wand poised and ready, each step eliciting involuntary tremors from them. As he drew closer, he noticed that the ropes binding the matriarch's ankles had somehow slackened, the earlier dull thud suggesting her attempt to rise and colliding with the furnishings. Aware of Fafnir's gaze fixed on her ankle, the matriarch offered a smile tinged with apology, yet laden with embarrassment, to which Fafnir responded with a disingenuous grin before casting a leg-locking spell, startling the entire family. Your actions are utterly unreasonable. We have informed you numerous times that what you seek is not here, and we do not know the person you mention. We have no connection to those matters. The patriarch exclaimed in righteous indignation, glaring at Fafnir through his gold-rimmed glasses. Whether there is a connection is not for you to decide, Fafnir replied with a sinister smile, opening his palm to reveal the snake scale he had wrested from the elderly woman's neck. His eyes then flicked to a newspaper clipping hanging decoratively on the wall, emblazoned with bold, exaggerated type, "The Russell family, the greatest prophetic lineage." A scornful laugh escaped Fafnir as he beheld the article. The reflection of the terrified Russell family captured within his dark gaze, which seemed poised to engulf them entirely. He began to pace restlessly around the room, his words directed at the family yet also seeming to lament to some non-existent entity in the air, at the sight of the snake scale in Fafnir's palm. The Russell family collectively displayed expressions of fear, confusion, and uncertainty. They conversed in hushed tones, fragments of phrases like heirloom and grandmother faintly emerging, though Fafnir could not decipher their words clearly. Ultimately, their discussion culminated in a shared, resolute anger, and they glared at Fafnir in unison. Mr. Russell spoke first. That is merely a scale our ancestor obtained, our family heirloom. I fail to see how it relates to your bizarre claims. It appears you truly understand nothing. Or has this esteemed so-called prophet of yours, this elderly lady, revealed nothing to you? Fafnir chuckled silently, extending a hand towards Mr. Russell, as if inviting him to engage. Are you not curious? Prophetic ability is not something to be wielded at will. A true seer is a rare find among thousands. Yet, why is it that every member of the Russell family possesses this gift? As he spoke, Fafnir's eyes, which had been narrowed in mirth, suddenly widened. Despite the radiant smile on his face, a dangerous aura enveloped him, as if he were about to devour those before him. He parted his lips slightly. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, it seemed to Mr. Russell that Fafnir's teeth had sharpened as he spoke. What if I told you that the abilities your family possesses do not truly belong to you? Due to the author's limitations, the special Christmas segment is placed here. On this Christmas day, I wish you all a joyous celebration and a peaceful, warm winter. On this special day, let us take a moment to reflect on the Christmas wishes of each character. Nimtara. I do not typically indulge in Christmas wishes, but if I must, I hope for a more peaceful year ahead, improved academic performance, a deeper trust from Sigmund, and that Sharafa refrains from startling me unexpectedly. Additionally, I wish for Henry to visit home more often. Oh, and I hope the Hogwarts dining hall updates its menu. I have grown weary of the current offerings. Furthermore, I would appreciate a more substantial scholarship next year, though with Sigmund and Sharafa around, my grades may only rank third at best. Wait, have I said too much? Is there not enough space for my words? Just let me finish. Sigmund, I hope to become a stronger and more trustworthy individual in the coming year, capable of protecting everyone. I aspire to enhance my relationships with friends as well. Would you like me to express my feelings more openly? I shall certainly try. Sharafa, have you finally inquired about my Christmas wish? I must admit, I do not eagerly anticipate such questions, as I celebrate each day as if it were Christmas. If you wish to gift me something, please send me all the new items from the Honey Duke's candy shop and ship them to Durmstrang. Just kidding. Ultimately, I hope everyone remains safe in the coming year, and it would be splendid if Swindle's condition improved slightly. Hibuli, I wish for everyone to be well and happy in the new year. As for my personal wish, I'll share it only with you. I long to attend a live concert of the Silver Horn. I wonder if my brother will agree. Aiden, do I, as a mere background character, really have to respond? You all are quite idle. My wish is to do absolutely nothing next year, to sleep for an entire year. And as for that fellow, Chudis, let us just say I have no interest in him. Rucky, in the new year, I wish to master writing and want skills. Also, Mr. Fafner, perhaps we could engage in more physical activities. Debbie, a special report on Christmas featuring Debbie and her companion's wishes will be available for purchase on December 33rd. Stay tuned, everyone. So it was you conducting the interview? Yemengate. Upon hearing that name, my body froze for a moment, and an oddly familiar sensation surged within me. However, this fleeting feeling pales in comparison to the stronger emotion of disdain directed towards the individual who attacked Sigmund and me. This article is sourced from Kakaxi Oshuo. Com for free reading. I have no idea what you are talking about. As I shouted aloud, I forcefully kicked backward while leaning forward. Although my legs struck nothing but air, the posture I adopted, reminiscent of a wrestler, proved effective. An oddly shaped black silhouette was propelled from behind my head, spinning dramatically through the air like a football that had been kicked, before finally coming to a halt. To my astonishment, I discovered that it was a pumpkin head, more precisely. One adorned with a poorly carved grin and sprouting limbs resembling black branches, yet capable of levitating. The pumpkin head floated for a moment, and then the four slender black branches, which served as its fingers, twitched slightly before adjusting the position of the pumpkin head. If the two glowing yellow dots, concealed beneath a shroud of black smoke, were to be considered its eyes, I surmised that it was now gazing intently at me. I heard several sinister chuckles emanating from its cranium, and then, as it rubbed its hands together, it began to float toward me slowly. It circled around me in a counterclockwise manner, resembling a specter. Perhaps it truly was some peculiar kind of spirit. Given that this entity was evidently the orchestrator of the curse upon Sigmund, and had ensnared us in this dreadful place, I dared not make any rash movements. Fortunately, it showed no inclination to confiscate my wand, so I clutched it tightly, searching for an opportunity to escape. It appeared utterly unfazed by the tip of my wand stealthily directed at it, as it glided alongside me. Speaking in a slightly distorted voice reminiscent of an adult male, how amusing it is that, as a descendant of such a being specifically, a serpent, you remain entirely oblivious to your lineage and power, with nary a mark of utilization upon you. Have you never been curious about your origins, your surname, or your family? As the pumpkin-headed figure spoke, it suddenly tapped the nape of my neck. Its fingers, as icy and rough as ice itself, sent an involuntary shiver coursing through me, compelling me to cover my neck and withdraw. I felt a warmth at the spot it had touched, while the pumpkin head regarded its own finger with a click of disapproval. That very finger, which had brushed against my neck, now emitted smoke and was ablaze, having been scorched to nearly half its length. Yet, the creature remained unperturbed, extinguishing the flames with a casual breath. To my astonishment, I then observed its finger regenerate, as though it had never been singed at all. Meeting my gaze, filled with skepticism, it placed its hands on its non-existent hips and regarded me with a tone that shifted to one of absurdity and cruelty. It remarked, It seems that although you have yet to awaken, you have nevertheless inherited a glimmer of your bloodline. I find myself somewhat eager to witness your complete awakening. If I may, I would suggest my master eliminate you now. It would facilitate our objectives. Lower your wand, for ordinary magic will not reach Jack. You may test this if you doubt my words. Upon hearing the Pumpkinhead's utterances, I furrowed my brow, raising my wand in a defensive stance. Aiming directly at its eye sockets, I endeavored to recall all the offensive spells I had previously encountered, and then I chanted, "Frost and Chill." I am immensely grateful that I successfully invoked this spell on my very first attempt. A cold, white light shot forth from the tip of my wand. Yet just as it was about to strike the Pumpkinhead, it was repelled as if it had encountered an insurmountable barrier. The white glow pierced through the dark mist and dissipated in an instant. I could hear the triumphant laughter of the Pumpkinhead, and its outstretched arms seemed to mock me, suggesting that while I might be capable of inflicting harm, I was still no match for it. However, defeating it was not my primary concern. I could not afford to give up. From the burn marks on its fingers, I inferred that it was unable to touch or harm me at will. Although I was unclear about the reasons behind this and the true nature of the being it referred to as Emer, the fact remained that it could not injure me. Thus, I had every reason to contemplate shielding Sigmund and guiding him through the encircling fog. With this thought, my gaze shifted to Sigmund, who was slumped on the ground, his face entirely cloaked in a layer of pristine frost, rendering him exceedingly pale. Upon closer inspection, I noticed his lips were quivering, and a peculiar blue pattern on his forehead was glowing, steadily spreading across his body. He likely could not endure much longer. It was imperative to hasten our departure from this place with Sigmund, and I must extract sufficient information from the Pumpkinhead. Biting my lip, I pondered this. And before Jack could respond, I added, "What have you done to Sigmund? I know you cannot touch me. If I were to embrace you entirely, would your Pumpkinhead be incinerated?" My intention was to intimidate the peculiar pumpkin-headed creature before me, urging him to refrain from harming both myself and Sigmund. However, it was evident that my threats produced an entirely counterproductive effect. After I posed my inquiry, the Pumpkinhead, with sinister glee, covered its carved, toothy mouth and let out a few mocking chuckles. Then, as if consumed by an exuberant excitement, it fluttered through the air before suddenly darting towards me, stopping mere centimeters from my face. "Hee, that remark has certainly piqued Jack's interest in you," it chortled. "Jack anticipated your question, but the cunning Jack will not divulge my master's intentions. However, in contrast, Jack is willing to share his current purpose." As Jack spoke, he gestured towards Sigmund on the ground, his tone a curious mix of feigned innocence and passive aggression, as if he were merely requesting our cooperation. Nonetheless, an oppressive aura enveloped us, thickening the mist that surrounded us. A foreboding sensation gripped me like icy fingers, my mind racing as beads of cold sweat formed on my brow. I subtly shielded Sigmund behind me, maintaining a facade of calm as I remarked, "So your name is Jack. I feel a sense of familiarity. Are you the legendary Jack-o'-lantern? The one associated with Halloween?" "It is Jack, not Jack-o'-lantern. I am the greatest spirit of Halloween, a soul too grand for either heaven or hell to contain." Upon hearing the name Jack-o'-lantern, Jack's demeanor shifted dramatically, his large, rounded pumpkin head quivering with agitation. From the hollowed eyes, nose, and mouth, billows of acrid black smoke erupted. However, he quickly seemed to recognize his overexcitement, clearing his throat awkwardly before adjusting an imaginary tie around his non-existent neck. He then spoke in a theatrical tone as if narrating a radio drama. "My master has promised that upon the success of his grand endeavor, my soul shall ascend to the realm of the divine mist, where I shall no longer be a feeble spirit burdened by a pumpkin head, but a servant of the gods." "So, that is your aim. It does sound tempting, but what does it have to do with me? I do not recall provoking such a significant figure." These words offered no information to aid Sigmund, prompting me to lower my gaze, clench my teeth, and respond. Just then, an unsettling chill ran down my spine. I quickly turned to the direction from which Jack had been hovering, only to see him suddenly vanish into thin air, only to reappear close behind me, whispering sinister laughter into my ear. His fingers, seemingly ablaze, danced restlessly upon my shoulders as he taunted. "Why the anxious expression? Is the companion you hold dear about to meet his demise? Oh, what a pity. It seems I have struck a nerve. But fear not. Jack is not a heartless demon. How about we engage in a little game? If dear Nimtara wins, Jack shall reveal the means to rescue Sigmund Russell, no, even the entire family. What do you say?" The prospect of saving Sigmund and his family struck me like a bolt of lightning, causing an icy chill to seep through my veins. If I had not misunderstood Jack's implication, Then Sigmund's current plight and the mystery of his family's disappearance were intricately linked to me. In other words, I had inadvertently brought harm upon them all. I raised my gaze to behold Jack's face, and at that moment he floated right before me. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but I felt that the curve of his smile, seemingly sculpted by a delicate blade, appeared even more pronounced, evoking an unsettling sense of dread within me. Yet, I found it impossible to divert my eyes from Jack. He chuckled softly, tilting his head while pointing at his chin with one finger, incessantly murmuring, still hesitating, "For you. Time equates to life, does it not?" Jack's words resonated with truth. Any further hesitation might render the situation irretrievable. Yet, engaging in a transaction with such a creature could scarcely be deemed wise. With this thought, I cleared my throat and met Jack's gaze with resolve, responding, "Very well. I accept your proposition. However, I must ascertain what will transpire should I lose." How prudent of me. If only your father had possessed such caution. But no. Let us not dwell on that. His meticulousness would be wholly detrimental to both myself and my master, and he has already exercised enough caution. Upon hearing my inquiry, Jack spoke as if in a state of dissociation, uttering a few phrases before he replied, "In truth, should you lose, it shall not pose a significant issue. My master currently has no desire to terminate your existence. Thus, the cost is merely a drop of your blood. No, perhaps a bit more. Roughly this much will suffice." As he gestured to indicate a rough quantity, I estimated it to be around 5 milliliters, though I remained unaware of his intentions for my blood. And despite my preoccupation with the mention of your father, an aspect that troubled me, I still nodded in acquiescence. As soon as my head dipped slightly, Jack erupted into an exuberant cheer, soaring through the air like a firework, and then, as if by magic, conjured a tree hollow within the shrouded space enveloped in thick mist. To be precise, it was a towering tree with a pitch-black trunk, so lofty that only its trunk was visible in this realm, and its girth was at least double that of my own. At the very center of the trunk facing both Jack and me, there lay a massive tree hollow, dark and filled with a carpet of charred, equally black leaves. Although my rational mind insisted that it was merely a hollow, my intuition incessantly clamored that within it resided an entire abyss. I could not help but swallow hard before turning to Jack, who was hovering beside me, and asking, "What should I do?" "Of course, you should dive into this tree hollow. Surely, you do not believe I created this hollow merely for your amusement?" Jack replied. He had set an additional challenge for Nimtara. I had concealed all the pumpkin heads I had previously used within this hollow. Nimtara needed to locate the oldest pumpkin head within 5 minutes. It was a simple task, just find the one that appeared most decayed. Once Nimtara retrieved that pumpkin head and presented it to Jack, he would reveal the method to save Sigmund Drassel. At that moment, a gust of air, tinged with an acrid scent, swept past me. Jack rubbed his hands together and floated over to the side of the hollow, gesturing for me to proceed. His malevolent gaze, emanating from the hollow's dark pumpkin eyes, sent shivers down my spine. Yet, this seemed to be the only opportunity to save Sigmund. Gritting my teeth, I bent down, closed my eyes, and plunged headlong into the hollow. Contrary to my instinctual apprehensions, the space within was vastly larger than a mere tree hollow. I stood upright, and when I raised my arms above my head, I could not even touch the ceiling of the hollow. The temperature inside was considerably colder than outside. As I exhaled, I could see the white mist escaping from my mouth and nose. However, all I could discern was the vapor before me, for the expansive hollow was devoid of any illumination, save for a faint glimmer near the entrance. In such darkness, the prospect of locating the oldest pumpkin head within 5 minutes felt utterly implausible. I began to regret accepting Jack's whimsical challenge. Glancing back toward the entrance, I saw Jack steadfastly guarding the hollow's exit, and upon catching my gaze, he wickedly waved at me from the threshold. I reluctantly averted my gaze, unsure if it was merely an illusion, but I sensed an increasing chill within the hollow of the tree. Instinctively, I plunged my hands into my pockets in search of warmth, when a familiar texture brushed against my fingertips. It was a crumpled little booklet, once softened by red ink, bestowed upon me by Debbie Gruber during her interview about Halloween on the first day of school. Halloween Jack is rooted in an ancient Irish myth. In this tale, the protagonist is known as Jack Lantern, a miserly and maliciously mischievous drunkard, reviled by many for his endless pranks and raucous tales at the tavern. One fateful evening, as Jack engaged in his usual drunken revelry, he encountered a demon disguised as a human, sharing drinks and merriment. However, as the effects of the alcohol waned, Jack realized the true nature of his companion and conceived a wicked prank. He lured the demon to a tree hollow, claiming it contained exquisite wine, and convinced the demon to enter to retrieve it. Once the demon was ensnared within, Jack swiftly marked the entrance with a cross, rendering the demon incapable of escape. He extorted the demon, demanding that it would not escort him to hell after his death, to which the demon reluctantly acquiesced. Upon Jack's demise, his spirit found itself at the gates of hell, only to be thwarted by the gatekeeper, who jested that demons are bound by their word, and thus would never let him descend into hell. Yet, Jack's disreputable life had rendered his soul unworthy of heaven, leaving him to wander aimlessly on earth, a forsaken spirit. Without any kin to honor him, Jack's existence after death was unbearably cold, devoid of warmth or solace. Once more, Jack approached the gates of hell, pleading for the demon to allow him entry, to rid themselves of him. The keeper of hell provided Jack with 2 eternally burning coals from the infernal fire and cast him out, with only the glowing coals to guide him. Jack continued his aimless wandering. Eventually, he stumbled upon a patch of enormous turnips, hollowed one out, and placed the coals inside, carrying this makeshift lantern as he resumed his ceaseless journey. In later traditions, to commemorate the mischievous Jack, people replaced the turnip with a pumpkin, thus giving rise to the iconic jack-o'-lantern of Halloween. My fingers caressed the Halloween pamphlet that Debbie gifted me, its contents echoing in my mind like a captivating tale. Although Debbie informed me that this pamphlet was merely a small token created by her and her father, the narrative within is so enthralling that I have kept it nestled in my pocket, often drawing it out during moments of leisure to peruse a few pages. The Irish story of Jack-o'-lantern resides on the 5th page, leaving a profound impression on me. At this moment, the tale fortuitously aids my current predicament, as I find myself engaged in a mischievous game with a jack-o'-lantern. Coupled with the earlier remarks from Jack regarding the greatest Halloween spirits and the diminutive specters adorned with pumpkin heads, it seems that the Jack standing vigil outside my door may indeed be the very protagonist of the legend, Jack-Lantern himself. Thus, if I were to deduce based on the story's content, the ancient pumpkin head Jack refers to might not be a pumpkin at all, but rather a turnip. Searching among a plethora of pumpkins is rendered utterly futile. He has been misleading me from the outset, attempting to convince me that I must seek an ancient, decaying pumpkin. If it is indeed a turnip, I can only hope that there exists but a singular turnip head within this hollow tree. With this thought in mind, I breathe deeply, praying fervently while my mind recalls the incantations I have practiced for the flying spell. I then raise my wand toward the darkness within the tree hollow and intone, "Turnip, arise." As soon as my words fell, a sharp whoosh echoed, followed by a clattering sound reminiscent of numerous spherical objects cascading down. A grayish-white object, approximately the size of my head, hurtled towards me, and when it struck my palm, the impact left my hand tingling. Upon brushing off the thick layer of dust and detecting the acrid scent emanating from within, I realized I had likely stumbled upon the right find. To be certain, I directed another carrot towards various angles within the tree hollow, yet, without exception, none yielded any results. It appeared that Jack had merely concealed a single carrot head within. Cradling the hollowed-out turnip head in both hands, I felt a sense of relief wash over me as I turned towards the entrance of the tree hollow. Upon reaching the threshold, I found Jack awaiting my arrival. Initially, it extended its hand, composed of twisted black branches, in a teasing gesture, as if to beckon me. However, upon observing the grayish-white turnip head I held, I noticed its oscillation momentarily cease, resembling a statue devoid of a pedestal. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, a thick plume of black smoke erupted from its pumpkin-shaped eye sockets, while the pumpkin itself visibly emitted white steam, as though the embers within were on the verge of cooking it. When I extended my hand, offering the turnip head to him, he refrained from accepting it. Instead, he forcefully stamped his non-existent foot and suddenly darted out of the hollow. Before I could comprehend the situation, several robust and resilient black vines ensnared the entire exit, sealing it off. I felt a surge of dread. Jack clearly intended to renege on his word. In a frantic attempt, I lunged forward, hoping to dislodge the vines. Yet they clung as if forged from iron, resisting my every effort. "You are deceiving me. You are being duplicitous. You promised that once I discovered your original pumpkin head, you would provide me with the means to rescue Sigmund." Frustration welled within me as I leaned against the vines, shouting at Jack, who was anxiously circling the entrance of the hollow. I strained to reach him through the gaps, but my endeavors were futile. Outside, Jack seemed agitated, darting around the opening until, upon hearing my words, he lunged toward me, spewing a dense cloud of acrid smoke that made me cough uncontrollably. He reached through the vines, grasping my neck with an icy grip, pulling me toward him. The pressure on my throat was suffocating, and a bitter taste surged from the depths of my throat to my mouth, forcing me to fix my gaze upon his face. You cunning little wretch. Surely, you must have resorted to some trickery to unravel my prank. I am the king of pranks, Jack. I have not reneged. You simply failed to see through my ruse, one that even demons could not decipher. Speak. How did you cheat? A torrent of venomous words erupted from Jack's gaping pumpkin mouth, his grip tightening around my throat. Through his hollow eyes, I glimpsed the faint glow of smoldering embers hidden within. In every sense, you ought to be grateful to me. It was I who bestowed upon you the truth curse, altered to summon your enemies. I took the Navi and foolish little witch from the Russell family to assist me in completing the ritual. I stand here now to prevent you from reaching that Russell boy, lest you disrupt the underground ceremony. All of this, for you and for your father, who betrayed my master, so that you may soon transform into a true serpent and return to where you truly belong. As Jack's grip became increasingly constrictive, my vision began to fade, yet his words persisted, igniting my mind. Desperately, I clawed at his fingers while gasping. Wait. Was it you who gave me that curse? The vivid recollections of my experience with the truth spell flooded my mind, and the haunting image of those ethereal, white figures with gaping mouths encircling me, seemingly intent on devouring my very essence, remains indelibly etched in my memory, sending chills down my spine even to this day. Jack. Upon hearing the strained question that I managed to squeeze from my tight throat, erupted into a series of sharp, mocking laughs. He then forcefully pressed my face against the vines and, with his lips close to my ear, whispered, "Yes, it is I." Who else but the great Jack could circumvent the restrictions of the forbidden section of Hogwarts and inscribe a unique incantation within its pages? Watching you ensnared by those vengeful souls is truly amusing. Surely you and your ancestors have provoked and caused the demise of many, have you not? Alas, those spirits have failed to claim your life. Someone is shielding you, and in the end, you have merely heard a few melodies from your homeland. My consciousness began to blur as the summons of the vengeful souls grew overwhelming, and I found myself too weak to raise my hand to pry Jack's fingers from my throat. Yet, emboldened by Jack's earlier taunts, I still believed I had one final chance to fight back. Trembling, I lifted my wand towards Jack. He immediately noticed the tip of my wand, but, upon seeing it, merely chuckled dismissively, then spoke to me in a tone laced with scornful derision. I told you, most spells are ineffective against me. Surely you are not unaware of that? I could sense the rancid stench emanating from its mouth, assaulting my face and provoking a wave of nausea, yet I restrained myself. Mimicking its demeanor, I managed a smirk and said, "However, this incantation may not be something you can easily withstand." I closed my eyes, striving to avert my gaze from Jack's grotesque visage, marred by repulsive patterns. Instead, I endeavored to calm my trembling and tumultuous heart, murmuring, "Time marches on, always in threes." Wait. Are you about to unleash this truth spell? The future flies by like an arrow. Hey, I am already a spirit. What exactly do you wish to summon? Now, eternity stands still. Listen, I speak earnestly. Child, halt. Surely you do not intend to proceed under the assumption that I would spare your life. Do you not seek a way to save your friend? The past arrives belatedly. Hey, as I recited the final line, I